This is a newly built small village located at the junction of the land of fire, the land of rain, and the land of grass. The endless land is full of busy men, and the genin wearing a forehead protector with clouds printed on it is busy in the rice fields with his trouser legs rolled up. The flames of the Second Ninja World War did not seem to spread here. The villagers and the ninjas are united, and everyone's face is filled with the hope that tomorrow will be better. The taste of sorry, cat, I don't want to know. In the field, a cute little girl with blue-purple hair hummed a song and came to visit someone with food in her hand. Seeing this, the busy villagers quickly pointed in a direction with an Annie smile on their faces. At this time every day, Shounen would come to visit village Chief Yahiko, rain or shine. Compared with the tigress at home, they really envied village Chief Yahiko. Yahiko, I'm here to see you. The orange-haired boy with a little dust on his face was sweating in the field. He looked up when he heard the words. Why are you here? Didn't you say you would wait for me in the cafeteria? Yahiko immediately put down his sickle and went over. Yes. Conan was helpless, but also a little doting. Today, the cafeteria has your favorite sweet and sour pork ribs. Raising the lunchbox, he smiled gently at Yahiko. There is meat in the cafeteria today. Yahiko's eyes lit up and he swallowed quietly. It was obvious that he hadn't eaten meat for a long time. Calculate carefully. Today is exactly the 3rd year since he traveled to the Naruto world. 3 years ago, when he opened his eyes, Conan was crying, and he became the Yahiko who had the face of the protagonist but not the life of the protagonist, and was killed by a small kunai. It turned out that his previous life was too hungry, and he was caught when he went out to borrow fish and was beaten half to death, so he traveled here. He had no choice but to eat Conan's food for several days because his wounds had not healed. Just like the original plot, he and Conan found Nagato, who fainted with hunger with his dog. The 3 of them and the dog found Jiraiya and successfully became his apprentice. Just a year ago, his system was activated. The system of building a country and strengthening the village. The stronger the village, the stronger he, Yahiko, will be. So, he took Conan and Nagato to say goodbye to Jiraiya and established a village at the junction of the land of fire, the land of rain, and the land of grass. It was called Akatsuki Village, which means the dawn, bringing hope and peace to the ninja world. The village was built, but Yahiko found that he was careless. It is not easy to be the head of a village. There's a lack of money, people, knowledge, and everything. But overall, life is relatively stable. Even though the Second Ninja World War was at its climax, with talisman fires everywhere and people's brains almost being beaten out of their heads, the Akatsuki village, which was as fragile as a young bud, was not discovered. Maybe some prisoner helped them cover it up for Nagato's sake. After a year of stable development, they recruited homeless refugees everywhere. There are more than 700 permanent residents, as well as 17 Genin level and 4 Chunin level ninjas. In addition, he and Nagato, 2 10-year-olds, have the combat power of Jonin level. It is not a problem to resist some wandering samurai and rebellious ninjas, but let alone fighting against the villages under the banner of the 5 major countries. Even if the neighboring Kusagakure village split off, it can make Akatsuki village disappear from the map in a few minutes. Conan reached out and wiped Yahiko's frown and taught him, don't think about random things while eating. By the way, Nagato is back. Let's go see him after dinner. Then he opened the lunchbox, revealing the fragrant sweet and sour pork ribs and pork rib soup inside. The portion is not much, not enough for one person. There is no way. Shaoyin village is poor. When it comes to the harvest season, the village chief has to take the lead. Yahiko took a few bites, said hello to the villagers who were picking vegetables, and left. The village was just built, and there were too many things to do. Conan was like a gentle wife, cleaning up the mess and leaving with Yahiko. The men in the field saw this and hated themselves for not being able to share the worries of village chief Yahiko. Now that the 3rd Kazakage is still alive, Luosha has not gone to the desert to pan for gold for the time being. In the villagers' perception, the 10-year-old Yahiko is a model worker in the ninja world. He worked hard to govern the country, personally recruited refugees, cultivated the land, and built water conservancy projects. All these things prove that this was a village chief who completely defeated the village chiefs of the 5 major villages. He was comparable to the ninja god next door. It was a pity that Akatsuki village did not have the foundation of the 5 major countries, and its foundation was too poor. You are busy. It seems that I have to go to the meeting too. Nobi, let's go together. You go quickly. Don't delay the work of village chief Yahiko. At this time, several genin said goodbye to the villagers and went to attend the village meeting. In Konoha, only Jonin is qualified to attend the village meeting, but they are Akatsuki. Yahiko, who is humble and open-minded, said, "No matter who you are, as long as you have a strategy and courage, you can come." A simple meeting room. After using water escape to clean the body and then using wind escape to dry it, Yahiko and Konan came non-stop. At this time, Nagato, another big boss of Akatsuki village, had been waiting in the conference room for a long time with a red-haired old man. Nagato's originally fair face had been tanned to a wheat color because he had been carrying out secret missions outside. Sitting in the deputy position, he looked at Yahiko, who pushed the door and went to the main seat, and nodded with a smile. Yahiko was delighted to see this. "What should I do if my village lacks talents?" "Steal, oh no, borrow." A few days ago, Yahiko ordered Nagato to go out and get people as the new patriarch of the Uzumaki clan. During the Second Ninja World War, the Uzumaki country was feared by all countries because of its powerful sealing technique and attacked by all. The country was destroyed, and the clan members fled abroad. Could the Uzumaki clan, which was enough to establish a country, have fewer people? Although I don't know why Konoha village only found Kushina, but seeing the slightly raised corners of Nagato's mouth, he was in a good mood and obviously found many surviving clan members outside. "May I ask who you are?" "Don't worry, sit down and talk." Yahiko motioned the old man behind Nagato to sit down quickly. This old man looks to be in his 60s or 70s, right? My goodness, how many treasures must be hidden in his belly? "Master Yahiko." The old man behind Nagato was a little reserved, not understanding what kind of personality this 10-year-old village chief of Akatsuki village had. But on the way, he heard Nagato constantly praising that village chief Yahiko was great. "Nagato and I sleep in the same bed, and we are like brothers. You are Nagato's elder, so just call me Yahiko." Yahiko smiled gently at the old man of the Uzumaki clan. This humble and courteous look made the originally uneasy old man behind Nagato feel relieved. He was found by the little guy Nagato from Kusagakure village. There, the people of the Uzumaki clan suffered humiliation. The Uzumaki clan has a special physique, and they can heal external and internal injuries by biting their members. In the past, the Kusagakure village called them and waved them away, so they had to endure living under someone else's roof. Now they're even more aggressive in exploiting their people, and they will bite them even if they have a little skin on their hands. They don't even consider that being bitten will consume a lot of vitality, and they don't treat them as human beings at all. Feeling the sincerity from the heart of Yahiko, the turbid eyes of the old man of the Uzumaki clan are now filled with tears. Although Yahiko just gave a simple smile, the second elder of the Uzumaki clan, who has never seen a good face from outsiders since the destruction of the country, seemed to see an angel. Old Uzumaki Joshian. Chapter 2. Return my kin. That wretched Kusuramang is a beast, a true beast. For the next half hour, Elder Uzumaki spoke of his countless grievances, while the attendees in the conference room gritted their teeth in frustration. How dare that insignificant Kusa hidden village? Xiao Nan, with teary eyes, gently tugged at Yahiko's sleeve. Yahiko nodded solemnly, reflecting on the protection that Hashirama had once provided. It had been a long time since he had seen the village leader's eyes filled with such murderous intent. It was the first time in many days that the village leader had lost composure. The last time was during the famine. Yahiko's lips quivered. "Strike, leader," he urged. "Leader, the clansmen under Nagato's guidance are suffering greatly outside. We can no longer bear to watch. Those cowardly leaf villagers should relinquish the Hokage position to you, leader." Yahiko cast an approving glance at the speaker, rallying the village's ninjas. Though the total number of ninjas in the village barely reached 30, his declaration resonated with a fervor reminiscent of Sarutobi's past declarations of war against the Rain Village. "If we do not avenge our brothers, what value does a village of thousands hold?" Laughter erupted from the crowd, as if the diminutive Kusa hidden village were inconsequential. Yahiko had once proclaimed, "A man's life may be heavy as a mountain or light as a feather. To punish evil and promote good is our ninja way." Nagato gazed intently at the impassioned Yahiko, thinking, "It is precisely this fire within you that makes me willing to submit." A mysterious smile graced his lips, while Elder Uzumaki wept openly behind him. Was this the romantic bond between men? Despite the fact that none present, aside from Yahiko and Nagato, could match even the strength of the elder, and some lacked chakra entirely, Elder Uzumaki felt no resentment towards Yahiko's bravado, only gratitude. True feelings exist in the world, warming the heart in every corner. He vowed that as long as he, Elder Uzumaki, lived, no one would harm his leader. "Leader, we Elder Uzumaki longed to suggest they discuss this later, noting that the combined might of Kusa Hidden Village's 1,000 ninjas was not to be underestimated. Yet he found the words to refuse weighed heavily upon his tongue. He wished for the leader to rescue their kin, yet feared for the lives of these naive youths who might perish for those they had never even met. His emotions were in turmoil. Nagato's kin are my kin. Yahiko's words were brief, but struck deep within Elder Uzumaki's soul. I understand, Elder Uzumaki murmured, tears staining his garments. He made a monumental decision. He would employ a technique known as the Corpse Demon Seal, willing to exchange his life to take down 3 formidable foes if necessary. Next, Nagato shared the intelligence he had gathered. During the first Great Ninja War, Kusa Hidden Village survived by selling information. If it were all true, it might be bearable. But most of what they sold was deceitful. Kusa Hidden Village's misinformation essentially ignited the war. They informed the 4 great nations that the Senju Tobarama only utilized water release, and that the Nine Tails was the weakest of the tailed beasts. When they learned of Senju Hashirama's demise, the united forces of the Leaf, Stone, and Rain villages, having set aside their grudges, annihilated Kusa Hidden Village. Now, Kusa Hidden Village was fragmented, its meager land divided among numerous factions. The members of the Uzumaki clan were held captive by a man named Kusura Mang, who commanded over 300 ninjas. Coincidentally, Elder Uzumaki had been out for a moment when Nagato had brought him back. After careful deliberation, Yahiko chose to fight. This was not due to a lack of foresight, but rather confidence in their capabilities. Who do Nagato's eyes belong to? The owner of those eyes still lives. Could he simply watch Nagato march to his death without intervening? The Divine Bridge lay within Kusa Hidden Village, where that esteemed figure resided beneath. Leader, everyone has arrived. At that moment, a ninja reported that those assisting the villagers in rebuilding had gathered outside. All right, let us, the Akatsuki, embark on our first battle. Yahiko's ambitious gaze swept over the assembly. Elder Uzumaki glanced gratefully at Yahiko, then sensed the presence of the Akatsuki ninjas. To his astonishment, there were only 23 ninjas in total, including a blue-haired girl. Wait, I have a plan, Elder Uzumaki sighed. The fervent youth was indeed commendable, yet lacked the wisdom of experience. He would have to impart some wisdom to him. Elder Uzumaki borrowed Yahiko's forehead protector and, to the bewilderment of those present, executed a powerful transformation technique. In an instant, an abstract leaf appeared on the forehead protector. Yahiko paused, questioning Elder Uzumaki's intent in transforming the leaf symbol. Suddenly, realization struck him. Oh, indeed, experience is invaluable. I see it now. Please, Elder Uzumaki, take a seat. He cleared his throat, holding up a photograph. In this picture, the man with yellow hair bears a striking resemblance to me, and next to him is a red-haired woman, correct? Nagato and I cannot match your level of transformation, one that could fool even a 3-tomo Sharingan. This is Nanako. The youth's quick understanding was impressive, even drawing connections beyond the immediate context. At the Kusa Amang stronghold, in the filthy slums, the pale-faced members of the Uzumaki clan sat listlessly against the walls, while a few others wept silently on the ground. They were too naive. Initially, they were deceived by Kusa Amang's lies, having believed that the nations of Kusa and Yuzu were united as one family. As long as they could heal the wounded in their village, they could join. However, when they had exhausted their strength, that scoundrel revealed his true nature, capturing the capable elites for execution and leaving only the weak and infirm to serve as living bloodbags. The second elder may have fallen victim to that scoundrel as well, thought an emaciated elder of the Uzumaki clan, tears of regret streaming down his face. Damn it. Just a few years ago, we were all part of Kusa. How dare they act so ruthlessly? At that moment, a disheveled J-Nin entered, accompanied by several Ch-Nin who were nursing their wounds. He first yanked a despondent Uzumaki clansman by the arm and bit down on it, shaking with satisfaction. Then, he forcibly dragged several others outside, intending to give the wounded comrades a taste as well. In silence, these red-haired individuals were treated like mere goods. Among those taken were men and women, all utterly devoid of fighting spirit. Even if they possessed strength, the inhumane torment they had endured left them powerless. The elder's face, previously stained with tears, was now filled with indignation. Oh, first Hokage, open your eyes and see what you have protected. No, this is bad. The leaf has sent someone. A panicked Genin rushed in, disregarding his lowly status as he hurriedly swatted away the hand of the J-Nin gripping the Uzumaki clansman's arm. The J-Nin glared, his voice low and severe. What do you think you're doing? The leaf has come to demand these people back. What did you say? At the main entrance of Kusa Amang's stronghold, Minato held the weeping Kushina, his impatience evident as he tapped his leg. Behind him stood a formation of over 20 Leaf Ch-Nin, all clad in their vests and wearing the leaf forehead protectors. The atmosphere was charged with intensity, as if a formidable force were poised to obliterate the stronghold. The leader, Chao Amang, summoned his subordinates, who soon arrived in response to the commotion. The two factions stood at an impasse, with Chao Amang's forces numerically superior. However, In stark contrast to the well-equipped ninjas of Konoha, Chao Mang's followers appeared woefully underprepared, clad in coarse, tattered garments that seemed scarcely capable of withstanding a barrage of shurikens. Minato surveyed the rugged man at the forefront with an air of disdain, his gaze shifting to the lackeys who could be effortlessly dispatched by a single strike from Wang shouting, "Return my kin at once," Nagato exclaimed, his face flushed with indignation, as he pointed an accusatory finger at Chao Mang. This phrase, "at once," was a catchphrase taught to him by Yahiko, who had noted it as a common saying among the villagers of Konoha. How did Yahiko come to know this? Nagato was consumed by confusion. From across the way, it was evident that the young girl's reddened face and her current silence suggested she was on the brink of fury. Chapter 3. When the foe Konoha encounters the real deal, uncertain of the intentions behind the arrival of Konoha ninjas in my grass-hidden village. The naive Amang feigned ignorance and inquired, "Young lady, how could your kin possibly be in our village? Enough prattle. Do you know who I am? I am Namikaze Minato. If you wish to avoid a conflict with us from Konoha, you had better release our people at once. Let me inform you that the mission to retrieve the Uzumaki clan members was authorized by Lord Shimura Danzo." Minato, with a nonchalant gesture, scratched his ear while glancing at Amang with an air of superiority. Beside him, Kushina felt the awkwardness intensify, wishing she could dig a hole to hide in. Nagato swore that he would never impersonate a couple with Yahiko again. He would rather be a dog. Konan had initially intended to play the role of Kushina, but refrained, fearing her acting skills might falter. Now, she felt fortunate. The transformation Minato underwent, thanks to the Uzumaki clan's techniques, left no trace of flaw on Yahiko. They were indeed liberated, and the group of Akatsuki ninjas behind him shared the same sentiment. How dare a mere grass-hidden village imprison an ally of Konoha? How brazen! Do you wish to court death? With the weight of Konoha's reputation resting on their shoulders, they could not afford to lose face. Aside from Nagato and the embarrassed Konan, who hid at the back of the group, the others bared their teeth, resembling a den of villains. Uzumaki Yuzuru felt a sense of pride. After all, he was their village leader and quickly fell into the role. With overwhelming presence, he observed how the opposing leader and his subordinates fell silent under their intimidation. Amang, his demeanor twitching, retorted, "So Konoha thinks they can speak to me like this? By the way, who sent you? The Dark Ninja? Shimura Danzo? This is all a misunderstanding. Let us discuss this amicably. I am a close friend of Lord Biryu." Amang plastered a sycophantic smile on his face, though inwardly, he felt the gravity of the situation. He had no doubt that if he refused this time, the next encounter could very well be with Danzo himself. Grass-hidden village was on the brink of division, and perhaps Danzo sought an excuse to attack them, sending this brash blonde-haired ninja to demand their kin. If in a fit of rage, he expelled this blonde, refusing to return the Uzumaki clan members. How infuriating. It seemed that Konoha's dark ninja were as cunning as ever. However, Amang was no pushover. He saw through the enemy's scheme and would not offer them leverage. Concessions must be made. Speaking of Biryu, that man who requested him to gather bloodline limits was conveniently conducting human experiments nearby. Very well. I shall summon Lord Biryu to mediate, Amang whispered to his trusted aide. As soon as the aide departed, another keen-eyed lower ninja arrived with the remaining members of the Uzumaki clan. Gazing at the Konoha ninjas, the Uzumaki clan members wore expressions of numbness, hostility, and confusion. Why? When battling the Uchiha, the Uzumaki clan had exerted tremendous effort. It was only upon seeing the smiling elder Uzumaki Yuzuru standing before them that a flicker of hope ignited within their hearts. The onlookers were oblivious to what Amang had discussed with his aide, their eyes filled with concern as they regarded the ragged members of the red-haired clan. Yahiko. The two were still holding hands, and Nagato choked out. He understands his kin, but they all share the same blood. Had Yahiko not saved us back then, would I not be like these clansmen? As Nagato empathized, he realized that he was increasingly reliant on Yahiko. Sighing softly, Yahiko patted Nagato's hand, offering comfort. Meanwhile, Konan, at the back of the group, remained oblivious to Yahiko's thoughts, sulking as she perceived Nagato as Kushina. What a ridiculous display of affection. Uzumaki Yuzuru observed the two with a maternal smile, thinking, my clan will surely thrive. But wait, isn't little Nagato a boy? Uzumaki Yuzuru's expression turned complex as he watched the two whispering together. Amang failed to comprehend the tangled emotions on the opposite side, placing his hopes on Biryu's reputation. The unification of Grass-Hidden Village was within reach, and he did not wish to provide Danzo with an opportunity to strike, allowing Konoha to exploit their vulnerabilities. Currently, Uzumaki Yuzuru had gathered his clan, but he felt uneasy and wished to depart hastily. However, Amang held them back. Do you intend to start a war? Yahiko shouted angrily. Do you wish to die? Knowing the stakes, Nagato's persona was crumbling. No, Lord Minato, wait, just a moment longer. Amang, feigning a cheerful demeanor, was inwardly seething. He loathed this insufferable Namikaze Minato. Are you still putting on an act? This detestable fellow. As expected, Danzo's desire to eliminate me remains unquenched. Just wait, Namikaze Minato and Danzo from Konoha. He appeared as a sycophant, lacking the dignity of the greatest lord in Grass-Hidden Village. Were it not for Kushina standing beside Yahiko, he might have been willing to offer up his own woman. In a weak nation struggling for survival, such compromises were not uncommon. After a lengthy pause, Yahiko finally grew impatient, and Amang's envoy arrived as well. Biryu, clad in a flowing white robe and sporting a silver ponytail, unfortunately, was a man. He had developed a ninjutsu called the Demon Seed technique, capable of merging with ninja beasts or the bloodlines of ninjas. With the ability to absorb chakra using his unique techniques, he approached. What is it? Biryu, interrupted from his research, appeared less than pleased. However, without Amang needing to explain, Biryu's pupils dilated. Minato and the Jinchuriki. Yahiko shared the same astonishment. Grass is a type of plant. The faux Konoha had collided with the true essence of the village, and the defector now stood before the village's ninjas. How did Biryu end up here? How did Minato arrive? Both parties were oblivious to the tumultuous thoughts racing through their minds. Given Biryu's past actions, Danzo would be furious. Would Konoha dare to publicize such endeavors? Furthermore, Biryu had maintained a low profile. Amang, entirely confused, chuckled nervously. Ah, Lord Minato. What a coincidence this is. Lord Biryu is also here, since we are all part of Konoha. Why not sit down and discuss things over the unique scenery of Grass-Hidden Village? Nagato, Konan, and Yuzuru all stood frozen in shock. Those familiar with their own affairs knew that if this Biryu were cautious, a mere conversation could expose them. They exchanged solemn glances. What to do? Run. With their speed, scaring someone might be feasible, but escaping was out of the question. As the commotion summoned dozens of Amang's subordinates, they realized that as long as they stalled for time, the 200 or so stationed in their camp could come to their aid at the slightest hint of battle. If other grass ninjas heard of outsiders meddling in their affairs, they might unite in a fury against them. They would potentially face thousands of grass ninjas. With their current group of the elderly and infirm, it was a grim prospect. Uzumaki Yuzuru looked at his clansmen and the foolish youngsters accompanying him with a sense of relief. So be it. Recognizing the impending chaos, he understood that if he could take Amang and Biryu away, in the ensuing panic, Yahiko would undoubtedly lead everyone to safety. Minato. No, Yahiko. I leave everyone in your hands. Chapter 4, 500,000 Ri. This is all I possess yet. There are those swifter than him. With a sharp snap, Yahiko bit his thumb, producing a crisp sound akin to that of biting into an apple. Blood smeared across his palm as his hands began to form seals. As long as he could prove his allegiance, all would be well. The art of summoning. Bang. Oh, it's Yahiko. It's one of Minato's underlings. What brings you to me? Before the figure of the toad could be clearly discerned, a brash voice echoed in the ears of the crowd. Upon hearing the familiar tone, Bairuhu took flight, for the Jinchuriki and the toad Bunta seemed intent on his demise. The wind rushed beneath his feet, leaving Kusa Amang bewildered by the scene. At that moment, the smoke dissipated, revealing a colossal, imposing red toad, pipe in mouth, standing before them. With a sweeping gaze, the toad absorbed the current situation. After taking a puff, before Yahiko could utter a word, it leapt high into the air, its robust hand raised with a fierce gust, striking Baru, who was in full flight. Understanding that this was a comrade of Jiraiya, the toad Bunta restrained some of its strength. When it lifted its palm, only a faintly unconscious Baruhu remained sprawled on the ground, barely clinging to life. Bunta said nothing further, exhaling a puff of smoke and giving Minato a casual thumbs up with its amphibian hand. Bang! After another cloud of smoke, Bunta vanished from sight, presumably in a hurry to return home for a meal. I am Kusuamang. I currently find myself helpless and terrified. Today, a group from Konoha arrived, led by a small yellow-haired individual who summoned a terrifying giant toad. Though I had heard tales of the notorious toads from my Bokuzen on the battlefield of Amigakure, I had underestimated both their temperament and their prowess. When they are fierce, they do not hesitate to strike even their own. I am aware of Bairuhu's strength, and yet, he was knocked unconscious with a single blow. Of course, it is possible that Bairuhu, for various reasons, chose not to resist. However, beyond that, the red-haired elder was even more fearsome. After forming a few seals, it felt as though the Grim Reaper was beckoning me. Luckily, it was merely an illusion. Lord Minato, here are 500,000 Ri. Please convey my apologies to the Uzumaki clan and Lord Danzo. While Yahiko was engaged with the Uzumaki clan and a few skilled sealers to bolster Bairuhu's position, Kusa Amang feared that his own subordinates might also fall victim to the giant toad's wrath. After considerable contemplation, he made a decision that betrayed his ancestry. Today, Kusa Amang has compromised his nation's dignity. Retrieving wealth from the treasury, he bent down, presenting Yahiko with 500,000 Ry. Yahiko scratched his head, momentarily forgetting to respond. Astonished by this unexpected boon alongside the Uzumaki clan. In Kusa Amang's eyes, this small yellow-haired individual seemed dissatisfied. Sighing, he added another 50,000 Ry. Still, Yahiko offered no reply, as the Uzumaki clan members erupted with joy, and the elder discreetly explained to them that it was Akatsuki village, not Konoha. that had come to their aid. Though Kusa Ameng forced smiles throughout the encounter, he had completely abandoned his principles. Yet, that was the wisdom of Yahiko, who, if faced with cowardice, might have been easily exposed. As for that giant toad, had an Uzumaki summoned it, it would be inconsequential. But for Yahiko, upon its emergence, he felt his legs weaken. This was a matter of life and death. The earnest Uzumaki clan members, upon hearing this, felt a surge of loyalty. Abandoned by Konoha and left alone, they were touched by the presence of someone who, upon learning of their plight, braved danger to rescue them. Nanako's smile radiated with joy. Yahiko must be taking good care of her, right? Now, the Uzumaki clan members, their eyes gleaming, began to ship Yahiko with Nagato. Yahiko estimated that the loyal Uzumaki clan would provide him with at least 10 cards worth of chakra. Could he unleash 44 Raikens in a single day? Though he lacked proficiency in Raichin, he had already developed the Rasengan prior to Minato's arrival. He resolved to practice it in his hands first. Kusa Ameng observed the swirling blue sphere of chakra in Yahiko's palm, instinctively swallowing hard. I shall add another 50,000. Seeing Yahiko still toying with the sphere, Kusa Ameng made up his mind. 500,000. This is truly all I possess. On the return journey, Yahiko remained cheerful, playfully shaping the chakra ball as he reveled in the immense chakra within him, akin to a foolish son of a wealthy landlord. In the group, Nagato had reverted to his original demeanor, shaking his head in exasperation at Yahiko. He noticed Yahiko's chakra rapidly increasing, possibly reaching 2/3 of his own capacity. Nagato, I will be able to protect you and Konan even better in the future, Yahiko remarked with a smile, to which Nagato nodded in agreement. Yahiko then turned to Konan, whose expression was one of complexity. Konan, what troubles you? He inquired, puzzled. You and Nagato. Konan hesitated, shaking her head. It's nothing. Yahiko and Nagato had grown up together, and though Nagato now lay beside Yahiko, they were merely children who did not yet comprehend the nuances of male affection. In a few years, this would change. Mature for her age, Konan smiled at the thought, realizing that she was overthinking the situation. The group returned to the village, where the head of the cafeteria and etiquette official, Uncle Genji, awaited them at the village gate, adorned with a red banner proclaiming, Welcome to the Uzumaki clan. Joining the Akatsuki village family. Yahiko had long criticized such ostentation and formalism, despite having initially led such welcoming displays for refugees. Yet, witnessing the Uzumaki clan members tearfully finding a sense of home filled him with a sense of pride. Perhaps Uncle Genji deserved a raise. The village entrance was bustling with villagers coming to witness the event. The adults smiled warmly at the bewildered crowd, while the children curiously examined the unfamiliar red-haired newcomers. Unlike Kushina's entrance, which had nearly caused her to withdraw into herself due to her beauty, the village children, hailing from diverse origins, remained oblivious to the concept of exclusion. Your hair is just like Uncle Nagato's, exclaimed Uncle Genji's daughter as she approached a young Uzumaki boy. Upon hearing this, Nagato's eyes almost regressed from rage. He was merely 10 years old. At that age, was he not simply shy? Konan stifled a giggle. Why should she bother getting upset with a child? She tucked away her kunai. Yahiko patted Nagato on the shoulder. The young Uzumaki boy, feeling bashful, hesitated to respond. Why are you ignoring him? You fool. Eugene is speaking to you. This was the child enamored with Uncle Genji's daughter. I'm sorry, he's my friend. He's really nice. Would you like some candy? This is the little white rabbit milk candy that my brother Yahiko made for Sister Konan. Only we have it in our village. Fool, why don't you respond? Eugene exclaimed. I want some too. Thank you, the boy stammered. Yahiko felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. He wondered how Kenji was faring and whether he had caught the attention of the ever-watchful Madara. Meanwhile, in another village. Idiot Kakashi. Rin is talking to you. Rin, don't pay attention to that masked, cold-faced weirdo. Let's go? Idiot. What? Say that again. Obito, are you addressing me, a mere genin of Konoha? Thus, a bickering match ensued between the bespectacled boy and a white-haired youth. In the cafeteria, the members of the Uzumaki clan stood in line at the window, their demeanor restrained as they awaited their meals. Does the village chief Yahiko dine on the same fare as us? They gazed into Yahiko's bowl, which contained the same dish of braised cabbage and vermicelli, devoid of any preferential treatment. Is this what Nagato meant when he spoke of equality for all in the Akatsuki village? Chapter 5. The Centennial Plan of the Village. A few days later, the Uzumaki clan officially joined the hidden village of Akatsuki, contributing numerous sealing techniques. Moreover, the elders of the Uzumaki clan possessed specialized secret arts to locate their kin, successfully finding many who had been hiding. Including Nagato, there were now 67 members, settled on the western side of the village. Nagato was appointed as the clan leader, while the elder Zhou Xian became the chief elder. The inclusiveness of the hidden village fostered a harmonious relationship with the Uzumaki clan. Even during official village meetings, representatives Nagato and Zhou Xian were allowed to participate. One could only wonder if the Uchiha clan next door would feel envious upon witnessing this camaraderie. In a different, smaller conference room, the high-level meeting commenced. Here, strategies were formulated for the village, meant to remain confidential, accessible only to the upper echelon. Yahiko, seated at the head, rested his chin on his hand, lazily observing the cacophony of voices around him. He mused internally, if you all are a solid mass, how could the bench beneath me remain steady? Continue your bickering. Perhaps it will escalate into a fray. The above thoughts were merely Yahiko's idle imaginings. Yawning, he noted how the simple meeting resembled a brewing storm, leaving him perplexed. Amateurs, Zhou Xian, do not presume your age intimidates me. I, Yuanziji, have traversed more paths than you have steps. Silence. I have something to convey. Even Nagato, usually reticent, took the stage. Finally, Yahiko, driven by indignation, slammed his palm on the table. What is this chaos? Do you all treat this place as a marketplace? Enough of this din. Clear your heads before entering this room. He glared at them, signaling his authority. In truth, when he struck the table, all gazes turned to him, as if to inquire, who are you? And what do you want? Infuriated, Yahiko thought, I am the village chief. Do you dare to challenge me? Yet, at that moment, he imagined the formidable figures, the red-haired specter of the corpse demon sealing technique, the red-eyed young boy with the Rinnegan, the fiend wishing to douse sweet and sour ribs in pounds of chili, and those squinting eyes intent on squeezing him dry. In summary, the adversaries were indeed formidable, none of whom this old village chief could easily confront. Perhaps we could postpone this meeting? You all draft a proposal. I shall review it earnestly. I assure you, I will strive to accommodate each of your suggestions. Following this, the room fell silent, save for the rustle of writing instruments. Once they dispersed, Yahiko gazed at the proposals before him, helplessly pinching the bridge of his nose. The village required funds desperately. The 5 million ryo from a Mang and the meager remaining in the treasury were insufficient for the burgeoning needs of the hidden village of Akatsuki. He picked up the first proposal, its handwriting crooked. Uncle Yuan, I request the village to allocate funds to improve the rations for the workers. Yahiko felt a stir of interest. Indeed, robust nourishment would ensure robust productivity, right? He felt tempted to discard the other proposals, but decided to read on. Zhou Xian proposed, a centennial plan hinges on the strength of the village, which fundamentally relies on our children. If you have not suffered the loss of your nation, know that the depths of the treasury are profound, and you must navigate them wisely. Yahiko promptly ignored the lengthy admonition and focused on the proposal itself. Establishing schools for the children? This elder's foresight resonated with him. He understood the wisdom in nurturing the youth, for a nation's intellect correlates with its future. Intrigued, he realized that amidst the raucous discussions, meaningful ideas had emerged. Oh, Nagato's suggestion was commendable as well. Investing in international publicity to elevate the village's profile would attract employers to commission tasks. Unexpectedly, the Nagato from the original tale, who had quietly flourished in the Rain Village, proposed that they venture beyond their borders. As he perused the proposals, each more enlightening than the last, he noted that while some ideas were naive, they were still worthy of consideration. The final one read, I believe the village should acquire a significant quantity of explosive tags. Explosive tags yield power. Yahiko, do you recall this? You spoke of it when you narrated stories to me at the age of 7. Though the handwriting was gentle and soft, Yahiko felt a chill creep over him, breaking into a cold sweat. Surely, he must have misread it. Fire release. He resolved to study it closely once more. Ah, where has Conan's proposal gone? Why can I not find it? After several meetings, the hidden village of Akatsuki settled on several significant matters. A school would be built, and the cafeteria's provisions would be enhanced. Every suggestion presented in that meeting, to which Yahiko had been privy, received his endorsement. Furthermore, he refined some of the more juvenile concepts. However, this led to a severe financial strain. With a slight miscalculation, the hidden village could swiftly find itself in dire straits. Yahiko surveyed the room, noting the eager faces of everyone present, except for the glum Conan. As for the financial quandary, he resolved to devise a solution. In the flickering candlelight of his study, Yahiko locked the door, barring entry to all. On the desk, a title faintly emerged from the scattered papers, the Nankagawa Chronicles. This epic narrated the decades-long turmoil within the Uchiha clan. During the Warring States period, the Uchiha clan perpetually battled for supremacy over Nankagawa's leadership. The opening line, what Uchiha Chihara would come to boast of was having wed 7 women throughout his life. They cried out, not in agony, but in rapture. The first chapter delved into sensuality, which was precisely why Yahiko had secured the door. Yet, this tome was not mere smut. The original work, by Liu Yuan, had garnered the 4th Maodun Literature Prize in his past life. Through intricate emotional portrayals and a distinctive narrative style, it explored the depths of human nature, far surpassing Jiraiya Sensei's superficial exaggerations. Yahiko had substantially altered the plot, infusing it with rich details. Ahem. Henceforth, he must maintain distance from the Uchiha clan. No, this book was penned by Pain. What does it have to do with me, Yahiko? Pain, Yahiko's pen name. Well, fans may affectionately refer to him as Super Brother in the future. Yahiko had even envisioned delightful interactions with his readers. It was evident how generous he was towards his audience. The earnings from a single book would certainly not suffice. Hence he endeavored to produce a second. With 2 books, he aimed to penetrate the market. Should these yield sufficient profits, a 3rd and 4th would follow. An endless stream of updates, never a moment's hiatus. This was Yahiko's way of perseverance. Chapter 6, The Refugee Zone. 3 days later, within the borders of the Land of Fire, 2 books suddenly ignited a fervor. One was titled Nanhekwan, and the other The Female Ninja by Jia. According to whispers from the largest bookseller in Short Book Street, both works were penned by the same individual. The author was a youthful lad with golden hair, whose smile radiated warmth akin to a small sun. It was said that his literary inspiration stemmed from his esteemed mentor. Truly, a prodigy emerging from the youth. The books spread like wildfire through Konoha, drawing throngs of people to bookstores and street corners, all in pursuit of these literary treasures. In a cultural landscape starved of enrichment and with a lackluster entertainment industry, a book containing the intricate intrigues of the Uchiha clan alongside the mysteries of human origins was irresistibly tantalizing to these bloodied ninjas. Outside a bookstore, the author, Pain, his white hair contrasting with the peculiar paint on the corners of his eyes, leaned against the wall, having just finished Nanhekwan. While he could not recall the specifics of the Uchiha clan's machinations, he distinctly remembered the quality of the writing. Quite impressive. Damn it, is this a ploy to usurp my business? Jiraiya seethed as he finished reading. His own work, The Strong-Willed Ninja, inspired by Nagato, had met with lukewarm reception. He had intended to craft a book that would entice the lecherous tastes of the older crowd for a quick fortune, only to be outshone by a novel that surpassed his creativity and prose. In his hand lay another book, The Female Ninja by Jia. With a critical mindset, Jiraiya disdainfully opened this volume. The character Shigemura Takayoshi, a lecherous former principal at the Ninja Academy, quickly ensnared his attention, immersing him even deeper than Nanhekwan. If only he could meet this illustrious author, to urge him for more material and engage in conversation, Jiraiya would feel his life complete. Ultimately, feeling unsatisfied after finishing the book, Jiraiya resolutely penned farewell letters to his 3 apprentices in Konoha, embarking on a quest to find this extraordinary author. As for the illustrious author Jiraiya mentioned, he had earned over 1,000,000 ryo from his first manuscript merely by selling books across the 5 great nations. With negotiations alongside the proprietors, Yahiko converted all the funds into food supplies. He and Konan ventured into the Land of Rain to gather the refugees, while Nagato pursued his own plans in the Land of Lightning. This land, ravaged by years of warfare, bore the scars of devastation. The villagers resembled mere shadows of their former selves, their faces devoid of any color. Yahiko and Konan returned to their humble abode, now overrun with weeds, a place they had once called home after apprenticing under Jiraiya in the Land of Rain. Here, the 4 of them, along with a dog, had shared moments of joy. The 2 turned the white sign featuring Yahiko and Konan's names, adorned with a frog, to its red side, indicating their presence at home. The original frog side signified their absence, suggesting they would return shortly. Outside, a gentle rain fell. The weary duo felt hunger gnawing at them as they prepared a meal in the kitchen. Konan, with a small spoon, took a bite of the egg custard Yahiko had prepared, garnished with scallions, and closed her eyes in bliss. Why does something so ordinary as an egg taste so exquisite when prepared by Yahiko? During her growth, she thought to indulge whenever something delightful was served. A small table stood in the kitchen, where Yahiko brought the finished dishes, urging Konan to eat more. Truth be told, Yahiko would rather go without than see Konan miss out on any nourishment, determined to replenish what had been lost during their years of wandering. As Konan ate, Yahiko gently watched her, resting his chin on the table. The sound of swallowed saliva echoed softly. Konan paused, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. Yahiko, why are you swallowing so loudly? Have you finally come to your senses? At that moment, Yahiko was equally perplexed. Konan was eating, so it was not his swallow that echoed. Noticing the subtle reaction on Yahiko's face, Konan momentarily disregarded her annoyance and locked eyes with him, rapidly forming hand seals. She sensed something amiss. Yahiko closed his eyes, feeling the surroundings, signaling Konan to remain calm. He rose to open the kitchen window, peering out. His gaze fell upon a group of children crouched below, covering their mouths, their eyes filled with fear. They exchanged glances, the children terrified. Are we going to be killed? Run. The children scattered, wishing their parents had endowed them with longer legs. Konan raised an eyebrow at Yahiko, a playful expression on her face, as if to say, My Yahiko, the children are quite afraid of you. Yahiko, watching the children flee, chose not to comment further. These little ones are far too timid. I was fearless when snatching cookies from Orochimaru without a second thought. Am I truly more frightening than him? Let us chase them, Yahiko declared, preparing to leap through the window. What for? They are merely children, Konan objected, pulling him back. Yahiko was about to explain when he caught a glimpse of the slight smile playing on Konan's lips. The weather has turned. The Wang family is about to go bankrupt. What? You are remarkably pure. You are worthy of bearing my children. Excuse me? Dear lady, you have successfully captured my attention. Are you aware that you are playing with fire? Yahiko's eyes held a blend of coldness, mockery, and nonchalance as he grasped Konan's delicate chin. I cannot bear it. It is simply too overwhelming. After a playful exchange, Yahiko and Conan followed the muddy footprints, pursuing the children. Moments later, they arrived at the refugee zone, a place devoid of any formal designation. Hanzo had abandoned these people to their fates, allowing them to fend for themselves. Once, the Rain Village had approached the 5 great nations with unwavering confidence, only to be met with the harsh realities of warfare, akin to a fresh graduate facing the brutalities of life. Except for the Land of Iron, the Rain Village faced relentless defeat, never even catching a glimpse of their enemies. The domestic economy lay in ruins. Before the Second War, the Rain Village had aspired to unify the ninja world, even minting its currency. Now, however, their self-minted currency was rejected by other nations, leading to rampant inflation, with a single loaf of bread costing 500,000 ryo, enough to buy 70 Asuma. The 5 great nations looked down upon the defeated Rain Village, which ultimately ended in economic ruin. Thus, Hanzo the Salamander retreated into isolation, dispatching his most elite ninjas to the capital for his protection, fearful that one day the 5 great nations would come to settle old scores. Ignoring worldly matters, he became a recluse, as long as his rule remained unthreatened, or no rogue ninjas emerged to stir trouble. Yahiko pondered whether he and Conan had been discovered by Hanzo as summoning beasts, acting as surveillance. Given Hanzo's neglect of the refugees, Yahiko felt compelled to offer aid to his fellow villagers. As they traversed the broken and rain-soaked encampment of the refugees, the duo clad in raincoats arrived at an unplanned clearing, where, under the puzzled gazes of the onlookers, they began to construct a makeshift shelter against the rain. Chapter 7. Under the Plastic Greenhouse. In the plastic greenhouse, Xiaonan summoned a large pot and grains using a summoning scroll. Yahiko started a fire, releasing water from the pot. The refugees quickly realized that these kind-hearted individuals intended to offer porridge, and hurried to inform their friends and family. However, some were repulsed by Yahiko's water technique and refused to eat. Yahiko paid them no mind. His water technique was purer than purified water, devoid of any bacteria. Those who were too proud to eat were numerous, but eventually, a group of onlookers left, only to be replaced by another. Yahiko then used chakra to dry some sand and gravel from the ground, tossing it into the pot. Xiaonan was puzzled but refrained from asking, trusting that Yahiko had his reasons, as he stirred the porridge with a stick to prevent it from sticking to the bottom. Some ill-mannered individuals among the refugees pointed fingers at Yahiko and Xiaonan, expressing their disdain. Meanwhile, the truly hungry ones rolled their eyes at them and distanced themselves. "All right, I'll make you another pot," Xiaonan exclaimed angrily. In response, she unleashed her paper technique, propelling a spear embedded with explosive tags towards the troublemakers with lightning speed. In an instant, it struck the ground beneath them. Before they could react, it exploded with a deafening roar, sending dirt flying. In that moment, Yahiko formed a wall of earth to shield everyone from the blast, protecting both the onlookers and the troublemakers. Those who had previously scorned Yahiko and Xiaonan were left pale and trembling, utterly bewildered. "Leave now, and do not let me see you again," Yahiko commanded, his icy profile striking fear into their hearts. After a brief moment of hesitation, the group departed with shaky steps. Water dripped at their feet, its origin uncertain, rain or something else entirely. "Yahiko, you are too kind, too naive," Xiaonan mused, her heart racing as she gazed at his cold visage. "But it's fine. They did not harm us, did they?" Yahiko gently ruffled Xiaonan's light blue hair with one hand while secretly forming seals with the other. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, leaving Xiaonan puzzled. She glanced around, but nothing seemed amiss with Yahiko. "Did I mishear?" she pondered. Yahiko remained kind-hearted, yet she found herself drawn to his innocent nature rather than the cold, detached persona he sometimes displayed. After all, Yahiko harbored no ill intentions. He shifted the conversation. "So, tell me, where did you obtain those explosive tags? I distinctly remember cutting off your supply." I made them myself," Xiaonan asserted with confidence, meeting Yahiko's gaze. Perhaps frightened by the explosive display, a few more individuals left the crowd. The remaining refugees, gaunt and hollow-eyed, placed their hands on their empty stomachs, patiently awaiting their meal. They looked upon the pot, now containing sand and gravel, with no disdain, for they understood the pangs of hunger. Those willing to endure the threat of explosives demonstrated a certain bravery. In a nearby alley, a little girl pondered how she had acquired those explosive tags, exclaiming in disbelief. That was terrifying. Meanwhile, another member of the group suggested, "What if we disguise ourselves and confront that girl and Xiaonan? By the way, who are you? Is there a blondie in our group?" "Who am I?" you ask. Remember this, I am Buffing Woman. Simultaneously, countless blonde youths in the alleys of Yuan village confronted those who had bullied Xiaonan, delivering a barrage of street justice that left the offenders utterly defeated. Back in the plastic greenhouse, a long line had formed for the porridge. Yahiko earned the moniker of Little Hashirama, a title bestowed by the elderly in the crowd. The tale of a fearless individual attempting to assassinate the god of shinobi, Hashirama, from Takigakure was recounted, though he had failed. Hashirama, known for his compassion, chose to spare the would-be assailant, for a true strong man does not stoop to quarrel with the ignorant. Listening to the praise from the elders and the adoration from both adults and children, Yahiko spotted a few of the children who had previously run away upon seeing him. He graciously accepted the title, envisioning the possibility of establishing a newspaper in Shaoin Village to commemorate the event. If they called him Little Toanzo, he might just chuckle. But Little Hashirama had a nice ring to it. Is this how you envision me, O god of little ninjas? Xiaonan teased, her cheeks adorned with dimples, her eyes sparkling with delight. Xiaonan, you know I have always been kind, Yahiko sighed, momentarily blanking out as the shadow clones returned, bringing back exhausted individuals and some still searching for lost teeth. Perhaps he is indeed quite kind, he reflected. After distributing a large pot of porridge, Yahiko proposed leading the refugees back to the village. Grateful for his benevolence, they all agreed to accompany him to Shaoin Village. They would rather endure hunger in Yuin Village than follow a murderous man, yet they were willing to serve Yahiko wholeheartedly. This was the love-deprived shinobi world, where a small act of kindness could inspire unwavering loyalty. Concerned that the children in his village might be deceived, Yahiko resolved to build a school, ensuring that the resources for teachers and students would be of the highest caliber, and that the teachings would be rooted in advanced knowledge from his past life. For several days, Yahiko and Xiaonan traversed the land of rain, gathering over 1,000 individuals eager to follow them to Shaoin Village, regardless of age or gender. Yahiko welcomed all who wished to join. Meanwhile, a self-proclaimed Nin from Konoha, Wolfing Human, was making waves in the streets, gathering followers in the land of rain. The impression left by Human's powerful fists inspired others, including the young Juju and Defo, who, at just 12 or 13 years old, already exhibited Nin level strength. Interestingly, it seemed that these two had also been inspired by Human. In the end, Yahiko left a shadow clone of Wolfing Human throughout the land of rain, instructing him to remain inconspicuous and to vanish when the time was right. Hanzo the salamander would mistakenly believe that Human had hidden away his missing ninjas. Yahiko did not want to bear the blame for Toanzo, nor did he wish to burden his mentor, Watergate, with the consequences. So he entrusted this task to the shadow clone instead. The refugee group had grown too large for Yahiko to shoulder alone. Take away the burden of the new generation of ninjas from Rain-Hidden Village and entrust it to the Firegate, Jusuk and Daibutsu. Accompanied by the subordinates gathered by the Firegate, utilized the safe passage from the home of the four and a dog to discreetly retreat. Meanwhile, Yahiko and Conan led the main forces along the main road. Chapter 8, Welcome to Akatsuki Village, where new beginnings await you. The Hokage office of Konoha Village. With a resounding bang, the door was forcefully kicked open. A figure, eyes shrouded in bandages and bearing a grim expression, entered. Sarutobi, what brings you here? He demanded loudly upon entering. Sarutobi Hiruzen, unfazed, calmly tucked away the forbidden text of Konoha into a drawer and remarked, You've arrived. Next time, remember to knock. Uchiha Danzo had already cast a glance at the drawer before entering. Nankawa? Even a monkey reads it? I too find this book quite well written and realistic. My teacher once mentioned that the Uchiha clan is naturally inclined towards internal conflict. He did not speak without reason. It was Tobarama-sensei who said it. During the Warring States period, there existed a technique known as Izanagi, which allowed one to lose an eye to alter reality. Relying on this ocular technique, the Uchiha clan gradually became arrogant. Within the clan, each possessed such an extraordinary ability, leading to a lack of submission to one another, resulting in civil strife. The defeated would utilize Izanagi to rewrite the reality of the victor, while the victor, upon being rewritten as the loser, would similarly revert the outcome using Izanagi. My teacher was right. The Uchiha clan embodies wickedness, treachery, cunning, and arrogance. Do you also read Nankawa? Isn't this book forbidden by the Uchiha clan? Danzo skillfully approached and opened the drawer of the desk. Upon hearing that Danzo read Nankawa, Hiruzen forgot to intervene, also neglecting the reason for summoning Danzo, due to a plea for peace from a certain Kusa ninja named Kusara Mang, fearing Danzo's wrath. Danzo picked up the first volume of Nankawa, revealing another book underneath titled The Umbu Captain and the Chief Consort. Danzo and Appo's expression turned complex, while Hiruzen appeared embarrassed. What a coincidence! His eldest daughter-in-law was the captain of the Umbu, a right hand to his eldest son. What nonsense! Who placed this book in my drawer? Who? It must be Jiraiya. Danzo, you know my character. I am merely curious why the Jonin of our village are enamored with the works of Super Brother. Super Brother? I have heard that only devoted fans refer to Pain as Super Brother, correct? Enough. Danzo, look at the mess you have created. What have you done in the land of grass? Hiruzen decisively shifted the topic, producing Kusa Amang's plea for peace. Danzo paused momentarily, questioning whether his actions included this matter. If they did, no, he could never admit to it. Coldly, he stated, I have never sent anyone to the land of grass. Hiruzen nodded, this time. You acted wisely. Just pressure the enemy into seeking peace. There is no need for complete annihilation. Consider that 5 million as your operational budget. 5 million? What 5 million? I truly did not. All right. Let us proceed accordingly next time. At the village gate, the welcoming committee was still led by Uncle Motoyuki. This time, there were not only banners but also music. Akatsuki Village keeps its gates wide open, welcoming you with open arms. Embrace us, and you will find a connection. You will fall in love with this place. The vastness of heaven and earth is filled with friendship, Please, do not hold back. The lyrics, penned and composed by Yahiko, resonated in the voices of the children as they sang the welcoming song of Akatsuki Village. Leading the song was none other than Uncle Motoyuki's daughter. As classic as gifting children with milk candy, this time, the representative for the candy was Xiao Xiong, bringing tears of joy to the weary souls. After so many years, they had finally rediscovered the warmth of home. The Uzumaki clan, with red-rimmed eyes, empathized deeply, embracing these mud-streaked individuals, providing them warmth. Do not cry, children. This is now your new home. A 40-year-old man wiped away his tears, feeling somewhat embarrassed to be called a child at his age. Upon looking up, he realized it was none other than the nearly 70-year-old Uzumaki J-Kin, a living fossil from the Warring States era. Yahiko had heard that this elder once escorted Mido and Hashirama during their wedding, even having crossed paths with Madara, who had come to stir trouble. Great Buddha, this is so beautiful. This milk candy is delightful. Jay-Z, an orphan since childhood, pressed his face against the great Buddha's chest, crying. These individuals soon settled in. The men joined the village's construction team, while the women engaged in handicrafts or animal husbandry under Conan's guidance. The village had already established a small-scale ranch, without spending a single penny, all thanks to Nagato, who took a detour to the land of lightning. The livestock just arrived after Nagato simply called out to Wong, shouting. The chickens and cows came on their own. The lower-ranked ninjas of Akatsuki village could not stop the influx. They could only accept this gift from the land of lightning, home to chickens and cows nurtured by muscle-bound men over many years. The quality of meat was exceptional. A single black cow was valued at over 630,000 ryo. When Nagato and the others were herding these chickens and cows, they nearly lost them, as they ran faster than the average genin. The umbu dispatched by the third rakage failed to catch up with Nagato, who was leading the livestock. On the day of the slaughter, it was imperative to reserve the finest cuts for Nagato, the great benefactor. Our cows. Each one is cared for by the diligent ranch workers. They feast on the pure, natural grass abundant in the land of grass, rich in zinc and magnesium. They drink from the sacred spring water of the rainbow country, once favored by the sage of 6 paths and Ashura. Not every cow is simply an Akatsuki cow. The village steadily progressed toward stability. Following the quietude of the Rain Village, the Second Shinobi War was nearing its conclusion. Konoha's White Fang had slain Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law at the Sunagakure front. The morale of Sunagakure was dwindling, and it appeared that the situation was turning against them. The third Kazekage was in talks with Konoha for peace negotiations. However, within Konoha, the pro-war faction, led by Danzo, was embroiled in fierce disputes with the pro-peace third Hokage. It seemed that more wrangling would ensue. Thus, Akatsuki village was poised for steady growth, preparing for the impending Third Shinobi World War that would arise due to the disappearance of the third Kazekage in a few years. Given the current number of ninjas in the village, Yahiko felt quite anxious. The Third War was notorious for being a meat grinder of the ninja world, with even a village leader perishing on the battlefield. Fearing for the future, Yahiko hastily pinned the umbu captain and the chief consort as a means of self-soothing. This book inexplicably catered to the taste of the old perverts of the ninja world. The bookstore owner, seeking to win over this genius, offered him treatment akin to that reserved for S-rank authors. With just one book, the signing fee and initial profit share amounted to nearly 3 million ryo for Yahiko, akin to picking up money with a snakeskin back. At this moment, with a mind for future uncertainties, Yahiko, accompanied by several high-ranking members of the village, sought suitable locations for the construction of a ninja school. They needed to consider not disturbing the residents while ensuring the children could remain close to home and enjoy restful nights. Having circled the village multiple times without finding a suitable site, Conan suggested, why not build it in the village center? Yahiko contemplated and agreed. You are right, Conan. The children are indeed the heart of Akatsuki village. It takes a century to cultivate talent. Thoughts are passed down through generations. Placing the children near the village chief's office means I can see them daily, which brings me peace of mind. Very well, Yahiko declared, gesturing grandly. The construction team immediately began to repurpose residential houses adjacent to the office. The primary structures being demolished were those belonging to Yahiko, Conan, and Nagato. This is pure corruption. Once their yards are torn down, there will be enough space for a school or even a nursing home, Yahiko lamented, reflecting on when he began to become the very person he despised. While the 5 great nations were embroiled in conflict, the land of grass was also engaged in warfare. It could be said that unrest prevailed everywhere, except for this small village, Akatsuki village, which did not even appear on the common map of the ninja world. Under the meticulous supervision of Mayahiko, Shain village is undergoing a grand civil engineering project. The central village office, where the village chief resides, serves as the first ring, with subsequent rings expanding outward. Mayahiko has decreed that the core industries of the village will be situated within the second ring, accessible only to the villagers. Throughout the village, the rhythmic sounds of construction resonate, occasionally punctuated by the exuberant shouts of a certain earth-style ninja announcing their techniques. The villagers stand united, their spirit resolute, as everything unfolds in a methodical manner. Today, Mayahiko, adorned with a safety helmet, oversees the construction site. The foundation must be solid. Should anyone dare to jest with the elderly or children, they shall be cast into the rainy hidden village to serve as sustenance for the mountain pepper fish. Mayahiko. It's time for lunch, calls out Xiaonin, who has come to deliver meals, accompanied by the village women who have also brought food for the industrious men at the site. At last, the men no longer have to envy the village chief. Shaman herself refrains from eating, instead finding a patch of ground where she lays out a paper cloth and meticulously arranges the utensils. Mayahiko samples the shredded potatoes. I made these. Delicious, he exclaims, followed by a taste of the rib soup. So tasty. As he savors another dish, he remarks, this is for the little ones. Despite the fierce winds and dust swirling around the construction site, the two share a joyful meal. Little do they know. Beneath the site designated for the ninja school and nursing home in Shine Village, an elderly figure harbors deep discontent. In the dimly lit cavern, an exceptionally sharp sickle leans against a grand stone pedestal, upon which sits the frail silhouette of an aged man. What commotion has been stirring outside for days? He mutters. Chapter 9. Advancing the town. Lord Madara, please tell me what it feels like to relieve oneself, and I shall share my thoughts with you. The pale-faced white Zetsu was squatting on the ground, striving to comprehend the sensation of needing to defecate. Upon hearing Uchiha Madara's inquiry, he eagerly dashed toward him, his eyebrows dancing with excitement. Madara slightly parted his lips, casually uttering a single word, rolling. It had been a year. Madara lifted his gaze toward the source of the voice. A year prior, he had briefly resided beneath the cavern of the Kanabi Bridge, employing white Zetsu to seek out compassionate Uchiha clansmen to execute the Grand Eye of the Moon plan, until he encountered his vessel, Nagato, and a child named Yuhiko, who intended to establish a ninja village in the Land of Rain. At the tender age of 9, they aimed to challenge Hanzo of the Salamander. Madara was momentarily taken aback. Even though 10 of Hanzo would not suffice against him at his peak, was their confidence not a tad excessive? Fortunately, it was the vessel that was foolish, not Madara himself, to prevent his Rinnegan from being squandered by these two naive youths. He instructed white Zetsu to masquerade as a refugee, guiding the two imbeciles and building their village while he kept watch nearby, feeling somewhat at ease. Over the past year, the two foolish boys had indeed performed admirably. In Madara's eyes, they surpassed Hashirama in several aspects. However, he had only taken a few days' respite. What had transpired outside? Madara furrowed his brow, wondering if the enemies of these two lads had come knocking. White Zetsu, go and investigate. Lord Madara, do you truly not know what it feels like to relieve oneself? Madara clenched his fists, casting a frigid glance at white Zetsu. The latter stared blankly at Madara, their eyes locked in a bewildered gaze, causing black Zetsu, who was concealed in Madara's shadow, to scowl even more. What on earth were they doing? Could they not comprehend the urgency? How could he save his mother under these circumstances? Ultimately, under Madara's subtle threat of force, white Zetsu ventured forth. As a solitary spirit from a bygone era, Madara frequently observed the outside world through white Zetsu's perspective, akin to a bored elder passing time in an empty nest by watching television. At that moment, Madara's vision was intertwined with that of the pale-faced white Zetsu. Dust swirled in the air as men donned in yellow helmets, after satiating their hunger, busily laid bricks for the school as construction. Yijing. Our village will soon have a school. Hooray. Nobita, shall undoubtedly become a great ninja. Foolish Nobita. What if the school rejects you? Yijing. Do not listen to Kanfu's nonsense. He will never gain admission. Some children, oblivious to the hardships of school life, excitedly pointed and chatted from the periphery. Madara, moved by the scene, reminisced with a rare tenderness in his eyes. Konoha had been similarly vibrant during its inception, hadn't he? Back then, he and Hashirama had alternated as foremen on the construction site, and the outcome had naturally favored him. The houses he oversaw were sturdy and reliable, whereas Hashirama's constructions were, well, as flimsy as tofu. Sigh. Age has rendered him more talkative. Madara chuckled wryly, only to furrow his brow once more. Where was white Zetsu off to now? Lord Madara, are you going to relieve yourself? A woman cupped her palm to her mouth, whispering to herself. As Yujin turned from the urinal, perplexed by the scene, an oddly behaving woman barged into the makeshift men's restroom, inquiring if he wanted to relieve himself. You've entered the wrong place. This is the men's restroom. The men's restroom? Is there, a need to relieve oneself here? The woman asked, her finger resting on her lips. Come back. Madara covered his face, his aged features burning with embarrassment. Indeed. He should never have utilized Hashirama's foolish cells to cultivate white Zetsu. White Zetsu fled, leaving Yujin, who rubbed his eyes in bewilderment. Am I under a genjutsu? But he was merely a cook, of no significant consequence. Why would an enemy cast a genjutsu upon him? The day passed swiftly. The villagers of Akatsuki were not the only ones bewildered. Nearly a third of the workers at the construction site reported hearing a strange, sinister laughter while attending to their needs. Some even claimed that just as they were about to finish, a cold, white hand snatched them away, causing them to seize up in terror. Villager A. Wah, village chief, someone touched my behind. Villager B. Do you think I'm made of stone? That hand was dirty. It smeared my leg. That wicked person even stole the rolled-up paper I left on the ground. Other villagers voiced their grievances as well. According to Nagato's investigation, 2 individuals had been caught off guard while squatting, watching the female ninja Hokage. They were so frightened that they had yet to stand up. What? Scoundrels. Officials who do not act for the people are better off returning home to farm sweet potatoes. Fear not. I, Yuhiko, shall surely uncover the identity of that small white hand. The furious village chief Yahiko ordered a thorough investigation into the matter. Of course, being familiar with the plot of Naruto, he was aware of the culprit's identity. Yet, how could he capture the elusive White Zetsu, adept at evasion like a slippery eel, without knowing exactly where Madara was? Moreover, the mastermind behind White Zetsu was none other than Lord Madara. Wah! They have connections. What right does a mere village chief have to apprehend them? Yahiko had no choice but to round up a few notorious bandits from outside to serve as scapegoats to defuse the situation. After the bandits were punished, the sinister laughter continued to echo from the restroom, inciting panic and causing some timid villagers to prefer retreating to the woods. At that moment, a member of the Uzumaki clan, endowed with formidable sensory abilities, resolutely stepped forward, vowing to bring the master of that evil white hand to justice. Fear not, fellow villagers. I, Uzumaki Yujin, shall unearth the hidden culprit. With determination, the Uzumaki clan formed a security team to safeguard the village. Today, by chance, Uchiha Madara discovered a familiar old man amidst a crowd of red-haired individuals. Enraged, he tore away the tubes of the outer path statue. Although he considered himself old, he still boasted the capacity to consume 3 large bowls of rice. Seizing White Zetsu, he unleashed a torrent of blows upon him. At last, the villagers could finally live freely, relieving themselves at their leisure. Days passed, and both the Ninja Academy and the Senior Care Facility were completed, now enrolling students and elderly residents. The 2 buildings that Yahiko was most pleased with would officially open tomorrow, on September 1st. That night, Yahiko ventured alone to the prison. For some peculiar amusement, he had named this place Advancing Town, situated in the latter half of Akatsuki Village. Outside Advancing Town, 2 lower-ranking ninjas from Akatsuki Village took turns on guard duty. Moreover, the prisoners inside were sealed with layers of complex seals by the Uzumaki clan, rendering them nearly incomprehensible to the average person. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, hailed as a master of ninjutsu, would find himself at a loss, spending a considerable amount of time deciphering them. Village chief. 2 lower-ranking ninjas saluted Yahiko respectfully. Yahiko nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you for your hard work, comrades. With a creak, the door hinges emitted a soft grinding sound. The prisoners inside paused their knitting, eagerly pressing against the bars to greet the visitors. Though we are prisoners, we too deserve to enjoy the rights of Akatsuki Village. Salute. Indeed, we have the right to salute. Uncertain of the visitors' identities, some even asked Yahiko to send their greetings to Village Chief Yahiko himself. Thank you, Village Chief Yahiko, for granting us an opportunity to reform. Fortunately, their offenses had indeed been grave, and with some labor reform, they would soon be released. Yahiko, however, paid them no heed. He was feeling restless and in need of assistance. Under ordinary circumstances, he would undoubtedly utter a few words, urging the inmates to remember these days and refrain from engaging in petty thievery once they are released. However, he had clandestinely arrived with Xiaonan, who had always been wary of his potential distractions and kept a vigilant watch over him. Moments later, Yahiko found himself in the innermost depths of the prison, where the most heinous criminals were slated to be confined. Yet, at present, there was only one occupant, a former comrade of the 3 ninjas. The rogue ninja being pursued in secrecy by Konoha, by Ruhu. This man, who sported a single white ponytail, had been rendered unconscious by Gamabuna's powerful strike. Upon unlocking the cell, the 2 engaged in a profound exchange. Initially, the conversation was intensely charged, with Bairuhu refusing to yield. However, Yahiko ultimately prevailed in terms of presence and authority. After several rounds of negotiation, Bairuhu, in his quest for freedom, acquiesced to Yahiko's request, albeit without guaranteeing his success. Nevertheless, this was sufficient. As one of the most renowned researchers in the ninja world, second only to Tobirama and Orochimaru, Yahiko held considerable faith in him. Chapter 10. The first day at the ninja school and the elderly home in the world of ninjas. Only children endowed with the gift of ninjutsu may attend ninja school. By the tender age of 12, they must face the harsh realities of battle. Yahiko finds this notion distasteful. In the village of Akatsuki, education is compulsory for 6 years, with parents only required to pay for textbooks and meals to enroll their children. By the time this cohort graduates from elementary school, the funds for the middle school will likely be secured. After completing 9 years of education, they will be 16, which, according to the standards of the ninja world, marks the threshold of adulthood. Yahiko hopes that only upon reaching this age will they be able to contribute meaningfully to the village. He even plans to bypass high school and proceed directly to university, as only those who meet certain criteria in strength or academic prowess are eligible for further study. Of course, this is merely a policy Yahiko established after discussions with the village's leadership. On September 1st, the sky was a brilliant blue, unmarred by clouds. Today marks the inaugural day of the newly established ninja school in Akatsuki. Excited by the prospect of their first day, the registered children awoke with fervor, without the need for adult encouragement. The mesmerizing water, wind, and fire techniques demonstrated by Yahiko, the village leader, had captivated their young minds. It was said that the ninja school specializes in teaching such skills. Yui, a first-grade newcomer, donned a small bag crafted from prison cloth and grasped her father Yuji's hand as they departed from their home. Along the way, her sparkling eyes scanned the surroundings. Xiaoxiang, she exclaimed, spotting a familiar bespectacled face, another first-grade student on his way to school. Upon hearing her voice, Xiao Xiong's frown transformed into a delighted smile. Silly, where are you going? He asked as Yubuki, his father, playfully tugged at his ear. I'm going to see Yui. Dad, let go of me. Yubuki. Are you here to send your child off as well? Yuji greeted Xiao Xiong's father with a smile. Indeed, we are going together, came the reply. The four of them made their way to the school, with Xiao Xiong bouncing with energy, even stumbling and nearly falling, only to be caught by Yahiko just in time. Thank you, Xiao Xiong said bashfully, scratching his head as he glanced at Yui. At that moment, Yahiko felt a wave of concern for the future of Akatsuki. After advising Yuji to ensure ample food was prepared for lunch, he swiftly disappeared into the ninja school. Xiao Xiong stared in awe, muttering to himself, all right. The goal is the village chief. You can do it, Xiao Xiong. He adjusted his glasses with newfound determination. I will definitely succeed. However, his enthusiasm attracted the attention of two children passing by, named Chikatsu and Keifu, who began to mock him. You two rascals, just wait and see. As more children arrived at the school, parents paused their activities to accompany their children to the enrollment ceremony. As the nominal principal, Yahiko was expected to deliver a speech on the first day of school. I am Yahiko, your principal. On this refreshing autumn day, witnessing your vibrant spirits fills me with anticipation. Let us strive for freedom and pride for Akatsuki. Yahiko passionately proclaimed from the stage. The audience erupted in applause, their hands almost sore from clapping. Among the children, two stood noticeably taller than the rest, Kagutsuchi and Daibutsu, who, despite their prowess in ninjutsu, were illiterate due to their tumultuous childhoods. Yahiko had placed them directly in the first grade to learn literacy and new ideas. Nearby stood several older children who shared similar circumstances, and the two had unwittingly become the leaders of this group. Yahiko. Kagutsuchi gazed helplessly at the principal. Even Daibutsu, with his typically gentle demeanor, felt embarrassed. At that moment, a short boy with glasses approached them, reaching only to Daibutsu's waist. Hello, big brothers. We'll be classmates. My name is Xiao Xiong. I heard you were skilled in ninjutsu, even more so than my father. Can you teach me? Sure, Daibutsu replied, crouching down awkwardly. Oh, the misfortune. Kagutsuchi covered his face as a group of children, all about Xiao Xiong's height, gathered around. It seems these are all our classmates. Yahiko continued. In the coming 6 years, let us hope for harmonious interactions among classmates. The development of our school relies on everyone's efforts. Let us walk hand in hand towards a brighter future. The more Yahiko spoke, the more animated he became, seemingly unable to stop as he grasped the makeshift microphone. Suddenly, a paper dart flew at his feet, perhaps a sign of the student's impatience. Enraged, Yahiko exclaimed, How dare you challenge the principal in the first grade? Picking it up, he noted its familiarity. Next, the guidance director, Miss Nan, was invited to the stage. Yahiko cleared his throat, having said all that was necessary. Hello, students. Miss Nan then took the stage. Recently, several inexplicable proposals regarding cheap explosive tags had appeared on the office desk. To divert her attention, Yahiko assigned her to lead a class. Having established the village for over a year, he hesitated to let her handle finances, fearing that chaos might ensue. Thank you. I will conclude my remarks here. As long as you obey the law, you will all be good children in my eyes, she declared. And the applause that followed interrupted Yahiko's thoughts. Miss Nan's speech received enthusiastic applause, earning her the admiration of all present, proving her worth as the angel of the Rain Village in the original tale. Not even the older children dared to underestimate her, for she was the girl who had once flown through the air, pursuing ruthless bandits with paper techniques. During the first lesson, Yahiko attended as an observer. There were 3 classes, totaling over 100 students. He entered the second grade classroom, which was under Miss Nan's guidance. Repeat after me. The students echoed. Yahiko, unusually attentive, focused on Miss Nan's charming visage, not daring to make a single move. This only deepened Xiao Xiong's admiration for the village chief. Is this the endless pursuit of knowledge? True masters always maintain a learning spirit. Meanwhile, the elderly home also opened its doors today. In contrast to the first-grade students learning phonetics and literacy, Uchiha Madara found himself intrigued by the concept of this elderly home. In times of war, many small clans neglected their elderly members, viewing them as burdens. The Uchiha clan, however, was renowned for its compassion, as clan leader during the Warring States period. Madara had provided support and solace to countless wounded elders. Yet, rather than viewing them as a burden, the village adopted a model where the elderly were gathered together and cared for financially by the community. Was this not a unique form of orphanage? It was a sight he had never encountered before. What are they discussing? Madara instructed White Zetsu to eavesdrop. His curiosity piqued. Within the elderly home, several elderly men and women gathered around a chessboard, listening intently as a red-haired elder played and commented. Do you know who the other great rival of the god of shinobi, Hashirama, is? Uchiha Madara? An elderly gentleman, well-versed in history, responded. To be precise, everyone present had certainly heard the name of that esteemed individual. Subsequently, it appeared that he had defected, engaging in a fervent clash with Hashirama at the Valley of the End. His prowess was indeed on par with the legendary god of shinobi, a testament to his extraordinary capabilities. The crimson-haired elder chuckled softly, his increasingly luminous eyes drifting into reminiscence as he began to recount. It was one morning when Tobarama, the second son of the Senju clan's leader, came to my Uzumaki clan to seek a bride. Indeed, the bride in question was my cousin, Uzumaki Mito. The elders, perplexed, pondered the connection to the notorious ninja, Madara Uchiha. Their curiosity piqued. Meanwhile, deep underground, Madara's countenance darkened, his anger palpable. Uzumaki, you old fool. He seethed. That year, his father had sent him to sabotage the alliance between the Senju and Uzumaki clans, a mission he had no desire to undertake. This cunning old man had deceived him using a masterful transformation jutsu to impersonate Hashirama, completely ensnaring him. Upon their initial encounter, the disguised elder had rushed forward, weeping as he lamented the forced nature of the union, claiming it was his father and mother who had coerced him, believing he was speaking to Hashirama. Madara had refrained from resistance, even feeling inclined to lend an ear to Hashirama's grievances and offer comfort. Little did he know, the old man was concealing a sealing technique in his hand. Instinctively, Madara grasped the handle of his scythe, fighting the urge to emerge and slay that old wretch. Yet he continued to watch with a begrudging interest. Although the old man's words lacked coherence, the game of chess before him was undeniably captivating. The knight moves. The sun. Madara sighed, feeling the weight of solitude pressing upon him for so long, and his hands itched to engage in a few matches. Yet, for the sake of peace within the shinobi world, someone must bear the burdens of the past, mustn't they? Damn it. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became. Aha. General. Wait. Elder Uzumaki, how did your vehicle end up in my designated spot? Furthermore, wasn't your vehicle consumed by me? What? When did you consume it? Madara ground his teeth, realizing that this old fool had resorted to such lowly trickery as transformation jutsu. White Zetsu, dear elders. Could you share what it feels like to relieve oneself? Madara Uchiha. Uzumaki, a gathering of elders. Chapter 11. A minor indulgence leads to major disruption. White Zetsu has fled once more. The elderly residents of the nursing home find themselves haunted in their dreams by the visage of White Zetsu, disguised as an old man demanding their waist. This news leaves Yahiko in a state of exasperation. He had hoped to cultivate strength and secrecy, planning to blind the infamous Madara Uchiha during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Yet now, he finds himself under the scrutiny of Uchiha Madara. Fortunately, a protective barrier surrounds the village. Any unfamiliar chakra entering will be immediately detected by Elder Uzumaki. This provides Yahiko with some reassurance, affirming that the Uzumaki clan's brothers were not saved in vain. Thankfully, Madara resides beneath the Kamui Bridge, likely too cautious to probe for information during this time. As Yahiko sifts through documents in his office, he cannot help but chuckle at the thought of Uchiha Madara being left in the dark, unable to gather intelligence. The village must develop quietly, astonishing everyone when the time is right. Meanwhile, deep underground, White Zetsu and Akatsuki are incapacitated, having suffered broken limbs at the hands of Madara. Lying helplessly on the ground, drawing circles with his finger. The situation is quite intricate. Uchiha Madara is trapped. Elder Uzumaki has established the barrier centered around the village, leaving no blind spots. Even the depths below are suffused with faint chakra fluctuations. Anyone who touches the barrier will be immediately sensed by the elder, who may have additional contingencies in place, marking those who breach it for detection. Regrettably, their temporary base is situated within the confines of this barrier, right at the heart of Akatsuki village. Although aging, Akatsuki is still capable of dealing with an old man. However, he fears a technique known as the Shinigami seal. If his soul were consumed by the Shinigami, how could he ever resurrect and complete the Eye of the Moon plan? In a fit of anger, Uchiha Madara delivers a kick to Akatsuki. At this moment, they are completely trapped. Aside from Akatsuki, there is a group of White Zetsu, all crafted by Madara to gather intelligence about the ninja world. Now, their plans have crumbled. Terrified of being throttled by Madara, Akatsuki remains silent, even hesitating to mention their predicament. What should we do, Lord Madara? A White Zetsu inquires. Madara responds with silence. How could he possibly know? In the shadows, Black Zetsu feels a sense of despair, yearning to leap forth and suggest that Madara could have White Zetsu disguise himself as Yahiko or a vessel to ambush the elder. Yet, Madara currently lacks the intention to create a wool-bearing vessel. Without a suitable reason to emerge, he must remain hidden. This Madara is so foolish. He feels exhausted. Mother, I miss you dearly. Madara suspects that the ground above may also be ensnared by the elder's barrier, so he instructs the White Zetsu to remain still for a while. In the darkness, the solitary, abandoned elder can only sit upon a stone seat, eyes closed, replaying the chess match in his mind. Uncertain of how much time has passed, a sudden crackle reverberates through the air. Hey, hey, hey. A familiar youthful voice emanates from the loudspeaker, echoing throughout the village, reaching even the depths where Madara resides. Madara opens his eyes, looking toward the source of the voice. What transpired while he slept? Once his legs have healed, Akatsuki, squatting on the ground to relieve himself, is joined by the bored White Zetsu, who also turns to listen. The broadcast room's Yahiko is oblivious to the multitude of hostile gazes converging in his direction. Dear classmates, esteemed teachers, good morning. I am Yahiko, the village chief of Akatsuki village. The moon sets, the crow caws, frost fills the sky, The river's maple and fishing lights bring forth melancholy. Ah, autumn has arrived. And I, your principal Yahiko, am filled with joy. You must be curious about why my voice is so amplified. Yes? Well, it's thanks to a sound system invented by a former leaf ninja, and of course, the idea was mine. Here, 1,000 words are omitted. Today is a momentous occasion. How shall I put it? Just last night, I had a discussion with Conan. How did you get in here? Hey, what are you doing? In an instant, the entire village, including Madara Underground, hears Yahiko's voice filled with struggle and protest. Soon after, Yahiko ceases his resistance. And a female voice emerges from the loudspeaker. Good morning, students. I am Teacher Conan. Yesterday, the village's high-ranking officials decided to designate today as Teacher's Day. Please do not be alarmed. Proceed in an orderly manner to assemble on the school playground. Madara's eyelid twitches, an ominous premonition washes over him. Instinctively, he wishes to send a white Zetsu to investigate. However, considering the potential barrier, he shakes his head in resignation. He flexes his fists, rises, and gazes with a smile at Akatsuki, who squats silently, lost in thought. Uchiha flying kick. He rallies the white Zetsu to collectively attack this troublesome nuisance keeping them trapped. Time slips by unnoticed as Madara grows weary and returns to his stone seat, preparing for a brief respite. Another jarring noise pierces the air. Happiness is one of the most discussed topics among people today. So, for you as students, what does happiness mean? Please welcome student Yuan Yijing from Class 1. Grade 2 to the stage to share. Applause echoes through the loudspeaker, and Madara's face darkens. I wish you all the best. In the dimness, a flicker of crimson light glints in Madara's eyes. He contemplates but ultimately restrains himself. A minor indulgence could lead to great disruption. He cannot reveal that he still lives. Otherwise, he would face the wrath of the entire ninja world, with dire consequences. Madara covers his ears, striving to ignore the cacophony above. Respected teachers, dear classmates, today, I will present my essay titled Being a Happy Student. The young girl's voice is somewhat shrill, penetrating the air. Madara's forehead throbs with pain, veins bulging. I am from Class 1. Grade 2. Principal Yahiko often teaches us to respect our teachers, and I wholeheartedly agree. What kind of child would harm their own teacher? Following this, the sound of a bell rings for the flower-giving ceremony, followed by the tearful sobs of teachers. Enough already. Lord Madara, please remain calm. Akatsuki quickly clutches one of Madara's legs, while a white Zetsu clings to the other. Madara's hands crackle ominously. After a long pause, he still manages to endure. Yahiko and Conan. Good, very good, exceptionally good. At noon, the children are to have their meal, bringing a moment of peace. In the afternoon, during recess, the children experience their first extended break. It is a rare occasion to play for 20 minutes without classes in the afternoon. From this day forward, every morning and afternoon during recess, both teachers and students must exercise on the playground. The first set of village-wide exercises, Hope Sail, shall commence now. After Conan finishes speaking from the podium and sets down the microphone, she joins Yahiko on stage to demonstrate the exercises. The sounds of seagulls and ocean waves resonate from the loudspeaker. Madara finds himself less resistant now. Compared to the piercing voices of the girls, this seems relatively tolerable. However, what follows Hope's Sail? Is there more exercise? The step exercise. Step forward, then leap backward to strengthen leg muscles. Not only the students are participating in this exercise. The elderly residents of the nursing home, still mobile, and some adults with free time have gathered to join in. 1,000 to 1,800 people leap backward in unison. No one knows the torment endured by Uchiha Madara, both physically and mentally, beneath their feet. Chapter 12. What home to speak of when Konoha still stands? In the office building of Akatsuki Hidden Village, Yahiko slumped wearily in his chair. Over the past few days, he had been engrossed in compiling books, his mind ceaselessly worrying. To prevent the emergence of figures like Orochimaru or figures akin to Obito within the village, he bore considerable burden. It was no easy task. He had to contemplate not overburdening the children while also nurturing their kindness without allowing it to be naive. Thus, a revised version of the disciples' rules made its way into the curriculum. Alongside a series of heartwarming tales illustrating the bond between teachers and students featured in the first-grade textbook. Additionally, the group of convicts advancing towards the city also required a transformation, compelling him to exhaust his creativity in crafting educational materials. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks resonated. Come in. Yahiko, seated, turned his gaze towards the visitor. The newcomer adorned her head with a delicate, light blue paper flower. Her eyes a soft orange hue. A smudge of what could only be soot from cooking stained her fair face, which Yahiko found rather endearing. She carried a gray ceramic pot, from which wafted a tantalizing aroma of meat. Yahiko's heart softened at first, only to catch a glimmer of cunning in her amber eyes. A sinking feeling washed over him. Are you looking for the original? The original has gone out for business talks. Out for business, you say? Without the Sharingan. Conan had no choice but to believe him, lamenting the chicken soup she had painstakingly prepared. Since you are his shadow clone, you can feed him. Conan placed the pot on the table. Oh, splendid. Yahiko, feeling famished, reached to lift the lid. So even shadow clones require nourishment? Conan chuckled. And Yahiko joined in her laughter. After a brief moment, Conan's smile faded, replaced by a hint of nostalgia as she spoke to Yahiko. As the village has begun to stabilize, everyone has been busy with their work. Last night, I reminisced about the times we relied on each other. And today I had the sudden whim to invite you and Nagato for a meal. Since you are unavailable, we shall plan for another occasion. Konan was not a woman of harsh demeanor. In fact, her gentleness shone through. Her melancholic words stirred a sense of guilt within Yahiko. He had vowed to protect Konan since childhood, yet he had neglected her during this time. Was he unable even to attend to her feelings? No, I am free. That guy Nagato is the one who is busy. Let us not concern ourselves with him. Shall we go for a stroll? Yahiko feigned nonchalance, gazing at the ceiling. Very well, Konan smiled radiantly. After days apart from his dear friend, Yahiko found himself missing him dearly. He took Konan to explore the residence of the Uzumaki clan. The village was in a state of rebuilding. Aside from the school and the nursing home, two structures that Yahiko had painstakingly constructed, most other buildings were merely habitable. Outside the first ring, the remaining structures possessed only the merit of being livable. Under Yahiko's encouragement, the Uzumaki clan had blossomed, enjoying prosperity as they bore many children, thereby reducing taxes and increasing their wealth. Consequently, numerous clansmen began to seek marital ties with the villagers of Akatsuki Hidden Village. The elder had ceased to manage affairs, and now Nagato led the Uzumaki clan. He was the bridge between Uzumaki women and outsiders, a role he embraced without objection, often encouraging the clan's men and women to venture out more. However, today, a red-haired little girl had latched onto Nagato. Nagato, big brother. The girl, named Kushina, clung to Nagato like a shadow. Adorned with square glasses, she appeared to be a year or two younger than him, and Yahiko found her strangely familiar. Yahiko, Konan. You have arrived, Nagato remarked, his expression pained as he glanced at Yahiko. He had no interest in romantic entanglements, did he? With Konoha still intact, what home would there be to speak of? Yahiko and Konan stifled their laughter, as they had never seen Nagato so flustered. Kushina, please stop following me. Return home at once. Nagato feigned anger, glaring at Kushina. No. Kushina insisted, employing her innate ability known as the Kagura Mind's Eye, a sensory technique unique to the Uzumaki clan. Through this ability, she could discern whether a person harbored malice towards her and gauge their temperament, whether warm or cold. At this moment, Kushina perceived Nagato radiating a warm, red light, indicating no anger. She scooted closer to Nagato, her wide eyes examining the two before her. Apologies, Yahiko, Konan. Nagato chuckled awkwardly. He truly had no means to deter her. His handsome visage had captivated the young girl. It was a reversal of fate, as it had once been Yahiko whose looks had drawn attention during their wandering days. Well, Konan and I shall not intrude upon your little TTE. Yahiko teased, playfully nudging Nagato with his elbow. By the way, you both are still quite young. Yahiko's memory of a future, lanky Nagato remained vivid. Enough of that. Nagato rolled his eyes. After bidding farewell to Nagato, Yahiko and Konan strolled leisurely down the street, devoid of any particular aim. Workers were diligently constructing a commercial street according to Yahiko's plans, the sounds of clanging tools echoing around them. Squatting on the ground, Yahiko watched the swirling dust of the street, greeting passersby with a nod. Both felt a touch of awkwardness, unsure of what to say. The sunset's golden rays bathed the tranquil street, and Yahiko and Konan's gazes intertwined, silently regarding one another. In their perception, the surrounding world began to blur, leaving only the reflection of themselves in each other's eyes. A subtle and ambiguous atmosphere enveloped the air. This time, Nagato was absent from the doorway. The following day, in an effort to conserve village land, Konan moved into Yahiko's home. Given their youth, they maintained separate rooms. Yahiko, rise and shine, Konan called. Punctual at 6:30 as she entered his room, drawing back the curtains and opening the window for fresh air. She nudged the slumbering Yahiko. Drowsily, Yahiko opened his eyes, drawling. What is it? With a hint of playful sulkiness. Konan beamed. So adorable. Time for breakfast. You have to inspect the village shortly and inquire about the villagers' needs. She pinched Yahiko's nose playfully. Awakened at 6:30, Yahiko regretted his spontaneous decision the previous afternoon. Konan had merely intended to offer occasional guidance. Yet now it felt as though she had taken on a motherly role. Blankets needed to be aired out in the morning, snacks were prohibited in his room, and he was to flush the toilet after each use. The list of rules made Yahiko feel quite uncomfortable. Realizing that solitary joy paled in comparison to shared joy, Yahiko promptly leveraged his authority as village chief and principal to incorporate these rules into the school regulations. Yahiko had also learned from Hanzo's unconventional method of using a mountain pepper fish as a camera. Xiaoxiang, Kungfu, Jian, you three are giving me no peace of mind at all. You are so mischievous, yet you do not take your studies seriously. How do you expect to win the affection of girls if you yearn for the Second Ninja World War every day? In the village chief's office, 3 first-grade students, age 10, observed Yahiko, who was sipping tea, with trepidation as their legs trembled. Would they return home only to face their parents' wrath? All right. The principal is also concerned for your safety. You shall keep these little frogs with you. Do not let them perish. Feed them small insects daily. Understood? Yes. Yahiko set down his teacup, and the 3 nodded eagerly. For the more mischievous students, Yahiko had arranged for each to have a little frog. Maya Wigakure had no objections. as Yahiko had graciously provided a means for the frogs to gain employment experience. Would they dare voice any complaints? However, it was rumored that the formidable Winta had clashed with Jiraiya not long ago, with Winta claiming that the infamous Hiriko had been taken away by Minato. Jiraiya-sensei lamented the absurdity of the situation. How could Minato have taken away Bailuho without his knowledge? Naturally, he assumed that Bailuho had met his demise at the hands of the mischievous Winta, who had a penchant for eliminating threats. After all, Jiraiya was well aware of Bailuho's notorious fascination with capturing small creatures for his experiments. During their school days, they were the two underachievers of the Ninja Academy, sharing a bond akin to brotherhood. And now, his brother had been slain. In a state of disarray, with tattered clothing and 3 broken ribs, Jiraiya continued his arduous search for Pain. With a serious expression etched on his face, he declared, "Pain, I shall uncover your true identity." It was Pain who had caused his magnum opus, the tale of the gutsy ninja, to languish in the market, receiving a tepid response. He could scarcely gather enough funds to return to Konoha. The architect of all this turmoil was none other than Pain. Thus, he resolved to seek out Pain as his mentor, to glean vital information, and subsequently craft a sequel. Yes, a sequel he would title it Paradise of Intimacy. Chapter 13, The Wandering Dragon Returns to the Sea. The sea does not welcome my arrival. The Second Great Ninja War has finally come to an end. It is impossible to discern who emerged victorious. The dead lie in their graves, and the wounded bear their scars. Seemingly none have gained any substantial advantage. Jiraiya searched long and hard, yet he could not uncover any information regarding Pain. Today, he intended to purchase Pain's latest work at the bookstore, only to be informed that it was temporarily unavailable. Thus, he made his way to the largest publishing house in the Land of Fire, seeking out the proprietor. With a morose expression, the publisher lamented, "It is not that I refuse to sell, but Mr. Pain visited 3 days ago and declared he would no longer write." Jiraiya's pupils dilated in disbelief. Why, I implore you," he demanded, gripping the publisher's collar. The publisher, feeling as though he might be lifted off his feet, hastily replied, "His girlfriend forbids him from writing." Jiraiya fell silent, gently releasing the publisher. He felt as though his life had lost its purpose, his hope extinguished. No. There remained a glimmer of hope, to seek the prophesied child for the peace of the ninja world. Damn it, what is so great about a girlfriend? If she says he should stop writing, why does he comply? Tsunade doesn't he allow me to spy on her while she bathes, yet I still manage. Apologizing to the publisher, Jiraiya turned dejectedly, exhaling a heavy sigh. Lord Jiraiya, I hope you can awaken Mr. Pain for the sake of peace in the ninja world. For all of us. Suddenly, Jiraiya felt a tug at his sleeve. It was the publisher, pleading desperately. Without mentioning the profits Pain's books had brought to the publishing house, the publisher recounted how the narratives, infused with a sense of guilt, ensnared him completely, as if he were trapped in a jinjutsu, living out the life of the leader. Jiraiya could relate. Upon first reading, he had exclaimed in shock, hastily disrupting his chakra, believing he too had fallen under a spell. Where has that good-for-nothing Pain gone? Jiraiya mused. Perhaps to the Akatsuki hidden village. I have the coordinates. The Akatsuki village had experienced a significant loss of income. Yahiko had no choice but to seek alternative means, forcing the hard-working Baryu to produce soap operas and films to earn money from the audience. Before production was complete, Yahiko constructed a guardhouse outside the village and took it upon himself to oversee security. The Uzumaki clan dispatched members for barrier and sealing duties, ensuring their expertise was utilized. Yahiko was not boasting. If Madara could send White Zetsu to infiltrate the village, he would. Over a month later, merchants arrived to restock, and under Yahiko's direction, the Akatsuki village inaugurated a toy factory that commanded respect across the ninja world. The factory featured a metal frog endorsed by Maiboko Mountain and marbles crafted from the sands of the Wind Country. There were wooden dragonflies and slingshots made from Hashirama's trees, all adorned with cards showcasing famous ninjas from the ninja realm, their attack and defense values maximized. Though Yahiko was unsure of the utility of such values, he could not deny the children's enthusiasm for them, especially for Little Hero, who would wail in despair if he lost a high-value card to Taka and Katsu. With affordable and desirable products, Yahiko successfully opened the market. Observing the throngs of merchants arriving to procure toys, the head of security, Yahiko, beamed with delight. Children's money was far easier to earn than that of adults. The toy factory had brought Yahiko a modest fortune, allowing many of the village's plans to advance. A substantial sum was allocated to construction teams to enhance the commercial street. Village chief, an outsider has infiltrated the village, reported one of the Uzumaki clan members from the barrier team. Yahiko furrowed his brow, exclaiming, why can't they just enter openly? What is their intent to sneak in? It cannot be good. It might even be Uchiha Madara. Yahiko commanded the organization of personnel to lead everyone to safety while he rushed back to protect the village. He had established this village. No one held a deeper affection for it than he did. He was prepared to sacrifice himself for its safety, wherever the leaves danced. For the benefit of the nation, I shall not shy away from hardship. To sacrifice oneself for the nation's trials, death is but a return home. A small frog hopped about, sensing the presence of its kin within the village. How curious. Suddenly, the little frog opened its mouth, and a hand emerged from within. Gradually, a figure began to extricate itself from the frog's maw. First the shoulder, then the chest and abdomen. It appeared the infiltration had succeeded, mused Jiraiya. Disguised as a grass ninja. Should news of him confronting Pain to see the sequel leak out, how would the ninja world perceive him? How would Tsunade view him? Thus, he had to infiltrate, letting the grass village ninjas take the blame. However, just as Jiraiya emerged, he found himself momentarily stunned as a barrage of paper shurikens and spears flew toward him. Who could have expected to be recognized by the ninjas of such a small village? Caught off guard, he could only allow 2 paper spears to pierce his chest. Following that, a sapphire blue water dragon surged toward him, and Jiraiya leaped away, narrowly avoiding it. Turning back, he felt a twinge of fear as the water dragon continued its course, tearing through the ground behind him and forming a small pond. Jiraiya, disregarding his astonishment, looked up, his hand-sealing motions gradually ceasing. What are Yahiko and the others doing here? Is this a misunderstanding? Hey, it's me. In the next instant, an invisible and powerful repulsion struck him, sending Jiraiya soaring through the air like a kite severed from its string, landing in the newly formed pond. Struggling to stay afloat, he protested, I told you it's me. Are you seriously trying to kill me, my 3 disciples? The trio appeared beside him, their expressions devoid of emotion. Fire style, great fireball. Yahiko stared at the grass ninja before him, astonished that the leader of the grass village had come to them. We cannot let him escape. Beginning to form hand seals, Yahiko prepared to become the first ninja in the ninja world to perish by the great fireball technique. Disciple. It's me. Little Jean. Yahiko exclaimed, recognizing Jiraiya's voice and hastily suppressing the flames. No, he quickly began forming seals. Grass. Years prior, Jiraiya had gone to an unsavory establishment and had not returned for days. Yahiko had gone to search for him only to be embraced by a girl named Little Jean after she had too much to drink. Jiraiya had teased Little Jean, asking if she would wait for him to grow up. Such shamelessness. Fireball. Little Hikari. Technique. Little Peach. Yahiko lamented his inability to unleash the fire style without hand seals, allowing Jiraiya to evade. Jiraiya smacked his forehead. He could have simply cancelled his transformation technique. Gasping, he realized that in the years since they had last met, Konan had become stronger, nearly skewering him with her paper spear. He extracted the 2 paper spears embedded in his chest. Seeing this, Konan felt a twinge of embarrassment and began to perform healing ninjutsu on Jiraiya. Teacher Jiraiya, why did you disguise yourself as a grass ninja? If you had been another village's ninja, we would have exchanged words before engaging in battle. Yet, how fortuitous that you chose to impersonate a grass ninja. Chapter 14. Everything is for the village. How should I put it? The teacher came here too. Jiraiya gazed intently at the faces of his long-absent 3 disciples, growing increasingly flushed as he spoke. Could he say it was to urge them to progress? But enough about the teacher. Let us speak of you all. Yahiko, you see, Konan. Jiraiya decisively shifted the topic, rubbing the heads of Nagato and Yahiko with both hands. They had grown stronger and taller. Jiraiya had anticipated that after such a long separation and the resolution of misunderstandings, the 4 of them would find a tavern to celebrate with drinks. He would inquire about their progress in ninjutsu and whether they missed him. And they would ask where he had been and what he had been doing, expressing their longing for him. However, everything unfolded differently from his expectations. Teacher Jiraiya, I do not comprehend what you are saying. Please accompany us for a moment, Yahiko stated as he removed the handcuffs hanging from his waist, resolutely fastening them onto Jiraiya's wrists. Jiraiya exclaimed, what are you taking your teacher for? I have important missions to attend to. With his hands shackled in dark cuffs, he had no choice but to follow the 3 of them. As they walked, the trio explained to the frightened villagers and panicked merchants that it was all a misunderstanding, and there was no enemy present. This white-haired man was their naive teacher, who had made a reckless decision to infiltrate the village. So, he was the teacher of the village head, Yahiko? The villagers were astonished to learn that the esteemed Jiraiya of Konoha was indeed Yahiko's mentor. If he was the head's teacher, then he must be a good person, implying that Jiraiya had come to aid Yahiko in his endeavors. The construction team resumed their work, and the villagers and merchants engaged in lively discussions, realizing that their village, Amigakure, had ties to Konoha. Truly, their fortunes were on the rise. After a brief time, they entered the innermost part of the village. Jiraiya, sealed by a sealing technique that restricted his chakra, was imprisoned in the deepest cell by Yahiko. If it threatens the village, not even my friends, brothers, or teacher will be spared, Yahiko declared with an air of authority. Jiraiya observed Yahiko outside the cell, who exuded an inexplicable dominance. At that moment, if he spoke into a microphone, his voice would resonate throughout the village, shaking its very core. In that instant, enlightenment dawned upon him. Through his observations during the journey, he keenly realized that Yahiko indeed pursued the path of peace he had once envisioned for him. Establishing a village at the intersection of the land of fire, land of rain, and land of grass, Yahiko garnered immense respect from the local populace. Yet, there were rules in every household and regulations in every village. His infiltration had caused significant panic and economic loss among the villagers, having violated the laws of the village. Even Yahiko could not turn a blind eye. By setting an example, he imprisoned his own teacher to intimidate those with dark intentions. It appeared that this mischievous lad intended to use his teacher Jiraiya as a warning to the villagers. Ultimately, it was highly likely that the punishment would be lenient, he understood. Much like the old man who indulged Hanzo. Yahiko. Jiraiya winked ambiguously at him. I apologize, teacher, Conan murmured. Recently, the village had been making remarkable strides, but some individuals had begun to exhibit tendencies of corruption. Yahiko had already apprehended and reprimanded a number of them. Now was a period of strict enforcement, and as the village head, Yahiko could not show favoritism. It was possible that Jiraiya would need to remain confined for a considerable time. Teacher Jiraiya, rest assured that your treatment will be of the highest standard. It is all for the sake of the village, Conan said, feeling guilty. She regarded Jiraiya as a father figure, and sending him to prison weighed heavily on her heart. Teacher Jiraiya, I will ensure you receive what you desire, Yahiko teased. He had caught on to Jiraiya's intentions to visit the village. As Jiraiya watched the three children walk away, he felt a sense of satisfaction. If the three of them were to show favoritism towards him as their teacher, turning a blind eye to his actions, he would likely be disappointed. What was it that Yahiko intended to bring him? Jiraiya casually sat on the ground, feeling a flicker of anticipation. Could it be a grand endeavor from pain? Surely not. It couldn't be, could it? Ha ha. The deepest cell echoed with Jiraiya's lewd laughter. The following morning, Jiraiya, clad in prison garb, was fast asleep on a straw mat. The continuous ringing of bells jolted him awake. Dinging, dinging. Jiraiya opened his bleary eyes, somewhat bewildered, as two guards entered the cell. What is this? You lock me up for a night and expect me to leave? That rascal Yahiko must be indulging himself like the old man with those three elders. Sitting on the ground, Jiraiya, sporting dark circles under his eyes, looked at the two. Well, since my disciple has shown such filial piety, I cannot let him down. Jiraiya stood up, brushing off the bits of grass that clung to his backside. Will there be food? Jiraiya casually draped an arm around the two guards. Yes. The two guards exchanged glances before leading Jiraiya to the prison cafeteria. The cafeteria was modest yet sufficient to accommodate the inmates. Today's meal was quite decent. Just place the food in the warming container. Remember, inmates are still human. After their release, they will also be citizens of Amigakure, and we must ensure they are well fed. Uncle Jin, also known as Jinji, directed the staff as they brought in the meals, casting a curious glance at the village head's mentor before moving on. In the cafeteria, Jiraiya observed the iron tray in his hands and the long line at the serving counter. Are there really this many guards in Amigakure's prison? Jiraiya inquired, puzzled, glancing at the two who had brought him. Huh? Besides those serving food, there are about 10 guards, they replied, eager to provide answers now that they knew he was the village head's teacher. 10? Then who are all those people patiently lining up to get their meals? Jiraiya asked, pointing towards the window with confusion. Oh, those are the prisoners in our facility. What? Jiraiya exclaimed incredulously, his eyes widening in disbelief. Prisoners can be this obedient. Which prison inmate expresses gratitude after receiving their food? I love this dish. Please serve me more. That's enough. Others still need to eat. Thank you. At that moment, a burly man was at the counter, and behind him was a continuous stream of men. The security in the ninja world was poor, and one could easily capture 2 or 3 on a casual outing. After finishing his breakfast, the man contentedly clutched his plate and found a seat to devour his meal. As long as they turned over a new leaf, they could become residents of Amigakure upon serving their time, contributing to the village and enjoying its supportive policies. If not for the pressing circumstances, who would choose to be an outlaw and be scorned by others? Here, they could work and earn wages. Truth be told, they were not particularly eager to leave. Jiraiya compared the inmates in Amigakure's prison to those in Konoha's. One could only say that the inmates in Konoha were merely individuals. He found it intriguing as he stood in line. After receiving their meals, Jiraiya sat at an unoccupied table with a plate full of food. The inmates maintained a sense of decorum during their meal, perfectly embodying the principle of silence while eating. Chapter 15. A day in prison. Silence enveloped the atmosphere, leaving Jiraiya, who was usually quite loquacious, feeling rather uncomfortable. At last, the meal concluded. After washing the dishes alongside the other inmates, they gathered outside to partake in physical exercises, followed by a leisurely jog around the playground. Before long, it was 8 o'clock. Today marked the monthly examination for the prisoners, an opportunity for those who performed well to potentially reduce their sentences. At that moment, Jiraiya found himself seated at a table, staring at a test paper. Prisoners must take exams? The accompanying guards explained, Mr. Jiraiya, those whose thoughts and morals do not meet the standards cannot gain their freedom. Indeed, while his crimes were neither overly severe nor trivial, passing the exam could allow the village chief to overlook certain matters, granting him a chance at release. The two guards then presented Jiraiya with a cheat sheet, a gesture that was unsolicited by him. Who do you think you're looking down upon? Jiraiya, the great sage of Mount Myaboku, needs a cheat sheet? Away with you. Jiraiya waved them off decisively. Though he was at the bottom of the class, he was still a Leaf Village ninja. He had taught Yahiko how to read when he was just a child. Even if Yahiko had grown up, could he truly surpass his teacher in intellectual depth? The guards were taken aback by his insistence, and upon seeing the puzzled expressions of the other prisoners, they had no choice but to relent. The village has a policy. When encountering fellow villagers in distress outside the village, everyone should assist within their means. Those who help will be rewarded with a cow or a chicken upon verification. What would you choose? Without a moment's hesitation, Jiraiya replied, "What do you mean? No way. I perform good deeds anonymously. I do not seek rewards." As he spoke, he scribbled down his answer. One day, your child is crying in the street, and your wife calms him with the promise of slaughtering a sheep when they return home. But this is merely a ruse, for your impoverished family cannot afford such luxury. When confronted by your child seeking justice, how do you respond? The lamb must grow before it can fetch a good price. Naturally, I would educate my child about enduring hardship before tasting sweetness. At worst, I'd leave the leg of lamb for my child to savor. Encountering an elderly beggar by the roadside, the old man claims he is starving and has not eaten for 3 days. With 200 taels of silver in your possession, what would you do? Need you even ask? Of course, I would give all 200 taels to the old man. Jiraiya wrote rapidly, completing the entire test within 5 minutes. Observing the deep in thought expressions of his fellow inmates, he shook his head internally. Indeed, he had been at the bottom of his class back in his youth, but that was simply because he was in Konoha. After the exam, the supervising teacher collected the papers. At 8:30, the prisoners commenced their lessons. Jiraiya promptly laid his head down on the desk for a nap, and no one dared to intervene. At 9 o'clock, Jiraiya and his companions entered the workshop. Toy making? How intriguing. Jiraiya felt the wood in his hands, known as Hashirama's wood. It was likely a tall tale, ever since the death of the first Hokage. All the wood from the Valley of the End had been taken by the old man to support the village. The overseer here claimed they still possessed 3 warehouses of Hashirama-as wood. Why did he not remember Yahiko being so unscrupulous? On his way, he thought he saw a familiar face, Uzumaki Kushina. Could it be that old rascal had corrupted Yahiko? At noon, the work ended, and it was time to eat. After hastily finishing his meal, there remained half an hour for recreational activities. Jiraiya joined his fellow inmates for a game of poker. These fellows speak in jest. Sharing ribald humor, their banter was truly entertaining. Jiraiya relished it. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the entire village mobilized for more exercises. Fortunately, Jiraiya had learned the routines in the morning. Upon repeating them in the afternoon, he found that these exercises could enhance one's physical condition, balance, and agility. This was his only realization, as he spent most of the time sharing secret smiles with his fellow inmates, while the nearby female prisoners danced gracefully. By 3 o'clock, Jiraiya was quite stuffed. Prison food included snacks. Plates of eggs were laid out before him, leaving no room for disbelief. At 6 o'clock, after finishing sewing tasks, it was time for dinner again. Jiraiya finally understood why his fellow inmates were reluctant to leave. How long had it been since he enjoyed 3 balanced meals a day? After dinner, there were 10 minutes to write letters. Some inmates had familial ties to the banditry of yore, with grandfathers and fathers all sharing this fate. Leaving little to write about, Jiraiya contemplated and penned letters to Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. How wonderful. At 7 o'clock, the exam results were released. Jiraiya suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. What would his fellow inmates think if he aced the exam on his first attempt? Haha. He could not conceal his smug grin. However, upon receiving his test paper, Jiraiya felt as if the sky had fallen. 2 points. How could he possibly score only 2 points? As he glanced at the teacher's remarks at the end of the paper, he found the assessment disheartening. Recommended to remain incarcerated for an additional 2 years for proper moral education. A hypocritical, untrustworthy, foolish man. The grading was anonymous. There was no malice intended. Moreover, as Yahiko's teacher, akin to a father figure, none would dare to target him. Staring at the teacher's comments, Jiraiya felt a surge of indignation. None of those remarks resonated with his character, yet he refrained from expressing it. Reclining with crossed legs as he gazed at the teacher explaining the answers, the teacher appeared quite helpless. Had he known Jiraiya was Yahiko's teacher, he would have graded more leniently. Well, everyone made progress this time, and we have a comrade who scored full marks. Come up and let everyone see your paper. Upon recognition, Jiraiya realized this was the man who had been sneaking glances at the female prisoners during exercises. How did he achieve full marks? The man shyly scratched his head, and with the encouragement of the teacher and applause from the crowd, he explained how he approached the questions. When faced with the choice between a cow or a chicken, he chose the cow. Isn't it more noble to refuse? Was that wrong? Jiraiya instinctively muttered. The crowd heard him clearly, yet no one mocked him. They had all initially thought the same, eager to present their best selves. The man on stage reflected slowly. As the village chief said, if you refuse, and he refuses, how would the villagers feel comfortable asking for rewards after doing good deeds? If everyone chooses to forego rewards, will those who seek rewards face condemnation? Clearly, he did a good deed and should receive his due. Would everyone truly take the risk to rescue comrades in peril without any reward? Jiraiya fell into a contemplative silence, opening his mouth as if to speak but hesitating. Would this not render him as cold-hearted as Orochimaru? Yet, he inexplicably felt that Yahiko's reasoning was correct. Then, regarding the second question, is it truly beneficial to spoil a child? Why not inform the child that this was merely a benevolent lie? Using it to teach them about enduring hardship before enjoying the sweetness of life? Jiraiya nervously watched the man on stage, who had been boasting with him in the afternoon. A fleeting realization of where he had erred in the second question danced in his mind but vanished just as quickly. Integrity, the village chief taught us, is to honor one's promises. Parents are the best teachers for their children. If it were me, I would choose to work extra hours to provide a better life for my child. Jiraiya felt his eyes well up. How beautifully articulated. This must be the wisdom and virtues Yahiko gleaned from him. How splendid. At 7:30, it was reading time. Jiraiya rushed in excitement. Having heard that Yahiko had sent someone to deliver books, truly, a worthy disciple. A comprehensive collection of fairy tales from Miyako? What on earth is this? I seek the works pinned by Pain and CHG. The first tale, The Little Match Girl? It appears rather intriguing. Jiraiya found himself captivated. At 9 o'clock. It was time for slumber. Even after retiring to his bed, Jiraiya continued to reflect on the day he had experienced, so orderly and fulfilling. Should he pay close attention to tomorrow's morning class? Lost in thought, he soon drifted into a peaceful sleep. In his dreams, he envisioned a blissful life alongside Tsunade. Chapter 16. Greetings to the Master. Jiraiya-sensei only scored 2 points? Under the cover of night, Yahiko and the others gathered around Jiraiya's test paper. Alongside 3 letters he had written to each of them. Within those letters were expressions of concern for the hardships they had endured for the village over the past year. Unfortunately, their teacher could not be with them to fight for peace due to the ongoing conflicts in the village. Upon reading the letters, the trio felt deeply moved. Yahiko nearly considered using his authority to release Jiraiya. However, reason ultimately prevailed over emotion. Scoring only 2 points, was that the result of having a toad ride on his behalf? What should we do? Conan inquired. Yahiko pinched the bridge of his nose. Let us keep him confined for a little while longer. Jiraiya-sensei has clearly distanced himself from the people. How is the Akatsuki division coming along? Yahiko asked further. The village still lacked shinobi. And the Akatsuki was primarily composed of ordinary citizens gathering intelligence for me. The term mist refers to murky smoke. Yahiko acknowledged the plagiarism from the neighboring root organization. However, he would never stoop to the level of the third Hokage or Danzo. To be frank, Yahiko considered the root's concept to be ingenious, but unfortunately, the leader lacked intelligence. Danzo's approach was straightforward. He would recruit geniuses and people from other villages, brainwashing them into weapons for Konoha, even if the means were cruel. The fans of Hokage could understand this. Where there is light, there is darkness, and everything is for the village's sake. Ironically, the shadowy root organization was merely plucking leaves from its own tree, and one could not help but admire Shimura Danzo's tenacity. Nevertheless, ordinary people possess their own advantages. They are not easily detected when they remain hidden. Recently, a piece of news had reached Konoha. Nagato recalled the news, his expression turning somewhat astonished. What? Yahiko and Conan asked in confusion. The famed Konoha White Fang had reportedly failed on a mission. Nagato. I believe your initial intention in establishing the Akatsuki was to recruit genius shinobi from the ninja world to brainwash them. There is no need to waste time on the trivialities of a failed mission, right? Yahiko shot her a glance, amused by her naivety. You did well this time. He encouraged. What have I heard? Conan looked at Yahiko incredulously. I'm risking my reputation to speak on your behalf. Is this how you treat Nagato? How infuriating. Nagato chuckled lightly. Everything is for the village. All right, go home and get some rest. I have matters to attend to outside the village with Nagato. Yahiko donned his outer garments, gathering the books he had been secretly writing, ready to leave with Nagato. While he could be jovial at times, he knew he must assert his authority when it mattered. Understood. Be cautious on the road, and return early, Conan said, helping Yahiko straighten his clothes. Whispering coldly in his ear, when you come back, you'll have to face the consequences. That's unnecessary, Conan. I'm not fond of chicken soup. Nagato was oblivious to their exchange, perhaps thinking she was suggesting to make him chicken soup for recovery. He felt a twinge of envy at their intimacy. After losing his family to Konoha's ninja, he had longed for the gentle companionship of a woman. As for Kushina, Nagato had come to regard her as a younger sister. But he still found it difficult to adapt to a young girl clinging to him daily. Haha. Yahiko and Conan were puzzled. What was Nagato thinking? Why the sudden laughter? Once Yahiko departed, the affairs of the village would naturally fall to Conan. Matters he could not handle would wait for his return. In the original narrative, she was regarded as an angel by the residents of the Rain Village, and she possessed a certain talent for handling administrative duties. Some of her suggestions were quite refreshing to Yahiko. Konoha Village, Hokage Office. On the 33rd day since he had put down his pen, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself lost in thought. To think that one day, in the ninja world, he would meet someone to whom he could casually refer to as brother. This term signified his recognition and respect for Pain's minor contributions to improving the meager lives within the ninja world. Holding a pipe, he took a contemplative puff. Half the smoke was drawn into his lungs, while the other half was carried away by the wind. Perhaps the wind had its own troubles as well. Knock, knock, knock. A knock echoed through the room. Come in. Sarutobi skillfully tucked a few books into his drawer. Hokage-sama, the leader of the Akatsuki wishes to meet with you. A Chunin knelt to report. The Akatsuki? Sarutobi pondered momentarily. Where did this small village come from? I have never heard of it. Noticing his Hokage's confusion, the Chunin explained. Their village is located at the intersection of the land of fire, the land of rain, and the land of grass. The leader is a 10-year-old child. At this, the Chunin's face displayed a hint of astonishment. In these times, anyone could claim to be a leader? The heads of the 5 great villages are called Kage, while those of the smaller villages with some degree of strength are referred to as leaders. The Akatsuki village? They had never heard of it. A 10-year-old child? Sarutobi mused. To establish a village at the intersection of our territories in the Rain and Grass nations requires some skill. Let Mito Minion meet with him. Understood. After the Chunin departed, Sarutobi casually pulled out a book from the drawer, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Already familiar with its storyline. Perhaps he should read it again. Moments later, knock, knock, knock. The Chunin returned. What is it? The leader of the Akatsuki insists on meeting you. Ridiculous. Just tell him that my duties are pressing. It's already generous of me to have Mito Minin meet him considering the long journey this child made to Konoha. On a normal day, Sarutobi would have personally received and encouraged him to showcase his magnanimity. However, today was different. He wanted to read. This, he said. What did he say? He claims to have the latest work from Brother Chow. The Chunin suddenly exclaimed with excitement, hearing the title. Sarutobi realized that this Chunin was also a longtime fan. Oh, the latest work from Brother Chow. Sarutobi sprang from his chair, his eyes sparkling with delight. His breath quickening. Then, he realized he had overreacted, sitting back down and clearing his throat. Let him come in. I must see what this young rascal wishes to discuss with the third Hokage. Yes. The Chunin's face trembled with excitement. Is it my turn now? He thought, feeling as if he was in line. During the time the Chunin was away, Sarutobi felt as though each minute dragged on endlessly. Hurry, hurry. Why not just use the Flying Thunder God to come here? Hokage-sama, he has arrived. Before the door was even knocked, an orange-haired boy and a red-haired boy burst into the room, dragged in by the Chunin. Their hair swayed as they entered, still in shock. Was the Konoha Chunin's teleportation technique so formidable? Cough, cough. I am the third Hokage you wish to meet. Oh, greetings, Master. Chapter 17 Shuamao. You are trampling upon my beliefs. Master. Confusion spread across the faces of Sarutobi Hiruzen and his companions, Naruto and Yahiko. My master, Jiraiya. Yahiko immediately responded with an innocuous smile. Beside him, Nagato, under the watchful eyes of an elder, hurriedly lowered his head, leaving it unclear whether his embarrassment concealed resentment. Are you the three disciples that Jiraiya took in at Amigakure? Indeed, I am Yahiko, and this is Nagato. We are both disciples of Master Jiraiya. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment, recalling how Jiraiya had discovered 3 unfortunate children in Amigakure during the Second Shinobi World War and had taken care of them for 2 years. Upon reflection, these 3 children were indeed from his own lineage as Hokage. Ah, it is you. What brings you 2 little ones here? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression remained kind. One was carefree, while the other was earnest. He was adept at reading people, though he was uncertain of their purpose. Well, I brought Nagato to visit our elders and to observe the flourishing Konoha village, seeking wisdom from Hokage Grandpa. Yahiko spoke, suppressing his distaste for his own coy tone. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised an eyebrow as he sensed that Yahiko, the one speaking, was somewhat furtive. One must always be cautious, preparing for potential conflict. Cough. I hail from Amigakure, trained under Master Jiraiya, who in turn was a disciple of Hokage Grandpa. Ultimately, we are all part of the same family, after all. Grandpa? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a pang of despair. Could he truly be that old? Unintentionally or not, Yahiko approached the table, accidentally dropping a book from his arms. He quickly picked it up, and Sarutobi Hiruzen caught a glimpse of the title. Call me your majesty? Little Yahiko, little Nagato, come chat with Hokage Grandpa. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled, his delight evident as he regarded Yahiko and Nagato with the warmth of an elder for his own kin. After exchanging a few words, Yahiko and Nagato, perceptive as they were, excused themselves. In the afternoon, a report concerning Amigakure arrived on Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk. With a pale complexion, he slowly remarked, Indeed, they are Jiraiya's disciples. We need not concern ourselves with them, but should they make any moves, ensure to report immediately. Outside the Hatake residence, Yahiko and Nagato crouched nearby, waiting for Hatake Tsukumo to take his own life, ready to intervene. Nagato had faith in Yahiko, and Yahiko trusted Danzo. As they waited, a small boy wearing goggles suddenly skidded to his knees before them. Yahiko and Nagato looked on. Yahiko scratched his head. I didn't bring a red envelope. Nagato, do you have one? He shook his head. Damn it, where did this rock come from to trip me? Uchiha Obito exclaimed. His face flushed. What on earth? You are Obito. Yahiko scrutinized the clumsy boy who rushed to retrieve the stone to prove his identity. Is this the one who caused such chaos in the shinobi world, igniting the Fourth Shinobi World War? What is he but a mere child compared to the grand figures like Madara and the Elder in the Ring? You know me? Obito discarded the stone and, with excitement, grasped Yahiko's hand. I suppose we are acquainted, Yahiko nodded, inwardly cursing the boy who had become a nuisance in his previous life. For a time, he dreamt of that annoyance. Without this brat, where would the yellow flash come from? Without him, where would the stagnant waters arise? Indeed, I am the illustrious Uchiha Obito, the second-place winner of last year's Konoha Youth Ninjutsu competition. Obito stepped back, proudly giving a thumbs up to himself. Nagato, puzzled, asked, Konoha has such events? Yahiko, we should host one when we return. You came in second? Who was the first? Obito's face paled, dark lines appearing, a stark contrast to his earlier bravado. Yahiko burst into laughter. Haha, I shall surpass that arrogant Kakashi for sure. Obito crossed his arms, turning away, ignoring Nagato. Observing the still youthful Obito, Yahiko felt an urge to take him home. A boy with white hair and lifeless eyes stared at the two unfamiliar youths before him, alongside a small boy wearing goggles. Hey, you two, what are you doing? It's been 3 days, why have you been squatting at my doorstep? Kakashi, a child prodigy who graduated at 5 and now 6, had been observing the duo for some time. Had they displayed any malice, he would have reported them to the Konoha security team. Hey, stupid Kakashi, are you alright? Obito stood up, holding a bamboo helicopter in one hand and a wooden slingshot in the other. Though he feigned indifference, his concern was evident. Who are they? Kakashi did not respond but merely regarded the two behind Obito. Them? Listen well, Kakashi, the one with orange hair is my brother Yahiko. And the one with red hair is my brother Nagato. Obito proudly introduced his two older brothers who brought him toys. Oh. Yahiko greeted Kakashi but paid him no further mind. This time, he was not here for Kakashi, but for his father. Recently, rumors had spread, maligning Hatake Tsukumo for abandoning a mission to save his comrades, resulting in significant losses for Konoha. The origin of this slander was uncertain, perhaps stemming from those who coveted Tsukumo's position as the rightful heir. Yet, this did not concern him. Yahiko, yearning for the legendary White Fang, along with Nagato, steadfastly awaited outside the Hatake residence for 3 days, akin to Liu Bei's persistent visits to Zhuge Whatever. Kakashi, indifferent, decided to return home to care for his father. Obito scoffed, still preferring his older brother, who treated him to milk candy. Inside the Hatake residence, Hatake Tsukumo sat calmly on the tatami, sipping tea, seemingly unaffected by the vitriol outside. You're back? Tsukumo smiled warmly at Kakashi upon his return from a mission. Father. Kakashi replied respectfully. He nodded gently, hesitating to speak. Tsukumo did not inquire further, simply patting Kakashi's shoulder as he gazed out at the rotten eggs left by unknown villagers on the window. If one were to ask about regret, perhaps there would be some. As a ninja, failing to complete a mission is indeed a dereliction of duty. Yet time and again, when faced with the choice between completing a mission and saving comrades, a father would choose the latter. Life is invaluable, protecting comrades, family, and children is the very essence of what the first Hokage envisioned when he established Konoha. Kakashi nodded thoughtfully, pondering whether safeguarding comrades was his father's conviction, willing to break norms if necessary. But what of the insults? The more he contemplated, the more lost he became. Hatake Tsukumo, why did you abandon your mission for me? Spare me your self-righteousness. Do you think I would be grateful? For the village, I have long been prepared for sacrifice, Hatake Tsukumo. You trample upon my beliefs for your own reputation. Outside the residence, 2 voices of reproach echoed, the very comrade Tsukumo had rescued by forsaking his mission. Additionally, a few ignorant villagers pointed and whispered as they passed by. With a sudden crash, the teacup that Tsukumo had been holding tightly slipped from his grasp, plummeting directly towards the ground, shattering into countless fragments. The words from outside echoed in Shumo's ears, his heart gripped tightly as if by a great hand, leaving him breathless, his eyes reflecting an inexpressible sense of bewilderment. Was he truly in the wrong or in the right? Father. Kakashi's face flushed crimson as he grasped the White Fang from the rack, ready to rush out in defense of Shumo. Stay right there, Kakashi. Flagwood Shumo, wearied, managed a bitter smile and remarked, it is not worth it for you to act this way for a father. Chapter 18 Forgive me, Kakashi. Silence, you rascals. The rare expression of anger appeared on Obito's face. These individuals before him had the audacity to belittle Kakashi's father's heroic efforts to save his comrades. So, they were from the Uchiha clan? This is a matter of our Konoha, and does not concern your Uchiha clan. 2 brash young genin, freshly graduated from the ninja academy, mocked Obito. However, Obito still held his head high in Konoha, as the 2 genin were swiftly dragged away by their grandmother, who admonished them on the way, reminding them that Obito was Obito, and Uchiha was Uchiha. The renowned Konoha White Fang had failed a mission, and the client was utterly disappointed in Konoha. One genin lamented, I can't even take on D-rank missions, and I have 2 hungry children at home. What am I to do? His wails resonated with the villagers, some of whom went to console him while others stood at the entrance of the Hatake residence, berating him. Yahiko and Nagato were left speechless, silently observing the older women urging young Obito to return home. It is said that ignorance can be more terrifying than malice. In the Second Shinobi World War, Konoha emerged victorious. Could they possibly lack in missions? Nowadays, the new generation of ninjas, such as Inuzuka, Nara, and the likes of Minato Namikaze and Fugaku Uchiha, were rising like the sun at dawn. If he were a feudal lord, he would honestly prefer to assign missions to Konoha over the Akatsuki village. The foundation of Konoha was simply too robust, with various bloodline limits and forbidden techniques left by Hashirama Senju. The Akatsuki village had a long way to go if they wished to surpass the 5 great villages. Thus, he and Nagato, the representatives of the Akatsuki village, wielded their little spades, digging today for 1, tomorrow for 2, in a game of tit for tat. The advantage was on our side. No wonder Kakashi would later reminisce about Obito. Please don't be like this. At that moment, under Obito's playful antics, the older women could not resist, and actually organized a retreat to spare him some face. As they departed, they whispered among themselves, planning to return tomorrow when Obito resumed his studies. Before his descent into darkness, Obito was the child envisioned by the Akatsuki village, emerging from the people and returning to them, self-taught. Obito, would you like to join Brother Yahiko's Akatsuki village? Yahiko declared, from now on, you will be the successor of my will. Yahiko placed both hands on Obito's shoulders, gazing earnestly into his eyes. He had already forged a bond with Nagato. With debts piling up, what was one more Obito? If Madara was capable, he could personally emerge and deal with him using Susanoo. Obito, intrigued, felt a surge of wisdom. Is brother asking me to inherit his village after his passing? For days, Yahiko had been showering him with toys and sweets, praising him for his potential to one day defeat half of the Uchiha clan. The three-handed water dragon jutsu was impressive, but its power was astonishing, suggesting he had the strength of a Nin. If I join, wouldn't I walk with pride? No. The Akatsuki village doesn't have Rin. Obito scratched his head, smiling shyly. Yahiko, somewhat disappointed, had no choice but to relent. Shortly after, Obito returned home for dinner. Kakashi filled a bucket with water and emerged with a cloth to wipe away the villagers' spittle, visibly irritated. Why are you still here? Are you here to trouble my father? Nagato frowned. You'd better improve your attitude. He isn't as easy to talk to as Yahiko. I'm sorry. Kakashi, in a state of confusion, set down his cleaning tools and approached the two, nervously inquiring, what do you think of my father? Lacking confidence? Once you finish, I'll tell you. Life coach Yahiko was now present, pulling out a test paper, akin to the one Jiraiya had given that day. Kakashi helplessly gazed at the individual handing him the paper, alongside the red-haired figure exuding a sense of threat. It seemed he wouldn't be allowed to leave until he completed it. After wasting 5 minutes on the test, Kakashi proudly handed it to Yahiko, confident it was a perfect score, requiring no corrections. Yahiko and Nagato peered at the paper, contemplating the genius who graduated at 5. Could it truly be a perfect score? A brief glance revealed their complex appraisal of Kakashi. 0 points. 2 points less than Jiraiya-sensei. While Jiraiya's answers were somewhat understandable, Kakashi's choices baffled them. For instance, when asked whether to save a cow or a chicken, he chose not to save either, and for a child wanting to slaughter a lamb, he suggested buying another. What's wrong? It's nothing. You may go back. Your father is a competent warrior. This was perplexing. Kakashi rolled his eyes and left. Nagato. Educating children is of utmost importance. We must organize a department for them to experience society early. Don't look at me like that. This isn't exploitation. It's for their benefit. All right. Late at night, Shumo stood alone in his house, gazing towards the Hokage rock, feeling the cool night breeze. Forgive me, Kakashi. His lifelong commitment to protecting his comrades crumbled under the accusations of 2 companions, a phenomenon known as a shattered heart. Shumo began to question the very essence of the will of fire he had upheld for most of his life. No, he was not in the wrong. The fault lay with this shinobi world. He had not betrayed his nindo, nor had he abandoned his comrades in their time of need. Shumo smiled in relief. Just as he was returning inside to end his life with the White Fang dagger that had accompanied him through countless battles, voices echoed from outside. Kakashi, you bastard. Today, you nearly got me and the enemy killed. Oh, don't you have anything to say? The mission is complete, isn't it? A flicker of surprise crossed Shumo's eyes. Wasn't Kakashi supposed to be asleep? The next moment, Shumo's silhouette appeared on the roof, looking out. A white-haired Umbu, masked and cold as ice, walked ahead, followed by his companions. It seemed they had gotten too close to the enemy during the mission, and that Umbu, sharing Kakashi's name, chose to attack alongside his comrades and the enemy. No. With years of Umbu experience, Shumo discerned that both were disguised as shadow clones. Before he could ponder further, the 2 figures approaching from afar left him even more bewildered. Uchiha Obito and Kakashi, likely resembling their future selves at around 12 or 13. Obito, Nagato, angrily exclaimed, Kakashi, why didn't you save her? You should have the ability to rescue your comrades, right? Kakashi, Yahiko, coldly remarked. Being lost in one's emotions leads to crucial mission failures, and you will surely regret it later. A ninja must extinguish his feelings. Those who break the rules are nothing but trash. The 2 seemed to sense Shumo watching from the sidelines. Yahiko asked, Father, what do you think? Shumo was momentarily stunned. Did this involve me too? The white-haired Umbu in front removed his mask, and Shumo found himself momentarily dazed. It resembled Kakashi. Chapter 19. Today, I must clear the name of Hatake Tsukumo. Father, you were criticized by the villagers for forsaking your mission for the sake of your comrades. Why then, do I face reproach for prioritizing my mission over my companions? The shadow clone of Yahiko, disguised as a large Kakashi, gazed at Tsukumo with confusion. Hatake Tsukumo fell silent, lost in contemplation. It seemed that if he had abandoned his comrades for the sake of the mission, he too might be met with disdain. Father, come with me. We shall seek the truth. The large and small Kakashi extended their hands towards Hatake Tsukumo. Who are you? Hatake Tsukumo snapped back to reality. brandishing his weapon in a defensive stance, his voice steady. "Father, it's me. Do you no longer care for Kakashi?" The small one cried, tears streaming down his face. "I." Hatake Tsukumo fell silent, as he had just contemplated abandoning Kakashi, preparing for a cowardly demise. Bang! Yahiko and Nagato dispelled their shadow clones and transformations, with tears still glistening in Yahiko's eyes. "Have you stepped into the role? Are you disciples of Jiraiya from Amigakure?" Hatake Tsukumo's sources of information remained sharp. After all, these two had been lurking at his doorstep for days, making it difficult not to notice. A true man, born of heaven and earth, should wield a 3-foot sword and achieve extraordinary feats. Are you truly content to live a life of mediocrity? Hatake Tsukumo pondered. Is he under a genjutsu? What is this child speaking of? Yahiko faced his own struggles, striving to persuade the villagers of Amigakure with reason and emotion. Though Yahiko's demeanor was peculiar, Hatake Tsukumo recognized that the child meant well and bore no malice. Are you speculating on how Kakashi's character would change after my death? Indeed. A warmth surged within Hatake Tsukumo. It turned out that these two attentive youngsters had sensed the shift in the wind and had chosen to guard his door. Despite their unfamiliarity, if only the people of Konoha could exhibit such compassion, why should he feel so despondent? In an instant, he appeared before them, gazing at the Hokage monument, adorned with the likenesses of the 3 Hokage. I must provide an account to the daimyo and the client. As a ninja, it is only fitting that I face punishment for voluntarily abandoning my assigned mission. Hatake Tsukumo withheld his thoughts on the collapse of faith, fearing that such burdens would shatter the young hearts of the children. Yahiko and Nagato exchanged glances, silently agreeing that Tsukumo was perhaps too honest to abandon a mission for the sake of saving a comrade. Why couldn't it be framed as a failure due to unforeseen circumstances? With the White Fang of Konoha sacrificing himself heroically? Despite the two teammates being captured by the enemy, the spirit of fire ignited within the heart of the White Fang, compelling him to stay behind and save his comrades. In the end, fueled by unwavering belief, he expended every ounce of strength to rescue them. Wouldn't that sound far more appealing? Moreover, he could even turn the tables on the employer. How could the mission deviate so drastically from your description? Is the enemy truly of such caliber? If so, how could even I, the White Fang of Konoha, fail? Shouldn't I question whether you have concealed vital details about the mission? Tsukumo's earnestness only strengthened the resolve of the two. In these times, honest individuals are a rarity. Nagato roared at Hatake Tsukumo. Do you truly wish to see Kakashi transformed into a cold, heartless man? Aye. Can you bear to watch Kakashi be scorned? Abandoning his comrades during a mission, becoming nothing but a soulless tool? Aye. You irresponsible father. With a resounding shout from Nagato, his right fist, propelled by the force of the wind, struck fiercely toward Hatake Tsukumo's abdomen. Humph. Hatake Tsukumo grunted, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. My parents sacrificed themselves during the Second Shinobi World War to protect me. I despise my past weakness, often waking from dreams of my father's death, weeping in regret. Yet you, who possess the strength to protect your own child, capable of thriving together as father and son, why do you choose self-destruction? Have you considered Kakashi's feelings? Is Kakashi merely a product of your fleeting joy? I apologize. I am not eloquent. Hatake Tsukumo's lips parted slightly, and beside him, Yahiko echoed the sentiment. Marvelous. The inarticulate Nagato added, if you do not wish to burden your child, then depart. Achieve something. Show the foolish folks of Konoha that the fault lies with them, not you. Father, go. I will take care of myself. Awoken by Nagato's impassioned cries, Kakashi stood at the door in his pajamas, offering encouragement. The next day, Hatake Tsukumo had yet to relent, strolling through the bustling streets with Yahiko and Nagato. Yahiko understood that Tsukumo had yet to overcome his inner turmoil. Yet Uncle Tsukumo provides for our needs. He is a man one can count on. In the most prosperous commercial district, the Hokage had forbidden discussions of the matter, but could they truly restrain their disdain for Hatake Tsukumo? The three experienced a glimpse of Naruto's treatment. Cold violence. A couple, clearly in love, dressed in vests, walked hand in hand past the trio. The male Nin, disgusted, covered his mouth and nose, as if even the air were unworthy of being inhaled in Hatake Tsukumo's presence. Hatake Tsukumo shook his head and smiled bitterly. Yahiko, with his fiery temper, tossed a shuriken at the man's feet. Stop. The man, taken aback by Yahiko's unexpected action, exclaimed, What are you doing? Do you want to start a war with Konoha? He and his female companion discreetly reached for their ninja tools. This scene drew the attention of passersby. Isn't this a child of Konoha? I don't recognize him. Is he from another village? To act against a Konoha resident. It seems he has chosen his path to demise. The calamity that is Hatake Tsukumo, truly, cannot be escaped. Until a disguised villager stirred the conversation toward Hatake Tsukumo. Hatake Tsukumo faced further insults. He felt powerless to counter them. Let us depart. Depart? You jest. I shall not leave until this matter is resolved today. Resolved? Hatake Tsukumo surveyed the chattering crowd, tentatively suggesting, Shall I slay them? That would not be appropriate, would it? The crowd was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Could he be serious? Seeing that he had not acted yet, Yahiko bellowed, No one is permitted to leave. I ask you, the one beside you is your girlfriend. Correct? The male Nin, sensing an odd pressure surrounding him, nodded woodenly. When did she become blind? The male ch trembled with indignation. The female ch frowned. Perplexed. I ask you, if a scroll containing enemy secrets and your girlfriend fell into a river, who would you save first? I would certainly save the scroll. The male ch instinctively blurted out, glancing at Hatake Tsukumo, until he realized that not only was there a subtle pressure around him, but also a faint aura of menace. His girlfriend looked at him with a forced smile. Which one should I choose? You hesitated? Would you still hesitate if your girlfriend fell into the water? A heartless man. Yahiko clicked his tongue, shaking his head in exasperation. Nagato wore a look of disdain. Upon hearing this, the female Nin's eyes reddened. She had scrimped and saved, undertaking numerous missions, all for him to have an easier life. You hesitated. The male Nin found himself at a loss for words. I do not wish to see you again. The female Nin, feeling wronged, ran off. While the male Nin sighed deeply and went after her, wondering why he had to suffer such an ordeal. Yahiko scanned the street and reassured, Uncle Tsukumo, rest assured. I shall clear your name today. He then approached another man. I would certainly choose the scroll. The man replied without hesitation. Oh, you don't have a girlfriend. The man, that cuts deep. Yahiko pondered a moment before asking, what if your mother and the scroll fell into the water? The man fell silent, and his mother, nearby selling vegetables, approached upon noticing the commotion. Xiaohai, what troubles you? She inquired. Xiaohai no longer wants you, Yahiko jested. Xiaohai's mother responded with confusion. As Yahiko elaborated on the situation, echoes of Xiaohai reminiscing about his childhood filled the street. Your mother, your sister, your brother. Throughout the afternoon, Yahiko chased after people, asking questions. What? You are an orphan, with no wife or relatives? Then the first generation fell into the water. Enough. Is it not sufficient that I rescue Lord Hashirama? Takumi Kazuchi followed Yahiko with a complex expression, pondering whether the troubles that had plagued him for days had been resolved so simply. You treat me with sincerity, and I shall reciprocate with sincerity. Yahiko, no. Village Chief Yahiko, I am willing to follow you. As dusk fell, in a park, Yahiko and Obito were saying their farewells, both with tear-filled eyes. Little 2. If something happens to your elder brother in the future, will you rush to save him without hesitation? Absolutely, elder brother. Very well, I trust you, elder brother. Chapter 20. The deceptive scheme from Konoha and the Hokage residence. Sarutobi Hiruzen was roused from his slumber by a contingent of Umbu. Hokage-sama. Hatake Tsukumo has vanished into the night. What has transpired? Hiruzen hastily donned his attire and proceeded to his study, where Danzo awaited. Danzo, is this your doing? Hiruzen glared fiercely at Danzo, who, though visibly uneasy, maintained his composure. The rumors and even Tsukumo's mission failure are orchestrated by me, though I am uncertain what you refer to. Sarutobi, issue a warrant for the capture of Hatake Tsukumo as an S-rank rogue ninja. You may select one from among your disciples to succeed the 4th Hokage. Who granted you the authority to be so reckless? Hiruzen's anger flared, veins throbbing on his forehead as he slammed his palm onto the table. He intended to choose the 4th Hokage himself. If Tsukumo possessed a formidable political acumen, he might have been considered. However, he did not, being more suited to the role of a valiant warrior for the village. Yet, his reputation overshadowed Orochimaru, who was favored to ascend to the 5th Hokage after the 4th. Minato Namikaze. Reluctantly, Hiruzen acquiesced to Danzo's suppression of Tsukumo. However, he had allowed Danzo to exert pressure, not to force a defection. My lords. Hatake Tsukumo's eldest son remains at home. Both men turned in confusion toward the Umbu operative who spoke. It seems that Hatake Tsukumo has been inspired by Jiraiya-sama's 2 disciples to journey to Akatsuki village and achieve immortal glory. According to Kakashi himself, he has bonds in the village and is unwilling to leave. Preposterous. Bring them back to me immediately. Danzo seethed through clenched teeth. Let it be. Together. They are no match for Tsukumo. The heavens will rain, and a mother will marry. Let him go. Hiruzen lit his pipe, taking a puff. Sarutobi. Enough, Danzo. I am the Hokage. Hiruzen slammed the table once more. You will regret this, Danzo warned, casting a lingering gaze upon him. The Umbu added, by the way, lords. Jiraiya-sama's orange-haired disciple has also abducted a couple from the village. Hiruzen and Danzo exchanged glances, unimpressed. What is the fuss? They are merely ordinary people. Danzo stormed off. His expression darkened. Once Danzo had departed, Hiruzen seemed to anticipate the thoughts of his old friend. He ordered the Umbu, protect Kakashi. We have erred once. We cannot afford a second mistake. Subsequently, Hiruzen, wearing a smile devoid of warmth, dispatched several undercover agents to Akatsuki village. After a lifetime of experience, today he felt as if he had been pecked in the eye by a hawk. Betrayed by his own disciple, he pondered returning the favor by undermining them in turn. Before departing, Yahiko had even taken a piece of Konoha's resources. Even if it could strengthen the village, Yahiko was willing to risk his life to pursue it. The abducted couple reminisced about Yahiko's grandiose plans shared during their journey. He envisioned a designated area at the school gate, where the village would provide funds for their shop. Yet, they yearned to establish their business in Konoha, for it was their true home. Hokage-sama, please send someone to rescue us. Hiruzen did not go to great lengths to conceal the news of Hatake Tsukumo's departure. In fact, he privately disseminated it. Instantly, all eyes in the shinobi world turned toward the small Akatsuki village. He commanded the intelligence department to investigate, and upon receiving the reports, the various village leaders regarded this tiny village with disdain, including Inoki. Attracting population, establishing a shinobi academy, creating an elder care facility, selling toys. Self-proclaiming as the little Hashirama, Inoki chuckled to himself, thinking he could not allow this little Hashirama to rise. Entertaining, decapitating, and taking them as dogs seemed like a viable option. However, whether Akatsuki village warranted such efforts remained to be seen. The leader of Amigakure also took an interest in Akatsuki village. In a traditional style loft, the demoralized Hans spent his days reading and practicing calligraphy. He had long been aware of Akatsuki village's existence. Over 1,000 people had migrated from the land of rain. He was apathetic but not blind. It was a ruse orchestrated by that boy Yahiko. Hans smiled, half amused, as he penned a letter to Yahiko. The contents naturally invited the child who had ventured from the land of rain to meet with him. Should the aforementioned two be curious, perhaps they sought to take Yahiko as a subordinate. The boy with the peach-colored hair, however, wished for Hans's demise. The one who had slain his parents lurked within Akatsuki village. Scorpion, remember to speak politely to your grandmother and uncle. I require all information regarding them. Due to the presence of the ordinary couple, the return to the village was considerably slowed. They savored the noodles prepared by the handmaid uncle, warmed from the morning's labor. Hatake Tsukumo relished this dish, giving a thumbs up to the handmaid chef. Unfortunately, the handmaid chef was taken away, leaving Kakashi without a meal. Departing the oppressive Konoha, Hatake Tsukumo felt liberated as he engaged in banter with Nagato and Yahiko along the way, shedding many heavy burdens from his heart. After all, he was the one who invented the E-rank taijutsu technique, the 1,000-year kill. Having spent time together, Yahiko even perceived that Tsukumo had a hint of shyness. The noodles were delectable, receiving the highest praise from the typically reticent Nagato. However, for some reason, Yahiko found himself preferring the meals prepared by Conan. Perhaps he was simply too discerning. According to their current itinerary, they would reach the village by afternoon. Yahiko stretched, reflecting that his focus had not solely been on Tsukumo. There were numerous aspects within Konoha worth learning. For instance, the medical team. However, aside from Tsunade's proposed system, it seemed the third Hokage had merely relied on the old foundations during his tenure, didn't he? Yahiko mused that the third must be eager to eliminate his own dam. As Yahiko conjectured, Sarutobi Hiruzen indeed felt furious, having lost a shadow-level combatant from the village. In a fit of anger, he was left unaware of how many undercover agents he had dispatched to Akatsuki village. It was not a complete loss of reason, but rather a calculated move known as the Heavenly Deception Plan, devised by the cunning Nara Shikaku. Though Akatsuki village was not particularly formidable, it was steadily ascending, and the power it would eventually wield should not be underestimated. By embedding certain personnel from Konoha into Akatsuki village, there would come a day when Hokage-sama could rally his own people at will. Not only could he repay grievances, but he could also gain an entire village without effort. Hiruzen promptly made his decision, heeding the counsel of the Nara heir. A total of 6 ninjas would embark on this mission. The leader, called Yumino Irika, appeared quite unremarkable. Upon arriving at Akatsuki village, the first order of business for the Konoha Nin was to establish their identities. Upon inquiring, they found themselves filled with confusion. The vetting process for those wishing to join Akatsuki village was not particularly stringent. As long as they passed a secret technique examination and had not spilled innocent blood, they could join. They had never committed wrongdoing, though they had participated in the Second Shinobi World War. Surely, killing enemy villagers could not be considered the slaughter of innocents? This was a task personally sanctioned by Hokage-sama, and they were loath to return in disgrace if they failed. The 6 of them made their way to the Akatsuki village registration office. After filling out their information and discovering no issues, they were led by a designated staff member to the village center, a place known as the elder care facility. Upon entering, they found elderly women gathered around a table, knitting and chatting. The old men seemed to be gathered around a large tree, playing chess. Or perhaps not. Why would one say I'll eat your horse while playing chess? Ah, elder, I simply cannot best you. Your moves always appear in places I never anticipate. Thank you, thank you. The swirling vortex of the elder's voice resonated as he greeted the elderly figure across from him. Elder Xuanzhuan, these 6 individuals wish to join our village. The personnel responsible for registering households brought forth the newcomers. Upon their arrival, the 6 were momentarily taken aback. Members of the Uzumaki clan? No wonder. For the Uzumaki are rumored to possess secret techniques that allow them to sense a person's malice. Oh no, could they potentially expose us? Elder Xuanzhuan graciously yielded his position to the eager elder, casting a cursory glance at the nervous 6, noting with surprise that they were ninjas. Indeed, the 6 had concocted a heartfelt tale about rescuing a critically injured ninja from the Leaf Village, who had imparted the art of ninjutsu to them. However, Elder Xuanzhuan dismissed their narrative as mere fabrications. He could sense their faint malevolence even with his eyes closed. He instructed that they be directed to Director Xiaonan, asserting that they were worthy of placement. With that, Elder Xuanzhuan turned his attention to orchestrating a game of chess. The six breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed they had passed the initial scrutiny, narrowly avoiding a panic-inducing encounter. Under the guidance of the responsible personnel, they arrived at a nearby school. At that moment, Xiaonan's class was engaged in supplementary lessons, leaving her in her office pondering the issue of teacher resources. Currently, the school had 6 teachers, with 2 managing each class. The homeroom teacher was required to master subjects such as language, mathematics, and history, while the other teacher, responsible for physical education and various elective courses, had taken on the additional workload. As it stood, the arrangement was manageable, but with the impending promotion of students and the influx of a new cohort the following year, resources would become increasingly strained. A series of knocks echoed through the office. "Come in. Director, these 6 individuals have come to join our village this morning." The responsible personnel introduced each newcomer to Xiaonan, moving from left to right. Elder Xuanzhuan mentioned they are worthy of placement. Worthy of placement? Xiaonan scrutinized the grinning faces of the newcomers, beginning to calculate where they might be assigned. In the village's covert vernacular, worthy of placement implied that they harbored ulterior motives but could still be of use. Chapter 21. Is Amagakure's education truly superior to Konoha's? Since these individuals harbored ulterior motives, Conan decided to arrange their roles meticulously. 3 were assigned to teach at the school, instructing students in foundational taijutsu, while the other 3 were dispatched to the Advanced City Division, tasked with locating and dismantling bandit hideouts to bring back captives, population growth being vital to Amagakure's societal and economic development, as Nagato had emphasized. Indeed, the more people, the greater the tax revenue, and the more funds available for village infrastructure and welfare, a self-sustaining cycle. "Come, I'll introduce you to our school," Conan said, while the remaining 3 were escorted by Yabisu to their new posts in the Advanced City Division. By midday, the trio had familiarized themselves with Amagakure's educational system, while the 2nd and 3rd years introduced chakra control, reconnaissance, counter-reconnaissance, and mission experience. The sole difference was the enrollment age, 5 in Konoha, 7 in Amagakure, though both followed a 6-year curriculum. They just copied Konoha's model, Yumano Ikaku muttered to his companions when no one was nearby. The other 2 nodded smugly, accustomed to smaller villages emulating Konoha, especially under the reign of the 3rd Hokage, the strongest in history. Yet Amagakure's replication was eerily precise. The school sprawled across 40 acres, its grounds carpeted with synthetic grass and lined with a rubberized track, each lap neatly measured at 400 meters. For a moment, Ikaku faltered. Was this more refined than Konoha's academy? He quickly dismissed the thought. Education-wise, Konoha is undoubtedly superior, he asserted, as if reassuring himself. His companions agreed. True strength thrived in adversity, only harsh conditions could forge resilience and breakthroughs. During lunch break, children spilled onto the playground, basking in the sun and playing games. Leaning against the railing, Ikaku and his team observed their carefree laughter. Were they not spies, the scene might have been heartwarming. But their mission remained: embed themselves, earn the children's trust, and ascend the ranks. Perhaps even vie for leadership. Ikaku's gaze settled on a bespectacled boy, Sakuro, who fumbled pathetically during dodgeball, his reflexes abysmal. A perfect target. When the bully, John, loomed over him, Ikaku intervened with the teacher's authority. "No bullying the weak," he chided, resting a hand on John's head. "Teacher." Sakuro hung his head. Ikaku smiled. "I was once a failure too." From the classroom window, Conan watched, her amber eyes sharp. Nagato's philosophy echoed in her mind. Pragmatism over prejudice. For now, the newcomers seemed harmless, but they would learn the will of Akatsuki. At lunch, Ikaku sat with Sakuro, feigning concern. When John and Nobita joined them, he braced for confrontation, only to find them discussing trading cards animatedly. No hostility, only camaraderie. Confused, Ikaku probed further. "Sakuro, any trouble with yesterday's homework?" Dekasuji, the class prodigy, approached. Ikaku stiffened. Since when did elites mentor the weak? In Konoha, geniuses like Kakashi and Orochimaru had been aloof. Then came Shizuka, her presence brightening Sakuro's face. Ikaku stepped aside, his convictions unraveling. The children's kindness was genuine. Was this normal? Regrouping with his team, he found them equally unsettled. Their shared silence spoke volumes. Ikaku clenched the book left in his quarters, the self-cultivation of a teacher, and resolved to test Amagakure's education against Konoha's. Surely, Konoha's methods were superior. These children would thrive even more under its system. Yet doubt not at him. Chapter 22. How to measure money without chakra. I'll sell my kidney. Amidst the ravaged woods, trees lay askew, some severed in half, others bearing gaping holes from water-style ninjutsu, with fallen leaves swirling around. The air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke and burning wood. The ground was riddled with pits and crisscrossing trenches. It seemed impossible to return home for a meal with Conan that evening. Yahiko gasped for breath, while Kakashi diligently wiped down a short blade, the White Fang, his hands trembling slightly, indicating the fierce battle they had just endured. In the underbrush, the couple, protected by pain, stared in horror at the unfolding scene. Is this truly the world of ninjas? Handan squinted at the lifeless body on the ground. Just kill me. At that moment, the lifeless form spoke. I will not kill you, but neither will I set you free. Yahiko swiftly intervened to stop Kakashi from delivering a fatal blow, his frugality prompting him to think of a term, repurposing waste. Lying there was the heartless Akatsuki member, Kakuzu. He believed himself to be above reproach. Unaware of the bounty of 5 million ryo placed on his head by some lowly figure in the black market, and a 250,000 ryo bounty on pain, life and death were inconsequential. Kakuzu, who valued money above all else, had arrived seeking riches. Upon discovering Kakashi's worth of 55 million ryo, he smirked, calculating the total value of the three before him. Naturally, the outcome was that Yahiko and Kakashi severed 4 of his hearts, leaving them on the ground. Not going to kill me? Who do you think you are, you bastard? Unable to see Kakuzu's face, they could only hear his rage-filled roar. Yahiko's pity reminded him of the day he battled the first Hokage. The process mattered little. The outcome was the same as today, lying on the ground. The first Hokage aimed to kill him, yet Hashirama, seeing his plight, had shown mercy and spared him. Are you feeling sorry for me, kid? Yahiko picked up the heartless Kakuzu, uncertain if he could be healed upon their return. The Akatsuki village was a refuge, specifically for those with troubled minds. Kakashi-senpai. Your duty upon our return will be to guard prisoners and apprehend them. The burden of the prison warden will fall upon you. Guarding prisoners? Kakashi mused, considering the role as fitting for his envisioned lazy life ahead. He wondered if Kakashi would learn of his father's decline into such lethargy and follow suit. As Kakashi began his task, he anticipated the upcoming responsibilities in the Akatsuki village, perhaps akin to how uncles enjoyed nurturing games. The next day, they returned to the village. In the afternoon, the moment of promotion arrived. Kakashi realized he had been hasty. While labor reform for prisoners was understandable, why did the guards and warden also need to study ideology? We must establish a prosperous, democratic, free, and harmonious nation. Yahiko, in a Jongshan suit, tirelessly proclaimed. We are patriotic, dedicated, honest, and friendly citizens of the Akatsuki village. Kakashi, seated amongst the crowd, felt a surge of fervor as he listened to the guards' exclamations. Yahiko continued. The nobles may shield the sun above, but they cannot obscure the light of democracy. Would you allow your children to lose their dignity and become the pawns of those who dismiss them at will? Kakashi clenched his fists, realizing Yahiko's words were audaciously rebellious in the ninja world. But upon reflection, would he want Kakashi to grow up to be a mere sycophant of the wealthy? Initially, he had not thought so, but now, listening to Yahiko's rhetoric, he found it profoundly ironic that excellent ninjas were reduced to finding pets for the daughters of nobility for a few coins. Every so often, Yahiko would use his shadow clones to teach the villagers in the Akatsuki village. The lessons focused on the grand ideas from his past life. The enlightened villagers would then educate those less fortunate, spreading knowledge like wildfire. In the multimedia classroom, which, of course, lacked computers, only Yahiko's blood-red sweat adorned the room. This was Yahiko's true self. He could not entrust the task of educating others to the unstable shadow clones. When a series of photographs were handed to the dozen or so teachers present, Kai Yuichi fell into a deeper silence. The images captured the daily lives of impoverished citizens in the ninja world. The technology in this realm was absurd, while movies and television had yet to be invented. The clarity of photographs was striking. The skeletal figures and their vacant gazes spoke volumes about their daily struggles, heart-wrenching. In his hands, Kai Yuichi held another set of photographs, surreptitiously taken, depicting a gathering of noble lords and ladies, laden with exquisite dishes. The next photo showed a trash can overflowing with the remnants of that feast. How could two groups coexist on the same land, yet live in such starkly different conditions? By the end of the afternoon, the first-time attendees felt unsettled. Kai Yuichi glanced at the self-improvement book for teachers, and then back at the photographs. The Hokage had insisted that any disturbance in the Akatsuki village be reported back. Such radical ideas were best kept from the Hokage's ears. In the depths of the prison, Jiraiya lost track of how many days he had been confined. With his extensive network of information, he had not anticipated the Akatsuki village's fade of poverty, concealing a rich spiritual life. Although these days had been dull, he found camaraderie with like-minded brothers in the prison. A few had even planned to pool their savings to open a foot massage parlor upon release. Naturally, he agreed. Rumor had it that the idea for the foot massage parlor was a whimsical notion of Yahiko's, but it had been forbidden after the first establishment was opened by Conan. Jiraiya found himself oddly intrigued by the prospect. Today, a new inmate had been placed next to him. He wondered if their worldviews aligned and if they would get along. How can you use chakra? Jiraiya sensed the faint chakra fluctuations from the adjacent cell. How to measure money without chakra? A philosophical voice echoed back. Jiraiya paused, momentarily puzzled. What did that mean? Leaning out of his cell, he strained to see the figure next door, cloaked in a black mask, their eyes glowing green as they meticulously counted a stack of money. Gradually, the meaning of the statement dawned on him. This individual needed chakra to count small denominations? What a peculiar quirk. Hey, neighbor. Would you be interested in opening a foot massage parlor with me after we get out? Open a shop? Is it profitable? Well, perhaps. I'm more motivated by personal interest. Oh, I have no interest. After a brief conversation, Jiraiya discerned that the fellow next door seemed to possess an insatiable obsession with wealth. What on earth is happening in the depths of this prison? He has a neighbor, a mute who spends all day tinkering with clinks and clanks, utterly absorbed in some unknown study. And today, yet another individual has arrived, counting money using chakra? Chapter 23. A man's fury spills blood in 5 steps. From the moment he returned to the village, Mayahiko allocated a sum of funds to Uncle Shouda. As the commercial street of Akatsuki village was just beginning to take shape with few shops, Mayahiko wholeheartedly supported those eager to establish businesses, ensuring that Uncle Shouda had enough to set up his own store in the heart of the city. However, the humble Uncle Shouda graciously declined this financial aid, opting instead to invest his savings from the years in Konoha to craft a cart for selling noodles. This demonstrated a remarkable level of moral consciousness. Moved by this, Mayahiko immediately presented a banner of commendation to Uncle Shouda and invited Konan to enjoy some noodles together. It was Saturday, and the children were on holiday. Jinjuro also brought his daughter to sample the fare. Having been promoted to the head of food services, he naturally had to ensure the children's health. Every aspiring shopkeeper needed his approval before they could proceed. Village Chief, Director Konan, how does the noodle taste? Noticing Mayahiko and Konan already savoring their bowls, Jinjuro inquired, as he had yet to take a bite. The Shouda couple, attentive from below, perked up their ears, eager to hear Mayahiko's appraisal. Mayahiko, with a peculiar sense reminiscent of the whimsical tales of Emperor Qianlong, mused whether all the restaurant owners he had dined with would one day raise their thumbs and declare, even Chief Mayahiko has said it's authentic. He promptly offered his assessment. Delicious. With that, he relished the noodles, exclaiming, I truly enjoy it. Konan smiled gently while waiting to dine with her father, though she felt a bit timid, no matter how exceptional a child was. Meeting their teacher or school director often invoked shyness. This perplexed Konan, who considered herself quite approachable yet struggled to connect with the villagers. In contrast, Mayahiko could strike up a conversation with anyone. The Shouda couple beamed with joy, finding satisfaction in winning over customers with their culinary skills. Alas, the village's financial resources remained insufficient, Mayahiko murmured as he inched closer to Jinjuro. Jinjuro, well aware of Mayahiko's implications, glanced awkwardly at Konan. The village had held both high-level and community meetings. During the last community assembly, Mayahiko proposed the idea of establishing a bathing street to attract tourists. What man could resist such an enticing notion? Even prisoners in confinement clamored to redeem themselves and contribute to the construction of Akatsuki village upon hearing it. Yet, during the voting process, the women, led by Konan, rejected the proposal. Consequently, the matter was left unresolved. Nevertheless, Mayahiko remained fixated on it, arguing that it was not a disreputable venture, but rather a legitimate business that could draw visitors and increase tax revenue for the village. Why not pursue it? Oh dear. Uncle Shouda's food is prepared with fresh ingredients selected early in the morning at the market. I believe there is no need for further inspection, Konan. Let us head home, he declared, not waiting for her agreement before placing down the money and whisking his daughter away. Mayahiko inwardly chastised the fleeing man, calling him a hypocrite. Konan, can you comprehend? Everything is for the village, he said, clearing his throat and gazing seriously at the remaining broth in his bowl. His demeanor unusually solemn. Then what about my explosive tags? Konan remarked as she bit through a noodle, setting her chopsticks down and smiling softly at Mayahiko. Is it not finished yet? With me protecting you, what need have you for explosive tags? Do you doubt the credibility of your brother Mayahiko who, at the tender age of 10, was a formidable contender in the arena? Village Chief. Are you enjoying the noodles as well? A villager passing by inquired. Ah, hello, Mayahiko replied with a warm smile. It appeared he enjoyed a popularity in Akatsuki village that rivaled Sarutobi's standing in Konoha. Speaking of popularity, could he not? I am full. Thank you for the hospitality. As thoughts of promoting the village surfaced in his mind, he recalled that he had developed several camera systems. Originally intended for documenting the daily lives of the impoverished in the ninja world, they could serve well for filming a promotional movie for the village. Konan, observing Mayahiko's retreating figure, chuckled silently. He always seemed to flee at crucial moments. How would she exact her revenge in the future? The following day, Mayahiko dedicated himself to writing a screenplay and scouting locations for the film. He ignored the letters from Hanzo and Yama, tossing them into a deserted corner to gather dust. The screenplay, titled The Akatsuki Village, was loosely inspired by the story of Jack and Rose from a past life. Mayahiko made many modifications, concerned that viewers might not shed tears or remember the essence of Akatsuki Village. Jack Plank was a small-time gambler who won a ticket aboard the Akatsuki Village ship through his bets and subsequently saved Rose K2s from peril. They fell in love through their acquaintance. Ultimately, Jack perished in the icy depths of the Akatsuki Ocean. After escaping, Rose could not evade familial pressures and married her fiancé, Kato, even though she carried Jack's child. For the sake of her offspring, she endured silently. Years later, when Jack and Rose's child reached adulthood, Rose boarded the Akatsuki village's second-generation cruise ship and plunged into the waters where Jack had once sunk. Conan clutched the screenplay tightly, tilting her head slightly back to suppress the tears welling in her eyes, but it was in vain. Crystal droplets gathered at the corners of her reddened eyes, cascading down her fair cheeks. The impact of the tale surrounding the bull-headed Kato and Jack was simply overwhelming. In the end, Mayahiko included a scene of Rose's wedding to Kato. During the ceremony, Rose forced a smile while Kato discovered her pregnancy and threatened to terminate the child if she did not convincingly portray a loving wife. In front of the gathered journalists, Rose had no choice but to weep and seek Kato's kiss. The roles, naturally, were designated for him and Conan, who would use transformation jutsu to emulate their future selves. Their hairstyles would be quite distinct, one with a spiky look and the other with long, straight hair. Kato would also be played by Mayahiko, sporting vibrant red hair. 3 new teachers had joined the school, and the absence of a few days was inconsequential, as Hayama had long wished to teach Xiaoxiang's class. Ninjas were inherently talented actors, making the shooting process effortless. It was anticipated that the film could be completed within 7 days, and with editing time. Mayahiko calculated that it might premiere on the first day of the Lunar New Year. After all, he needed to negotiate business in various villages. In Iwagakure, Yama regarded the man before him, clad in a black vest emblazoned with the Akatsuki insignia. Are you a nin from Akatsuki village? Indeed. Are you here to discuss business? Indeed. Return whence you came. You are not qualified to negotiate with me. Tell that brat Mayahiko not to play dead, but to come see me in person. Such unrelenting words incited the nin's fury. A man's wrath spills blood in 5 steps. Lord Suchikage, you may refuse us, but do not insult us. If you do not apologize, I shall spill my blood on your hands, even if it costs me my life. The nin unzipped his vest, revealing a belt tightly wrapped with explosive tags. Should they detonate, the entire office would likely not escape unscathed. Are you threatening me? Yama's expression darkened, irritation brewing in his eyes. However, it soon softened as he regarded the nin with appreciation. I admire your courage. Would you consider working for me in Iwagakure? Though the nin lacked considerable strength, his eloquence struck Yama with a sense of regret. How could such a literary talent reside in a remote place like Akatsuki village? In light of your esteemed presence, I find myself somewhat intrigued by the film you mentioned. Pray, enlighten me on what I might glean from it. Demonoki, in a roundabout manner, offered an apology. The Chunin, recognizing a favorable opportunity, deftly elucidated the benefits that a mere film could confer. Are you truly unwilling to undertake a task for me? I could elevate you to a position within the public relations department. No, not 2 years, but rather, within a year. The role of chief of the Iwagakure Public Relations Department could be yours. Demonoki made yet another attempt to retain the Chunin as he prepared to depart from the hidden village of Akatsuki. He mused quietly to himself. Perhaps it is the mutual appreciation that often exists among cultured individuals. The cultural standards within the ninja world vary greatly, having encountered an intellectual. Demonoki naturally wished to recruit him for Iwagakure, as even casual conversations would be a welcome reprieve. The Chunin contemplated speaking further, but what sage words had the village head? Yahiko, imparted previously? Alas, the memory eluded him. He shook his head at Demonoki and took his leave. Sigh. Demonoki lamented the missed opportunity. Chapter 24. Kushina, you've made progress the 2 great villages, Yunin and Sunagakure, along with the small nation of the Land of Hot Water. Readily agreed upon hearing that profits could be made. Konoha's elder monkey demanded another book, or else the conversation was futile. Yahiko could never acquiesce to such a request. Lately, he had been spending all his time with Conan, and if it came to that, he would simply forego the earnings. As for Kirigakure, long before Obito manipulated the 4th Mizukage, it was already known as the village of Bloody Mist, still entrenched in its isolationist policies, and Yahiko had not dispatched anyone there. A modest steamboat sailed along a small river, lacking the grandeur depicted in the original tale. This vessel, capable of accommodating 500 passengers, had been painstakingly repaired by Yahiko, who had tightened his belt to finance its restoration. Ah, have you gotten a new phone? Yahiko sighed, wishing that Tsuji could facilitate an interdimensional transfer to deposit funds into Amigakure. At that moment, Conan stood at the bow of the boat, while Yahiko enveloped her waist from behind. As the sun dipped below the horizon, they were enveloped by the gentle breeze conjured by wind ninjas, their hair dancing in the wind, creating an enchanting romantic tableau. Conan's cheeks flushed slightly. That's enough. Not enough. Yahiko shook his head, resting it on her shoulder. How come you're even more adept at being coy than I am? She turned back, exuding a mix of exasperation and affection, allowing Yahiko to continue his playful antics. Nagato, who had come to visit, was gnawing on his back molars, feeling a pang of longing, wishing to yell that spicy heaven should catapult the 2 of them away. Snap. The cameraman presented the captured footage to Yahiko, who was quite pleased with the results. They swiftly proceeded to the next scene. Days passed like flowing water. Today, a light snow began to fall. Yahiko and Conan sat in a ramen shop, the warmth of a bowl of noodles settling comfortably in their stomachs. Village Chief, where will the movie and the director film be screened? Handaida pointed towards the cinema in the heart of Amigakure. It seemed rather out of place, surrounded by deserted, desolate shops and vendors reminiscent of a bygone era. Suddenly, there was this modern facility, akin to a phoenix amidst a flock of crows. Yes, we must show our support when the time comes, Yahiko replied cheerfully, putting down his chopsticks. Conan felt her eyes moisten at the thought of the storyline. She sighed. I wonder if it will be well received when it premieres on New Year's Day. I've seen you cry a few times, Director Conan, Handaida expressed concern. No. I haven't tea. Conan wiped her tears, unable to explain. She wanted all the women in the ninja world to weep. Before long, New Year's Eve arrived. The village organized a celebration, with everyone sharing a communal feast. Last year's mission was to fill bellies and ensure survival. Our task has been fulfilled. With chakra resonating in his throat, Yahiko summarized from the stage, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Good. The audience applauded. This year, our task is to build our homeland, solidify our foundations, and strive to open markets with the 5 great nations. Now, let us eat. Yahiko refrained from further lecturing on this festive occasion. At the dining table, the children began discussing the cinema. Xiaoxiong, are we going to watch a movie tomorrow? Dad has already bought the tickets. Sure, but why did you buy so many tickets? We're all going together. Nanny. Silly Xiaoxiong. My dad has a friend who works at the cinema. He has seen it already, and it's fantastic, but maybe you shouldn't go after all. Exactly. Movies are only for men. Kung Fu, Jian, don't say that. The adults dining nearby chuckled, shaking their heads at the scene. The cinema in the village center had been open for quite some time, yet no whispers had escaped about it. They only knew that tickets cost 50 Rio, and that the popcorn, priced at 100 Rio per bucket, was delicious. Meanwhile, Kai and his companions, who were dining, had not forgotten their mission as undercover agents. They planned to report the cinema to Lord Hokage upon their return. Yahiko, would you like to have a drink? Ah. I toast to you. Finally, the day of the new year arrived, the day of the film's premiere. Konoha lacked a cinema. But the Land of Fire had one. The same one for the Land of Water. The nobility cared little for such details. They were eager to indulge in entertainment. In the bustling streets, a golden-haired youth and a crimson-haired maiden strolled arm in arm. If I fell into the water along with the scroll, who would you save first? No lying. Of course, it would be you. The girl asked, while the boy answered without a moment's hesitation. This query had recently swept through the Land of Fire like a riddle. Initially posed about a scroll and a girlfriend, it had morphed into a question about a mother and a girlfriend. Ultimately, the red-haired girl could not bear to put her boyfriend in a difficult position and opted for an easier question. Several Ambu, donning peculiar masks, concealed themselves in the shadows, accurately protecting the red-haired maiden Kushina Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. As Konoha's nuclear weapon, it was unlikely for her to be seen on this street. Especially during the festive season, the couple began their leisurely exploration until they passed by a newly opened cinema. At that moment, the previous screening concluded, and the audience began to emerge. It was evident that many women had red, swollen eyes, as if they had just wept. The men wore expressions of envy, pondering how a poor boy like Jack could win the affection of Ruth. Diverse emotions were on display. However, this first cinematic offering in the ninja world undoubtedly satiated their entertainment cravings. A promotional poster for Amigakure stood at the entrance, featuring an image of Yahiko embracing Conan amidst the wind. Movie? Kushina inquired, stepping closer to the poster, then glancing at the tear-streaked faces of the women. Minato. Shall we go in and take a look? She tugged at his sleeve, determined not to leave without entering. All right, let us see it. I'm curious as well. Minato beamed with a sunny smile, then offered an apologetic glance to the lurking Anbu, who nodded in understanding. Minato approached the ticket booth and purchased tickets for himself, Kushina. In the Anbu, a total of 6, nothing extravagant. 6 portions of popcorn, again, nothing extravagant. Upon entering the cinema, they were guided into a dimly lit hall. Seated upon the plush sofa chairs, they gazed at the darkened screen before them. Is this movie really that good? A voice emerged from behind, as a golden-haired woman munched on popcorn. Absolutely, Lady Tsunade, it's a must-see, the 6-year-old Shizen replied, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Soon, a hint of emotion surfaced, and a touch of disappointment followed. She yearned to accompany Lady Tsunade for another viewing, particularly the moment when Amigakure collided with the iceberg, and Jack plunged into the icy seas. All right, I believe you, Tsunade chuckled, ruffling Shizen's hair, then turned her gaze to the large screen, pondering why she couldn't discern the little one's hidden intentions. Ah, Lady Tsunade, your hands are all sticky with candy. Hee, and you're complaining, catch. Upon hearing the familiar voice behind him, Minato broke into a cold sweat. Hey, Kushina, aren't you going to greet Lady Tsunade? No, I won't. Why not? Because you're beside me. At that moment, the young man's face turned crimson, surpassing all else. The movie began. Minato's face matched the hue of an apple as he gazed at the illuminated screen. The opening featured advertisements, followed by the Amigakure toy commercial, accompanied by the village's promotional song, welcoming another dawn, bringing fresh air. Ah, how adorable. On the screen, Yahiko showcased a charming girl in a duet, and Kushina gazed with stars in her eyes. Minato looked at Kushina, silently affirming, you are the most adorable, as his heart swelled with affection. At the Watergate. Shall we also take the time to visit Dawn Village? Very well. My Yahiko, Dawn Village welcomes you, opening the world for you. Squeak, squeak. I thought so, squeak. Squeak. This poster seems so familiar. Squeak, squeak, isn't that the mischievous Mayahiko? Kushina could no longer contain herself. Tsunade, could you possibly be quiet? Oh. You and Appos, here too? Young Minato, are you also present? Just like Jiraiya, you are indeed a man driven by base desires. Kushina, come here. No. Minato appeared quite embarrassed. Kushina, you have grown bold, daring to disregard your sister's words. The roar of their voices echoed throughout the confined hall, clearly audible even outside the screening room. The other audience members sat in their seats, feeling furious yet unable to express it. MMP, Lady Tsunade, they recognized her and knew she was not to be trifled with. Chapter 25 Yahiko, what do you think about Konoha opening a cinema? Hey, have you seen that advertisement for the Akatsuki village beef? It looks remarkably similar to the cattle from my land of lightning. Yo. As I sit here today, watching this film, a black cow appears on the screen. It should be called Akatsuki black beef. Oh yeah. A bronze-skinned man landed a punch on the head of the nearby rapping youth. You idiot. You fool. Karabi turned away. Feeling wronged. The future fourth Rakage, young AI, gasped for breath. You're still complaining about the stolen cattle while reciting your terrible rap? If you weren't my brother, I would really want to smash you. On the big screen, an advertisement for Akatsuki toys transitioned into Welcome to Akatsuki Village. Now it was Akatsuki beef. After the beef ad, there was a promotion for the enrollment of Akatsuki school for the next year. Is he trying to make me watch advertisements? Young AI wished he could smash the big screen. Finally, the ads ended and the main feature began. Then I will smash you too. The film lasted 3 hours. Throughout the entire duration, the audience wouldn't even dare to leave for the restroom, fearing they might miss a crucial moment. That hairstyle looks familiar, thought Minato. Well-versed in history. Glancing at Kushina, who was glued to the screen, he suppressed his curiosity. The classic Jack Bank embraced the pillar from behind. From just the silhouette. Tsunade felt a sense of absurdity, as if her grandfather and Ban were together. Cough, cough, terrible thoughts, get out of my head. Ah, Minato, how romantic. We should take pictures like this someday. Kushina excitedly nudged Minato. Sure, he replied, still indulgent. As the movie concluded, on a glacier. Conan was so frozen that tears could not flow, only able to watch Yahiko fall into the deep water. The agony of witnessing a loved one perish before her eyes caused her mind to falter. Suddenly, a light rain began to fall, blurring the distinction between her tears and the raindrops. The cinema was filled with the sounds of sobbing. Minato, I don't want you to die. Kushina's eyes were red and swollen, her throat choked, immersing herself in the film's protagonist's tragic separation. The thought of parting with Minato made her heart feel as if it were being squeezed. Gripping Minato's hand instinctively tight, she squeezed until it pained him. I want to die. I won't die. I will always be with you, Kushina. Wherever you are, I will be there too. Minato was equally affected. He had shed tears himself and clenched his teeth to comfort Kushina. No. Grandfather. In the film, Tsunade watched Yahiko sacrifice the floating board to save Conan, prompting memories of her deceased boyfriend and, inexplicably, of her late grandfather. A Lady Tsunade has fainted. It was evident that Tsunade's blood phobia had worsened. Now she was even reacting adversely to the cold. The two actors' performances were exceptional, rendering the theme of life and death particularly immersive. In the land of lightning, young AI was nearly dozing off. Is this really it? His mind was filled with advertisements for Akatsuki beef. What do you mean Akatsuki beef is sourced from the sacred spring water of Sage of the Six Paths? They clearly stole my cattle. Karabi bit his handkerchief, small pearls of tears falling. Brother is a bad guy, utterly lacking in romance, living a life devoid of charm. Oh yeah. With a casual flick, AI dismissed his thoughts. The film was dull, yet he had indeed remembered Akatsuki village. His impression of Akatsuki was rather poor. They had always taken advantage of the land of lightning, and today was the first time someone had taken advantage of them. Yahiko gained fame. In every conceivable sense. The land of lightning publicly condemned him for stealing their cattle. Our cattle are the finest. Akatsuki village is a thief. If you wish to purchase beef, buy the authentic cattle from the land of lightning. Yahiko was somewhat irritated. This beef was clearly picked up by Nagato. How can they accuse us of theft? In Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen, unable to withstand the pressure from the village's youth, contemplated co-hosting a cinema. Too late. You can't reach my level now. Yahiko mused. Reflecting on how the once starving boy who had snatched cookies from him had now become a renowned figure in the ninja world, how unpredictable life is. Time truly flies. Now standing before Yahiko was Orochimaru, whose skin was as pale as death. Originally engaged in post-conflict cleanup in the Land of Rain, he had heard from his teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen about the cinema venture. Since Jiraiya was absent, he decided to stop by. Orochimaru licked his lips, curiously surveying Yahiko behind the desk. While at work, please refer to me as Village Chief Yahiko. Is someone from a large village so lacking in manners? Yahiko lightly slapped the desk, visibly displeased. Orochimaru's face darkened, and with a sinister chuckle, he raspingly inquired, Village Chief Yahiko, what do you think about Konoha opening a cinema? What cinema? What s with your attitude? Yahiko slammed the desk again, his annoyance escalating. Very well, then. Orochimaru smiled with malice. Hidden shadow snake hands. Orochimaru swiftly initiated his attack, and a multitude of white snakes surged forth from his sleeve, hissing as they lunged toward Yahiko. Dare to showcase such petty skills at my door. Yahiko reacted swiftly, drawing a kunai and sweeping it, creating a gleaming arc of death. The sharp blade severed the approaching snakes in two, releasing a spray of viscous blood. Since Kakashi had joined the village, Yahiko's swordsmanship had notably improved. The first 3 strikes astonished Orochimaru. He could see the shadow of Kakashi in Yahiko's moves. Is this the swordsmanship of the Hatake clan? Orochimaru lowered his hands, keenly observing Yahiko with interest. Yes. Yahiko set down his kunai now stained with snake blood and scrutinized Orochimaru with intrigue. Is this just for show? Anyone can do it. I am not yet mature, but I will be. Orochimaru could only bully the 11-year-old Yahiko. A tad irritatingly, Orochimaru lingered in the office, his snake-like eye seeming to penetrate Yahiko's very being. Did Yahiko think he would be intimidated? Sitting nonchalantly in his chair, Yahiko licked his lips, exuding an air of amusement. I'm leaving. I look forward to our next meeting, Yahiko-kun. Orochimaru sensed a powerful chakra approaching. Additionally, there was another presence, subtle yet distinctly dangerous. One that he could sense might overpower him in a matter of moments. Is this the foundation of Akatsuki village? The snakes have always been adept at sensing danger. Shortly after Orochimaru departed, Uzumaki Naruto rushed into the office, detecting the scent of blood. Furious, he demanded, who injured our esteemed village chief? Just Orochimaru, I dealt with him. Yahiko nonchalantly wiped the blood from his kunai with a handkerchief. I brewed the tea too strongly. Beside him was a cup of tea, which he picked up with a flourish and took a sip. Uzumaki was skeptical. Can our village chief truly defeat Orochimaru? As Yahiko watched Uzumaki leave, he pondered where to recruit some talent. He couldn't rely entirely on Elder Uzumaki, could he? The ceiling team was composed of Uzumaki, and the barrier team was also Uzumaki. The leader of the mist team was even an Uzumaki. This could lead to a power imbalance. With a form as graceful as a crane, the various factions within the village needed to maintain balance. Yahiko ordered Nagato to come and cultivate spies. Nagato, take note. I am making the following adjustments to the mist team. Lord Ban, would you like to watch a movie? Recently, numerous past merchants have come to Shining Village to watch films, leading to a certain laxity in security. Afei effortlessly seized the opportunity and even managed to catch a screening of a new movie. What was the film about? Upon hearing this, Ben opened his eyes that had been closed for several days. It's merely a story of a man and a woman embracing. Afei then remarked, Lord Ban. After watching it, I found myself utterly devoid of any desire. Ban, lost in thought, suddenly felt his elderly face flush with embarrassment as he pointed at Afei and exclaimed, Get out. I command you to leave. Chapter 26 What a surprise. The daimyo of the Land of Fire has collected a staggering 10 million ryo in taxes. Today marks the 6th day of the Lunar New Year. And according to statistics, the box office revenue in the Land of Fire has reached 200 million. This indicates that many of its 6 million citizens have enjoyed the film multiple times. As Sarutobi Hiruzen listened to his subordinates and oppos, reports, a cloud of sorrow enveloped him. And he found himself in a moment of uncertainty. Once, he had the opportunity to thrive in a lucrative industry, yet he failed to seize it. Now, in its absence, he felt profound regret. If heaven were to grant him a second chance, he would undoubtedly exclaim, I am willing. Had he failed to negotiate with Orochimaru? It was understandable. Orochimaru's cold demeanor was indeed ill-suited for negotiations. What about Jiraiya? Send Jiraiya to have a proper discussion with my disciple, he commanded, setting his pipe aside. The intelligence officer, feeling awkward, hesitated before finally speaking. Lord Jiraiya is currently incarcerated. Here is his letter. Upon opening the letter, Hiruzen and Oppos' brows furrowed, capable of crushing a mosquito. Dear old man. By the time you read this letter, I will likely have. How could someone as handsome as I am not still be around? Well, I am in prison, though I shan't disclose the location. It's quite pleasant here. I have many like-minded friends. I suspect one of them may be the person foretold by the great Toad Sage. Do not come looking for me. Do not worry about me. Ah, what a fine disciple he has. Even in prison, he maintains such exuberance. What of Tsunade? The intelligence officer hesitated, contemplating his words before finally stating, recently, Lady Tsunade has been suffering from a case of snow sickness. With the snow falling outside, she remains at home, indulging in alcohol and has not ventured out. Let her be, Hiruzen sighed, gazing up at the sky, tears of reluctance streaming down his face. What could he have possibly done to deserve such outrageous disciples? As they advanced into the city, during this festive season, each prisoner received a red envelope from Yahiko. Although the amount was modest, it served as a token of good fortune. They sat in front of a screen, watching a film about the popular Akatsuki village. The prisoners were moved, feeling that there was indeed humanity within the Akatsuki. Kakuzu, uninterested in romance, gazed at the financial reports from Akatsuki village, utterly astonished. How much? The earnings from a single film in the ninja world? 700 million? And the ticket prices for boarding the Akatsuki ship, 5,000 ryo just to float down the river for a day and take a few photos? The scoundrel Yahiko. Kakuzu and Oppos' frustration grew as he observed the adoring expressions of the female prisoners. Jiraiya, envisioning Yahiko being pursued by beautiful women in the streets in the future, felt a twinge of jealousy. Isn't little Yahiko just charming? Is this what the village head will look like when he grows up? I maintain that Yahiko is the most handsome in the ninja world. Any objections, ladies? None. Listening to the infatuated voices of the female prisoners, Jiraiya and Appo's jealousy boiled over, prompting him to shout, I want to make films too. I want the big sisters to call me and Appo's little Jiraiya, and Appo's, I want to be released. In Jiraiya and Appo's mind. Had he truly wished to leave, he could have done so long ago. The guard approached the warden's office. Warden Hatake Tsukumo, leisurely reading, glanced at the list of offenses on his desk. Upon learning Jiraiya's presence, he was momentarily taken aback. Seeing Jiraiya so at ease, he felt little inclination to intervene. Now, Jiraiya wishes to be released? Prisoner Jiraiya, for unlawfully infiltrating the village and seriously disrupting its order, the crime is grave, resulting in a 6-month sentence. With over 2 months remaining until his release, the warden decided, very well, let me speak with him. Despite his leisure, he could not neglect his duties. He entered the screening room. Tsukumo-sensei. No matter how many times he encountered Hatake Tsukumo, Jiraiya felt a flutter of unease. This elder had built the Konoha legacy. He was not one to be trifled with. Sarutobi. Present. It was almost instinctual for Jiraiya to stand at attention. You have 63 days remaining until your release. If you perform well, you may be granted an early release of 1 month. Any questions? What about Yahiko? I need to find the prophecy. Jiraiya's voice waned as he noticed the katana strapped to Tsukumo's back. Fine. 2 months it is. From the side, Kakuzu shouted, I want to be released. I wish to bring glory to Akatsuki village. Tsukumo requested the list of prisoners. Prisoner Kakuzu, attempted assassination of the village's highest leader. The circumstances are severe, resulting in a life sentence. Note, may be pardoned if willing to serve the village. Come, I will take you to see the village head. Tsukumo observed Kakuzu, whose eyes shone with fervor. How can his eyes still glimmer? Jiraiya, aghast, exclaimed, why does he get to leave? He watched as Kakuzu pulled out an Akatsuki headband. Placing it atop his head, the clouds on it appeared crooked, a sign that it had likely been hastily crafted. Jiraiya fell silent. Have you come to a conclusion? Indeed. I have. Let us proceed. In the office, Tsukumo listened to their exchange, his face reddening at the unsavory remarks. The two exchanged puzzled glances. Why are you blushing? What expression is that? I heard there are bandits outside the village. I must take my leave. Seeing the innocent expressions on their faces, Tsukumo understood he had become the butt of the joke and hurriedly excused himself. Kakuzu, do you truly wish for this? Yahiko grasped Kakuzu and Appo's hand with excitement. Money. As long as there is money, I am willing to do anything. Outside, Tsukumo stumbled slightly, not having walked far. Excellent. Yahiko did not release Kakuzu and Appo's hand, shaking it vigorously. In the past, Elder Dave and the black-faced Gaki made a name for themselves. I, Yahiko, have now garnered the favor of the Gaki, and I have no regrets. Even in death, Konoha wishes to collaborate in establishing a cinema. The operations there will be entrusted to you. How marvelous. Speak plainly. This place shall be entrusted to me. Chapter 27. News spreads. Konoha ticket sell for 28. The twilight in the village of Akatsuki is tinted a vibrant orange by the setting sun. The streets, once tranquil just months prior, are now bustling with shops reopening after renovations. In the third ring, not every slice of beef can be called Akatsuki beef. Come and sample our exquisite meats, indulge in our delightful beverages. Behold this frog. It's a genuine version of the iron toad from the sage of Myoboka Mountain. Twist the spring at its rear, and watch it leap. The official collection of fairy tales by the village chief, Mayahiko, has been praised by all children who have read it. The village has seen an influx of shops springing up like mushrooms after rain, including a fresh meat shop, a unique toy store, a bookstore, and a shop for the beloved white rabbit candies endorsed by Russ. Increasingly, merchants traveling to the 5 great nations choose to rest here, prompting the village under the leadership of Yabi to establish inns to accommodate these visitors. The streets of Akatsuki now exude a semblance of vibrancy, shedding their previous desolation and gradually attracting more patrons. However, compared to the renowned tourist destinations of the 5 great nations in the land of water, it still lacks prosperity and requires further effort. I heard that Chao is an Akatsuki village. I came here specifically for him. Although there is no sequel from Chao, this fairy tale collection by the village chief is quite delightful, and I might purchase it for my children. Why did Chao stop writing? Is it simply because he earned enough money? It's frustrating. I truly wish his girlfriend would abscond with the funds, providing him with the motivation to write once more. After work, Mayahiko and Conan stroll hand in hand across the street, embodying the warmth of the community. As Mayahiko overhears the chatter of several merchants, a cold sweat trickles down his spine. More terrifying than the thought of his girlfriend absconding with money is Conan's recent obsession with explosive tags. Just yesterday, he witnessed an explosive tag float out of her room. It is widely known that discovering one explosive tag signifies that countless others lurk in some hidden corner. How frightening. Chao, are you afraid I might run away? Conan notices the sweat on Mayahiko's palm, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. Mayahiko pauses momentarily before nodding like a chick pecking at rice. Ah, it's little Miyako, and their meets Silk. At that moment, a fan recognizes the two. The crowd, with their spiky and flowing hair, represents the newly popular styles inspired by the protagonists, including the jack and meat silk hairstyles. Hello, Mayahiko greets them warmly. Conan corrects him. That's Ruz. She is curious why people always call her Meat Silk whenever she steps out. Have you ever met a girl nicknamed Meat Silk? Oh, it's really her. How adorable. It's the childhood Meat Silk. One girl exclaims excitedly, seizing Conan's delicate hand from Mayahiko's grasp. Her fingers are long, smooth, and tender, with nails so translucent that it seems a shame not to adorn them with polish. Meat Silk, have you heard? Nail polish is all the rage in the land of fire. Look, my friends bought several bottles. Would you like to try some with us? The enthusiastic fan, thrilled to be close to her idol, seeks to extend their interaction. It's Ruz. All right, Meat Silk, shall we give it a try? Just for a moment? She shakes Conan's hand playfully, and seeing the fan's endearing antics, Conan's heart softens. Mayahiko, can I go? She inquires, seeking his approval. Of course, go ahead. Mayahiko replies, waving his hand indulgently. Conan nods. What is nail polish? Along the way, Conan brims with curiosity, having faced a tumultuous childhood. She has never encountered cosmetics before. What? You don't even know what cosmetics are? Yet your skin is so flawless? As they approach the city, Mayahiko returns once more. His previous visit was marked by the completion of a camera. This time, he comes seeking the creation of a communication device from Bairu. In the current ninja world, communication relies on letters and carrier pigeons, a reality that makes him incredulous that such primitive methods coexist with modern conveniences like refrigerators. In the innermost sanctum, Jiraiya is engrossed in writing. His work, titled Tales of Konoha, recounts his experiences growing up in the village. In the realm of literature, no one surpasses Chao, and he refrains from embarrassing himself. Deep in concentration, he remains oblivious to his devoted student, Mayahiko, passing by. Mayahiko glances at Jiraiya, offering a silent encouragement. Keep it up, sensei. He then enters the adjacent room to find Bairu. Take note. I request a communication device capable of enabling two individuals to converse over distances of thousands of miles. Bairu, engaged in an experiment, pauses to absorb Mayahiko's proposal. He understands the significance of the request. He must not offend the benefactor. However, as he listens, he feels a sense of dread wash over him. The last time, Mayahiko asked for a filming device, which was straightforward to create given the existing technology. But this request seems to come with heightened expectations. There is a shortage of materials. You can consult the warden for assistance, Bairu suggests. I do not wish for you to economize on materials. I only require the communication device. Understood. Bairu feels exasperated. What kind of predicament is this? Meanwhile, in Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen sits with arms crossed beneath his chin, his tone unusually grave. You claim to be Kakuzu from Akatsuki village and wish to establish a cinema in Konoha? Indeed. Kakuzu replies, a faint smirk visible beneath his mask. What are the terms of this collaboration? Will Konoha receive a share of the profits or impose taxes? Sarutobi inquires. No. Kakuzu shakes his head. Konoha must pay us. Only then will we open the cinema here. Sarutobi is taken aback. Did I hear you correctly? You expect us to pay you before you open? How audacious. You dare to extort me after taking away my prized pupil? Do you truly believe I am so easy to deal with? His face reddens in anger. If you do not provide a satisfactory explanation today, do not expect to leave. A slight breeze ruffles the brim of the Hokage's hat as his frustration grows. Kakuzu remains unfazed, calmly explaining, firstly, I possess films that you do not. Secondly, I possess films that you do not. Enough. Sarutobi's concern for his son Asuma surfaces. The boy has been clamoring to see a movie after attending one at Lake Biwa, and now he wishes to bring his sister along. How infuriating. Are films truly that captivating? In such a perilous ninja world, why are people flocking to them? Funds cannot be provided, and I must impose taxes. Thirdly, I possess films that you do not. Through Kakuzu's relentless persuasion, Sarutobi finally relents. Nevertheless, the battle of wits continues, with Sarutobi feigning faintness from Kakuzu's words. In the Hokage office, the F4 gathers, observing the fainted Hokage. Third Hokage, what has happened? Did the Akatsuki villagers provoke you to this extent? Nonsense. I see no reason for Akatsuki village to exist any longer, Sarutobi grumbles. Let us first inquire about what transpired with this Kakuzu, Mito Minion suggests. Shimura Danzo remains silent, gazing at Kakuzu with indifference. Kakuzu, feeling the weight of their scrutiny, remains silent, having been dealt a significant blow in this negotiation. A ticket selling for 25 ryo requires Konoha to part with 1 ryo. However, Konoha will provide a plot of land. How infuriating. Kakuzu is truly vexed. If this gets out, Konoha's tickets will sell for 28. The remaining 2 taels shall belong to him. Chapter 28. Uchiha Obito awakens his eyes. I am Sarutobi Hizashi, and I find myself steeped in regret. You may wonder why. A few days ago, at the cinema, Rin exclaimed, look, that's my older brother. And next to him is my sister-in-law. My sister-in-law appeared rather fierce, yet Rin, you are undeniably adorable. Ah, Obito, is this the Minato you often mention? Obito, with Rin in tow, ventured to the cinema to partake in the excitement. Outside, the theater was bustling with a throng of people. It had been quite some time since I last saw my brother, and he pointed to the poster with palpable enthusiasm. Coincidentally, his grandmother had given him some pocket money. To make matters even better, Kakashi was away on a mission. Thus, they purchased 2 tickets and a bucket of popcorn, and the 2 of them entered. Upon exiting, Rin's eyes were red, and so were Obito's, each harboring a small tear. Indeed, it was true. Obito had awakened his Sharingan. At the climactic moment of the film, as he witnessed the tragic fate of a character, his eyes welled with emotion. At the tender age of 7, he had unlocked a Tomo Sharingan. This event immediately stirred a great uproar within the Uchiha clan. When asked the reason, it was simply due to watching a film. We must purchase tickets. We must secure the best seats. The current Uchiha clan's junior leader, Fugaku, promptly took the gifted but unawakened clansmen to watch the spectacle. Inside the cinema, the Uchiha clan, with their abundant resources, rented out an entire screening. Ruth, I warn you, do not think of Obito again, or else. On the screen, one could only see the back of Minato, portrayed by Yahiko, with his vibrant red hair turned away from the camera, threatening the delicate Ruth as they prepared for their marriage in the presence of the high society. The Uchiha clan gazed at the grand screen, each lost in contemplation. For the Uchiha, known for their pride, to be seen in deep thought was a testament to the film's success. Minato, how dare you? A mere red-haired noble dares to intimidate Ruth? Obito exclaimed in frustration. I cannot endure this any longer. Fire style. Lightning style. As expected, the film concluded. And more than half the audience had awakened their eyes. On the battlefield, comrades would not awaken their powers even in the face of death. Yet a mere film had provoked such a response. It was not just any film, it featured a Minotaur storyline. After Jack's demise, Ruth was coerced into marriage with another nobleman, Minato. One must understand that all Uchihas envisioned themselves as the tall and handsome Jack. Had he not been red-haired, perhaps their reactions would have been less fervent. Upon seeing the red-haired Minato, they were reminded of their ancestor. Recalling how their forefather's beloved was taken by the whirlpool and held captive for decades, the Uchihas could no longer contain their outrage. Minotaurs, perish. The screening room was left in shambles, the grand screen shattered, and the seats reduced to ash. Fortunately, their private screening ensured that the public remained unaffected. Kakuza was en route. Upon exiting the cinema, the Uchiha clan remained enveloped in the recent film's somber atmosphere. Though I have awakened my eyes, my heart feels hollow. One Uchiha lamented. I feel the same, echoed another. All Uchihas fell into a profound silence. Who is the director? Bring him to me. I shall slay him and hang him from the lamp posts of Konoha. One Uchiha with a 2-tomo Sharingan bellowed in a frenzy. Let it go. It was merely entertainment. Fugaku replied, retracting his Sharingan, his fists clenched tightly. He best not cross my path. This director, along with the one who penned Nanha River, would pay dearly. In the Hokage's office, smoke lingered in the air, and it was unclear how many cigarettes Saratobi Hizashi had smoked. Suddenly, the door was kicked open. Hizashi. Had I known this would transpire, I would never have agreed to the cinema's opening. Now the Uchiha clan harbors thoughts they should not. How shall we address this? It was Danzo, speaking with indignation. In just a few days, the Uchiha had gained 50 to 60 new pairs of Sharingan. What could this possibly mean? In the era of the Warring States, during the time of Hashirama, such a phenomenon could very well alter the course of history. Enough. I regret this decision, he lamented, marking his first moment of true regret, under the influence of those with ulterior motives. The news of the Uchiha awakening 50 to 60 pairs of Sharingan could no longer remain concealed. The 4 great nations exchanged glances. They could not bully the Uchiha. They could only watch in amusement. Even Madara, buried deep underground, became aware of the situation. After a lengthy silence, even he found it hard to contain himself. Back in the day, he had awakened his first Tomo only after severing ties with Hashirama. You mean to say you awakened your eyes after watching such triviality? Lord Madara. Would you care to see it for yourself? Akatsuki inquired eagerly. I shall not waste my time on such nonsensical affairs. I would rather die than watch that, Madara scoffed, crossing his arms dismissively. What could a man and woman embracing possibly signify? Oh, Akatsuki's spirit dampened as he lowered his head. Then, Lord Madara, would you care for a game of chess? He offered, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Madara's hand twitched involuntarily. Do you even know how to play? He questioned sternly. Lord Madara, is chess not played this way? Akatsuki stammered. Then would you kindly teach me, Madara-san? He added, playfully twirling a finger on his lips. Speaking in a beguiling tone, complimented by his ghastly pale face, Madara, who had gone years without sustenance, felt a wave of nausea rising. Get away from me. Get out. Even that foolish Yahiko is more endearing than you. Meanwhile, all within the ninja world were engaged in discussions about the film. At this moment, Yahiko was focused on military affairs, wealth and arms, poverty and culture. In times of financial hardship, they had resorted to cultural endeavors. Now that Akatsuki had come into possession of a substantial sum, it was only natural to invest in cultivating talent, preparing for the impending ninja war, which would likely arise in 3 years following the disappearance of the third Kazekage. The Third Great War was known as the Ninja Meat Grinder. After several months of development, Akatsuki had expanded from 17 Chunin and 4 Chunin to 30 Chunin and 19 Chunin. Admittedly, it was a modest increase, largely comprised of brothers from the Uzumaki clan. Among them were two with elite strength, Kakashi Hatake and Kakuzu. Uzumaki Jiraiya, often erratic, was a mystery to Yahiko regarding his true capabilities. However, Yahiko was acutely aware of Nagato's still developing potential. In the newly renovated conference room, the higher-ups gathered, and Kakuzu had returned. It was Kakashi's first time attending an Akatsuki senior meeting. As the warden, he naturally occupied a front-row seat. Each member had a bottle of mineral water before them, a considerate touch. Kakashi felt a warmth in his heart. Yahiko sat at the head of the table, discreetly inserting earplugs, and attentively regarded his peers, embodying the essence of a keen listener. Kakashi was puzzled by Yahiko's peculiar behavior. Then, Uzumaki Jiraiya stood, his aged voice resonating. Allow me to speak first. I propose that we should extend our support to the solitary elderly in the ninja world. Do not dismiss this as a waste of resources. How do you know if these elders possess unique abilities or have capable descendants? Excellent. Yahiko, oblivious, clapped in approval. Elder Jiraiya took his seat with a satisfied smile. Kakuzu contemplated opposing this notion, yet he was wise enough to recognize the potential repercussions. The Uzumaki clan boasted a technique known as the Reaper Death Seal, and considering their fiery temperament, provoking the elders could jeopardize financial prospects. A mere 50 ryo for a token gesture would suffice. Kakashi nodded, acknowledging the validity of the observation. He understood that a master of physical techniques, such as Might Guy, would inevitably face the effects of aging. Would the legacy of his formidable skills fade into obscurity? Genji rose to express his thoughts. I maintain my stance that the cafeteria should receive increased funding. We ought to gather all the unique delicacies of the ninja world and establish a street that attracts attention, while also providing ourselves with convenient enjoyment. Bravo. Yahiko applauded. Kakuzu concurred, recognizing the brilliance of the idea. However, while he found the prospect of a food street profitable appealing, he was less enthusiastic about the notion of increasing the cafeteria's budget. Nagato cleared his throat twice. My organization requires an expansion and financial support to recruit some rogue ninjas. This time, Kakuzu did not wait for Yahiko's applause. Instead, he slammed his thigh in frustration. Damn it. There's no money. And what good is a life without value? Just look at my worth, should you decide to take me down and sell me on the black market. Chapter 29. I do not wear nail polish. Did you think I was without the means to defend myself? I assure you, I have my own methods. Shikamaru stood by, watching in exasperation as two individuals retrieved their kunai. Were they not here for a meeting? Why were weapons being drawn? He glanced at Yahiko, who appeared unfazed by the unfolding chaos. Let them fight. How could I maintain my position as the village leader otherwise? The antagonist chuckled, cough cough. This is absurd. Let us conclude the meeting first. Yahiko firmly rapped the table, prompting the two to settle down. Shikamaru, do you have any proposals? Yahiko inquired earnestly, directing his gaze toward Shikamaru. Hey, could you please remove your earplugs? Shikamaru thought in annoyance. He replied earnestly. I propose teaching the ninjas in our village the art of swordsmanship. There will be no expenses incurred, rest assured. Observing the green gleam in Kakuzu's eyes, Shikamaru felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. How did he end up encountering such a miser when he visited Akatsuki village? To his astonishment, Kakuzu appeared resigned, as if to say, fine, fine. Yahiko, adept at reading lips, understood Kakuzu and Appo's expression, which indicated he would not concern himself with the wear and tear of equipment. Such a character could indeed be beneficial to our village leader and Appo's budget. The next person reported in, also requesting funds. The subsequent individual followed suit, also seeking financial aid. Before the last member, Konan, could voice her request, Kakuzu could no longer contain his temper and rolled up his sleeves, ready to argue. You impertinent fools. I, Zetsu, have consumed more salt than you have rice. I have lived from the Warring States period until now, facing opponents as formidable as Uchiha Madara. Do you dare question my knowledge of the ninja world? Before he could continue, those hoping for their policies to be adopted erupted in a cacophony of insults. Come at me one-on-one. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Shikamaru observed Yahiko, who was pinching the bridge of his nose, and then looked at the bickering crowd, some even spitting in contempt. This was madness. After a prolonged period of bickering over bottled water, Shikamaru learned to shield his ears in silence. It felt like an eternity until the argument subsided. All right, draft a proposal and submit it. Yahiko clapped his hands to regain everyone's attention. Is this the reason you wear earplugs? Shikamaru widened his eyes, contemplating whether he should also wear them in the future. Konan, you need not submit anything. I shall directly adopt your suggestion, Yahiko decided, wishing to avoid witnessing how Konan would translate her gentle words into cold, stark text. Really? Konan's eyes sparkled with delight. More enchanting than cherry blossoms in spring. She eagerly urged everyone to write quickly, hoping her proposal would be accepted. After the group finished writing and departed, a stack of proposals accumulated on a nearby table. Konan lingered behind. Give me your hand. She approached Yahiko, extending her small palm. He complied. Konan calmly summoned an array of nail polish in various colors, selecting the one she favored most, a vibrant red. It was evident she had applied a layer of coral orange nail polish on her neatly trimmed nails. Was she truly intending to paint his nails? Yahiko was taken aback, attempting to retract his hand, only to find Conan's grip unyielding. What are you doing? I'm a boy. Why would I wear nail polish? Yahiko exclaimed. Rising in shock, his hand still firmly held by Conan. Huh? Did you not say you would adopt my suggestion? Conan questioned, perplexed, halting her actions of opening the red nail polish bottle. Your suggestion was to wear nail polish? Exactly. Let us paint the nails of the top officials of Akatsuki. Shikamaru could hardly fathom the image of himself adorned with nail polish. How could Akatsuki possibly engage in such frivolity? How did Nagato agree to this? No. That did not make sense. Nagato, being cunning, would not wear it himself but would have his deceased body adorned instead. I shall not wear nail polish. I will rise early, sleep early, and prepare breakfast for you in the morning, Yahiko compromised. I'll handle breakfast, just be a good boy and let me paint your nails. I refuse. Why not? I am a man. Then perhaps you could allocate funds for explosive tags? Let us focus on this red nail polish instead. Conan's spirits lifted as she delicately played with Yahiko's hand, applying the polish with a small brush. At the base of Akatsuki, two individuals sat around a table. Ha ha. Seeing Yahiko's fingers and toes adorned with red nail polish, Nagato erupted into laughter. What's so funny? Yahiko retorted, rolling his eyes before steering the conversation back to matters at hand. We have amassed quite a fortune, yet Hanzo remains silent. It leaves me feeling uneasy. And what of Danzo? That old trickster has been suspiciously quiet as well. To be fair, Danzo is preoccupied with his own affairs. He hardly has the time to manage a small, impoverished village. The price of bread in the Rain village had plummeted from 500,000 ryo to 100,000 ryo. Nagato sighed, recalling the intelligence. Yahiko narrowed his eyes, tapping his index finger on the table. Since the domestic situation is dire, we must resort to external plunder to bolster our resources. The Rain village could not compete with the 5 great nations, nor could it stand against the Grass Ninja village. The only feasible option was to target our own Akatsuki. Yahiko's finger, painted a vibrant red, wobbled. Ha ha. Are you still laughing? I'm discussing serious matters. I'm not. Ha ha ha. I'll stop laughing. Observing Yahiko's hand as if it were molding dumplings, Nagato covered his mouth, his body trembling with suppressed amusement. Yahiko took a deep breath, fixing Nagato with an expression akin to Jerry staring blankly at Tom. Haraha. I apologize. I did not intend to laugh. It was simply irresistible. Nagato too wished to stifle his laughter, feeling the weight of the struggle. Nagato, I've come to see you. Just then, Conan arrived. Fearing Yahiko would mold dumplings with him, Nagato hurried over to greet her. Nagato, look what I brought for you. Conan bounced toward him, hands concealed behind her back, exuding an air of mystery. Nagato cannot guess? Nagato felt a twinge of annoyance. Despite possessing the Rinnegan, he lacked the ability to see through objects. Ding 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 ding. Conan mimed a sound effect, revealing her hidden hand, which held a bottle of pink nail polish. Nagato exclaimed, I can never coexist with nail polish. It's from Conan. It's lovely. Are you implying? Nagato glanced back at Yahiko, who had surrounded him, a hand resting on his shoulder, rendering escape impossible. Hiki. Laughter filled the air. Chapter 30. Lord Madara, allow me to tell you a story. The price of bread has risen, and fish too has become exorbitantly priced. How are we to continue living under such circumstances? Just yesterday, bread cost 100,000. And today it has surged to 180,000. It is simply unaffordable. Alas, this is the fate of our small nation. 180,000 is still a fortune, but if Konoha does not sell to us, we will be left in dire straits. Outside, the rain pours down in columns, as a few residents of the Rain village lament in a quaint tavern. Within a stately study, a man wearing a distinctive mask sits at a desk, diligently practicing his calligraphy. Lord Hanzo, the price of food remains excessively high. If this continues, it will surely lead to calamity. Voices a concerned Rain village shinobi kneeling beside him. Hanzo's hand trembles involuntarily at the mention of this. The once flawless strokes on the coarse paper now bear a slight imperfection. He shakes his head in resignation. The spirit of the demigod within him has been shattered by the might of the great nations. After the Second Shinobi World War, he understood why the 5 great nations remained dominant. Their power and economy overshadowed that of his small country. Following their defeat in the Second Shinobi War, the 5 great nations imposed a comprehensive economic blockade on the Rain country, barring their merchants from trading within its borders. The already dreary, rain-soaked climate was unsuitable for agriculture. And now with Konoha cutting off food supplies, their survival has become utterly hopeless. Were it not for that impudent boy, Yahiko, who led a group of refugees away, he would have to consider resorting to violence, knowing that only half of his people might survive. Setting down his brush, Hanzo gazes toward the direction of the Akatsuki village. How many loyal Rain shinobi still remain in my village? He inquires of his trusted aide. 800, the aide replies. Good. When friends in need suffer, we must endure as well. In the school, the students have returned for the new term. The first grade curriculum now emphasizes moral education. Yahiko hopes that the children at school can develop holistically in virtue, intellect, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor. In Class 2 of Year 1, led by Conan, Yahiko, acting as the principal, attends to observe the proceedings, seated beside Conan in the last row. The instructor at the front is Umino Irika. Hearing that surname and glancing at the familiar face, Yahiko realizes, isn't that Irika's father? What is he doing in my Akatsuki village? Despite his busy schedule. Yahiko takes a moment to scrutinize Umino Irika. An unremarkable visage, unremarkable abilities. Could it be that the old Sarutobi sent him as a spy to retaliate against me? Without discipline, there can be no freedom. To achieve freedom, one must adhere to discipline. Umino Irika stammers under Yahiko's intense gaze, feeling the pressure mount. Go for it, teacher. Encourages a student named Sho in the second row of the first group. Indeed. I will strive to improve. Umino Irika motivates himself internally. Prejudice in the hearts of men is like an insurmountable mountain, no matter how eloquently Umino Irika speaks. Yahiko remains convinced he harbors ulterior motives. Brother, why do you keep staring at teacher Irika? Asks Daibutsu and Jusuke, seated at the back of the classroom. Yahiko smiles silently. The ears of a ninja are sharp, and no subtlety escapes their notice. He chooses to remain coy. Upon noticing the distracted students, Umino Irika must enforce discipline. In a flash, he appears before them, lightly tapping a book on their heads. Daibutsu and Jusuke protest. They are 14 this year. They should not still be punished. Brother, please take me away, Jusuke whines. Haha, let us finish elementary school first, Yahiko replies, dismissing their complaints while quietly contemplating every word Umino Irika speaks, thinking. You are not sent by Sarutobi. Your actions resemble those of your son. Do not take my precious students away. Beside him, Konan expertly manages the simple-minded Umino Irika. This intermediating chunin has a particular fondness for children, ensuring that he interacts with all three classes of first graders. Yahiko, should we introduce an art class for the children? Konan whispers into his ear. Why? I have heard that those who learn to draw are often kind-hearted. Yahiko responds, giving her a look that says, Are you joking? Very well, it may not be wise to burden the children further, she concedes, suppressing her thoughts. Suddenly, Yahiko feels a tug at the hem of his pants. Looking down, he sees a frog, not a human. Where did this toad come from? He nearly kicks it away instinctively. It's me. Oh, it's Toad B, Yahiko recalls, having previously sent a frog from Miyaboka Mountain to supervise unruly students. Why are you so plump? You resemble a little pig, he remarks, lifting it up and poking its belly with his finger. The others present can only turn a blind eye. After all, he is the principal. Sho has been feeding me well, Toad B replies, patting its belly, clearly enjoying its life. Do you need something from me? Is Sho in trouble? Yahiko lowers his voice to inquire. Not at all. It's just that those three children have been associating with some peculiar individuals. Go on, Yahiko urges, lowering his voice further. That person keeps asking Sho and the others what it feels like to defecate. Whoever it is, they do not wish to disclose. Yahiko thinks to himself, if this unfortunate creature is not related to Lord Madara, and if it were to uncover whether Madara could still rise after the Third Shinobi War, I would not hesitate to execute it 10 times over. According to Nagato's investigation, 2 individuals were spotted in the restroom, observing a female chunin named Baijia. They were so startled that they have not stood up since. Such a sin. Despite the elders' relentless precautions, did White Zetsu manage to infiltrate the Akatsuki village? Previously, when it was said that White Zetsu could enter from the outside, I had Konan's homemade dumplings. And then, what did he do? Yahiko clenches his fist. If he dares harm the flowers of my village, I shall twist his head into a pretzel. He asked Sho for movie tickets, and additionally, he inquires of Kanfu for a chessboard, and of Tetsu for a storybook. Kanfu certainly did not comply. Toad B exclaims in shock. How do you know? Hee, basic skills. No need to be surprised. Yahiko smiles faintly. Since he is called by that name, I doubt he would relinquish anything. Recently, Uchiha Madara has been searching for an heir. Within the Uchiha clan, he has 2 individuals in mind. One is Uchiha Fugaku, who possesses the Sharingan. Yet his intellect has matured to a point where he only discusses interests devoid of emotions. The other remains Uchiha Bido, who awakened to Sharingan at 6 years old and possesses a naturally warm heart, based on Abido's daily demeanor. Madara believes such a person is the most naive and easily manipulated. Furthermore, only an Uchiha who harbors love within can awaken the Meijiki Sharingan after experiencing emotional turmoil. Those who are inherently cold-hearted likely remain unaffected even by the death of their own mother. How could they awaken the Sharingan? This is his empirical observation. Investigate further. Uchiha Madara instructs a White Zetsu. I hear Yahiko is that boy's older brother? Rest assured, Yahiko, in my Moon Eye plan, I shall introduce you to Izuna. You two shall surely have much to discuss. Madara reminisces fondly of Izuna. Ah, Lord Madara, it is time for bed. Akatsuki, who suddenly appears, reminds him. Uchiha Madara frowns. Yet seeing Akatsuki's pitiful expression after years of nurturing, he cannot help but feel a twinge of sympathy, akin to the bond one forms with a dog. Scram. I cannot believe I feel pity for you. He dismisses Akatsuki impatiently. Daily business. What sort of breed is this? A nonsensical breed. Ah, Lord Ban, open your ears. For I shall regale you with a bedtime story. The old man expressed his disinterest. Ban closed his eyes. Afei nodded and, in a peculiar voice, began. Once upon a time, there was a princess of remarkable beauty, so fair that all called her Snow White. Observing Ban's lack of reaction, Afei with a mischievous grin, continued. However, Snow White had a stepmother who, envious of her beauty, compelled her to toil in the woods, where her skin became tarnished. Thus, people began to refer to her as Cinderella. Uchiha Ban's lips twitched. Chapter 31. The Innate Evil Bloodline. Jia, class is over. Xiaoxiong, Kung Fu. And Jian had been waiting for a long time on the playground for a Fei. MMHM. A Fei, exuding an air of authority, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing mysteriously at the three. Did you bring the storybook I requested? He inquired, extending a hand. The three exchanged glances and shook their heads. No, we didn't bring it. Our mothers enjoy reading storybooks too. What? Mothers? Are they more important than Lord Ban? Lord Ban? The three children looked puzzled. Ah, did I let that slip? A Fei covered his mouth, then quickly waved his hand, bursting into laughter. Just kidding. I don't know any Lord Ban. Do you have any other storybooks? Xiaoxiong scratched his head. What about the moral education book? It has stories in it. Kung Fu nodded in agreement. Exactly. The story of Li Shui paying respects to Zhang Liang. Our teacher insists we memorize the entire text. It's so annoying. Why does the principal create so many texts about students and teachers? Jian rubbed his hair in frustration. Hurry up. Lord Ban is waiting for his story to fall asleep. As class was about to begin, the three hurriedly fetched the moral education book before returning to their lesson. A Fei cast a cautious glance around, then performed a technique to vanish into the ground. A little toad observed everything from a distance. Did you see that strange man asking Xiaoxiong and the others for storybooks? In the office, Miyan stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seems Lord Ban cannot endure solitude any longer. It is only natural, given that Hashirama has been gone for so long. Be cautious not to get discovered. As long as a Fei poses no threat to the village, let him be. Lord Ban, are you asleep? A Fei asked playfully. Gazing at the still figure of Uchiha Ben opened his eyes in confusion. I brought the storybook back. Would you like me to tell you a bedtime story? A Fei spoke as if soothing a child. Uchiha Ben nearly lost his composure. After all these years, the only ones who could rattle him. Besides those two brothers, were you, little scorpion. Do you not wish to hear it, Lord Ban? A Fei asked, feigning disappointment. With a sigh, Ben closed his eyes again. All right. Today, I will surely lull Lord Ban to sleep. A Fei encouraged himself internally, sitting beside Uchiha Ben and opening the book. The tale of Li Shui paying respects to Zhang Liang. It is said that this young man once plotted to assassinate Qin Shi Huang. As the story unfolded, Uchiha Ben pondered. If it were me, I would have thrown that Huang Shi Gong into the river without a second thought. Such a legacy. Surely only those with the pure-hearted intentions akin to Hashirama could inherit. There was another character in the story that piqued his interest, the Emperor of the Great Qin. With the 6 kings subdued, the 4 seas united. To unify the land of Huaxia, Miyan quietly instilled the ideology that the ninja world should be unified. Hinting at his thoughts. After all, the village of Akatsuki was too weak. Such sentiments, if leaked, could easily lead to their demise at the hands of the 5 great nations. A glimmer of light sparked in Uchiha Ben's eyes. This had been his belief as well. And after unification? Are there stories about what follows? Ben suddenly asked. Years ago, he had been resolute about unification. There could only be one land of fire in the ninja world. However, Hashirama held the exact opposite view, firmly instilling doubt in him, leading him to abandon the dream of a unified ninja world. Ban's sudden inquiry startled a Fei, causing him to jump to his feet. Lord Ban, let me see. A Fei flipped through the book, scanning its contents. It seems there is only one story of this style, Lord Ban. Disappointment washed over Uchiha Ben as he closed his eyes. I shall tell you the tale of Li Shui paying respects to Zhang Liang. A Fei sat down again, scratching his head in confusion. What is it? Ban asked, puzzled. A Fei recited the story aloud. Uchiha Ban's lips twitched in irritation. The tale of Li Shui paying respects. One night, Jiraiya called me Yin to come the following morning. The next morning, heavy snow fell, and the door was tightly shut, as if Jiraiya had forgotten. Mi Yin, seeing Jiraiya sleeping through the transparent window, couldn't bear to wake him, so he waited outside. Ultimately, Mi Yin remained waiting until Jiraiya finally woke. While the snow had turned him into a snowman. How absurd. How could it snow in the land of rain? A Fei mused, considering himself foolish, yet possessing some common sense. Uchiha Ben paused, momentarily lost in thought. I almost forgot that this boy is Jiraiya's disciple. In other words, he is Saratobi's grand disciple. Tobirama raised him as his ancestor's descendant? No wonder such shameless behavior runs in the family. Tobirama, that cunning man, painted him as a villain in Konoha. The monkey claims to be the strongest Hokage. Shameless. Such a person is insane and should not enter my Tsukuyumi world. Bah. Outrageous. Lord Ban. Hans the Salamander is approaching the Akatsuki village with 800 rain ninjas. Should we alert the containers? A white Setsu suddenly emerged from the ground, seeking Uchiha Ban's counsel. Did that inherently wicked little brat Mi Yin offer you any benefits? Uchiha Ban grasped the neck of the suddenly appearing white Setsu, squeezing until he could hardly breathe. Lord Ban, please release me. It was you who instructed white Setsu number 2 to warn the containers to flee in case of danger. A Fei hurriedly reminded him. Fool. The moment I get entangled with that white-haired deadbeat, I lose my sanity. Ban released his grip. White Setsu number 2 fell to the ground. teetering on the brink of tears. Do not concern yourself with them. If the containers are compromised, report back to me. With that, Ben once again closed his eyes. After a considerable time without hearing a phased voice, Uchiha Ben seemed to feel discomfort in his throat and coughed a couple of times. Cough, cough. Oh, a face suddenly realized. He had forgotten to continue narrating the bedtime story for Lord Ban. Chapter 32, Conquering Shiatsuan Before Lunch. Several days ago, the villagers of Yuin officially gathered their forces to declare war on Shiatsuan, citing the lack of funds as their reason. Today, Hanzo the Salamander unexpectedly appeared with 800 men on a small bridge 30 miles away from Xiaoying village. However, the other significant party, Shiatsuan, remained blissfully unaware of the impending threat, as Hanzo had only informed the 5 great villages. The 5 great villages harbored no fondness for Shiatsuan and even assisted in concealing the news. Had it not been for an old woman intervening, a certain puppet-loving lad would have rushed to lend a hand. In the office of the village head of Shiatsuan, the atmosphere was tense. Where did 800 ninjas come from? Exclaimed Yahi, staring incredulously at a member of the Nara clan from Konoha. It was absurd, as the village directly under threat. They only learned of the enemy's approach when it was nearly too late. Even more ridiculous was that the news had come from Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. The third Hokage had warned, the waters of the cinema and toy factory run too deep for you to navigate. If you are willing to pledge allegiance to Shiatsuan and its shares, Konoha can intervene. On the day of your submission, you shall be deemed a Jonin of Konoha. The Nara clan member noted the fertile land and warm climate of Shiatsuan, which the third Hokage had previously overlooked but now found quite tempting. Village head. Yuin has declared war on us, reported a weary Chunin, who had rushed in, appearing as though he had traveled for days without rest. The Nara clan member's expression reflected the gravity of the situation. Yahi's temples throbbed. If a mere Chunin could glean information about Hanzo in advance and relay it before the attack, he wouldn't merely be a Chunin, survival itself would be a feat. He waved dismissively, and the Chunin retreated. Yahi, perhaps you should reconsider? Urged the Nara member. Tell Sarutobi that if he cannot spare the Hokage, I will come to see him. If he cannot, he should prepare himself for my visit. Yahi retorted defiantly. Prepare yourself for a reckoning, he added. Observing the Nara member's bewildered expression, the third Hokage is extending a hand due to your lineage as his disciple. It is unfortunate that my words fall on deaf ears. You are courting your own demise. I shall never undertake such a far-off mission again. After the Nara clan member departed, all capable ninjas of Xiaoying gathered in the village head's office. Their faces were etched with concern, yet they exhibited no fear. They had benefited from Shiatsuan, drawing salaries surpassing that of the village head. If they succumbed to fear now, they would be unable to forgive themselves. I've never heard of something called a pension, exclaimed a ninja, bemused by the concept. As long as the village exists, the pension will continue. Ha! Hanzo is merely a minor nuisance, daring to covet my wealth. I once faced Senja Hashirama of Konoha. Scoffed to seasoned ninja. Yuzen cast a complicated glance at him. Deceiving the younger generation might work, but not oneself. 800 men? Let us seize the initiative and capture Hanzo the Salamander, declared Kiki Sakumo, who understood the strength of the enemy and recognized that only he and Yahi stood a chance against Hanzo's might. With the prospect of a confrontation looming, Yahi's excitement surged. 800 was a staggering number, yet they lacked even 80 capable fighters for their side. As Sakumo analyzed the situation, Yahi felt Hanzo's forces were no more than a band of rabble. First, let us prepare the villagers for a potential evacuation, Yahi instructed. And the others nodded in agreement. Sakumo and Nagato set out to rally the ninjas in the village, while the rest remained in the office to witness Yahi activate the village head's microphone. Hello, everyone, crackled the loudspeakers throughout the village. At that moment, all citizens of Shiatsuan, visiting tourists, and merchants turned their attention to the nearby speakers, accustomed to such announcements. Each morning, the children would exercise, and during breaks, they would follow suit. Notifications regarding village policies and activities were disseminated through these loudspeakers. Newcomers to Shiatsuan listened as others explained the ongoing events, curious about what was happening. Hanzo the Salamander, driven by selfish desires, seeks to instigate the Third Shinobi World War. The primary battleground is none other than our Shiatsuan. I regret to inform the tourists that we cannot involve you in this conflict. Hanzo, along with his 800 men, has already reached the small bridge outside the village, pausing briefly to prepare for an assault on Shiatsuan and to dine here tonight. Citizens of Shiatsuan, you are now stripped of your household registration. Your fates are no longer tied to me, Yahi. Flee quickly. I cannot guarantee that Hanzo will not take his frustrations out on you. But rest assured, should he wish to harm you, he must first step over my lifeless body. The transmission ended abruptly, leaving everyone to speculate that Yahi was preparing for battle. On the riverboat outside, a noble woman from the land of fire instructed her attendant to lower the camera. What is this? Our idol's homeland is at war. And the idol has enlisted? No, the idol is the village head, she exclaimed, as nobles from the land of wind and the land of earth lined up for photographs, their faces marked by indignation. To them, cinema was a refined art, and how dare Hanzo, a mere rogue, insult this sacred land? We will not flee. We refuse to run, shouted the villagers, rallying against Hanzo's ambition. I nearly starved in Yuin. The village had fed me, clothed me, and provided me with work. I cannot betray him. In the schoolyard, Ikakohain observed the students hiding under Konan's leadership. Protect the children. But we are from Konoha. Why should we concern ourselves? Hain's gaze was resolute. Two Konoha undercover agents beside him remained steadfast in their loyalty. Teacher, please hide with us, urged a young boy, emboldened by an unknown courage. As he clutched Hain's sleeve and the clothing of a Konoha agent. Yes, yes. Teacher, it's dangerous outside, cried several students, believing the trio sought martyrdom. Gazing at the innocent faces of the children, the Konoha agent felt his eyes moisten. Damn it, I'm a monster, he lamented. Protect the children, they all echoed. A chorus of determination. Outside the school, a vendor continued his work, oblivious to the chaos. Yahi is a commendable village head meanwhile. On the small bridge 30 miles away from Shane Village, 800 Rain ninjas took a moment to rest. Before the offensive, Hanzo, the man is fish, learned that the Rain shinobi had not dined. He sought out his trusted confidant, U-Village, and regarded him coldly. Why has the battalion not had their lunch? Report, leader. I have commanded the Rain shinobi to secure the Akatsuki village before breaking for lunch. U-Village responded with pride, standing tall. Excellent. Such spirited resolve, Hanzo said, appreciatively patting U-Village's shoulder with his gloved right hand. Convey the orders. It is now 10:30. We shall dine punctually at 11. Understood. Chapter 33. The demise of the demigod. The inhabitants of the ninja world held little hope for Akatsuki village. And it seemed that the village itself was not living up to expectations. They were acutely aware of Hanzo's formidable strength. Had he not been consumed by the ambition to unify the ninja realm, a one-on-one confrontation would have been equally daunting for them. In the hidden cloud village, Third Raikage commanded, very well, today Akatsuki village shall cease to exist. The ninjas guarding the Black Bull Ranch can stand down. On a sofa, the young A crossed his arms, contemplating, if I were there, I would crush that Yahiko with a single blow. Compete? The Third Raikage suddenly inquired of the young A. Compete, the young A replied after a moment of thought. Oh, all right. I'm going to board the ship and take photos. Oh yeah. Recently, he had vaguely overheard Killer B mention taking photos on his ship while at the gym. Where are you off to, father? Don't worry, Yahiko isn't foolish, if it rains. He knows to run home. Indeed. The small bridge lay a mere 30 miles from Akatsuki village, which faced an existential crisis. Before Hanzo could launch an attack, Yahiko, accompanied by Nagato, Konan, Jiraiya, and others, arrived at the bridge. Among them, Jiraiya, still clad in prison garb, had been summoned by Yahiko to bolster their ranks. Am I to face Hanzo? Jiraiya protested, unwilling to engage in a duel with Hanzo, recalling the trauma from his encounters with Orochimaru and Tsunade. However, he could not resist Yahiko's charms and the promise of 2 films starring him. Are you sure those films will make Tsunade fall for me? Jiraiya muttered cautiously to Yahiko. If Tsunade won't marry you, I will, but only if you win, Yahiko retorted. Very well. I shall give it my all. Jiraiya exclaimed, eyeing Yahiko's nail polish. You wouldn't be a distraction, would you? At that moment, Hanzo noticed the commotion. What audacity! You dare to come with merely 7? With that, he brandished his scythe, summoning 6 elite jonin from the Rain village. The group instantly appeared at the bridge, and upon scanning the area, Hanzo concluded there were no traps. The two sides glared at one another across the bridge. He focused on the young Yahiko, who, despite his youth, stood boldly meeting Hanzo's gaze. Hanzo of the Salamander, Yahiko declared, furrowing his brow. I intend to cross this bridge. Yahiko, you foolish boy. There are 800 men stationed on the other side, led by Hanzo. Are you insane? Nagato and Jiraiya each grabbed Yahiko by the shoulders. The young man, surprisingly strong, could not be restrained. They could only watch as Yahiko pressed forward, silently gathering chakra and preparing for battle. I suppose this is the only technique I can use now, though I am not yet proficient. Make sure to capture it beautifully. Jiraiya closed his eyes, attuning himself to nature. As Yahiko stepped onto the bridge, glaring at Hanzo, he spoke with intensity. Hanzo, what do you mean by this? Have you come to celebrate the box office success of Akatsuki Village's film? It is quite disrespectful for a junior to address me so directly, Hanzo replied, pushing aside his subordinate who attempted to intervene, stepping alone onto the bridge to face Yahiko. Despite being shorter than Hanzo, Yahiko's presence was formidable. Hanzo, I speak to you as the leader of Akatsuki Village. Do you wish to incite war? We shall see. Akatsuki Village yearns for peace. Yet we are not afraid of battle. Do you see my village behind me? Each one of them could spill your blood. You hail from the land of rain. Such a tone is unbecoming in our discourse, Hanzo observed Yahiko, puzzled by the boy's audacity to speak so boldly, especially with 800 men at his back. Bullying the weak and disrespecting the old. Hanzo, you have fallen far. Yahiko admonished Hanzo, his exterior stern, though internally anxious and somewhat exhilarated. After all, he was confronting a demigod of the ninja world, a man who had triumphed over the legendary 3. What did you say, brat? Do you truly believe I am of a gentle disposition? Hanzo scoffed, his side remaining idle as he removed his mask, unleashing a foul, purple toxic mist toward Yahiko. Imbued with the venomous sac of a salamander from his youth, Hanzo exhaled deadly gas with each breath. A mere trace could prove fatal. Those who toy with poison dwell in darkness. Yahiko, foreseeing Hanzo's intention, had already prepared himself. Water release, water barrier. He swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring a translucent wall of water that rose to intercept the advancing toxic mist. Seeing this, Hanzo smirked and brandished his scythe, charging at Yahiko with astonishing speed. Everyone stand down. Allow me to educate the youth. Hanzo bellowed. The chain scythe whistled through the air, aimed at Yahiko's arm. Without hesitation, Yahiko executed hand seals, summoning a water prison technique that ensnared the approaching Hanzo. Interesting. Hanzo maintained his side-swinging motion, unfazed, as he forcefully swung the blade, creating turbulent waves within the water prison, which quickly shattered. Seizing the opportunity, Yahiko formed 3 seals and shouted, "Water release. Water flowing mop." Indeed, water dragon bullet technique, but I feel water flowing mop resonates better. He struck the ground forcefully, unleashing a torrent of water that surged forth like a roaring dragon, propelling Hanzo backward. Hanzo steadied himself, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Could this child from the Rain Village possess such chakra? Yet it was merely a fleeting astonishment, as Yahiko was once an orphan of the Rain Village himself. Do you not recognize me? I am a demigod of the ninja world. Hanzo quickly regained his composure, no longer testing the waters, but preparing to unleash his full might. He could not allow a junior to look down upon him. Drawing a deep breath, he slammed his hands onto the ground. Fire. Wait. Yahiko interjected, extending his palm. I cannot defeat you. I refuse to engage in battle, Yahiko declared with a touch of helplessness. Teacher. With Yahiko's shout, all right. Let the heavens open up. Heroes arise. Sage chakra surged through Jiraiya's veins, manifesting a face paint upon him, with bumps forming at his temples and his pupils transforming into frog-like orbs. Upon closer inspection, one could see the glint of white light in Jiraiya's eyes. Though it was a serious moment, Yahiko nearly burst into laughter upon recognizing Jiraiya's special technique. Jiraiya glanced at the camera, flashing a wide grin, brimming with confidence, giving a thumbs up as if proclaiming victory. Without the assistance of the 2 sages, Jiraiya could still enter sage mode. The support from the 2 sages would accelerate his perception of natural energy and prolong the duration of his sage mode. Alone, Jiraiya could maintain sage mode for roughly 3 minutes, 2 minutes shorter than the perfect sage mode attained by Naruto. However, Jiraiya understood that relying on the 2 sages would diminish his glory. To impress Tsunade, he was willing to give his all. Tsunade, even a demigod shall meet his end. Chapter 34, Hans. Returned to the village hidden in the rain. With a cough, Jiraiya exclaimed, use the Rasengan I taught you. Show Hans the bond between us. Like a Pokemon battle, Yahiko retreated behind the bridge, pointing and roaring at Hans, the salamander. Jiraiya's expression darkened. He had never witnessed such theatricality. He began to gather chakra for a Rasengan. I'll use my vital essence, he declared, infusing the technique with a hint of sage chakra. Hans, recognizing the familiar white-haired man, ready to scythe for combat. Although Hans felt a sense of despair, he adhered to martial ethics and refrained from unleashing his 800 ninjas immediately. Not far away, a white Zetsu observed everything, broadcasting it live. In the depths of the Akatsuki village, Uchiha Madara, with a face full of wrinkles, felt a twinge of annoyance. He had once thought of Yahiko as a good person and felt a tinge of guilt when planning to eliminate him. Now, guilt? He wished he could personally go and strike him down. Water style? What a farce. Watching Yahiko adeptly wield the water style, Madara was reminded of that irritating white-haired man. In the world of Tsuki no Mi, he was determined to tether the inherently evil Tobirama and the impish Yahiko at the village entrance as a landmark for Konoha. From White Zetsu's perspective, Hans was beginning to falter. After all, he was not facing the same weakling from 4 years ago, but the sage, Jiraiya. Jiraiya's Rasengan, infused with sage chakra, shattered Hans's scythe. At that moment, Madara couldn't help but feel a sense of dread for Hans, wishing he could intervene. Come on, Hans. Eliminate the Senju Tobirama faction. Obito lay on the ground, hands on his face, his feet swinging as he observed Madara's reaction. Why was Madara trembling? Why was he clenching his fists? After approximately 3 minutes of observation, he suddenly shouted, well done. The echo of Uchiha Madara's cheers resonated in the vast underground. At that moment, Jiraiya's sage mode ended, and he was kicked away by Hans, landing in the river. Cough, cough, stop, stop. Jiraiya scrambled up from the water, hastily waving his hands. What do you mean, stop? Hans, blood trickling from his mouth, pressed his advantage and charged at Jiraiya, vowing to reclaim his dignity from the earlier embarrassment. Old poison. Do you dare to wait a moment? Jiraiya stepped back, evading Hans's fire technique. The nearby temperature soared, almost instantly drying the water from Jiraiya's body, illustrating the intensity of the fire technique. Hans glanced at Jiraiya's face, noting that it seemed different from before, now looking somewhat disheveled. I have no patience to wait for you. I promised everyone that we would have lunch at the Akatsuki village by 11. Jiraiya cursed as he dodged Hans's attacks. He couldn't activate Sage Mode instantly. Without Sage Mode, he couldn't compete with Hans. If I had known, I wouldn't have been so arrogant. I should have summoned the 2 sages to defeat Hans together. Do not underestimate the resolve of a leader. What do you think our duel is? Hans, biting his thumb, summoned the salamander. Jiraiya gritted his teeth. He was right. Do not underestimate a teacher's determination to protect his students. He bit his thumb, and blood splattered. Summoning technique. He clapped his hands to the ground. Upon the smoke cleared, revealing nothing. Jiraiya? Everyone? Hans, what the hell are you doing? If it weren't for Jiraiya being a once-acknowledged junior, he would have been furious. Jiraiya slapped his forehead. He had previously fought with Bairu and hadn't yet reconciled with Wutai. Shinobi quickly used the Konoha blade against Hans. Jiraiya shouted to Hatake Tsukumo, mimicking Yahiko's earlier demeanor. Those who remember will surely respond. Here they come. Hatake Tsukumo hesitated for a moment, then drew his White Fang from behind. The Akatsuki members, witnessing the exchange, were utterly ignorant of what martial ethics entailed. Seeing Jiraiya struggle against Hans, Tsukumo dashed to assist him, shouting. Nagato took the initiative, extending his hand adorned with pink nail polish. He noticed a fleeting frown, then thrust his palm forward, drawing in two ranged shinobi watching from the opposite bank of the bridge. The two ranged shinobi, terror-stricken, desperately attempted to escape the inexplicable pull, but it was futile. They flew straight toward Nagato. However, years of combat experience compelled them to instinctively draw kunai from their tool bags. Rasengan. Yahiko had long prepared a Rasengan in his hand. Waiting. Kakuzu's actions had proven his intentions. He had stealthily ascended the bridge. With a flourish, he tore open his black cloak, revealing 5 gaping mouths that writhed like living creatures. Wind-style, pressure damage. The wind-masked monster emerged, unleashing a fierce gale that swept across the land toward the enemy on the opposite bank. Spiral technique, shadow clone jutsu. One by one, red-haired old men surged forth, shielded by Kakuzu. Meanwhile, Hans, embroiled in battle with Tsukumo and Jiraiya, narrowed his eyes. You lack martial ethics. Underground, the old man roared, bastard. This is indeed the typical style of Shinji Tobarama. Madara, you cannot intervene. You must not. Obito quickly got up and clung to the indignant Uchiha Madara's leg. Unsurprisingly, the 6-ranged shinobi, caught off guard by the sudden ambush, fell one after another. Fearing Hans might act recklessly, they had one last breath left. Stop, Hans. The lives of your subordinates are in our hands. The 6 were sealed, chakra restrained, with Yahiko and others holding blades to their throats. The 3 combatants halted. Hans began to question his life choices. Why? You brought 6 men. I commend your bravery, yet you only brought 6 to meet me. If you wish to duel, I shall oblige. Yet, why did you suddenly ambush my 6-ranged shinobi? The veins on his neck twisted like worms. Hans glared fiercely at Yahiko. When you infringe upon my village, what morals do you speak of? Yahiko stared back at Hans, resolute. At worst, he would abandon his village and station the remaining ninjas outside the Rain village, killing any Rain shinobi who ventured out on missions. If the Akatsuki members were not so few, he would have considered having Tsukumo employ a substitution tactic. Hans, return to the village hidden in the rain. Just as Hans was about to signal the stationed Rain shinobi nearby to initiate battle, a commanding voice resonated through the air. Hans turned to the source, his brow furrowing uncomfortably. Chapter 35, You may hang me from the crooked tree, Hans. Return to the village hidden in the rain. Noblemen and women, accompanied by their attendants, approached. The leading man was the prince of the land of fire, who pointed an accusing finger at Hans and shouted in anger. The 6 Rain ninjas, their chakra sealed and vocal cords bound, emitted unwilling whimpers. If one were to ask whom they despised the most, it would undoubtedly be the 5 great nations. The 5 great villages had no right to obstruct trade. It was these nobles who brought sorrow to the land of rain. Hans clenched his fists. It was the first time he had been insulted so brazenly. Hans, I will return to inform my father. A woman dressed in a white robe adorned with green accents exclaimed. Was she a noble from the land of wind? Hans, you have gone too far. If anything happens to my dear friend, I shall have my father hire Konoha ninjas to flay your skin. This lady wore a white robe with red adornments, signifying her affiliation with the land of fire. Nearby, nobles from the land of water and the land of earth wore expressions of discontent. The representative from the land of lightning was not a noble but a dark-skinned ninja who remained silent, seeking the right angle to capture a keepsake photograph with Yahiko. Wasn't he the host of the 8 Tales? Why? Bae, why? Forgive the villagers, they had never seen a movie. Hans was taken aback. Yahiko had become a mere lapdog for the nobles? No wonder. It all made sense now. This explained the village's prosperity. Jiraiya quietly pulled out a handkerchief, as if intending to tear it apart with his teeth, overwhelmed with jealousy. Nagato and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Salvation was at hand. Under Hans's disdainful gaze, along with the mocking expressions of the sycophants, Yahiko felt compelled to speak. In our village, we have no policy of flattering nobles. He addressed the several young ladies. Your affections are duly noted, but my heart belongs solely to my comrades. Yahiko feigned indifference as he regarded the noble women. Such lines were from a movie. The diminutive Pank, how adorable. The male noble nodded appreciatively, as if participating in a live fan event, while the female nobles were nearly enchanted. Just like in the film, Pank's eyes were fixed solely on his comrades. Hans observed the fervent youth and thought, what is this madness? Why is everyone speaking of Yahiko as if he were Pank? Should they fight or not? If they did, wouldn't the situation in the land of rain become even more precarious? How infuriating. I am filled with hatred. Could we not have a sensible person? Hans, I propose a pact. Let us vow to not infringe upon one another, as we slay the mountain pepperfish. Seizing Hans's wavering resolve, Yahiko pressed on. The nobles nodded in agreement. The prince of the land of fire was most satisfied, his eyes warning Hans. Do not be foolish, or brings death. If Yahiko falls, where will the youth go to watch new films? Non-aggression? How would the village hidden in the rain sustain itself? Hans dismissed their concerns, thinking to himself. If their fathers were present, he might have shown some respect. But these mere children? Yet, Hans was uncertain whether these youngsters could sway their fathers. Seeing Hans silent, Yahiko urged Kakuzu. Come. He nudged Kakuzu with his foot. Kakuzu rubbed his head in confusion. Come for what? To negotiate business. All right. Kakuzu's demeanor shifted instantly as he donned a shirt. Upon hearing Yahiko mention discussing matters with Hans about recruiting workers in the village hidden in the rain, he was taken aback. What? Recruit workers? Isn't that throwing money away? How much will we pay? 5,000 ryo a month, with food and lodging included? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Kakuzu vehemently refused. You may kill me and hang my head from that crooked tree, but you cannot insult my dignity. You spend 2 ryo on a movie ticket in Konoha. You can negotiate the year-end dividends with the film company. Kakuzu's green eyes turned red as he hurriedly grasped Yahiko's hand. Vortex had once been a noble in the land of whirlpools for a brief period and understood that nobles were inherently bored and empty individuals. You don't know. During that scene, I went to visit the set and heard geese honking from inside the camping tent, observing Yahiko conversing with Kakuzu. He skillfully led the nobles aside to discuss the Easter eggs from the Akatsuki's film crew. Moments later, Hans was becoming increasingly impatient. You, come here. Kakuzu, frustrated, pointed at Hans. Hans, bewildered, pointed to himself. Me? Are you speaking to me? Yes, indeed. At that moment, Hans felt absurd. He sensed a threat to his life emanating from Kakuzu. Kakuzu dragged Hans onto the bridge. The two discussed the details of the pact. What? Go to hell. 300 ryo a month with only food covered, not lodging. This is inhumane. Feeling Hans's spittle hit him, Kakuzu wiped his face. Negotiating business requires patience. What had Hans just heard? Kakuzu replied, lodging can be arranged, but a deposit of 1,000 ryo is required up front, with a monthly cleaning fee of 301 ryo. 10 minutes later, let the fight commence. I cannot accept such a humiliating treaty. Listening to Hans roar on the bridge as if he were about to tear Kakuzu apart, Yahiko and Appo's brow furrowed in confusion. Humiliation? How is this humiliating? Was fighting the only option? But was Hans's purpose in visiting the village to ensure the villagers could have meals? Hadn't he instructed Kakuzu to keep wages down to 3,000? If 3,000 was unacceptable, then, coincidentally, Kakuzu glanced over, and Yahiko held up 5 fingers. 5,000 it is, then. Sigh. Another 10 minutes passed. Just as quickly, a ball of thread was thrown over. Yahiko and the others were caught off guard. And Kakuzu was struck by an enraged Hans. An injury at work. He was still alive. Hans, do not go too far. Yahiko, do not go too far. The two voices rang out simultaneously. Yahiko met Hans's furious gaze, which seemed ready to devour him. Feeling inexplicably guilty, Yahiko quickly grew furious. Do not put your luck. 5,000 ryo a month with 5 days of flexible vacation, along with food and lodging. Such a good job. Can you find a better offer? What? They instinctively looked at the pile of thread on the ground. Yahiko was dumbfounded. What was Kakuzu doing? Hadn't they been told about prosperity, democracy, civilization, and harmony? How desperate was he to become a decorative streetlight? Chapter 36, The Alliance of the Little Bridge and the Oath of the Mountain Pepperfish. On the small bridge stood 2 groups of people. The shinobi from the rain-hidden village had been released and now stood behind Hanzo. Meanwhile, the newly formed Akatsuki group stood behind Yahiko. Between the 2 parties lay a table, upon which rested a document of alliance. Alliance document today. The rain-hidden village and the Akatsuki village establish an alliance. Relationship. The rain and Akatsuki villages are of uncle-nephew kinship. The leader of Akatsuki addresses the leader of rain as uncle, and successors are determined by age. Boundary definition. The 2 sides recognize Honglin as the village boundary and will withdraw their troops. Thereafter, neither party shall harbor renegade ninjas who cross the border. Annual currency regulation. The rain village will provide manpower to the Akatsuki village, which will issue a monthly salary of 4,000, including food and lodging. Additionally, a portion of food at a lower price must be prepared for the rain-hidden village. Trade relations. Both sides shall exchange unique goods. The rain-hidden village and the Akatsuki village were separated by a forest called Honglin. The provision of food meant that if the rain village sent 500 people, Yahiko must prepare an equivalent amount of food at a lower price for them. Hanzo looked at Yahiko in disbelief, astonished at his cultured approach. In the shinobi world, contracts were typically just a list of demands. This clarity was unprecedented for him. Hanzo, today we shall slay the mountain pepperfish as a sacrifice to the heavens, Yahiko declared, retrieving a kunai from his ninja tool pouch. It seemed rather ceremonial. The rain-hidden village regarded the mountain pepperfish as a spiritual beast capable of communicating with deities. Slaying it was a way to have the gods witness the alliance and oversee its adherence. Very well, Hanzo nodded, summoning a mountain pepperfish and producing another kunai. The 2 struck simultaneously, sealing the agreement. This alliance, known as the Little Bridge Alliance and the Oath of the Mountain Pepperfish, was a pact forged in the face of adversity. With a hint of humiliation, Hanzo led 800 rain ninjas away. instructing Yahiko to send someone to collect the personnel in a few days. The nobles dispersed. Yahiko gazed at the bronze-skinned, muscular youth before him. Hey, hey. As we pass by Akatsuki, someone is sleeping. The youth suddenly poked his fingers forward. Stop. Yahiko raised his left hand flat and poked his right index finger onto it. What nonsense are you speaking? This isn't nonsense, it's the melody in my mouth. If you fail to appreciate it, it's devoid of melody. Oh yeah. Killer Bee continued to dance with exuberance. Yahiko, feeling overwhelmed, instructed Nagato and the others to return first and promised to follow shortly. He glanced at Killer Bee, who was bursting with rhythm and lyricism. I must admit, my rapping skills could conquer Akatsuki with a touch of hip-hop. He rapped in one breath, articulating clearly. Killer Bee stared at Yahiko, awestruck. Not enough? Enough. In the izakaya, a small shrine was nestled near the pebble-strewn entrance. Killer Bee listened attentively, kneeling with his hands cradling his head. Akatsuki is rap, man. Yahiko exclaimed. Man. In Akatsuki, Conan had already evacuated the elderly and children, while the remaining ninjas were tasked with their protection. On the streets, the young citizens unearthed scythes and hammers concealed within their homes, ready to strike should the rain ninjas invade. Uncertainty loomed over Yahiko's fate. Conan's eyes glistened with moisture as she gazed towards the direction of the small bridge. Before long, Nagato and the others returned. But she failed to find any familiar faces. Just as she was about to inquire, Jiraiya raised the kunai, stained with blood, and the sun illuminated its surface. A pang of sadness struck. If only both kunai had been preserved, for Hanzo had wielded one too. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Conan's memories flashed before her eyes, the image of Yahiko succumbing to Hanzo's kunai. Fear and despair seized her throat, rendering her voiceless. She recalled a blurred childhood memory of clouds drifting in a cerulean sky, when he had said, let us hold hands. Our love, once gone, never returns. Yahiko. I shall never use explosive tags again. She crouched down, covering her face as tears streamed down, appearing utterly helpless. What use are all these explosive tags if I cannot protect Yahiko? Nearby, in a secret tunnel she had been stockpiling for 2 years, lay nearly 2 million explosive tags. With Yahiko gone, she felt no desire to argue over right or wrong. I want explosive tags. I demand 6 trillion explosive tags. I shall obliterate the rain-hidden village. Nagato and the others scratched their heads, bewildered by the unfolding events. Had Conan misunderstood something? Yo, look at me. My fingers are relaxed. My gaze fierce as a dragon. 2 figures approached, dancing and singing. Huh? What was that? What did he hear? Why is Conan crying? As news of the Little Bridge Alliance spread, the leaders of the 5 great villages were left astounded. What on earth? The rain-hidden village sent 800 men to attack Akatsuki, only to be repelled by Yahiko and 6 others? In the Hokage's office, Jiraiya wondered if he had intervened. Sarutobi Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, examining the information in hand. He was unaware of the specific terms of the alliance, but presumed it involved considerable concessions. Is it not better to bestow these resources upon your master? Do I, as your teacher, intend to shortchange you? He sighed, lighting a cigarette and exhaling a long plume of smoke. He had seen enough to understand why the Uchiha were awakening their powers. Even a seasoned veteran like him was nearly left breathless. Those bull-headed creatures can perish. Monkey, what shall we do about the Uchiha? Another one has awakened today. As the sound of a door being kicked open echoed, Sarutobi had grown accustomed to it over the past few days. Danzo had come to meddle with the Uchiha again. In the Tsuchikage's office, he pondered Yahiko referring to Hanzo as uncle while Hanzo addressed Yahiko as nephew. Interesting, he mused, suddenly levitating into the air, turning to his son. The burly Karatsuchi. What if I join in the fun and claim a grandson? Father, would not that mountain pepperfish Hanzo seek revenge on us? Karatsuchi chuckled, secretly contemplating the absurdity of semi-divine figures in the ninja world. In the Raikage's office, the third Raikage furrowed his brow, issuing a command, quickly arrange personnel for the Black Bull Ranch. A glance at the map on the wall, which had finally been updated with Akatsuki-esque coordinates. It was a diminutive area, nestled cutely between 3 villages. To strike at Akatsuki, they would first have to traverse the Land of Fire, taking a roundabout route through the Land of Frost, the Land of Waterfalls, and the Land of Grass. Sand-hidden village. Tribute. Report. The mist-hidden village remained indifferent, seemingly unconcerned with the unfolding events. Chapter 37. The Fukong Factory. Greetings, Teacher Yahiko. With my presence, there shall be no unforeseen events. I shall sleep on the bedding while you enjoy your cabbage. Oh, it has been 3 days since the covenant of the small bridge, and during this time, Yahiko has been thoroughly vexed by Karabi. Every day, he is compelled to practice rap. In the village chief's office, Karabi has made himself comfortable, laying down his bedding and refusing to leave. Is he truly here? The compassionate Kun, who brings meals, cast a sympathetic glance at Karabi and subtly pointed to her own head, suggesting a hint of inquiry. There seems to be no issue with his intelligence. He knows to run home in the rain, and it is merely a matter of waiting for his brother to fetch him. Yahiko opened his lunchbox, revealing nothing but cabbage, yet again, sought Ed cabbage with vermicelli. This was the same fare he had during his school days. And now he is subjected to it once more. How long for death? Yahiko glared at Kun and suddenly recalled something, asking, Kun, What did you say while squatting on the ground 3 days ago? Kun's face turned crimson as she gently tapped Yuhiko's chest with her small hand and walked away. Such curiosity. Yuhiko felt a twinge of intrigue. He turned to Karabi, who was silently practicing his rhymes, and announced, "It's time to eat." Kun had prepared 2 portions, one of which was for Karabi. "Oh, I love cabbage. It's splendidly stewed," Karabi exclaimed happily, not at all bothered by the repetitive fare. As he approached to eat, Yuhiko rolled his eyes, thinking that if the 4th Reikage were to arrive without food expenses, he would undoubtedly hammer both brothers into submission. Digging into Karabi, that was something he had not contemplated. That foolish boy, cherished by 2, must be the happiest among the unfortunate Jinchuriki. "Chief, Bailuhu says the items are ready." Yuhiko set down his chopsticks and rushed toward the entrance of the village. Karabi glanced at his meal box, which was cleaner than a dog's tongue, then looked at the half bowl of unfinished food Yuhiko had left. Without hesitation, he poured it into his own bowl and continued eating. As he dined, Karabi noticed a script left on the table titled Akatsuki Hidden Village. The 8 tails within him suddenly stirred. "Let me borrow your body for a moment. I wish to deliver a sound thrashing to that Yuhiko." Karabi communicated, "Yo, teacher. What wrongdoing have I committed to incite such fury? If you do not speak, I shall not assist." 8 tails retorted, "Why, damn it? Why do those bull-headed creatures provoke us? Lately, I have been subjected to daily insults aimed at my kin. The signal source, I have already experimented with the warden. Infusing chakra can last for 7 days. And one can cover the entire village. The communication device you requested, I have named the Big Brick." Bailuhu, with weariness evident in his eyes, handed the hefty black machine to Yuhiko. "Thank you for your hard work, comrade." Yuhiko patted his shoulder with a look of appreciation. "It's no trouble," Bailuhu replied. On the verge of tears from exhaustion, having spent days researching technology only to be kept awake at night by Jiraiya's snores. Thankfully, Kakuza had departed early, sparing him from the dual burden of counting coins while conducting his studies. "Are you planning to go out?" Yuhiko pondered how to reward this great contributor, sensing that he required nothing in particular. "I am a creature of darkness unfit for the light. It is preferable to remain here in solitude. Should you have any thoughts? Feel free to share them with me." Bailuhu could not sleep without the sound of Jiraiya's snores. No more animal experiments, nor the dark arts of transferring bloodline limits. He had discovered something intriguing, one that Yuhiko had informed him of. Saltpeter, charcoal, sulfur equals explosion. Saltpeter, charcoal, sulfur, sugar equals super explosion. The phone had been developed, and his next step was to delve into this invention. Glancing at the 2 red ideological texts he had authored in his room, Yuhiko harbored no doubts about him. Could Bailuhu have found his own path? After toying with the big brick for a while, Yuhiko queried, "Do you think this big brick could be made smaller?" "Ideally. I would like it to fit comfortably in my palm." Bailuhu paused, momentarily stunned by the request. "Are you not finished? Among the world's heroes, only you and Yuhiko stand out. The likes of Orochimaru are mere trivialities. I have high hopes for you." Before Bailuhu could decline, Yuhiko dashed away, leaving behind the words, "If you require anything, do inform the warden." Sighing, Bailuhu shook his head in resignation, pondering whether it was truly wise to trust a fugitive from Konoha. Nonetheless, the sensation of being trusted was pleasant. That night, Bailuhu struggled to find rest. Damn it, where's Jiraiya? Where has he gone? Jiraiya had behaved well and was naturally released early. He even asked Yuhiko for a script to organize a film crew. He aspired to achieve instant fame. The following day, Yuhiko allocated funds to establish an additional production line in the Akatsuki Hidden Village. He hoped for the health and prosperity of the factory employees, naming it Fukong Technology. With the factory now operational, Yuhiko assigned the most skilled workers in the village to the production line dedicated to manufacturing the big brick phone. Many were former inmates who had crafted toys while imprisoned, seamlessly reintegrating into the economy of the Hidden Village post-release. The big brick phone shop opened, immediately becoming a sensation throughout the village, leading to a scarcity of supply. Those cradling the big brick to their ears were met with envy, with greetings beginning with, "You two have a big brick?" Tying the big brick with a cord to their belts, it became a fashionable accessory. "Hey, Nagato, guess who I am?" "Huh, Nagato can end Oppos. Figure it out." Though the phone could only connect within the village for the time being, it was indeed a convenience. In the village, the higher-ups had already been equipped with them. "Tell Uncle Jin, I'm craving fish." Having a phone was advantageous. Before lunch, Yuhiko could easily communicate his meal preferences from his office. The village buzzed with excitement over the phones, hoping they wouldn't explode. Such a large device made him feel somewhat anxious. Karabi also acquired a phone and immediately sought to call his brother to report his safety. My brother doesn't have a phone." He thought for a moment before dialing another number. On the other end was the elderly Ikaku, who was preparing lessons. "Director Kun has gone to class, so you were calling me? Incredible! Truly incredible! Is there no hope left for a single dogs?" Chapter 38, Jiraiya's Crew Lord Madara. By simply dialing these numbers, one can engage in long-distance communication. Outside the large brick telephone shop, the man adorned with a tiger-striped mask, Akai, gazed longingly at the phones behind the counter, lamenting his lack of funds. How dreary. Hearing Madara's yearning, Akai resolved to acquire a phone for him, whatever others possess. Lord Madara must have too. His first course of action was to seek out Xiaoxiang and his companions. Wow, what? Absolute brother, you want a phone? The principal said we children aren't allowed to have phones. Indeed, my father has a friend working at the brick shop. Only those with registered names can top up their accounts. Don't look at me. I can't steal a phone. My mother will punish me. Watching his three companions depart, Akai stomped his foot in frustration. In this day and age, even the younger ones dare to speak back to their older brothers. You can do it, Akai. He encouraged himself, clenching his fist. At that moment, he roamed the streets within the third ring, seeking employment. You rascal. You've scared off all my customers. This is a candy shop, not a restroom. We do not host any excrement. The proprietor of the candy shop forcefully ejected Akai. You damn fool. Get over here. Customers are using the facilities. Who allowed you to loiter nearby? The private restroom, a newly established facility catering to affluent travelers, had a janitor wielding a broom chasing Akai down the street. The villagers, feeling wronged, had no avenue to voice their grievances, due to Akai's antics. Their businesses were on the brink of ruin from complaints. Upon hearing of this, the village head, Yuhiko, was incensed. He immediately granted enforcement powers to Waki Sakumo. A new telephone was installed in his office. By dialing the 3 digits 110, Waki Sakumo could swiftly dispatch officers based on the severity of the situation. Akai continued his job search. Meanwhile, Yuhiko ordered a grass hut to be erected beside the village office, with a banner proclaiming auditions for the role of the gambling god. 4 interviewers sat before a table, 3 of whom were Yuhiko's associates. They had received strict orders to ensure that any peculiar individual with an affinity for excrement who entered the audition must be accepted. Yuhiko intended to send Akai to Jiraiya, hoping to give him a headache. Villagers who fancied themselves performers flocked to the audition, drawn by the sudden fame of the Xiaoying village. Akai, meanwhile, was at a nursing home, hoping to interview for the position of caregiver, but it seemed all the staff had flocked to audition as extras. Exiting the nursing home, he placed his hand on his forehead and gazed into the distance. I shall rest now. You amuse yourself, but do not expose your identity, echoed Madara's voice in his mind. As Madara closed his eyes, he sought out that man in his dreams. Lord Madara, do you desire excrement? Akai whispered. Seeing that Madara appeared to have truly fallen asleep, he joined the queue for auditions. The line was lengthy, stretching beyond sight. Are you here for the audition? Asked the man ahead of him, eyeing Akai's peculiar demeanor. Ah, is that not permissible? The man shrugged. While it's not forbidden, at least remove your mask. He kindly gestured towards Akai's tiger mask. Absolutely not. Akai replied defiantly, crossing his arms. Suit yourself. The man dismissed him and continued in line. The queue gradually dwindled. And after a considerable wait, the sun began to set, finally bringing Akai to the forefront. Inside the grass hut, Jiraiya and 3 interviewers had been diligently working through the morning without a sip of water. Jiraiya was portraying the gambling god. The search for actors was nearly complete. Save for the male second lead, Qin Kai. The other 3 interviewers had stringent requirements. Excellent. Without such standards, how could I achieve fame and capture Tsunade's heart? Jiraiya called out. Next. Greetings, esteemed judges. I am a Shin, came the voice of the man who had approached before Akai. He exuded a rough and tumble aura yet radiated cleverness, displaying courage and decisiveness before the interviewers. This individual was born for the role of the second lead. Jiraiya clapped enthusiastically. The other interviewers coughed lightly. I believe we should conduct further evaluations. One cannot judge solely based on appearances. Indeed, Jiraiya agreed, asking a Shin to perform a scene from a film, to which he adeptly responded, even engaging in dialogue with Jiraiya. Splendid. He's the one. I am thoroughly impressed, Jiraiya exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. His day of auditions had not been in vain. A Shin, exhilarated yet somewhat shy, inquired, do I truly have the chance to perform alongside the village head's esteemed teacher? Is it my turn? Is it my turn? A high-pitched voice echoed from outside the hut. As Jiraiya prepared to decline, the 3 interviewers spoke in unison. Let the young one have a chance. One of them explained to Jiraiya. Indeed, Jiraiya was wholly focused on a Shin, contemplating how he could mentor him to shine even brighter. Hello everyone, I'm Akai. My interests include, well, I enjoy excrement. Jiraiya's mind reeled. What nonsense is this? Are you jesting? Get out. To his astonishment, the 3 interviewers applauded in unison. Jiraiya was bewildered. One is a photographer from Xiaoying village, another a script supervisor, and the third a set designer. Could it be that Akai possesses some hidden talent unknown to Jiraiya? Intrigued, Jiraiya gestured towards Akai's mask. Remove it. Let me witness your acting skills. Why such eagerness to see my face? Akai protested, squirming and dragging out his words, despite wearing a mask. His shyness was evident to all. Jiraiya felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Akai twisted in front of Jiraiya, tracing his finger over his robust chest. Tonight, if you visit my room, I shall allow only you, Lord Jiraiya, to come in, he said, emphasizing each word with flirtation. Before Jiraiya could recover from his horrified disbelief, Akai coughed twice, adopting a serious demeanor and glanced around, before making his exit. Ugh, I cannot endure this. Once he regained his composure, Jiraiya felt as though he wanted to vanish from existence. The 3 interviewers were equally distressed, waving their hands to signal for the next candidate, leaving a Shin in a state of shock. Chapter 39. Little Ami talent yielded to capital. The interviewer weeps. I'm sorry, Ashin, I prefer a Fei. The rain fell incessantly, yet the atmosphere remained relatively amicable. Today, Bofeng and Huamin returned to the factory under a time constraint. A youth with tousled yellow hair stealthily trailed behind Jiao. The two ambled through the village of Rain Hidden. Village head. No, Huamin. Matters that delve into enemy territory should be entrusted to me. Your presence, while donning another's face, suggests a lack of faith in my capabilities, Jiao remarked, turning back with a hint of exasperation. In response, the one masquerading as Huamin, Mi Yin, rolled his eyes. He was fearful. He dreaded the possibility of the Third Great Ninja War being triggered prematurely by Jiao inside a modest tavern. Members of the organization established by Nagato were meeting for a clandestine exchange. The contact inquired, which faction excels in excavation technology? Jiao replied, Lanxiang. 321. Link up. Ah, as long as you're here, that's sufficient, Jiao said, wrapping a parcel as a gift, which he then passed to the contact. Why bring a gift? The contact chuckled, accepting the offering. Mi Yin, following closely behind Jiao, radiated excitement. Nagato was indeed well-suited for intelligence work. Hanzo had refrained from causing disturbances among the employees, all of whom were struggling villagers from Rain Hidden. Business was particularly thriving at the tavern, especially since the entire village was facing famine, leaving this establishment as the sole supplier of liquor. Once the contact concluded his message, he proceeded to attend to the patrons. Quickly, boss. Coming. Mi Yin surveyed the scene. The business appeared prosperous, with neatly arranged bottles behind the counter. Suddenly, the name Baokuan flickered in Mi Yin's mind. Rain Hidden was facing starvation. A tavern abundant in liquor. What the hell? So Nagato's every move is being monitored right under Hanzo's nose? Hanzo is merely pretending not to notice, playing a game with me? Just as he contemplated escaping, Mi Yin heard the rhythmic footsteps outside the tavern. His expression darkened. Listen closely, has Hanzo's nephew gone missing? Jiao remarked. With a sudden push, the tavern's door swung open. Soaked by the rain, Hanzo entered with a grin. They made their way directly to Mi Yin. Hanzo, you've mistaken me for someone else. I am Huamin, the brother of Konoha's Bofeng Minato. Hee, Hanzo chuckled, patting Mi Yin's shoulder and raising an eyebrow with amusement. The gray, weathered tiles slanted under the rain, with murky water streaming from the gaps. Decaying wooden beams and peeling mud walls allowed the rainwater to meander down through the cracks. Each house reflected a similar plight. Inside, the muffled sobs of a family of three resonated, interrupted by the occasional sound of someone succumbing to hunger. Hanzo led Mi Yin, who had dispelled his transformation technique, to the most impoverished area of Rain Hidden. Look, the land of rain is weeping. Hanzo gazed skyward, unable to discern whether it was tears or rain. Oh. Mi Yin's reaction was tepid. Hanzo turned to him, his masked mouth twitching as he asked, why are you so unresponsive? I brought you here. Shouldn't you express something? React? Perhaps I should weep for you? Do you know where I lived as a child? Mi Yin feigned ignorance, his eyelashes fluttering rapidly. Nephew, your words are truly infuriating. What does Linbei even mean? Hanzo felt exasperated. Before the Second Great Ninja War, every child in Rain Hidden idolized him, yet after the war, he seemed more repulsive than Refugee on the street. Indeed, I'm frightened by you, Mi Yin thought, observing Hanzo's insistence on not letting him leave without a response. Hanzo, unfazed, casually commanded, everyone, come out. His gentle voice, though soft, resonated loudly enough for nearby residents to hear. Individuals timidly emerged from their homes, peering cautiously out the windows. Typically, given Mi Yin's current influence, he would be recognized and greeted as Little Me. However, this was not the case in Rain Hidden. All he saw in the villagers' eyes was fear, an ordinary person's trepidation before a figure of power. If they were from Akatsuki, they might merely steal glances, never exhibiting such frightful expressions. Akatsuki needed manpower for its construction projects. It would be acceptable to take a few more people. Mi Yin planned to return and gradually expand Akatsuki, striving for a flourishing marketplace where the populace could thrive. Should I choose you as my successor? I regret not meeting you sooner, Hanzo pondered, observing Mi Yin's next actions. Not yet in his twilight years, Hanzo possessed the aura of a formidable leader. Born of adversity and rooted in chaos, achieving great success only to later succumb to corruption after a singular defeat. Reminiscent of the historical figure Li Tsuanchuan from the later Tang dynasty in Mi Yin's previous life. The enormity of the mess was daunting for Mi Yin to assume. Bringing along some people to benefit his fellow villagers was not a concern. As the saying goes, wealth should return to one's hometown, or it is akin to a night walk in finery. His last return to the land of rain was stealthy. This time, however, Mi Yin felt a surge of confidence. He fashioned a rudimentary megaphone and stood in the street, proclaiming, laborers wanted. We offer excellent benefits in Akatsuki. Truly splendid, Akatsuki's welfare is exceptional. Indeed marvelous. Those with strength can aid in building our homeland. Those with nimble hands can join Fukong to create technology. Everyone is welcome. We can farm here without needing intellect. Easier to learn than playing games. No one will scold you, even if I pick 9 lotus flowers from my pond. No one will accuse you of being boiled water. It's merely a trivial matter. Everyone can rest assured. Through the window, several individuals stared blankly at the charismatic Mi Yin outside. Just the provision of meals and accommodation would allow them to escape the dampness of their surroundings, igniting their excitement, especially with a promise of 3,000 ryo in wages. Unlike the covenant with Hanzo, these individuals were recruited by Mi Yen himself. Yet, uncertainty lingered. Could it be a deception? Daddy, I'm hungry. Inside the home, a skeletal little girl gazed at her pallid father. As a father, he hesitated. Could such a fortunate opportunity truly befall them? Many shared his thoughts. Surely, they wouldn't be tricked into losing their kidneys? They had heard tales of nobles seeking medical ninjas for new organs. The villagers of Rain Hidden were engulfed in indecision. Observing cautiously, "Little Ami? Is that really you, Little Ami?" Suddenly, Mi-en heard several excited voices call out from the street. "Little Ami?" Memories flooded back. Recalling how, during his childhood, many would affectionately refer to him as Little Ami while he begged. Mi-en thought, what distinguishes this from pointing at Zhu Yuanzhong and calling him Zhu Chongba? Little Ami belongs to us. Little Ami has struck it rich and is now seeking employees? A crowd began to gather, faces alight with warmth, astonished by how much Little Ami had grown since they last saw him as a mere child. Damn it, Little Ami. Chapter 40. The Exploitation of Hidden Leaf. Danzo is the one. Hans personally escorted Yahiko and the others to the village gate. A grand procession, as far as the eye could see, comprised over 1,000 refugees, all carefully selected for their character. Dear nephew, Amigakure will always be your home, and you are forever welcome to return. Hans's face radiated warmth as he held Yahiko's hand with a touch of reluctance. He had truly alleviated his pressing concerns. At the village entrance, merchants from the Akatsuki arrived, their carts laden with provisions, primarily food harvested from the previous year, including meat, beef. He offered Yahiko supplies sufficient for 500 people. The remainder was from Yahiko's own recruits. Thus, the Akatsuki village was poised to sell 500 portions of grain at a low price. Truly, Yahiko exemplified the virtues of a child from Amigakure. We must take our leave now, Uncle Hans. Yahiko waved goodbye. Kakuzu, holding a ledger in one hand and a pen in the other, busily jotted down calculations. Upon casually inspecting, he discovered numerous plans in the Akatsuki's accounts, with Yahiko's name scrawled in crooked handwriting on every page. After scrutinizing for some time, he finally managed to discern the words cannibalism inscribed throughout. Today, the accounts revealed expenditures for over 1,000 individuals. Chief, in this manner, in that manner. Kakuzu could hardly contain himself. He leaned closer to Yahiko, whispering conspiratorially, "Are you considering reselling?" Yahiko's eyes widened in disbelief. Reselling grain from the 5 great nations to Amigakure? If discovered, we might not even be able to acquire power sources anymore. Absolutely not. It is permissible to consume grain from the 5 great nations while selling our own to Amigakure, but what you propose, directly supplying Amigakure with their grain, is utterly unacceptable. As they walked back to the Akatsuki, Yahiko allocated tasks among them. Some joined the construction team, while shops opened in the village. However, the living conditions were dire. Some from the Uzumaki clan still resided in thatched huts, necessitating the development of a new area for housing. Others entered the assembly line, crafting toys and large bricks. Children, continue your studies, Yahiko encouraged, for they no longer dared to call him Little Am, as he was no longer the simple cowherd from yesteryear. He was now the leader of the village. The Akatsuki was poised for revitalization. With a little ingenuity and adherence to the village's initiatives, prosperity was not beyond reach. Yahiko reassured the anxious crowd of over 1,000. For instance, Yamanaka Ino, a lower-ranking ninja, had begun to take on construction projects, successfully securing numerous contracts for building the commercial street. With Yahiko's comfort, their hearts felt lighter. Yet, the masked figure trailing behind Yahiko, Kakuzu, instilled fear in them. Their expressions resembled those of prey. At the eastern edge of the village, Yahiko decided to allocate a piece of land for employee accommodations. With the increasing population, housing had become insufficient. At the Akatsuki's entrance, the classic welcoming ceremony commenced. "Welcome to the Akatsuki. We pave the way for you." Waisuk and Elder Uzumaki led the children in song. "Welcome to the Akatsuki. Would you like some candy? It's quite delicious." After the children sang, Waisuk continued distributing sweets. However, today as festivities included additional procedures. "Come, have a bowl of noodles to warm your stomach." The amiable vendor wheeled his cart to the village entrance to serve ramen. Kakashi's father, Hatake Sakumo, and Kakuzu also participated in the welcoming for the first time. "Let us capture a few photos to show Kakashi. Your father is quite happy here," Sakumo said, clutching an old-fashioned camera to document the moment. Kakuzu felt a bit exasperated. Wouldn't it be better to teach them work during this time? The villagers of the Akatsuki had good hearts. Indeed, Chief Yahiko is a sincere individual. Travelers and merchants paused in their journeys through the ninja world. Few were willing to assist the refugees, and those who did were even rarer. Fortuitously, the team tasked with clearing out mountain bandits returned as well. "This is all manpower," Yahiko remarked, allowing the exceedingly bored Kakuzu to fully exploit the captured bandits. Kakuzu's spirits lifted, as Sakumo managed to capture a candid shot of Kakuzu smiling. However, as Sakumo lowered his camera, He noticed the members of the returning team were unusually silent. Had he misjudged? 3 of them were his former subordinates from Konoha, Rei's, Kiyakawa, and Setsuzai. Is that you? The 3 fell into silence. They had come at the behest of the 3rd Hokage, unaware of Tsukumo's departure from Konoha. They had been out eliminating bandits for months, missing the New Year celebrations. Upon returning, they found their former superior was now their superior once more. Simultaneously, Konoha also took in a group of orphaned children affected by the Second Great Ninja War. Old man, I can sense your yearning for power in your gaze. Darkness resides within your heart. Come, follow me. Your darkness is still lacking, but in time, I may grant you an opportunity if you demonstrate good behavior. In the orphanage, Danzo personally selected children. He scrutinized each child before him and took those with potential for ninjutsu, leaving the others to fend for themselves. He swiftly selected 2 or 3 capable of channeling chakra. When it came to exploiting resources from Konoha, Danzo was unrivaled. The children taken would be raised in a manner akin to nurturing insects. Ultimately, only one would survive. A blonde woman wearing round glasses followed closely behind, her expression betraying concern. You seem dissatisfied with me, the walking witch, Danzo mused. My subordinates are not. The medic, Non, lowered her gaze, unable to meet Danzo's probing stare. You cannot extinguish your compassion. This was Danzo's assessment of Non. Currently, he was engaged in dealings with the Uchiha, rendering Non's skills as a spy unnecessary. Coincidentally, this woman had a fondness for children. Perhaps she could assist him in finding a few more talented individuals. Danzo tapped his cane against the ground and spoke in a low tone. I am quite disappointed in you. There is no need for you to visit the hospital or the route. Cold sweat trickled down Non's temples. Had she lost her value? Those deemed useless in the route faced a singular fate. Gazing into Non's fearful eyes, Danzo felt a sense of satisfaction. Very well. You have done enough for me. I shall entrust this orphanage to your care. What? Non's eyes sparkled with concealed joy. However, upon glancing at the emaciated children, her heart filled with overwhelming pressure. I will not fail you, Lord Danzo, she declared resolutely. Chapter 41. I command you to gather 10 people as class leader. The season of revival has once again arrived, heralding the onset of spring sowing. The sustenance of the people is paramount, and Mayahiko has always regarded agricultural endeavors with utmost seriousness. He leads the idle ninjas of Akatsuki village to till the fields. The air is infused with the fresh aroma of newly turned soil as he pinches a handful of rice seeds, his wrist flicking gently, causing the golden seeds to cascade into the earth like a fine drizzle. He crouches forward, meticulously pressing each seed into the soil. In addition, his shadow clones assist him in the fields. One person is indeed worth 6. Genjiro captures the entire process with his camera. The footage of Mayahiko and Jiraiya's battle against Hanzo during the Bridge Alliance is preserved, and had it not been for Mayahiko's humility, he could have gained immense fame in an instant. Jiraiya decides to edit the footage, planning to insert an Easter egg at the end of the film for Tsunade to see. Bairuhua has recently crafted a hand-operated copier, allowing the newspaper office to commence its operations. It is essential for Bairuhua to invent a broadcasting machine and a fertilizer dispenser. Mayahiko, his face flushed from the sun, drinks deeply of water. In the evening, he returns to the village chief's office, caked in mud. Awaiting him is the still-present Killer Bee. Hey, you won't believe it. I let 2 rogue ninjas go with a single punch because they were too arrogant. On the ground lie 2 rogue ninjas from the grass village, bearing the marks of defeat at Killer Bee's hands. What brings you here? Mayahiko crouches down to examine the bruised duo. Village chief. We have come to seek refuge with you. One of the green-haired men cries out. Indeed, that Grasamang is a beast, a real beast. The other, a slender man resembling a monkey, adds, his face a canvas of grievance, reminiscent of the day Elder Zhou Xian sought asylum. According to the 2, Grasamang has a habit of using violence to intimidate, demanding surrender before an invasion, and executing those who resist afterward. Their former leader has been slain, and they barely managed to escape. Both are Jainin from the grass village, hoping to gain recognition and perhaps ascend to higher ranks to enjoy the associated benefits. And upon seeing Killer Bee's relaxed demeanor, they opted for a challenge. Sigh. These foolish boys. After their beating, they have become entirely docile, now displaying utmost respect towards Mayahiko. Get up. No kneeling. Mayahiko, with a demeanor of humility, helps the 2 to their feet, a smile gracing his face, though it carries a hint of mischief. Were you once ninjas of the grass village? You are quite the fine specimens. It is a pity that Grasamang is blind to your worth, resorting instead to slaughter. The 2 nod appreciatively, visibly moved. Did you have many ninja friends in the past? They nod again, though with a hint of sorrow, but most have perished. The survivors are few. Fear not. I command you to return to the land of grass and recruit ninja allies. Gather 10 genin, and I appoint one of you as class leader, while the other takes the role of squad leader. A nin is equivalent to 5 genin, and I will reward you with a special honor for every genin you procure. I am not concerned about how many you gather, only that you make the effort. Understood? The 2 ponder Mayahiko's words, their breath quickening after a moment. Class leader, squad leader, even group leader. They are uncertain of the role's significance, yet the prospect of higher salaries entices them. Achieving group leader status grants them rights to a 0.5-year bonus. Despite the internal strife within the Grass Village, they are not wholly unaware of current events. They are well aware of the profits made by the toy factory and film peripherals. The grand ship they passed on arrival remains a popular photo spot to this day. Village Chief, we are eager to try. The two are genuinely invigorated. Mayahiko chuckles as he dusts off their clothes and employs medical ninjutsu to heal their wounds. Explosive techniques are not to be trifled with. The wisdom of ancestors is no jest. This also explains Mayahiko's focus on developing cultural and entertainment ventures rather than hastily training ninjas. Without entertainment and wealth, what would attract others? Setting aside individuals like Naruto and Sasuke, and disregarding various bloodline limits, what ordinary ninjas truly require is not merely ninjutsu but experience. Experience can only be accrued through countless completed missions. Rather than wait for a ninja to mature over a decade, he would prefer to wield a hoe and cultivate. Indeed, we, the Akatsuki village, must intensify our efforts in cultural and entertainment pursuits. Let us check on how Jiraiya-sensei's film is progressing. Are you going to see the film? Oh, the God of Gamblers production team. In his youth, Jiraiya would often accompany Tsunade to casinos, familiarizing himself with their layouts. He borrowed a shop in Akatsuki village, casually arranging it for filming. The crew is sizable, with residents from the nursing home volunteering as extras. Afe, what role are you playing? Is Chindaozi a pervert? You. Had it been Madara, he would have already beaten him up and ordered Afe to leave. Yet, Jiraiya remains patient, diligently instructing Afe in the art of acting. But Afe's heart is solely devoted to Lord Madara. Regardless of being beaten, kicked, or scolded, his loyalty lies only with Lord Madara. Afe refuses to remove his mask, and while Jiraiya tolerates this, the script does not require it. Chindaozi can still maintain an air of mystery. Partially obscured to allow for imaginative interpretation, a lesson Jiraiya gleaned from the masterpieces of his predecessors. However, every grimace and grotesque gesture screams, I am portraying a pervert. Jiraiya-sensei. I was wrong. Afe pouts, but Jiraiya has grown immune to his charms, feeling a wave of nausea instead. Meanwhile, Ashun, who managed to snag a role with lines, smiles wryly. So this is where I falter? I truly cannot bring myself to climb into a man's bed. The entire production team struggles as Afe's portrayal of the amnesiac god of gamblers flounders, merely the opening act. His performance is abysmal, and it appears as though he is lusting after Jiraiya, taking in a girlfriend to shelter the amnesiac gambler. Afe's on-screen girlfriend has already collapsed 3 times and quit 6. Jiraiya is left to compensate, covering his face in utter disbelief. Jiraiya-sensei, I came to visit the set. Conan is attending a parent-teacher meeting, while Mayahiko, donned in new attire, arrives with Nagato and Killer Bee. Upon entering the venue, he feels an overwhelming aura of resentment that could cultivate 2 evil sword immortals. Mayahiko scratches his head, wondering what has transpired. Rebellious disciple, dare you speak? I shall strangle you. Upon encountering an enemy, Jiraiya, emotionally distraught, rushes at Mayahiko, grasping his neck and shaking him. All right, Jiraiya-sensei, Mayahiko can hardly breathe. Please ease up, Nagato murmurs softly. Hey, teacher is getting beaten up, just like Big Brother's punch. Jiraiya glances at the hyperactive Killer Bee, who is bouncing around. Isn't that the 8-Tails Jinchuriki? He's become my grand disciple? Jiraiya stares at Mayahiko in bewilderment, then releases his grip, asking in astonishment, him? Killer Bee, aware they are speaking of him, contemplates before continuing to bounce, the smoke wafting from the restaurant next door. Jiraiya, why is the Jinchuriki from the Cloud Village such a fool? Chapter 42, Sangha Tower, Yahiko invites guests. After a tour of the film crew, Yahiko had grasped the situation. He exchanged glances with Afu, who looked back at him. Yahiko inquired, Afu, what are your dreams? Afu retorted, get lost. Yahiko decisively expelled Afu from the production team. This troublesome individual was better left to Lord Madara. Do not underestimate Afu's poverty. The crew heard Afu's roar from outside. Coincidentally, in the world of Naruto, without powerful bloodline limits, one could only pity the youth, the middle-aged, and the elderly, with the deceased holding the utmost significance. Yahiko clapped his hands, declaring, problem solved. Jiraiya felt a twinge of guilt, asking, is this really okay? Regardless, he decided to create a new film crew. Yahiko planned to establish a film base by the river, 20 miles away, near Akatsuki village. Once the filming concluded, visitors would need to purchase tickets for entry, and further activities would require additional fees. If any member of Akatsuki village performed exceptionally well, they would be rewarded with a family day out at the film base. Saving on bonuses, Yahiko made a phone call, summoning Yabuki, who had recently transitioned from a genin to a contractor. He had previously secured the employee dormitory and was now given another task. After all, he had followed Yahiko since before the village's founding. Sigh. I truly envy Xiaoxiong. He will endure hardships that his father, Yabuki, has already faced before the village's establishment. Upon learning that he was building a film crew for the village chief's teacher, Yabuki hastened the work, completing the construction in 3 days. The actor for Chindeizai was unexpected. It was not Asian, but rather the face he had used for his notorious deeds, Namikaze Minato. This was shortly after the gambling establishment was built. Kushina, as a Jinchuriki, typically remained within the barrier, but having seen many from Konoha posing at the bow of the ship, she decided to send a shadow clone to accompany Minato for a few days of fun. At this moment, Kushina's shadow clone wandered aimlessly while Minato rested in the ship's lounge, perusing the latest newspaper from Akatsuki village. Beside him, Jiraiya was engaged in persuasion. Today's headline: What defines a good village chief? Our Yahiko is the epitome. It is now the season for spring plowing. Attached were photographs of Yahiko farming. Minato, you are the perfect fit for this Chundeizai. Your handsome visage will undoubtedly enhance our film's allure. Jiraiya sat beside Minato, rubbing his hands together with a grin. Sensei. Minato set down the newspaper, shaking his head in resignation. Lately, the village has seen an increase in tasks, placing a heavy burden on the Jounin. If it weren't for my fear of leaving Kushina with regrets, Jiraiya, who was already subjected to Yahiko and Konan's public display of affection, now found himself witnessing Minato's as well. Most might ponder, regrets? Will there be no future visits? Yet Jiraiya understood that the so-called regret stemmed from the fear of growing up, where appearances would inevitably change, and photographs would no longer capture the youthful essence of boyhood and girlhood. This was Kushina's regret. Without her needing to voice it, Minato had taken leave to accompany her. With Jiraiya's crafty nature, it was uncertain how many tasks Minato had completed to earn this time off. Jiraiya felt a pang of envy. Lamenting why he could not be a woman with a boyfriend like Minato, Tsunade would never comprehend what a young girl's regrets truly were. In the second part of the gambling saga, Chundeizai could turn 20 coins into 37 million. Jiraiya could also manage a budget of 200,000 for a mission. I shall request a task from the old man. A C-rank mission with a reward of 30,000 Ryo. Would you accompany Sensei? After all, each year counts for him. Jiraiya, Hatake evident, deducted 30,000 from the crew's budget, feigning sorrow as he turned to Minato, his expression shifting from melancholy to concern. Minato, being a man of great empathy towards friends and family, although aware that Jiraiya's claims were exaggerated, understood the unpredictability of life in the ninja world. He began to waver. Sensei just fought Hanzo recently. Jiraiya suddenly turned pale, coughing violently. Absurdly, he had photographic evidence to prove it. He had one photo showcasing his victory against Hanzo, which impressed Tsunade, and another depicting his defeat, which stirred her sympathy. At that moment, he presented the latter. Sensei, I promise you. Minato, choked with emotion, believed him. When Kushina's shadow clone returned, she looked at Jiraiya with suspicion. Jiraiya felt a surge of guilt. After Minato hastily explained, the clone vanished, as she was not one to hold on to grudges. Jiraiya nearly burst into laughter, thinking himself a genius. Coughing, he pulled out the script. The film was shot swiftly. In recent days, newspapers from Akatsuki village circulated widely, fostering a habit among the 5 great nations to read the morning news. Through promotional efforts, they learned of the upcoming release of Akatsuki village's second film. The title was unknown, but it was clear that Jiraiya was the lead, and it revolved around gambling. Gambling? At Tsunade's residence, she languidly reclined on the floor, enjoying the cool breeze. How intriguing. That rascal Jiraiya is making a movie about gambling. Could it be an attempt to dissuade people from vice? Tsunade pondered, conflicted. As she had never liked gambling while alive, perhaps she should try to quit? Or would it still be the lost love of her life? On the day of filming's conclusion, Jiraiya rushed to the editing room. Yahiko and Nagato visited Minato. Minato, brother? Yahiko? Nagato. The two shook hands. Yahiko felt a twinge of guilt. He had previously struck Minato and Appo's face, hoping nothing would come of it. Nagato suggested, let and Appo's go, brother Minato, to Songa Tower. Yahiko is treating. Songa Tower was a newly opened landmark in Akatsuki village, established during the recent filming. It spanned 9,000 square meters, roughly the size of one standard football fields. Plans were in place for 3 stories, with all of Akatsuki village's lavish decorations and antiques to be displayed. Currently, only the first floor was adorned, resplendent in gold and brilliance, suggesting an opulence beyond reach. In the private dining room, the best dishes from Akatsuki village were served. Buddha jumps over the wall. Abalone sauce with sea cucumber and wagyu beef. At the sandalwood round table, Minato broke his vows, drinking to excess alongside Yahiko and Nagato for the first time. As brothers reunited, spirits soared, and none employed chakra to sober up. The notion of underage drinking was non-existent. It was all about temperament. Drink. Today is a celebration. Brother Minato has arrived. I, Yahiko, am overjoyed. Thank you, junior brother Yahiko, for the hospitality. Next time I visit Konoha, I shall surely welcome you. Why didn't you come to visit me last time you saw Shimo? Minato queried, wishing for a chance to strengthen their brotherly bond. During the feast, Yahiko had Minato on the table, while Minato still retained some awareness. It had been ages. Yahiko was astonished to see 2 Minatos. The trio was completely intoxicated. Observing that the other 2 gentlemen had not returned to their senses, Yahiko scoffed and collapsed, only to be carried away by Konan, who had arrived after school. Oh, The princess carry. Shortly after, Nagato was also taken away by Kushina. Without the Byakugan, he recognized that the person was not Kushina, but rather a relative of hers. Witnessing this scene, Minato wept. Having been apart for merely 5.5 days, he longed for Kushina dearly. Raising his cup to drown his sorrows only deepened his melancholy. After Yahiko and Nagato departed, Minato, yearning for Kushina, downed 2 more drinks. Now thoroughly intoxicated, he mistook the curious Afu for Kushina and vomited all over him. Below, Uchiha Madara, having awakened from his brief slumber, beheld a youth adorned with the Konoha forehead protector in a drunken stupor. It seemed that one of them was indeed Saratobi Hiruzen's apprentice. No. It appeared that all 3 were. The upper beam is askew, and the lower beam is crooked. What can possibly emerge from that wretched fool, that despicable white-haired scoundrel? His disappointment in Konoha has deepened, further intensifying his obsession with the Moon Eye plan. In the realm of infinite Tsukuyami, he forbids the presence of Tobarama, his clan, or any dogs. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of something nauseating in the room. My apologies. It seems I inadvertently got splattered with vomit when I assessed the situation earlier. As he approached Uchiha Madara, he disdainfully flicked off the remnants of the unpleasant substance that had splashed everywhere. Ugh. Get away from me. Ugh. Sharingan. Ugh. It's still that black Zetsu lurking in the shadows of Uchiha Madara. He couldn't help but question whether this man is indeed the reincarnation of Indra. Shouldn't you be seeking an heir for your clan instead? What are you staring at those 3 for upon awakening? Chapter 43. A day in the life of Ah-Fei. Heijue felt that resurrecting his mother was a distant hope. In the shadows, he observed that Ban's most frequent activity was commanding Baijue to provide him with a view of the elderly man at the nursing home playing chess. As if he were addicted to it. Occasionally, he would steal a glance. However, Ban had no intention of using Inyang release to create life. He could only lurk in Ban's shadow. Alas, it was quite a headache. The next day, bright and early, Ah-Fei donned a simple black employee uniform and said to Ban, "Lord Ban, I am off to work. Is there anything you would like to eat tonight?" "Working, indeed. You are Baijue." Heijue thought, feeling overwhelmed. Ban maintained his aloof demeanor, ignoring Ah-Fei. At the newspaper office, Ah-Fei entered, retrieved the employee badge hanging on the door, and donned it around his neck. His employee number was 001. This job had been introduced to him by Mihiko, and he had personally met with Kakuto from the finance department. Earning 80 silver pieces a day, paid in cash, it did not cover meals or accommodation. Otherwise, he could not earn such a sum. Currently, the office only had him and Kakuto working. However, today he did not see Kakuto, who was reportedly still advancing in the capital and also had a position in the mist department. Truly, an industrious individual. All right, today Ah-Fei shall work hard. Grasping the camera, which had been modified to be several times smaller, he hung it around his neck and set out in search of news for the day. On the streets, dust swirled around. The village of Akatsuki was busy with infrastructure development, rumored to have procured iron or from the land of rain. Ahead, Ah-Fei spotted Kakuto, who was using a handmade telescope to observe a construction site. At that moment, Kakuto, wearing a red hard hat, was supervising the work with a roster in hand. In front of him stood men from the village of Rain Hidden, who had joined the construction team, all diligently engaged in their tasks. "Hey, who permitted you to work without a hard hat? Are you jesting with your life?" Kakuto angrily grabbed a worker who was fastening bolts on a steel frame, nearly slapping him in frustration. In Rain Hidden, we do not wear hard hats. The men are unaccustomed to it," the worker replied, somewhat dumbfounded. 100 silver pieces fine. Remember this next time. Do you understand? You could be crushed. Kakuto scolded him, pointing in exasperation. "Yes, I will never do it again." The man, tears streaming down his face, was touched for the first time by someone as concerned. "Good." Kakuto nodded, and, after scanning the area, he soon caught another offender. "You idiot. Who told you to weld without goggles? Do you want to go blind?" he scolded. 100 silver pieces fine. Remember this next time. "Yes." Ah-Fei silently approached, capturing each moment with his camera. Baijue was naturally adept at gathering intelligence. In this journalistic endeavor, Ah-Fei remarkably did not exhibit any perverse tendencies. This was indeed Mihiko's skill in human manipulation, placing individuals in their rightful roles. Next, Ah-Fei headed to a school to interview 3 young subordinates. Upon entering, he noticed the school was engaged in club activities. To prevent incidents similar to Kakashi's, Mihiko had ordered that on Wednesdays, the children be taken out for practical experience all day. Ah-Fei could only observe from a distance. Ah-Fei spotted Kakuto again. On the playground, 3 classes were lined up according to height. "Your task today is to clean the streets. Be careful not to stray from the group, understood?" Kakuto, having removed his hard hat and donned a mask, was addressing the children. "Understood." The children echoed in unison, their voices drawn out. The teachers watched from behind, and Shounen felt a sense of relief. Though Kakuto was somewhat stingy, his attitude towards the children was commendable and deserving of praise. The others, including Hei, began to think that Kakuto might not be as poorly regarded as rumored outside. "With all this dust, children without masks, please raise your hands," Kakuto instructed. Many hands shot up in the playground. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Kakuto distributed masks to the children who had not worn them, muttering to himself. Mihiko, you once said that there should be more trust between people, and I believe you were right. Shounen smiled softly, realizing that Kakuto was not as miserly as he seemed. Director Nan, please settle the payment. One mask costs 5 silver pieces, and there are 23 children without them. Kakuto revealed his true nature. Shounen, I have never been so speechless in my life. Click. The sound of the shutter echoed as Afe documented Kakuto's misdeeds from a distance. On the street, Afe followed closely, eager to uncover highlights to earn a bonus for his outstanding work to buy Ben a large brick. The children were sweeping the streets, while Kakuto, he entered a toy store, approached the owner, and demanded cleaning fees. The reluctant owner could only part with 100 silver pieces. A moment later, several children entered the toy store to help. Kakuto proceeded to various shops along the street. Spring was her favorite season. It was a bit warm. Generously, Kakuto bought each child a popsicle costing 1 silver piece each. The teachers who had not worked were not deserving of treats, so Kakuto did not buy for them. All the teachers. Afe was bewildered, but profoundly shocked. Kakuto was even asking the owner for 3 extra popsicles after buying 10. Afe felt his admiration for Kakuto grow. Kakuto remained responsible, accompanying the children until the afternoon, collecting payments along the street. In the evening, at the film studio outside Akatsuki village, Minato had returned to Konoha but would attend the film premiere, as it was his first film, and he hoped for its success. Amidst the chaos of Akatsuki village, Kakuto blended in, and Afe also managed to sneak in using the evanescent technique. Miss, do you need photos? A noble lady from the land of water looked confused at the suspicious man before her. He mysteriously produced 2 photographs from his cloak. One was a still from Minato's film, and the other was a real photo of Mihiko. The noble lady from the land of water exclaimed. They were aware of the new film being shot next door, as it had been featured in the newspapers. But she was surprised to find that the hidden second male lead was also quite handsome, a gentle demeanor, a sunny disposition. How much? 1,000 silver pieces each, Kakuto declared. Holding up one finger, the noble lady frowned. Kakuto was somewhat taken aback. It was indeed a bit pricey, as the cost was less than 10 silver pieces. How about a discount of 10 silver pieces? Just as Kakuto contemplated whether to negotiate, the lady interjected, do you have more? I want them all. Click. Not only the sound of the shutter, but also the sound of Afe's heart shattering. 1,000 silver pieces? If I sell 10, I can buy a phone for Lord Ban. At night, Afe continued to trail Kakuto, who remained oblivious to his presence. This piece is mine. And this piece is mine too. It seems next year I can. Kakuto arrived at the farming area, which had already been harvested by the villagers. He meticulously observed the land. Afe could not comprehend Kakuto's words, but he had a recorder to capture everything. The newspaper published weekly. What intelligence did you gather today? Kakuto returned to the office, eyeing the only employee present, Afe, who had slipped back in using the evanescent technique. Did you get enough sleep today? Afe scratched his head, laughing nonchalantly. Today, you won and Appos. Be receiving your wages. Kakuto snatched back the 80 silver pieces he nearly handed over. Damn it, Afe returned. Ban scrutinized Afe, who stood empty-handed. A fleeting glimmer of disappointment flickering in his eyes. He murmured softly, closing his eyes. Afe turned away and settled down, studying the photographs within the camera. Chapter 44. Yahiko's words are indeed true. The following day, Kakuzu was confined in the prison of the Progress City, charged with employing child labor. Given that it was his first offense and he had not subjected the children to strenuous work, he was incarcerated for 15 days and fined a nominal amount as a warning. While contemplating how to simplify the payment for Dejun's labor, he was once again interrupted by the familiar sound of chakra counting money. Why do you use chakra to count money? How else can one measure currency without chakra? Excellent. You have performed admirably. I shall arrange for the household registration office to grant you a legitimate identity shortly, and you will no longer be an undocumented resident. Yahiko sat at his desk, commending the smug-looking Afe before him. He listened to the recording device, filled with indignation. Kakuzu had purchased several plots of land outside the village, but frustratingly, these parcels were scattered and intermingled with those of the villagers, mostly comprising small sections. Observing this, the villagers had kindly offered to cultivate the land for him, assisting with tilling and fertilizing. Is it truly possible for you to benefit from this? Afe, noticing Yahiko's lack of reaction, inquired, what does being undocumented mean? I desire money. Yahiko disowned Afe's intent, but was perplexed as to whether Afe's pursuit of employment was a benefit to Madara or something else entirely. Could it be that Madara wished to assess whether the lower strata of the ninja world had any hope of salvation? This cannot be granted. Afe seemed to embody Madara's earthly presence, serving as a representative for the common folk. Madara was certainly not a man driven by greed. Offering him money would be an affront to his dignity. Thus, Madara must want me to recognize the village's decay, the presence of corruption, and observe how he chooses to address it. The elder's twilight years were steeped in solitude, with no one to comprehend his plight. Yet, Yahiko could make frequent visits to the Progress City Correctional Education Office and engage with the school's ideological teachers. Very well, you may leave now. I must deal with the scoundrels of the village. Yahiko appeared quite irate, gesturing for Afei to depart hastily. Before Afei could exit the office, Yahiko placed a call to the office of Waki Sakumo, the warden. How audacious of this miser to dip into the wages of my laborers. Since he dares to exploit my workers, I shall ensure he becomes the first to be exploited in return. He must pay for all his food and necessities while in Progress City. Outside, Afei slowly raised his gaze to the ceiling, still awaiting the disbursement of his wages. 30 years of prosperity, 30 years of decline. Do not underestimate Afei's poverty. Meanwhile, 2 grass ninjas who joined the Akatsuki quietly infiltrated the divided grass-hidden village. Here, blood mist enveloped the air, and wherever one ventured, the scent of rust lingered. No merchant dared tread this ground, opting instead to circumvent the area, thus granting the Akatsuki a chance to flourish. On the Kamikaze Bridge, the fighting was most intense, littered with the remnants of explosive tags. This was a battleground coveted by ninjas. Moreover, Iwagakure was supporting a faction within Kusagakure, providing tools and supplies that would necessitate passage across this very bridge. Following the conclusion of the Second Great Ninja War, the 5 great nations signed a non-aggression pact, which included a clause prohibiting interference in the domestic affairs of smaller nations. At least publicly, no one would meddle in the matters of another country. Haha. On the bridge, Kusamang laughed heartily. His feet planted upon the corpses of merchants from Iwagakure and the subordinates of Kusagakure. His trusted confidants were perplexed. Why does the leader laugh so heartily? Hee. I laugh at that fool Yama, whose intellect is shallow. He actually trusts a mere subordinate swayed by petty gains, foolishly believing that a trivial advantage could aid him in overcoming me. This battle is a resounding victory. He, at the helm of the movement to revive Kusagakure, had triumphed over the anti-war faction led by the Kusakohana. In nearly a month, he could quell the era of division in Kusagakure. As long as the city of Akatsuki remained uninvolved, the unification of Kusagakure was imminent. In Kusagakure, I, Kusamang, wonder how many will recognize my name. How many will call me general? Kusamang commanded the clearing of the battlefield, exuding arrogance. Yet he soon realized the gravity of his actions. He had ultimately slain merchants from Iwagakure. Desiring a powerful ally, he dispatched letters of friendship to the 4 great ninja villages, excluding Iwagakure, seeking to leverage his position. But why had the Uzumaki clan taken residence in the Akatsuki? Had they not been taken by Danzo and Minato? Uncertain of the situation, he refrained from acting rashly. Kusagakure was characterized by its fickle allegiances, thriving on this very cunning, which allowed it to endure even in turbulent times. At the base of the Kusakuhana, if the map of the ninja world were to be updated to reflect the division of Kusagakure, it would scarcely amount to a mere county. It had become almost a mere name. Only around 100 ninjas remained, the last vestiges of their strength, within the encampment. Leader, another Nin, overwhelmed by the burden, has defected to Kusamang with his subordinates. Upon receiving this report, the surviving leaders of the Kusakuhana were thrown into disarray. What shall we do now? Sigh, each of our subordinates numbers only a handful. How can we contend against Kusamang's 1,000-strong, continuously absorbing wandering ninjas? One leader lamented. Let us surrender, suggested another, stepping forward. I refuse. The leader of the largest faction, Sun Lu, adamantly opposed. His expression was stern, his tone resolute. Do you think Kusamang will show mercy to those who have opposed him for so long? The assembled leaders shared this sentiment, and as the greatest faction leader, Sun Lu firmly rejected any notion of surrender. Even if Kusamang is willing to forgive us, I would rather be shattered than remain whole. Sun Lu declared fiercely. Whoever dares to speak of surrender again shall meet the same fate as this table. Sun Lu grimly shattered the only table in the tent. Are we to wait for death alone? The leading defector hung his head, his voice devoid of strength. Sun Lu was about to speak when suddenly sounds emerged from outside. Brave souls, come to the Akatsuki. Rewards await you. I wish to be a squad leader, a platoon leader, a company leader, a battalion leader, a regiment leader. Do not be too greedy. Outside, 2 men's voices echoed as they attempted to rally support. Sun Lu furrowed his brow, leading his comrades from the tent to investigate. Who are you? Sun Lu demanded, observing 2 individuals adorned with the Akatsuki headbands, engaged in conversation with the Kusa ninja. Dazhuang, Xiu Shuai, you 2 are still alive? The speaker was familiar, having once been part of the same faction as the 2 newcomers. The men, both Nin, were high-ranking members of their faction, and thus their faces were well known. Indeed, we have joined the Akatsuki. The leader has bestowed new names upon us. Forget my former name Dazhuang. I am now Ryuzuro. I shall no longer be called Xiao Shuai. The leader has named me Mingxi Lufu. One had green hair while the other was slender, resembling a monkey, hence Yuhiko's bestowed names. Sun Lu was indifferent to their current titles, but an aura of menace emanated from him. You 2 have defected to the Akatsuki, becoming traitorous ninjas of Kusagakure, and now you returned. Do you intend to usurp my village? Respectful ninjas of Sun Lu had begun to drift towards the 2. Those who had been swayed moments earlier now felt a sense of unease, nearly agreeing to the defection. No. Traitors? What do you mean by this? Shouldn't we, as the people of the ninja world, be one family? Ryuzuro asserted, with Lufu nodding in agreement. One family? Sun Lu appeared bewildered by the concept. Are Akatsuki advocates for peace? Indeed, Ryuzuro affirmed. Long ago, the Sage of Six Paths established the ninja sect with the aim of fostering peace. Precisely. In the past, the ninja world was unified, and there existed only one ninja sect. Indeed. Are we not betraying the esteemed Sage of the Six Paths by engaging in such violence? Indeed. Without instilling a sense of purpose, how could Yahiko dare to allow the two to escape? A new manuscript remains unwritten by Yahiko, thus he resorts to verbal instruction. The two hold Yahiko's words in unwavering belief, as if he could declare that there are indeed inhabitants on the moon, and it would be accepted as truth. Peace. SNRY murmurs this term, having forgotten its essence since the conclusion of the First Great Ninja War. Chapter 45. The old man desires an opportunity to join the Akatsuki village. Mayor Yahiko is indeed the true sovereign of peace. Undoubtedly, the two have become ardent admirers of Yahiko. First, they were bested by Killer Bee, witnessing the strength of the Akatsuki, and then they were swayed by Yahiko's eloquence, experiencing the village's ideology. Afterward, they enjoyed a film together. Upon the film's conclusion, the mayor personally invited them to dine on legendary hometown dishes prepared by director Nan, including roast duck, salted duck, and duck blood soup. The two were utterly captivated. Was there truly such a remarkable leader in this world? Anyone opposing Yahiko would be deemed their enemy. Should Funsuk disagree, they would compel him to acquiesce. Initially, Funsuk dismissed their fervor, but the unwavering loyalty reflected in their eyes was unmistakable. Had Yahiko bewitched them? The food was exquisite. That evening at Yahiko's home, Jiraiya had come to mooch a meal. The house, though modest, was impeccably tidy. Conan was busy in the kitchen, while Yahiko, shirtless and displaying a well-toned physique, sipped beer at the table. The array of dishes before them, all crafted by Conan, were the result of Yahiko's teachings and her diligent practice. Jiraiya, filled with envy, sat at the table, his jealousy distorting his features. He picked up a sizable meatball and placed it in his mouth, but soon found it lacking in appeal. Across from him, Yahiko let out a satisfied groan. It was apparent he only cared to drink, showing no concern for Conan. Did he not think to lend a hand in the kitchen? Noticing this, Jiraiya admonished him. Let us have another drink. Yahiko waved his hand, raising his glass in acknowledgement. Jiraiya had 6 students, 3 from Konoha and 3 from here. The one most resembling him in spirit was undoubtedly Yahiko. Yet, Yahiko had Conan, while Jiraiya had Tsunade, who was, alas, the embodiment of a troublesome manner. Jiraiya grimaced as he clinked glasses with Yahiko. Is the teacher troubled? Yahiko inquired with a grin. After a long day, there was no greater pleasure than this moment of respite. He reclined in his chair, content. You wouldn't understand, Jiraiya replied somberly, taking a sip of his drink. I do understand, to an extent, Yahiko reassured him. The atmosphere turned awkward. Jiraiya was likely reminiscing about Tsunade, wishing she could be as gentle as Conan. Yet, the truth remained. Gentleness and understanding are often reserved for those who are cherished. Women may have their little tempers, which can be playful teasing. But if it becomes a constant annoyance, Yahiko found himself at a loss for words to comfort his mentor, fearing a single utterance might shatter his heart. Yet, matters of the heart are unpredictable. After all, Kato was a mere specter. The film would surely succeed. Let us drink to that, Jiraiya said, raising his glass once more. They continued to drink, one cup after another. The film premiere was fast approaching. These days, Jiraiya had been under immense pressure, scarcely enjoying a good night's sleep. Yahiko resolved to invite representatives from the 5 great ninja villages to attend, hoping to garner publicity and make the film a national sensation, thereby boosting ticket sales. At the Raikage's office in the Cloud Village, the third Raikage and A paced anxiously, veins bulging on their foreheads. Why, after several heavy rains, does he not return home? Where could he be? Oh, exclaimed, his voice rising in pitch, eyes wide with worry. Father, we must intensify our efforts to locate him. Damn it, when I find him, I shall break his legs. Tears streamed down A.'s rugged face. The third Raikage nodded in agreement. I will gladly do the same. Report. Enter. The third Raikage glimpsed the Cloud Ninja waiting outside, and a flicker of hope crossed A's face. Did you find him? A rushed forward, gripping the leader's collar. The Cloud Ninja wiped his mouth and replied, No. We have yet to uncover Lord Killer B's whereabouts. The emissaries from Akatsuki wish to speak with you. Refuse them. Tell them to leave. A bellowed, releasing the Cloud Ninja with a thunderous voice. The third Raikage's lips twitched. I am still the Raikage. Summon them. Before long, the representatives arrived. The Akatsuki village is hosting a film premiere, the envoy stated with poise. In the Hokage's office at Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen scoffed. Jiraiya is starring in a film? What role could he possibly play? He glared at the Akatsuki's middle-ranked ninja from the Uzumaki clan. You're neglecting your duties. Having promised to seek the child of prophecy, yet here you are, filming for profit? Aware that most Uzumaki were in the Akatsuki, he refrained from suppressing them under his Hokage authority, feeling a tinge of guilt. Ask who in the village is free and willing to go. I shall personally issue leave permits. Sarutobi commanded grandly before the Uzumaki. Thank you, third Hokage. The Uzumaki members nodded slightly. The Umbu, lurking in the shadows, swiftly relayed the message. The corners of Sarutobi and Appo's mouth involuntarily lifted. It was spring, and the village was bustling, with mission rewards having increased by 15. Who would willingly forego earning to attend a premiere? A quarter of an hour later, he fell silent, observing the young generation crowding the office, each vying to volunteer for the event. His heart ached. Minato, what nonsense is this? You are my most esteemed protege. Your focus should be on progress. Minato had been chosen to succeed Orochimaru as the 5th Hokage. How could he waste time on frivolities? And you? He bellowed, spotting Asuma among the throng. What business do you have here? Get out. Asuma was unceremoniously tossed out by those beside him. The film stars me and Jiraiya-sensei, Asuma declared as he was ejected, leaving Minato scratching his head in embarrassment. The room fell silent in astonishment. Sarutobi sighed. It came as no surprise. Jiraiya had recently assigned a task. Is that so? Kinomoto Heya exclaimed in shock, glancing at Minato. His girlfriend idolized Yuhiko and often fantasized about him with her friends. Now that Minato was cast as the secondary lead, what if she began to admire him as well? What a predicament. Those with girlfriends in attendance felt slightly uncomfortable. Damn it, it's too far. I'm not interested, Nara Shikaka grumbled before departing. Sarutobi surveyed the noisy crowd, then glanced at Shikaku's departing figure. Relieved to see some semblance of normalcy among the villagers, the clamor continued, with everyone eager to attend the premiere. Moments later, Nara Shikaka returned, looking apprehensive, as if struggling to recollect what had just transpired. 3rd Hokage, may I bring a family member? What an absurd notion. Sarutobi began to scold, but before he could finish, someone interjected, ISNTT, are you living in Akatsuki village? Do I still have a chance? Chapter 46. Thunderous explosions. Pong. Has Danzo once again come to the Uchiha? Who is he here for this time? The 8th Hokage or Shikamaru? Everyone turned their gazes in unison. However, the newcomer was not Danzo. The young individuals felt a sudden warmth in their nostrils. Old man. Let me attend the Akatsuki village press conference. Tsunade, reeking of alcohol, stumbled in with disheveled hair, evidently suffering from a hangover from the previous night. As she walked, her 2 large lights dazzled those around her, causing them to squint. In the room, the young ones maintained a posture of observing with their noses, feeling quite uncomfortable. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the crowd but remained silent, his demeanor suggesting that such dedicated youth should not be so readily given to her. Do you all have any objections? Tsunade clenched her fist at the crowd, her smile not reaching her eyes. No, not at all. In truth, movies could be watched any time, whether early or late. It made no difference. Yamashiro always wore a sheepish grin while the others nodded in agreement. Tsunade crossed her arms and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, noticing the old man's reluctance for her to go. As she bellowed, the tension in the room escalated. Chakra already surged forth. Hiruzen realized that if he did not intervene soon, the office would be lost. All right, you and Minato, he conceded. On the day of the press conference, all 5 great shinobi villages, except for the Mist Village, showed remarkable respect. The Sand Village sent Yakura, the Cloud Village dispatched A, and the Rock Village sent Akatsuki. Konoha was represented by Minato, Tsunade, and the Chunin Kakashi. From the neighboring Rain Village, Hanzo also sent his trusted confidant, the Rain Shinobi. At the village gate, representatives from several villages arrived almost simultaneously, all of considerable status. Upon learning the news, Yuhiko personally led a team to greet them, accompanied by Kakashi and Kurabi, along with a few lower-ranked shinobi. During such occasions, it was wise to have composed individuals present. Kurabi, having heard of A's arrival, proactively approached. Yuhiko opened his arms, uncertain of whom to embrace first. Soon, the first envoy arrived, A from the Cloud Village, bringing along 2 Cloud Village Jonin, arriving lightly equipped. Upon meeting, a faint trace of lightning chakra enveloped A. What the hell? Yuhiko exclaimed, startled and reminded of the fear instilled in him by the thunderous lightning from their previous encounter. Fast as lightning, a zip passed Yuhiko, charging straight toward Kurabi. Bang! The sound was such that Yuhiko felt it could shatter anyone's skull. What are you doing here? A glared at Kurabi, scrutinizing him thoroughly. You've gained weight. That's good. Yuhiko, having enjoyed a lifestyle of eating and sleeping, with the highest calorie expenditure being his incessant chatter, found this entirely normal. But turned to Yuhiko, who waved his hand dismissively. One of the Cloud Jonin produced a check for 2 million ryo, equivalent to an A-rank mission, which Yuhiko accepted with a mixture of awe and resignation. After the press conference, I'll head home with my brother, A said, satisfied that Yuhiko had accepted it, for he detested being indebted to others. No. Bang. No. 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 Bang. 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 Oh boy, I have to leave. Kurabi, with a head full of bandages and red-rimmed eyes, reluctantly approached Yuhiko. Boy, what do your tears mean? Yuhiko choked out, patting Kurabi's shoulder. Even a dog would develop feelings, let alone a human. Can I? Bang. Kurabi fell silent, acknowledging that his brother was indeed correct. Man, your muscles are impressive. Before departing, Yuhiko embraced A, lifting him up and then setting him down. Achievement unlocked, thunderous embrace. Hiki, little chick. A reciprocated the gesture, lifting Yuhiko as well. Achievement unlocked, thunderous explosions. If not for the matters of state, A found Yuhiko to be quite agreeable. However, it was precisely these matters that complicated their rapport. How does the cuisine of the Land of Lightning fare? A inquired suddenly. I've never tasted it, so I wouldn't know. Yuhiko feigned ignorance. Let us take the Cloud Village envoy for a tour of our village. After Yahiko and Appo's suggestion, someone guided A and his entourage toward the village. A stormed off in irritation. Next to arrive was Akatsuki, round-faced and appearing well-fed, indicating the rock village had decent provisions. Yahiko embraced him before allowing a lower-ranked shinobi to show him around the village. Hanzo had sent a representative from the Rain Village, who also received a brief embrace before being escorted by Yahiko. Soon, Yakura from the Sand Village arrived. "Ah, Conan is here. What are you doing?" she asked. Having flown in, and now gazing down upon Yakura, who was clad in a backless outfit that accentuated her beauty. "What am I doing? Welcoming guests, is that not obvious?" Yahiko responded, while Kakashi beside him wore an awkward expression, suspecting that Yahiko's earlier embraces with A and Akatsuki were merely to set the stage for this moment. Yakura glanced at the suspicious Conan. Smirking slightly, she teased, "Village Chief Yahiko, I'm afraid I cannot comply with your request. My outfit is not suitable for wearing backwards." "Not suitable for wearing backwards?" Conan eyed Yakura's attire. Yahiko was left speechless in the face of such unnecessary misunderstandings. "Ugly wretch." He shot her a contemptuous glance. "Humph. Yahiko wouldn't like you anyway, so stop seeking attention," Conan chuckled, while Yakura's face flushed with anger. With a swift motion, she unleashed a series of scorching fireballs, each capable of incinerating a person in seconds. Yahiko, being a student of Tobarama, countered with a masterful display of water release. The water shielded him like a barrier against the fireballs, causing a tremendous collision that sent steam billowing throughout the village outskirts, drastically reducing visibility. In the next moment, Yahiko appeared beside Yakura, kunai poised against her throat. Flying Thunder God technique. Though he didn't truly master it, the pretense was enough. "How swift?" Yakura gasped. Yahiko stated, "According to the non-aggression treaty signed by the 5 great nations, no one is permitted to instigate hostilities." Yakura sighed in relief, knowing Yahiko wouldn't dare act against her. This was the confidence of a great nation. "Hiki," Yahiko smiled slyly. Zhou, take this beauty, or rather, this ugly wretch to get a cupping therapy." Yahiko and Appo's chakra reverberated through his throat, causing Yakura to feel as though her eardrums might burst. "Cupping therapy? What is that?" Yakura was momentarily taken aback until Uzumaki Zhou arrived. The old man was equally puzzled about what cupping therapy entailed, looking at Yahiko in confusion. "Find a glass bottle and heat it with fire." Yahiko mouthed, though Yakura could not hear him. Zhou successfully grasped the signal. "Leave it to me," he assured, patting his chest. "TSK." Conan shook her head, enjoying the spectacle. The Rain Village's humidity had previously led Yahiko to request cupping therapy from her. Afterward, observing Yahiko's fair back adorned with circle after circle, Conan vowed that such a therapy would never again be permitted on Yahiko. She departed, intending to supervise the cupping process, concerned that others might not execute it correctly. Outside the 3-ring boundary, A and the others were being hosted. The streets were orderly, well-planned. And even if modest in scale, they possessed a beauty surpassing that of the streets in the Cloud and Leaf villages. They found themselves puzzled. "What are those people doing with bricks tied around their waists?" "Those are telephones," Karabi replied, also sporting one around his waist, which A had failed to notice earlier. "What purpose do they serve?" Kira pointed in a certain direction. A shopkeeper, in a state of panic, dialed 110. Upon connecting, he exclaimed, "Hello, there's a pervert. Someone is taking pictures of my excrement." Ahem. AI's face flushed crimson. Indeed, that was rather bizarre. Shortly thereafter, 2 prison guards arrived, locating a Fae and deleting the photos from his camera, imposing a fine of 200 silver coins. This is quite convenient." AI crossed his arms in contemplation, inquiring with the attendant behind him, "What is the maximum distance this phone can support?" "Only within the village," came the reply. Upon hearing this, AI lost interest. He had hoped it could transcend the ninja world, but its range was limited to a mere village. "Can it be used to strike Konoha?" He pondered. "Let us go see that beef shop." Gritting his teeth, AI discovered a butcher selling beef. Chapter 47, Jiraiya's Teacher and the Lonely Life at Long Last. The denizens of Konoha have arrived. The 7-year-old Shunin, Kakashi, is quite charming. He envisions a scenario in his mind: 3 young boys, forming a team at the age of 12, capturing the hearts of older sisters and mothers alike. Not only could they earn money, but they would also be formidable fighters, rendering the need for bodyguards unnecessary. The genius with a score of 0. Upon their first encounter, Yahiko uttered a perplexing remark. Only Kakashi understood. His thoughts drifting back to his naive self from a year prior, his ears reddening at an observable rate. Everyone experiences moments of foolishness. Reflecting on decisions made a year or 2 ago, one might wish to travel back in time and deliver a hefty reprimand to that past self. "What do you mean by a score of 0? Questioned Minato, his azure eyes brimming with curiosity. Did Kakashi truly receive a 0? A look of confusion adorned the mature visage of Tsukumo. "No, father, do not heed his nonsense," Kakashi stammered, his face hidden beneath his mask. As he tiptoed to silence Yahiko, Tsunade hoisted him up, amusement dancing in her eyes. "Little one, have you really scored a 0? Shizen claims you are a prodigy, and your peers at the Ninja Academy look up to you." Kakashi found her laughter utterly exasperating. Titles such as genius were but empty accolades. "Ah, Kakashi, You surely wouldn't want news of your zero score to circulate, would you? Yahiko leaned closer to Tsunade, playfully nibbling on Kakashi's ear. Kakashi's pupils dilated in shock. This scene mirrored something he had read in a book he had never actually seen, merely something his teammates had perused during a mission. I am unaware of what you are referring to, Kakashi thought, considering himself an ordinary child, unworthy of such scrutiny regarding his exam paper. As a result, a newfound confidence emerged within him. Ha ha ha. If it were anyone else, Yahiko might truly have lost his composure, but you are Kakashi. Yahiko clapped his hands, urging everyone to venture into the village for a tour, prioritizing Tsunade. At this moment, Tsunade was not the irresponsible individual one might expect. Not only did she inherit the Senju clan's legacy, but following the untimely death of Kushina, as Elder Jiraiya had mentioned, the Uzumaki clan's assets in Konoha now belonged to Tsunade and Kushina. Upon entering the village, they observed Kakuzu removing his mask, revealing his dark visage as he busily collected dust from the streets, a veritable vacuum cleaner. The village had been developing rapidly, almost to the point of chaos, with residents suffering from respiratory ailments due to the dust stirred by construction. Yet, Kakuzu seemed unfazed, openly inhaling the dust. Is he a fool? Kakashi mused, casting a glance at Kakuzu. Tsukumo, overhearing, looked incredulously at his son. You consider Kakuzu a fool? Rumors had it that Danzo was currently searching for Kakuzu, as he was the only man who had managed to outsmart the Uchiha. The day the cinema was demolished, the Uchiha were swindled out of a considerable sum. Why is he doing this? Yahiko crossed his arms, scoffing. If it threatens the village, even my friends, teachers, or brothers would not be spared. Tsunade's expression twitched. Why did that sentiment sound so familiar? Wasn't it something her grandfather had said? Regardless, Yahiko led the group onward. Minato purchased various gifts for Kushina, including white rabbit milk candy, a tin frog from Mayuboku, and plush bears, even spending 100,000 ryo on 2 large bricks, regardless of whether Konoha needed them. Simply taking the guide's word for it and acquiring matching couples' phones. Yahiko couldn't help but wonder about Minato's stance on monogamy, although Tsunade often appeared boisterous. Seeing Minato showering Kushina with gifts stirred complex feelings within her. Where has Jiraiya-sensei gone? You really cannot compete with him. Yahiko shot a glance at Tsunade, who appeared momentarily disheartened. That is Uzumaki from last time. Minato inquired about the red-haired woman he had seen while intoxicated. Do you mean Kushina? Yahiko asked, perplexed. Yes. That is the name. Wonderful. Minato's face lit up. After returning, he had mentioned this to Kushina. Before coming to Konoha, she had a 2-year-old cousin with the same name. He had merely hoped for a stroke of luck, and it had come to fruition. Oh, I see. Let us go meet her. Yahiko took the opportunity to guide them, while also hoping for Minato to be occupied with tasks. Tsukumo and Kakashi, having not seen each other for a while, shared whispers, and Yahiko allowed them their moment. Tsunade ventured alone into a toy store. Alas, Jiraiya-sensei remains a solitary figure. Yahiko was at a loss. He could not substitute for him. He led Minato down another street, primarily filled with food vendors. Inside a shop named Shinra Tensei Steamed Buns, he exclaimed. To think I would be able to enjoy food personally delivered by Nagato. He truly is down to earth. Oh, look at that. Nagato is also taking a break in the shop. Having just seen off a customer, this establishment is owned by Kushina. As the minister of miasma, did he truly need to sell buns? Nagato and Yahiko exchanged glances, a hint of awkwardness hanging in the air. Minato smiled faintly at the scene unfolding before him, while Nagato could only respond, I serve the people. He did not take a single ryo from them, merely helping alleviate their burdens. Yahiko found himself momentarily speechless. You truly are a genius. Suddenly, Yahiko glanced at the sign of Shinra Tensei and thought, I refuse to believe Nagato is not corrupt. Situated in the prime location near the city center, it was the only bun shop amidst vacant establishments on either side. Yahiko promptly summoned a large brick, dialing a contact. To whom it may concern. Opposite the Shinra Tensei bun shop, I expect to see a spiraling meatball by tomorrow morning. Understood? Indeed. I require you to produce it within a day. What kind of meatball? I believe the 3-colored meatballs of Konoha would suffice. Ensure to replicate them. After hanging up, he met Nagato's incredulous gaze. Minato feigned ignorance, purchasing a bun and engaging Kushina in conversation. Nagato, witnessing this, nearly erupted in frustration. Misunderstandings arose, as Kushina was Nagato's cousin, and upon reflection, they were indeed connected by marriage. The stage was set for an epic rivalry. Chapter 48. Jiraiya's performance was exceptional in Songa Tower. Inside an elegant private room on the first floor, 3 individuals indulged in a drunken stupor. Konan and Kushina arrived to escort them, while Minato wept bitterly, clutching a bottle. The next day, halfway through the press conference, Yahiko stumbled into the cinema, his head throbbing as if struck by a hammer. By chance, he encountered Nagato and Minato, and the 3 entered together. Inside the hall, the audience was captivated. Jiraiya, the fool, seemed to be performing with unparalleled fervor. Tsunade was on the verge of laughter. It wasn't until the moment when the character, the gambling god, regained his memory with the help of Daozi and Asian, defeating a local bully with his extraordinary gambling skills. That Tsunade's gaze was fixed on the screen, admiring the gambling god's dexterous play with cards and dice. Is this really Jiraiya? She gasped, astonishment rendering her momentarily speechless. The crew members occupied the last row, awaiting their cue to interact with the audience after the credits rolled. Hiding in the back, wrapped tightly in cloth, Jiraiya noticed Tsunade's reaction and couldn't help but stifle a laugh. However, his amusement faltered upon catching sight of Yetsong, her expression slightly stiff. What a lovely girl, but why does she have those small circles tattooed on her back? It was somewhat unsettling. Just yesterday, Yetsong had undergone cupping therapy, blissfully unaware of the marks it would leave behind, with no one to caution her. Her subordinates, friends of Rasha, were more than eager to see her embarrassed. Yahiko, I'm so sorry, she thought to herself. Feeling rejuvenated after a good night's rest post-therapy, the trio approached Jiraiya. We haven't arrived late, have we? They inquired. Not at all. The moment of glory for the teacher is yet to come, Jiraiya replied cheerfully, patting the seat beside him, beckoning them to sit. Why are you wrapped up like a zongzi? Yahiko asked, glancing at Jiraiya, who was nearly obscured by the cloth. Zongzi? What is that? Jiraiya responded. Though he had spent the previous day scrutinizing the film, fearful that it might not be up to par, all for this moment. As the BGM played, Jiraiya made his grand entrance on the big screen, impeccably dressed in a suit. His heart swelled with joy. All the hardships were worth it. He pulled out a wax stick from his pocket and applied it to his hair. The premiere erupted with excitement. Tsunade felt an unfamiliar stirring in her heart. A delightful itch. The gambling god showcased his skills, rolling a 6, while Killer Bee was transfixed on the screen. Nearby, A.S. hands itched not for a fight with Killer Bee, but for a turn at the game. Damn it, although I have no vices, will I break my resolve? Kakashi, listening to the crowd and Appo's cheers, could already envision Obito and Appo's exuberant reactions. Lin, oh, Lin, he imagined. A red soil was devouring several pieces of milk candy. Savoring the creamy taste as the gambling god in the film opted for white rabbit candies instead. As the film concluded, a resounding applause erupted from the audience. Excellent. A chimed in, clapping along, although he pondered whether their land of lightning could produce something of equal caliber. Would you all like to meet the creators of our film? The host, who was responsible for engaging the audience, announced. Many had purchased tickets, feeling fortunate, while others were invited by Jiraiya as a precaution. The reporter, Afe, was at a loss for words, unsure of where to hide as he prepared to capture the moment. At this moment, Tsunade genuinely wished to meet Jiraiya and learn a thing or two about gambling. Please welcome the gambling god. The BGM swelled dramatically as Jiraiya unveiled himself, having borrowed some water from Yahiko to wash his hands, and took the stage with the crew. Minato followed suit, eager to charm the female fans curious about gambling. Mr. Jiraiya, do you have anything to say to the audience? Jiraiya glanced at Tsunade. If you don and Appo's gamble with an AK, then you're a fool. The audience gasped in astonishment. Are you provoking me? Tsunade retorted coldly. Yahiko covered his face in embarrassment. And what further wisdom do you wish to share, Mr. Gambling God? The atmosphere grew tense. It was Jiraiya's first time in such a setting, and he was unsure how to break the ice. He looked at Yahiko pleadingly, who subtly gestured for him to invite an audience member to join him. Jiraiya nodded and announced, next, I will select a lucky audience member to gamble with me. Fortunately, he was no fool, taking his time to engage with each person. Even Cheeto, and members from the Rain Village felt their hearts race. Pick me, you. The lady with the golden hair, he declared. All eyes turned to Tsunade, who was perceived as extraordinarily lucky by those unaware of the circumstances, while those in the know recognized her as one of the legendary three. What a scandalous display in broad daylight. And the others grimaced. Excellent. You and Appo's VE successfully provoked a lioness, Tsunade thought, her competitive spirit ignited. Stepping onto the stage, the host shook the dice. Please guess high or low. High, Jiraiya declared. Low. Tsunade countered. The host revealed the result, shock etched on his face. It's low. What? The audience groaned in despair. Where's the gambling god? They lamented. Thunderduck. Gritted his teeth. Yahiko buried his face in his hands. Run. The Four Beans Thunder is coming. Sensing the ominous tension, the host hastily declared. Hi, Mr. Jiraiya wins. The host displayed the dice to the audience, then shook them again. Tsunade narrowed her eyes, again. I and Appo's am ready, Jiraiya replied, betraying no hint of anxiety. After several rounds, Tsunade had yet to win. The audience stood in awe, clapping uncontrollably. Is this for real? Are you serious? Jiraiya employed no ninja techniques. And even and his companions could discern that the film was based on reality. Is this performance truly that exaggerated? Yetsong questioned skeptically. Bravo. Absolutely marvelous. Who dares to say that Mr. Jiraiya performed poorly? He was magnificent. A blind man wearing sunglasses suddenly burst into tears. Confused murmurs spread among the audience. What transpired? They wondered. The blind man was perplexed. Didn't someone claim that if Mr. Jiraiya's performance was lackluster, they would stand up and cry? Tsunade, previously simmering with frustration over her losses, couldn't help but smile. Well, the film was quite enjoyable, she complimented. Now, having seen it, she felt it was time to leave. Though in truth, she was eager to gamble. Slow down, there's a post-credit scene. Quick, to the post-credit scene, Tsunade urged. Suddenly, Jiraiya gazed at her with a look filled with emotion. Chapter 49, Do you want a wife, Tsukumo Hatake? As Jiraiya's words resonated, the screen suddenly illuminated with a vivid image. It was a scene from when Jiraiya, in Sage mode, confronted Hanzo. In the footage, Jiraiya collided with Hanzo's scythe, shattering it, and subsequently unleashed a powerful frog technique that sent Hanzo flying. As Hanzo's loyal subordinate, the Rain Village ninja erupted in fury, incredulous at the spectacle. The expression on AI's face turned grave, while Akatsuki paused mid-chew on his white rabbit candy, clearly astonished by the depth of Konoha's legacy. Yutsung clapped his hands, expressing exasperation. Indeed, the title of demigod is not self-proclaimed by Hanzo, but rather earned in the ninja world. Hanzo may exist without the Rain Village, but the Rain Village cannot thrive without Hanzo, showcasing his formidable prowess. The video abruptly concluded, just before the moment when Jiraiya would face his own trials. Tsunade, I'm aware of your hemophobia. I cannot allow you to witness what follows, Jiraiya remarked, sweeping back his hair with a confident grin. Observing the blood that Hanzo had just retracted from his lip, Tsunade was engulfed in panic, her legs buckling as she nearly fainted. Jiraiya, take a look at how I personally subdued Hanzo, she retorted. And you should recall how much damage Uchiha caused last time. How much did that cost us? 10 million Ryo for 2 S-rank missions? With precision, she tossed a 1,000,000 Ryo bill to Yahiko, her foot shooting skyward in indignation. Jiraiya-sensei has sustained grave injuries. Yet the development of the Akatsuki village has soared due to his sacrifice, she lamented. The newspaper headlines blared. Shock. On the day of the film's release, Tsunade, one of the legendary three, did the unthinkable to Jiraiya after watching the movie. Accompanying this were scandalous images, capturing Tsunade sitting atop Jiraiya. The box office profits surged as the citizens of the 5 great nations flocked to theaters, intrigued by the sensational news. Yahiko reaped the financial rewards from the burgeoning film industry, which had caught the attention of many ambitious individuals from the 5 great nations. Despite having signed a non-aggression pact, it did not preclude them from vying for business opportunities. In the office of the Tsuchikage, Inoki furrowed his brow at the newspaper. Is this the kind of sensationalism that makes our youth flock to Iwagakure? Akatsuki, having returned with local delicacies, conveyed, Lord Tsuchikage. The leader of Akatsuki village suggests that you indulge in his culinary specialty, Shinra Tensei, or else he might treat you to Shinra Bansho. As he handed over the white rabbit candy and the red bean buns, Inoki studied the offerings and raised an eyebrow. Is he threatening me, or merely extending a greeting? What audacity does he possess to propose collaboration with me? I have no interest in bullying him, nor do I see any basis for a threat. The Akatsuki villagers did not prioritize martial prowess. Instead, they yearned for peace. Akatsuki reminisced about his experiences in Akatsuki village, which, despite its poverty, boasted a spirit of vibrancy. The village leaders personally engaged with the populace, as exemplified by the bun sold to him by Yahiko himself. Oh, a village aspiring for peace, is it? Inoki mused, albeit with indifference. Let the villagers analyze this newspaper. It's not a difficult task. I expect to see the morning edition of Iwagakure's news by breakfast the day after tomorrow. Inoki tapped lightly on the table, while Akatsuki nodded and departed to inform the clerical staff. Inoki would not allow public sentiment to be manipulated by others, especially when the newspaper profited from the toil of their ninja. Similarly, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the third Kazekage, Raza, shared Inoki's sentiments. Raza's decision stemmed from an intense confrontation with Yutsung, who had vehemently opposed the actions of Hanzo. Upon returning to Sunagakure, Yutsung became acutely aware of the marks left on her back from Yahiko's antics. Having always favored revealing attire, she refrained from venturing outside for days. The memory of the villagers' judgmental gazes during her shopping trip in Akatsuki haunted her. Hey, do you also despise Yahiko? A coolly aloof boy with pink hair appeared at her window, observing her as she read. She recognized him as Scorpion, Chiyo's grandson, whose parents had perished at the hands of Konoha's Tsukumo Hatake during the Second Shinobi World War. Yes, Yutsung affirmed. Scorpion, his expression unchanging, contemplated Yutsung's combat abilities before stating, await my summons. Meanwhile, outside Akatsuki village, the gambling film crew had transformed the location into a popular tourist destination, with many flocking to relive the cinematic experience. Recently, Tsunade had become increasingly engrossed in this environment, as Watergate was unable to capitalize on the fanfare due to his duties. He was summoned back by Sarutobi Hiruzen for further obligations. Remember, Kakashi, it is imperative to cultivate good relations with your teammates upon your return. Tsukumo Hatake advised as he escorted Kakashi down from the Akatsuki ship. Understood, father, Kakashi replied, his demeanor tinged with melancholy. Tsukumo smiled gently, tapping Kakashi's forehead with his fingers, encouraging him to seek his father should he face any troubles. Kakashi rubbed his forehead in disbelief but nodded earnestly, yes. All right then, let us take a father-son photograph. Tsukumo proposed, raising his camera with a warm smile. Just as they were poised for a joyful moment, a voice from behind interrupted, Tsukumo, do you desire a wife? Kakashi's eyes widened in shock at the unexpected inquiry directed at his otherwise dignified father. Oh, Kakashi, there you are. I'll be sure to visit again. The voice trailed off as the figure of Uzumaki Kushina swiftly departed, leaving Kakashi and Tsukumo in a bewildered stare. While some in the ninja world prepared for localized conflicts, others anticipated the onset of the Third Shinobi World War. Meanwhile, Yahiko was intent on preemptively averting the Fourth Shinobi World War. With Tsukumo's exceptional talents, how could he remain without a partner? Coincidentally, there was a widow from the Uzumaki clan, 2 years his junior, whose husband fell in the defense of the Land of Whirlpools. She harbored no objections, for Tsukumo was handsome, considerate, and an excellent cook. Not to mention formidable in strength, qualities that made him highly sought after. Imagining the possibilities, Yahiko could hardly contain his excitement. What do you think? What will the wardeness' reaction be? In his office, Yahiko frowned at a document before his expression softened upon seeing Kushina enter. The document revealed that Luffy and Zoro had been captured by a rival, who would only release them if Yahiko ventured alone to negotiate. Otherwise, there would be no discussions. Chapter 50, Do you wish to engage in combat with me? Shuo Mao did not immediately acquiesce nor reject the proposition. I sensed a glimmer of hope in this matter. Xianyuan, brimming with anticipation, chuckled. After a moment's contemplation, he remarked, Kushina is Nanako's daughter. Yes, it is time to reclaim Kushina from Saratobi Azashi. Upon learning that she had a cousin, Kushina was elated. The revelation was so astonishing that it nearly caused Yahiko to choke. Given that she is currently the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, one could only wonder how one might approach her without peril. The guilt felt by the third Hokage towards the Uzumaki clan still lingered, with no sign of abating. As for Shuo Mao, once Kakashi departed, he suggested that Yahiko should spend more time with the young lady, hoping to cultivate familiarity. Next year, let the Hatake family welcome a new prodigy. After Yahiko finished speaking, he wearily handed over a stack of documents. Please take a look at this. He was eager to hear the elder's perspective. Xianyuan accepted the papers, initially dismissive, but soon his expression turned grave as he perused the contents. What the devil? Is this some sort of jest? You expect a village chief to venture alone to negotiate for a hostage? Why not send Yahiko to challenge the Sage of Six Paths? Absolutely not. Yahiko is far too kind-hearted to stand by while his subordinates are in dire straits. You cannot proceed. As he spoke, Xianyuan swiftly formed several hand seals. Yahiko recognized this as a sealing technique. Evading Xuanyuan's approach, he felt somewhat exasperated. What sealing technique are you employing against me? You cannot go. There is treachery afoot. Who does not know that the people of Kusagakure are notoriously untrustworthy? Last year, our clan was deceived by them, with our youth nearly perishing, leaving only the elderly and the young among us. Xuanyuan's face was etched with concern. I understand. Yahiko finally removed the nail polish, tapping his index finger on the table. I share your sentiments. A gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. However, Ryuzaro and Luffy are my trusted aides, and they must be rescued. Yahiko fell into deep thought, pondering a solution that would satisfy both parties. In the Kusagakure stronghold, the silence from Kusa-Mang had instilled a growing sense of dread among the remaining soldiers, prompting 2 leaders to flee in recent days. Over 80 shinobi in the camp were engulfed in despair. Inside the tent, Sun Lu and the other leaders scrutinized Ryuzaro and Luffy, as if questioning their worth. You speak of moral righteousness. Where is the village chief you claim to represent? Look, you are currently detained in Kusagakure. What can your so-called leader possibly achieve? If your chief were truly willing to brave dangers for you, I would gladly assist you in becoming a camp leader. Yet, a week has passed. Sun Lu stroked his chin, amusement flickering in his eyes as he addressed the two. He was aware of his impending fate. Kusa-Mang was drawing near, and this mockery served as a bittersweet amusement. I cannot hear. I cannot hear. I cannot hear. The 2 men closed their eyes, reciting mantras. The village chief will surely come. Just then, Yahiko arrived, his index finger resting against his lips as he sought Ryuzaro and Luffy. One had green hair, and the other was a slight, monkey-like figure. Village chief. The 2 opened their eyes, joy illuminating their faces, then turned mockingly towards Sun Lu, as if to say, is this all there is? Ah, I'm terribly sorry for my tardiness. May I take them with me? Yahiko politely inquired, having greeted them before stepping forward to claim the 2. No way, he truly came? Sun Lu gaped at Yahiko, who had seemingly emerged from the earth. It could not be a transformation technique. Based on his observations, this was undoubtedly the real deal. Are you looking to engage in combat? Yahiko asked, brimming with enthusiasm. Can I use wood release? Will Lord Madara be displeased? Indeed, this Yahiko was none other than the persona adopted by Obito. Not long ago, with Kakuzu absent, Obito had taken Yahiko's place. Upon entering the office to submit his interview materials and photographs, he had inadvertently overheard Yahiko expressing, if only someone would bring back Ryuzaro and Luffy, they are being held captive at Sun Lu's encampment, one a slight monkey, the other with green algae hair. I would reward anyone who retrieves them with 8,000 ryo. Obito had felt a surge of delight at this prospect. He only needed 8,000 more to purchase a phone for Lord Madara. After delivering the photographs, he sought valuable intelligence from White Zetsu and, using the Shunshin technique, arrived at the scene. Sun Lu and the other leaders exchanged shocked glances. They sensed an absence of unknown chakra nearby. Yahiko had truly come alone. Village chief. Ryuzaro and Luffy clung to Obito's leg, weeping, unable to recognize him. Suddenly, Sun Lu's chakra flared outward, exuding an aura of menace. Yahiko, what brings you here? The other leaders regarded Obito with subtle pressure. Ah, I have come to rescue them. Obito sheepishly scratched his head, grinning. At that moment, he managed to smile. What kind of smile was this? His expression revealed no trace of dissatisfaction regarding the dire circumstances surrounding Ryuzaro and Luffy's rescue. Not a hint of complaint. Are you not afraid of death? Sun Lu narrowed his eyes. Obito shook his head. You cannot defeat me. He was, after all, a product of Lord Madara's cultivation. Infused with Hashirama's cells. Should he merge with Ryuzaro, these individuals would be no match for him. Immediately, Sun Lu and the others moved, knelt on one knee, clasping their fists. Village Chief Yahiko, please accept our respect. They were familiar with Yahiko's deeds. This young man possessed the potential to become a god of shinobi in the future. Such character would ensure they would not be neglected. It was no wonder that the mercenary captains and Konoha's White Fang were eager to assist him. May Village Chief Yahiko treat our brethren kindly. Age is but a number. Sun Lu bore no trace of disdain on his face, only admiration. Upon self-reflection, he realized he lacked the courage to infiltrate the enemy's stronghold alone to rescue his subordinates. Coupled with the frequent discussions of peace from Ryuzaro and Luffy, perhaps, the day of peace might truly arrive. Oh, do you wish to return to the village with me? Obito contemplated, conflicted. If he brought back so many individuals, would Yahiko reward him handsomely? Lord Madara had also mentioned that the vessel must not suffer damage. He could be allowed some freedom, as long as he kept the vessel safe and concealed. As Kusa Amang's forces approached, the area was already deserted. Kusa Amang stormed into the kitchen, reaching out to touch the bottom of the pot. They fled yesterday, he concluded. Damn it. Find them and bring them to me. Chapter 51. When the people do not wish to engage in something, no one can compel them to do so. Afei returned with his companions the following day. In the early morning, the village was engaged in their exercises. The second session of the Shiatsuan calisthenics, Vibrant Sunshine, shall now commence. Luzwalo remarked, Leader Sun Lu, let us complete our exercises before heading to the office. Afei, Luzwalo, and Lu Fu found an empty space and began their routine in front of the gathered grass ninjas. Afei had longed to partake in this, having previously hidden underground with Lord Ban, where he could only listen to the villagers' exercising sounds. However, once they earned enough money, he had to return, as it was unwise for him to be without Lord Ban's supervision. The more than 100 grass ninjas who accompanied him exchanged glances, while Sun Lu and the others watched with curiosity. Such trivial matters as exercises had never been publicized in the newspapers, and the villagers had no access to them. With half the village dancing to the music, one might question the significance of it all, strengthening the village's health. Before the age of 30, in my youthful ignorance, I had squandered my body, causing my wife to weep at night, lamenting that my chakra was lacking compared to others. Yet since joining Shiatsuan, what has changed? My wife now lingers in bed until 10 o'clock daily. Want to know how I improved? Complete the exercises first, and I shall share some little gifts with you. Nearby, a villager was answering a passing merchant's question. Coercion? How could there be coercion? Enraged, Sun Lu and others joined the group. Now only a few paces away from the man who had spoken, the villagers were intrigued by the sudden appearance of these well-trained individuals. Their palms calloused and clearly not of ordinary stock. Ah, they understood. These must be the individuals excavating in Yahi village. Observing their demeanor, it was evident that they bore some burdens. Surely, their lives were filled with hardships. Would you care to taste some sweets? Hey, brother. Care for a bowl of ichi ramen? The little cart by the school gate will undoubtedly become a cherished memory for a generation. Ahem, with so many people present. Would you like to know why my wife lingers in bed? Come visit my newly opened shop for some free little gifts, and I shall tell you. The grass ninjas were taken aback by the villagers' enthusiastic reception. Some pulled out candies from their pockets, while others offered friendly gestures. And some even sought to become their adoptive fathers. They had never experienced such treatment before. In the village of Grass, or indeed across the entire ninja world, the relationship between ninjas and the populace was fraught with tension. In Konoha, for instance, when Kiki Tsukumo faced rumors, it was precisely because the people wished to drag the esteemed ninjas down from their lofty heights. Conversely, the ninjas, relying on their prowess, looked down upon the common folk and subdued them through force. The mutual disdain between the two parties was palpable, with both sides avoiding each other. This was the first time they had encountered villagers with such a favorable attitude towards ninjas. Sun Lu, observing the villagers' response, could not help but exclaim, "We are ninjas. Should you not harbor disdain for us? Why? A ninja, an ordinary person, are we not on different wavelengths? Were you not born of parents? Did your parents possess chakra before the Sage of Six Paths granted it to the ninja world? We are all born equal." The villagers looked at Sun Lu and the others with a mixture of helplessness and amusement. Aye. Sun Lu was rendered speechless. What was this about the Sage of Six Paths granting chakra to the ninja world? Whatever the villagers said, he found it absurd. In the station of grass flowers, there was no one selling newspapers. Each issue contained a section titled Interesting Sayings by the Village Chief. The first edition proclaimed that chakra in the ninja world was bestowed by the Sage of Six Paths. At that time, the ninja world was abuzz with controversy. Yet many accepted this notion, as it was not without merit. Prior to the sage, chakra did not exist in the ninja world. However, a shadow of an old man reading the news had a certain black absolute that needed to be challenged. What nonsense! What is this ancestor of chakra you speak of? The chakra of all ninjas undoubtedly comes from their mothers. What does that rebellious child have to do with it? Yahi, you have already embarked on a path to your demise. Returning to Sun Lu, they had revealed themselves as ninjas, yet the villagers continued to treat them as usual. You cannot be too old. How is it that your mindset still lingers in the past few decades? We are but one of countless screws in the ninja world, each with a unique role. Ultimately, we are all indispensable parts of the ninja world. Why must we look down upon one another? One's thoughts must evolve with the times. Young man. The speaker was an elderly man with white hair. As they spoke, the morning exercises concluded, and the foreman, Yebi, led a team of lower ninjas to the Uzumaki clan to construct homes. Sun Lu glanced at Lu Zuo and the others, realizing they were not boasting. He had thought that their claim of a familial bond among ninjas was merely an attempt to win over him, the anti-war leader. He had anticipated a mutual non-aggression pact between the populace and ninjas, which he deemed acceptable. Yet, as soon as these individuals entered the village, they were discovered by Yahi in the office. Indeed, money can work wonders. A Fei was able to mobilize them. It was quite exhilarating. He had even managed to command White Zetsu to assist him. The ninjas of the village had gathered. Kakuzo had been released from prison early. Everyone remained wary of the grass ninjas, lest they act without honor. However, the moment Sun Lu entered the office, Yahi realized his grave mistake and shamefully withdrew his personnel. Sama, I need to relieve myself. You all go ahead to the office. A Fei, citing the need for a bathroom break, instructed Lu Zuo and the others to escort everyone to the village chief's office. Mr. Yahi, what do you believe peace should entail? Upon entering, Sun Lu was momentarily taken aback, before recovering and posing the question. This was a query Yahi needed to ponder earnestly. Although it was their first encounter, Sun Lu would undoubtedly become one of his own in the future. Peace, my friend, is when the people wish not to engage in something, and no one can compel them to do so. When the populace can govern themselves, peace will naturally ensue. As they spoke, Yahi seemed to radiate light, a fervent glow enveloping him. In that moment, Sun Lu felt as though he beheld a brilliant sun. The radiance emanated like countless fiery needles, illuminating the earth, rendering all earthly evils powerless beneath its brilliance. Good. Sun Lu was overwhelmed with gratitude. Half of my soul has drifted like willow in the wind, never having encountered a wise leader. Were it not for Yahi's youth, I would have long wished to pledge myself to him as a father and serve faithfully. Even if it were merely to hear his wise words daily, it would suffice. He felt that his earlier opposition to war had been a futile endeavor. Democracy. Half of my soul has drifted like willow in the wind, and if unrebuffed, I would wish to pledge myself to you as a leader. Sun Lu was entirely convinced. Any peace-loving individual who listened to Yahi's grand discourse would surely gain profound insights. He bowed deeply and proclaimed. The grass ninjas, crowded near the office building, followed suit and bowed in unison. Yahi moved, waved his hand. Kakashi and the hidden blades of the Uzumaki clan quietly retreated. This matter was known only to the heavens, the earth, and themselves. It must not be revealed to Sun Lu. Chapter 52. Utilizing hidden energy reserves. The two conversed throughout the night, eventually falling asleep in each other's presence. Mihiko did not return home the previous night, instead utilizing the bedding left by Karabi, and they spent the night in the office. The next morning, Mihiko was astonished to discover that his mastery of the 5 elements chakra ninjutsu had significantly improved. The sole explanation for this remarkable progress could only be attributed to the newly recruited talents, Sun Lu and his companions. Upon inquiry, he learned that during the early days of the grass-hidden village, it was exceedingly impoverished, lacking in resources. The founding leader of the Grass Ninja had served as a subordinate to Konoha, adopting the name Grass. After Hashirama's demise, he quickly became a turncoat, replicating the techniques of other ninja villages, which led to the current standing of the village. One could argue that, compared to the Grass Village, the reputation of copying Kakashi's techniques is rather exaggerated. This was also a reason why, despite the schism, no one was inclined to seek unnecessary trouble. Mihiko felt a tinge of embarrassment. In comparison to the founding leader of the Grass-Hidden Village, his role as a long-time office dweller seemed somewhat disreputable. However, as a village leader, one must excel in recognizing and utilizing talent to be deemed effective. Hashirama's esteemed reputation within the ninja world stemmed not only from his prowess, but also from the fact that he had a commendable brother. Mihiko held great admiration for his esteemed ancestor, yet the ninja community often referred to him as Little Hashirama. A decree was issued from the village leader's office. Sun Lu was appointed as the instructor for the Akatsuki ninja, responsible for teaching the village's ninjas their techniques. Mihiko directly granted him a 2 share of the Akatsuki group's year-end profits. No, for the sake of the village, distributing profits undermines my beliefs. Take it. It cannot be. Village leader. Oh, since you're here, just take it. Sun Lu refused, yet Mihiko insisted on bestowing it upon him. The results were remarkable. Sun Lu vowed to showcase a different caliber of Akatsuki ninjas to Mihiko. Mihiko made minor adjustments, assigning the ninjas brought by Sun Lu to the subordinates of Kakashi and Nagato, while the village ninjas and Kakashi's former subordinates would fall under Sun Lu's command. Among the ninjas seeking refuge in the grass village, there were 11 jonin, 24 chunin, and 51 genin. Including Sun Lu, there were 6 leaders, not counting Mihiko. Furthermore, Mihiko honored his promise to Luffy by formally appointing him as a captain, while Ryuzuru willingly offered his assistance, content to serve as Luffy's vice-captain. Such is the romance of men. Once matters were concluded, these individuals were assigned accommodations in the dormitory recently constructed by Nobi. Mihiko did not intend to make this matter public. In their small village, engaging in entertainment was acceptable, maintaining order with a few ninjas was feasible. But daring to engage in military affairs would invite immediate military action from the Fire Nation. Mihiko disseminated the news that villagers wishing to engage in trade or travelers arriving from outside could come to the village leader's office to post tasks. With the addition of a new group of genin and Akatsuki, protecting them from bandit attacks was no longer a concern. Sun Lu expressed his enthusiasm, acknowledging his serious nature. But years of experience in the grass village had taught him that remaining hidden was the best strategy when one is weak. Thus, a cadre of high-ranking ninjas donned black vests and assumed the roles of a protective escort. Mihiko, are you certain that 3 genin can protect me without the aid of jonin? A merchant from an obscure nation found himself in a dire situation upon discovering that the road was besieged by a band of robbers. Reluctantly, he approached the office to post a request for assistance. The price is outrageous. 3 genin without a guiding jonin are charging me 60,000 ryo, equivalent to a B-rank mission in Konoha. The merchant exclaimed. A B-rank mission in Konoha typically involves chunin or even special jonin. It is absurd to think that 100,000 ryo would be required to secure a jonin's assistance. This is no jest. Mihiko glanced at the list and clarified. You are mistaken. It is not 3 genin, but 6. The merchant responded incredulously. Does that make a difference? 6 genin can charge this price? He questioned. This price has remained unchanged for years. Do not speak carelessly. Do you want the help or not? The village is quite busy. And you have noticed during your stay that those few chunin and jonin cannot spare time without additional compensation. Mihiko's schedule was packed. He barely had a moment to spare. And he was unaware of Kakuzu's whereabouts. Soon, he had to meet with a Fei to obtain information for tomorrow's newspaper, leaving him quite occupied. However, a Fei had a knack for eavesdropping on intimate conversations between couples. From that day forth, if any netizen claimed to have overheard their private discussions, Mihiko could confidently assert. There was no seat. Seeing Mihiko's nonchalant demeanor, the merchant clenched his teeth and reluctantly acquiesced. During this trip abroad, the merchant had stockpiled several carts of the recently popular candy from Akatsuki and feared that if he did not capitalize on the gambling god's popularity, he would be left with unsellable stock. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that he would eventually recoup his losses. Soon enough, Mihiko dispatched 6 former genin from the grass village to accompany the merchant. They set off immediately. That afternoon, they arrived at a mountain range where the bandits were known to be stationed. The merchant felt an inexplicable sense of trepidation as he hid behind the genin. As anticipated, a large group of bandits descended from the mountain, brandishing their weapons. The leader glanced at the 6 genin adorned with the Akatsuki headbands. The taste of mackerel. The leader sang. The newly inducted genin were taken aback. Having undergone training for several days, they recognized the tune as one that Mihiko had once sung for Conan. A melody known only to the villagers. Robbing while singing? How absurd. In an instant, the bandit leader drew his sword and struck. One genin blocked the attack with a kunai, confusion evident in his eyes as he observed the intent radiating from his opponent. The merchant's entourage huddled behind the cargo, trembling in fear. Suddenly, a figure soared through the air. We should be able to win. We have 6 genin on our side. The merchant instinctively covered his eyes, unable to bear the sight, but after a moment, curiosity compelled him to lower his hand. What he witnessed left him dumbfounded. How could it be that the Akatsuki genin had all been subdued? Tears welled in the merchant's eyes as he realized the futility of relying on genin. Run. I will cover you. One genin clung desperately to the bandit leader's leg, determination evident in his gaze. Utilize the hidden energy reserves. The merchant paused for a second, bewildered. What was that? He watched as the genin unveiled explosive tags wrapped around their bodies. What? You all wish to perish? The bandits roared in disbelief. Fear not. We will fulfill our promise to ensure your safety. The 6 genin smiled reassuringly, attempting to comfort the merchant's group. Upon witnessing this, the merchant's pupils dilated. What kind of smile was that? Faced with failure, they had the option to abandon him, yet they chose to fight. Let them go. One genin shouted as he clung to the bandit leader, addressing the remaining bandits. Although the Akatsuki village was weak, they would not abandon their employer. You. How much are you being paid to risk your life? The bandit leader's face showed a flicker of shock. This was not about money. The village had promised to protect them. They were unafraid of death if it meant safeguarding their employer. The merchant's group fell silent, their heads bowed, nails nearly piercing their palms. They understood the distinction between taking on a job for money and the commitment displayed by the genin. With these 6 genin, he had once thought the price too high? Tears streamed down the merchant's face as he lamented his earlier decision. He should never have sought to save a few coins at the expense of 6 valiant souls. Chapter 53. What is the village mobile? What has transpired? At this moment, a man clad in an Akatsuki robe with a black mask passed by. The merchant, upon hearing the sound, turned to look, and after a moment of contemplation, a name surfaced in his mind. Jiao. Mr. Jiao. Help, help, he shouted anxiously. Jiao remained unmoved. If you have money, save those 6, and I will give you 100,000 taels, the merchant pleaded. Jiao was stirred. These bandits were no match for him, and within less than an incense stick's time, they fled in disarray. Good. The merchant wept tears of joy, crying alongside his attendants. No one knew the torment they had just endured. Snap! Jiao pulled out a camera and captured a photograph of the weeping individuals. You 6 are truly pathetic, he chided the 6 subordinates. Ashamed, the 6 lowered their heads. It's not their fault. Those bandits were exceedingly despicable. The merchant hastily defended them. Jiao frowned. Indeed. While conducting business outside, this is the first time we have encountered such conscientious ninjas, one attendant remarked. Just moments ago, had Jiao not arrived, they would have witnessed the 6 subordinates attempting to perish with their foes. Such bravery. Jiao took note of their words, his brow easing somewhat. When you are outside, you represent the face of Akatsuki. He requested 100,000 silver taels from the merchant and left after imparting a few final words. After Jiao departed, the merchant shook hands with each of the subordinates, saying, You are all remarkable. The merchant caravan continued its journey homeward and encountered another wave of bandits. With a single glance, the 6 subordinates defeated the bandits, who were 10 times their number, sending them fleeing. What a commendable display of honor. The merchant applauded. Upon returning, he intended to promote the dedication spirit of Akatsuki village. In the village chief's office, Yahiko gazed at a mountain range where several groups of bandits occasionally emerged. The subordinates passing through the village were undoubtedly defeated. What a joke. Among the subordinates, there were even shunin. How could they not handle a gang of bandits? Yahiko suspiciously examined the intelligence in his hand. When the first group of 6 subordinates returned and recounted their tale, Yahiko's expression turned dark. He ventured to the mountains that very night. Upon encountering his comrades, he signaled them to keep quiet. To the others from different villages, he warned against approaching and sacrificing themselves. You are merely ordinary people devoid of chakra. If you perish for the village, your families would only receive a meager compensation. Think of your loved ones. Would they desire to clutch cold compensation? Therefore, you must protect yourselves. Inside a small wooden cabin, Jiao educated the bandits from the former Mist village. Yes, in recent days, he had indeed made quite a profit. One day, when he had the opportunity, he would capture the merchant's emotional response and his praises, publishing them in the newspaper. Bang! The rickety wooden door was kicked open. What are you doing, Jiao? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Jiao restrained himself from making a move. What brings you here? Yahiko asked, half amused. If you don't come, will we wait for the situation to be exposed? Will our Akatsuki village become the target of scorn? Let me tally up how many side jobs you've taken on here. Minister of Finance, responsible for liaising with Konoha Cinema, advancing the establishment of the city's small squad leaders, deputy editor of the newspaper, farmer, fan club member. And now you've taken up with bandits. Are you aiming for the heavens? Yahiko shouted, while everyone in the room, except Jiao, lowered their heads. Jiao replied, You will surely regret this. Yahiko retorted, I am the village chief. I have been too lenient with you. How about 50-50? Yahiko shook his head. 60-40. That is my bottom line. Yahiko shook his head again. Do not push your luck. Jiao's eyes reddened, trembling with excitement as his Sharingan nearly activated. The two argued throughout the night. Upon exiting, Jiao felt as though he had aged a decade overnight. 90-10, he thought, bewildered at how he had exited the door. However, Yahiko's monthly salary was merely 1 coin. This money went into the village treasury for its development, which meant he still had the right to use that sum. Contemplating this, Jiao felt much more at ease. The newspaper published news promoting the dedication of Akatsuki's ninjas. In Inauguration, Inoki recently opened a newspaper called the IWA Daily. Once published, it became a commercial success. In Konoha, Saratobi Hiruzen also established a newspaper, the Konoha Daily. Sunagakure was financially strained, while Kimogakure's newspapers struggled with poor sales. These two villages could not compete. In Kirigakure, another day of isolation ensued. Everyone, weep. The subordinates of Akatsuki discovered formidable enemies and were prepared to defend their employer with their lives. Inoki had 3 newspapers on his desk, those from Inauguration, Konoha, and Akatsuki. Currently, the market was a 3-way stalemate among the 3. Their newspapers bore no distinction from Konoha's, but Akatsuki's publication stood out for its exceptional quality, featuring weekly highlights. This week's highlight was the dedicated Akatsuki ninjas, earning widespread accolades from merchants in the ninja world. According to investigations by Iwagakure's Umbu, the matter was indeed true. Initially touched, Inoki recalled that day when a chunin from Akatsuki came to discuss business. He had made a few sarcastic remarks to Yahiko, only to find that the chunin from Akatsuki was equally resolute, willing to perish alongside him. But soon, he realized something. Is this not simply a matter of being unable to prevail? How did Akatsuki master the art of marketing so shamelessly? Inoki seemed to have learned something. Since Akatsuki could market themselves this way, could Iwagakure not reverse the narrative, proclaiming that we need not perish because there is no enemy we cannot conquer? Excellent. This week's newspaper will reflect that. Inoki chuckled, continuing to follow the news from Akatsuki in the affairs of his neighboring nations. The village mobile press conference? What is this? Inoki furrowed his brow. A 3.5-inch touchscreen. Yet the newspaper stated that this device could only be used within Akatsuki's second ring. Akatsuki is centered around offices and schools, expanding outward in 3 rings. Only shops in the third ring engage in external trade. To date, their spies could not penetrate the second ring. The reason is that the Uzumaki clan has focused all their efforts on the barrier within the second ring, allowing only registered residents of Akatsuki to enter. In Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also perusing the newspaper, noting this village mobile. Has Eino Ichiraku conveyed any messages today? He rapped his fingers on the table, and an umbu immediately appeared, nodding as he presented a confidential report. Sarutobi Hiruzen opened it to find his expression darkened. Eino Ichiraku, everything is as usual in Akatsuki today. Hokage-sama, have you eaten breakfast? Is this what he wanted to see? He sought intelligence on Akatsuki's internal affairs. Initially, Eino Ichiraku had relayed some messages, such as Yahiko's educational philosophy regarding the importance of respecting teachers and diligent studies. Children are the flowers of Akatsuki and should be nurtured with care. Sarutobi Hiruzen mused, indeed, this is the legacy of my Hokage lineage, surely something I imparted to Jiraiya, who then taught Yahiko. He turned to reintegrate his long-forgotten philosophy into the ninja school, even swapping the protagonist of the upcoming story for himself and Tobirama-sensei. Tobirama in the rain. He coughed, recalling that rainy day when he, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was drenched. Ahem. But now, what nonsense was being transmitted? It was less informative than what he gleaned from the newspaper. Had Eino Ichiraku betrayed him? That was impossible. His grandfather sacrificed himself in the first ninja war, and his father perished in the second ninja war. The Eino family had been loyal for generations. How could they betray? Sarutobi Hiruzen was utterly baffled. Chapter 54. Does Lord Madara eat? In Konoha village, the individual closest to Yahiko is undoubtedly Minato. They share a common lineage and possess striking good looks, fostering a sense of mutual recognition. At this moment, an umbu suddenly appeared and whispered something in Sarutobi Hiruzen's ear. This rebellious child. Sarutobi Hiruzen glared furiously. They have plagiarized, no. Konoha has merely borrowed some teaching philosophies from the Akatsuki village. While Akatsuki holds sessions weekly, Konoha's ninja school children engage in community service in the Land of Fire's capital every few weeks. Today, his second son, Asuma Sarutobi, clashed with noble children, leading to a brawl. The ninja school students surged forward, even employing ninjutsu. Using ninjutsu against ordinary citizens is punishable by 3 years in prison. And being a child offers no leniency under the law. His son and the other children from the ninja school have been detained. The leader of the team, Orochimaru, whom he dispatched, is not the Hokage. The enraged nobles pay him no heed. He is left with no choice but to don a long face and plead for leniency. Such a significant incident in Konoha naturally attracted the attention of the entire ninja world, including Yahiko. Among those detained is his subordinate, Obito. It is rumored that Danzo is nearly in fits of laughter, finally having a chance to strike at the Uchiha. He was just about to send Akatsuki to gather first-hand information. Akatsuki, are you resigning? Yahiko gazed at Akatsuki with reluctance. Where could he find another reporter skilled in the art of the ephemeral? It could be said that the White Zetsu are born to be reporters. Whether it be in extracting information or lurking, the White Zetsu excel without equal. Akatsuki nodded solemnly. He has accumulated enough funds to support Lord Madara. There is no need for him to seek the limelight anymore. Among the world's great sages, few can rival Akatsuki. Oh, am I really that remarkable? Yet, I have my reasons for departing, Mr. Yahiko. Sigh, go on, go on. Yahiko feigned helplessness, waving his hand. Akatsuki remained unmoved, his heart as unyielding as steel. Only concerned for Lord Madara. He burst through the door. Someone, remove that door for me. It obstructs my view of Akatsuki's departing figure, Yahiko suddenly roared. Akatsuki did not look back. Yahiko, with a head full of black lines, thought, with my current state, how could you not recommend a White Zetsu to me? Get lost. Get lost. Let my heart be fed to the dogs. Underground, Akatsuki returned with his phone and the signature stinky tofu from Matsuke's tower. The White Zetsu curiously gazed at their leader, who had been absent for several days. Uchiha Madara, engrossed in reading the newspaper, instinctively sniffed the air, only to be met with a foul odor that churned his stomach. Did you eat something foul? He snapped. No, Lord Madara, look what I brought back for you. Akatsuki presented the stinky tofu. Take that away from me, Madara exclaimed, holding his breath, his aloof expression marred by a hint of disgust. Just give it a try. Akatsuki urged, smiling as he speared a piece of the dark tofu, aiming to bring it to Madara's lips. Are you trying to kill me? Madara glared at Akatsuki with his Sharingan. Disappointed, Akatsuki withdrew his hand. Only then did Madara retract his Sharingan and glance at the brick laid before him. Did Akatsuki purchase this with the money he earned? A fleeting complexity crossed his mind. In a sudden ambush, Akatsuki shoved a piece of stinky tofu into Madara's mouth. Madara, other white Zetsu, what the hell? The ground trembled. The elderly Whirlpool residents, engaged in a game of chess, were startled. Did Akatsuki village just shake? Now, everything had returned to normal as though nothing had occurred. Elder Whirlpool, why is the chessboard overturned? I don't know. Yahiko, dozing in the office, was also jolted awake. What just happened? Huffing and puffing, Madara released his Susanoo, remnants of stinky tofu sauce smearing his lips. Lying on the ground was a motionless Akatsuki. Madara felt a sweetness in his mouth and instinctively licked it. He fell silent, glancing at the chaotic mess of stinky tofu and the brick tightly clutched by the fallen Akatsuki. He turned his back and continued reading the newspaper. It seems that Akatsuki is to be abandoned by Lord Madara. It appears so. The white Zetsu were left dumbfounded, not daring to approach the fallen Akatsuki. The black Zetsu were equally stunned. Had it not been for the solid construction of the white Zetsu base, would Madara not have been buried alive? Akatsuki. Go check on my heir, Madara suddenly spoke, tossing a summoning scroll to Akatsuki without looking back. Hey, Lord Madara. Akatsuki, not yet dead and possessing Hashirama's cells, quickly recovered and stood up energetically. Opening the summoning scroll, he expected some sort of tool, only to find it contained 20 million ryo. Am I Akatsuki? A wealthy man now? Get lost, Madara retorted. After emerging from the ground, Akatsuki and Appo's first act was to head to Matsuke's tower to order several food items. Stinky tofu. Having seen Madara lick it, he realized he might have developed a taste for it. Well, that means he likes it. Additionally, there was sizzling roast duck and charcoal grilled lamb in one meal. He spent 1 million ryo. He was not interested in money and had no concept of it. Once the food was delivered to Madara, Akatsuki took his leave. In the office, Yahiko watched as Akatsuki returned. On the table lay 10 million ryo, provided by Akatsuki. You say you want to buy the newspaper? Yahiko scrutinized Akatsuki, puzzled by his intentions. Lord Madara enjoys reading the newspaper. I believe one newspaper a week is rather leisurely for the 3 major news outlets of the ninja world. After all, I, Akatsuki, want to ensure that Lord Madara has a newspaper to read every morning. No way. Not to mention your funds are insufficient. The newspaper is the voice of our Akatsuki village and cannot be sold to a private individual, Yahiko firmly rejected. Before publication, it must first pass through his scrutiny to verify its contents. The matter of public opinion in the village is no trivial issue. Is that so? Yahiko dear, Akatsuki said, swaying his body to seduce Yahiko, articulating each word. Water release. The elderly residents gasped. An earthquake in a single day twice? Chapter 55. Journey to the Land of Thunder. With the mission of bringing back Obito and Yahiko, Akatsuki ventured to the capital of the Land of Fire. Young Leaf Village ninja were confined in a dimly lit cell. It was evident that despite their tender age, they sported distinctive hairstyles, reminiscent of a punk aesthetic. A cacophony of chaos ensued. Obito, with his unique hairstyle, leaned against the wall, his hands cradling the back of his head in boredom. Just moments ago, he had been the loudest among them, exclaiming, Asuma, take down that noble. Asuma, are you blind? That ash pile nearly spat in my face. Asuma, a year their senior, found himself shamefully incarcerated alongside the younger students. With a flick of his hair, he declared, those guys called us street sweepers. I had no choice but to retaliate. I wonder if this will make Karina like me. During the scuffle, the noblewoman had cast a few lingering glances his way. Surely she couldn't have developed feelings for him. Could she? Beside him, the turban-clad Ebisu, concealing a similar punk hairstyle beneath, stroked his chin, lost in thought. A bunch of fools. Kakashi was also present. As a nin, he had come to protect the children, but found himself inadvertently caught up in the fray. Among the motley crew of hairstyles, an earnest boy with a watermelon hairstyle hugged his knees, exuding a sense of confusion. I utilized taijutsu. Why am I even here? Outside, the nobles of the Land of Fire were embroiled in a heated argument with the ninjas from Konoha. The nobles insisted, we won't release them, but we can negotiate. Orochimaru retorted nonchalantly, oh, you can choose to release them or not. His indifferent demeanor provoked the nobles, who were used to being revered. Even the third Hokage's presence was of no consequence. Today, they were determined to see no one released. They are publicly humiliating our children. This is disgraceful. The nobles glared at the middle-aged Maru who had been dispatched by Sarutobi Hiruzen, their disdain palpable. Send more ninjas. Is Konoha out of manpower? Bring Namake's Minato here. Indeed. Let Minato come to discuss matters. Recently, it had been said that if one sought a solution in the Land of Fire, they should seek out Minato. In Konoha, the third Hokage might be revered, but within the Land of Fire, only the name of the Yellow Flash resonated. Meanwhile, Akatsuki's mission was turning into an amusing spectacle for Akatsuki. Were the nobles of the Land of Fire starstruck? News of the commotion reached the Hidden Rain village, leaving Yahiko speechless. Clearly, they were indulging in idle gossip. He approached the window, gazing at the streets of the Hidden Rain village. We cannot allow such disgraceful behavior in our village. Just then, Nagato knocked and entered. Yahiko, there are unusual movements from the Uchiha. Yahiko nodded in satisfaction. Nagato. You always know when to knock. What unusual movements. Yahiko gestured for Nagato to sit as he returned to his desk. After Nagato settled, he explained. The Uchiha clan has learned of Obito's capture and is mobilizing their entire clan, even summoning those on missions abroad. If the capital refuses to release him, they will storm it. Yahiko coughed, taken aback. The Uchiha truly. I cannot even begin to assess this situation. It's even more chaotic than the original story. What has Danzo been doing for months? Nearly 200 pairs of Sharingan. What a mess for him to handle. This was the Uchiha's confidence. With a 6-year-old awakening his Sharingan, they were bound to protect such talent. Had they known, last year they would have done everything to bring Obito back. Nagato's eyes sparkled with admiration before shifting to a hint of melancholy. In the ninja world, nearly everyone coveted Obito, from Madara to Yahiko and Nagato. Moreover, unbeknownst to them, the Land of Thunder harbored a faction of Uchiha, who were now being summoned back to their village. Suddenly, Nagato chuckled. That adds over 20 pairs of Sharingan. This will surely give Danzo a headache. Uchiha in the Land of Thunder? Yahiko pondered, his mind racing. Where did the Uchiha in the Land of Thunder come from? Oh. Nagato, I absolutely adore you. Yahiko leaned forward, grasping Nagato and Appo's hands, gazing intently into his eyes. Nagato turned crimson. At that moment, Konan entered, her eyes widening at the scene. Did I interrupt something? Yahiko laughed heartily. You arrived just in time. He released Nagato's hands, beaming. At that instant, Konan wished she could summon Tsunade from the gambling dens outside the village to give Yahiko a reality check. The phone conference had been postponed for 2 days. Yahiko and Nagato had urgent matters to attend to. Yahiko, brimming with excitement, nearly forgot about a significant force often overlooked in the original narrative. Under the curious gazes of the two, he dialed Shikaku Nara, instructing him to arrive at the office in 2 minutes. There was no time to waste. Shikaku, assuming something grave had occurred, hastily arrived with a book in hand, one he had read countless times. What happened? Yahiko explained. We are heading to the Land of Thunder. We can discuss the details on the way. Time was of the essence. Yahiko regretted not being able to master the Flying Thunder God technique. Next time, he must find a way to persuade Minato to join them, perhaps by getting him intoxicated to learn the technique. Why should only you from Konoha possess the teachings of our esteemed founder? I, Yahiko, should not be left behind. Konan, I entrust the village to you, Yahiko said, handing her the documents and pen, initiating the village and Appo's temporary governance. I suspect you just want to slack off, Konan sighed, accepting the pen. The focus is on Kakuzu, she reminded him, prompting Yahiko to assure her, rest assured. Meanwhile, the 5 great nations were buzzing with intrigue, with all but Konoha eagerly observing the unfolding events. Even the Mist Village, rarely vocal, could not resist the allure of the unfolding drama. The Uchiha's fervor suggested that should Konoha fracture, they might seize the opportunity to stake their claim. Unlike the petty squabbles directed at the Akatsuki, the 4 great ninja villages were ready to act against Konoha. Hanzo of the Salamander, simply observing, felt a sense of despair. Yagura, print more copies of the Iwagakure daily. State that Konoha and the Fire Daimyo are at odds. Let our spies act without restraint. It would be best if one of them could infiltrate the prison and eliminate a Konoha ninja school student. The 3rd Kazekage declared. I don't care. I just want Konoha and the Fire Daimyo to sever ties. The 3rd Mizukage supported Konoha's independence, while the 3rd Reikage questioned. Yahiko of the Akatsuki wishes to visit? What could he possibly want? Chapter 56. Who says AI is not good? AI is wonderful. In the gym, AI was exercising when he was summoned by the 3rd Reikage. Father, what is it? He inquired. The village of Kumogakure has no habit of breaking down doors. AI and Killer Bee pushed the door open and approached the 3rd Reikage. Yahiko is looking for you, the 3rd Reikage said, handing Killer Bee a letter of visitation from Yahiko. Well, after so many days, my teacher is coming to visit. I'm so happy. I'll go meet him outside the village. Oh yeah, Killer Bee exclaimed, clutching the letter to his chest, only to instinctively dodge AI and Appo's impatient strike. He actually reacted? AI said, a bit surprised. The 3rd Reikage rapped the table and said, stop fooling around. Killer Bee, go meet that kid, so he doesn't and Appo's steal our cattle. After Killer Bee left in high spirits, AI knew his father had important matters to discuss, but he couldn't help but interject. Father, why don't we just capture Yahiko directly? Kumogakure has never adhered to the rules. They kidnapped Kushina and later Hanabi. They are not afraid of international public opinion. The 3rd Reikage shook his head, saying, our primary focus now is on Konohagakure. We must distinguish between priorities. Moreover, the nobility of the Land of Lightning would not support us in such a despicable act against Yahiko. That pretty boy. Is it just a movie? What is so commendable about a film? In a fit of anger, AI smashed the desk into pieces. The 3rd Reikage's expression darkened, but he was accustomed to it. Before long, someone brought in a new desk. Kumogakure is perched atop towering mountains. Upon their arrival, Yahiko and his companions experienced mild altitude sickness due to the thin air. But fortunately, as ninjas, they adapted within minutes. At the village's main gate, Yahiko and Killer Bee clasped hands, overwhelmed with emotion. It's been a while. How have you been? Has your little dog grown up? Yahiko asked. Hey, Not bad. Just a bunch of nonsense with scissors. You just want me to come back, right? Killer Bee replied. Nagato and Kakashi covered their faces, realizing Killer Bee was getting carried away again. The third Raikage was not foolish. The Kumogakure press was desperate for attention. So why not seize the opportunity? Several journalists snapped photos with old-fashioned cameras, the flashes nearly blinding Yahiko. A talking dog. He said yes here for Dog Weekly. Hoping to take my picture in exchange for some bones, Yahiko joked. Killer Bee exclaimed, wow, a dog that talks. Teacher. B. The two embraced passionately, resonating with excitement. Yahiko never expected that Jay Chou's rap would mesmerize Killer Bee to such an extent. The reporters were incredulous, wondering what Killer Bee was doing. Wait. You and Oppos, our third most important figure. You can end Oppos. Act like this. Come on. Let us show the teacher around the village. Killer Bee led the way. And as Yahiko took a few steps, he noticed something was off and turned back to Nagato and Kakashi with a dismissive toss of his head. Impressive. The two were left speechless. Before their arrival, they had feared Kumogakure might make things difficult, especially Nagato, who often came to rescue small animals, now felt a bit guilty. Kumogakure and Oppos. People might be part of the underworld, but they were also generous. In the morning, Killer Bee took the three to watch boxing. Today was fortuitous, as it was the 277th MMA boxing match in Kumogakure. Two muscular black fighters grappled in the cage. Yahiko and Oppos' eyes sparkled with excitement. This was the essence of masculinity. He promptly signed up to participate, casually claiming the championship gold belt of the 277th MMA event. The muscular black men on the podium looked on in disbelief at the spotlighted Yahiko. Wait, why is the skinny guy winning? Facing their skepticism, Yahiko smiled calmly. In my pond, there were 10 lotus flowers, now only one remains. At noon, Killer Bee treated them to a feast of roasted whole cow. The 1,000-pound black cow from the land of lightning was seasoned with sea salt and black pepper, slow roasted to perfection. If the heavyweights had been able to enjoy such a meal back then, they wouldn't have had to beg for food. And the Qing dynasty might not have entered the territory. The apprentice and Oppos' efforts were not in vain as Yahiko bit into the cow and Oppos' leg. Click. The sound of a camera shutter. This Kumogakure. How shameless. In the afternoon at the gym, Killer Bee had a personalized fitness plan made for the three. In his youth, Killer Bee was also a scrawny kid, but now he knew what it meant to have an 8-pack. From diet to fat loss and muscle gain, every aspect was covered. Hearing that excessive exercise might lead to downsizing, Yahiko contemplated and decided to reduce the workload by 70%. Perfect. Nagato, make a note of that. As Yahiko and Nagato jogged on the treadmill, he remarked, we must open a gym when we return. It will help the villagers build strong physiques and generate additional income. But he couldn't help but complain. Wait, you have a treadmill in this gym? In the evening, Killer Bee held a concert in the square. Initially, no one was expected to attend, but news of Yahiko being the special guest drew a crowd. At that moment, the area around the stage was more crowded than ever, with the elderly and young of Kumogakure flocking in. Looking around, it was a sea of dark skin, with a few fair-skinned individuals scattered about. The concert began, and Yahiko sang a short piece, but Killer Bee was not satisfied. This ISN and Oppos, see the level of performance I expect from you. Thank you for coming to Kumogakure. Thank you for visiting Kumogakure. Killer Bee rapped passionately, lost in the moment. The audience couldn't and Oppos' take it anymore, but they were eager for Yahiko and Oppos' autograph. Little girl, study hard. Or you don't have to. Yahiko spotted a girl with snow-white skin and golden hair standing in the front row, gazing at him eagerly. He stepped forward to give her an autograph. Thank you, Sammy said with a satisfied smile. Yahiko turned to grab a pen and paper. Wait, you're only signing one? You know how hard it is for us to squeeze into the front row? The girl who came with Sammy complained. Nagato, being a seasoned information broker, silently noted Yahiko and Oppos' actions. Yahiko enjoyed having him take notes. Yahiko, you wouldn't want Conan to find out, would you? That night, in the Kumogakure office, the third Raikage ordered the village and Oppos' Sambu to take advantage of the chaos and capture another Jinchuriki from Konoha. He looked over Yahiko and Oppos' itinerary for the day. Just playing around? Throughout the day, Yahiko had merely been enjoying himself with Killer Bee. He casually won a championship and held a concert, seemingly without any ulterior motive, simply reconnecting with Killer Bee. The next 2 days passed in the same manner. Seeing this, the third Raikage lazily decided not to interfere anymore. Let them go wherever they please. He ordered the Umbu monitoring them to withdraw, as long as they were present. Yahiko and the others wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Kushina, I'm coming for you. B, shall we explore the land of lightning today? Over the course of 3 days, Yahiko had been taken around Kumogakure by Killer Bee. There was nothing special to do, as it was neither a holiday nor a festival. Naturally, Killer Bee was cautious and consulted the third Raikage and AI. They indicated that as long as Killer Bee didn't leave the country, he could go wherever he pleased within the land of lightning. Who says AI is not good? AI is truly wonderful. The three of them exchanged glances, their eyes filled with joy. Chapter 57. The clan of the blood pool at the border between the land of lightning and the land of soup, in broad daylight. The one clutching his stomach and desperately searching for a restroom is none other than Karabi. He has fallen victim to a potent laxative administered by Yahiko. Having indulged in copious amounts of food over the past few days, he finds himself unable to emerge without a proper release. Nagato, keep an eye on him. Shikamaru and I are heading to the exile of the Bloodpool clan. Upon hearing this, Nagato gestured in affirmation. Yahiko and Shikamaru made their way toward the exile of the Bloodpool clan, while Nagato remained outside the restroom, guarding Karabi. Indeed. Their target this time was the Bloodpool clan. The descendants of Indra are akin to the Uchiha clan, much like the relationship between the Senju and the Uzumaki. This clan possesses a formidable bloodline limit known as the Blood Dragon Eye, which, once activated, allows them to cast illusions comparable to the Uchiha and Appos, as Sharingan. They also possess remarkable skills in perception, replication techniques, and ninjutsu. However, as descendants of Indra, this branch faced misfortune when a woman from their clan married into the harem of the feudal lord of the Land of Lightning. Unable to navigate the complexities of court intrigue, the entire clan was exiled to Hell Valley. This history evokes a sense of melancholy in Yahiko. He speculates that the Uchiha, in their desperate attempts to rescue Obito, must harbor fears reminiscent of the Bloodpool clan's past. What brings you here? The leader of the Bloodpool clan, Yuyakuju-en, arrived accompanied by several clan ninjas. It was summer, and the oppressive heat in Hell Valley had Yahiko sweating profusely, making it difficult to breathe. Their expressions were grim. Not due to Yahiko, but rather the suffocating environment. You reside here? Yahiko surveyed the surroundings, noting that it appeared even more desolate than Sunagakure, resembling a mere dwelling among the crevices of rocks. Sighing, Yuyakuju-in waved his hand, an expression of profound desolation etched on his face. If you have something to say, please do not keep us in suspense. Speak plainly. Yahiko recognized the exhaustion etched in Yuyakuju-in and Appos' demeanor, a product of years spent in such a stifling environment. A true man, born of heaven and earth, cannot remain subdued for long. A true man must wield a 3-foot sword and achieve greatness. Yahiko's impassioned words resonated. Shikamaru, covering his face, recalled Yahiko and Appos' earlier proclamations, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at their efficacy. However, to his surprise, Yuyakuju-in and the others revealed a glimmer of yearning in their eyes. But, you do not understand our predicament. The thought of the pressures exerted by the Uchiha and the Land of Lightning caused Yuyakuju-in to shake his head wearily. Even with the Uchiha temporarily absent, their eventual return loomed ominously. Yahiko discerned their apprehensions. What is there to fear? The Uchiha Patriarch, Madara, has watched us for so long. When have I ever flinched? Allow me to introduce you, Yahiko continued. This is Shikamaru, and beside him is Nagato. You will soon witness their formidable abilities. As for myself, I am Yahiko, known in the world as Little Hashirama, the leader of the Akatsuki village, responsible for establishing villages in Konoha and Amigakure, fostering national prosperity. Yuyakuju-in and his companions listened in astonishment, realizing that such a figure as Yahiko existed in the ninja realm. They had never heard of him, highlighting their isolation from the world outside. Their only source of information came from the conversations of those who guarded them. Mentioning Shikamaru as Konoha's White Fang, known for slaying the son and daughter-in-law of Chiyo during the Second Shinobi World War. Now he is known as the White Fang of Akatsuki. Listening to Yahiko's extensive titles, Yuyakuju-in felt a stirring in his heart. The Blood Dragon Eye granted them keen insight. They had never encountered such a vast chakra reserve as Yahiko and Appos' Shikamaru, despite his seemingly vacant eyes, exuded an air of confidence that was not typical of ordinary individuals. Yahiko recognized that now was the moment to seize the opportunity. We have an organizational structure in place. The mention of this piqued the interest of the Bloodpool clan. What are the benefits? Yahiko elaborated. Akatsuki village will establish a security department, with a base salary of 6,000 for the lower-ranked ninjas, along with provisions during holidays. Shikamaru was startled. Had they come to discuss the division of power? Let us go, Yuyakuju-in exclaimed joyfully. Mobilize all clan members. We must depart from this wretched place at once. He commanded the accompanying ninjas. What about the Uchiha? Yuyakuju-in, filled with concern, looked anxiously at Yahiko. The Uchiha matter is not easily resolved, he thought. Rest assured, the Uchiha will meet their demise, Yahiko replied confidently, a smile gracing his lips. As the saying goes, when the Uchiha rebelled, Danzo had to face the consequences. The Uchiha summoned all their kin back to the village. And seeing their strength, the leader contemplated ways to deal with the fourth Hokage, leaving no time to concern themselves with the Bloodpool clan. Could Danzo allow the Uchiha to ascend to the position of Hokage? The situation was dire. Before long, the Bloodpool clan had gathered, a pitiful total of 97 members. Had Yahiko not intervened, they would have faced a fate similar to the Uchiha, exterminated by their kin. They carried little, just a few sets of clothing and some provisions. And thus set off with Yahiko. Leader, are we not going to verify anything before following? Along the way, a clan member whispered to Yuyakuju-in. Foolish. Just look at the confidence radiating from Yahiko. Do you think Akatsuki village is an ordinary establishment? It may not be weaker than the 5 great nations, Yuyakuju-in retorted, glaring at him. Indeed, perhaps it was the leader who possessed greater clarity. Shikamaru led them back to the village while Yahiko sought out Nagato. They needed to move swiftly. After having remained in the Land of Lightning for several days, the third Reikage likely believed they were merely enjoying leisurely excursions with Karabi. Once again, they pilfered cattle from the Land of Lightning, and now they would seize people as well. Were Yahiko in A? He would certainly be incensed enough to carve a path through Amige Cure. Fortune favors the bold, while the timid perish from hunger. Thus, the Bloodpool clan's bloodline limit increased by 1. Chapter 58, The Ninja District. Yahiko sought out Nagato, bidding farewell to the squatting killer bee. The two swiftly caught up with the group. What puzzled Yahiko was the sight of Kakashi Hatake, speechless, clutching an eyeball. Beside him stood a middle-aged man with one eye, his eye socket bleeding profusely. The other clan members, including the clan leader, Uchiha-in, looked on helplessly. What on earth was happening? Yahiko stepped forward to inquire. Was Kakashi engaging in bullying? Such audacity. Kakashi tugged at the corner of his mouth, explaining, he wished to witness my strength. The Bloodpool clan, much like the Uchiha, possesses a certain madness. Just moments ago, the mightiest member of the Bloodpool clan, aside from the leader, sought to challenge me in a duel. The outcome was evident. Kakashi had decisively emerged victorious. However, the Bloodpool clan had a tradition. In a challenge, the loser must offer an eye as tribute. Thus, the man had presented his eye to Kakashi. Yahiko's expression stiffened. What sort of absurd tradition is this? To relinquish a bloodline limit to an outsider? Mr. Kakashi, you possess the right to wield the blood dragon eye of my clan. Uchiha expressed no dissent, instead encouraging Kakashi to take it. Should Kakashi don it, he would undoubtedly earn a notorious title in the ninja world, Kakashi of the Blood Dragon Eye. Uchiha was immensely supportive of this. Their clan was on the brink of obscurity, and they needed to revitalize their legacy. Kakashi, unaware of Uchiha's ulterior motives, regarded him with sincere appreciation. Initially, he had feared the Bloodpool clan might be as deranged as the Uchiha, but it seemed that they were a forthright family. Yahiko pondered. Should he advise Kakashi to accept? Kakashi's chakra was insufficient, cough due to his lack of restraint. At such a young age, he had mastered powers that did not belong to him and used them daily. Of course, Yahiko referred to the three-tomo Sharingan. Change. Yahiko waved his hand, facilitating the exchange of an eye between the two. Kakashi would give him his eye, and he would grant Kakashi his. Fortunately, the Bloodpool clan had medical ninjas on site to assist with the swap. It was plug and play. After a brief adjustment period, Kakashi squinted his original eye, using the blood dragon eye to survey his surroundings. Everything appeared to unfold in slow motion. The intricate details of the flowers and grasses in the distance, the glimmering nail polish on Nagato and Yahiko's nails, imperceptible to the naked eye, were now crystal clear to him. Suddenly, he reached out and caught a buzzing mosquito. It deserved to die. He casually crushed it. With a faint smile, he turned to Yahiko and Nagato. I feel ready to challenge Hanzo the salamander. You little brat. Yahiko shot him a glare. Was this how all who awakened their eyes behaved? Such unwarranted arrogance. Nagato gazed at Kakashi with his onion-like eyes. Having experienced an eye exchange himself, Kakashi swallowed hard. He was quite eager to experiment with the Rinnegan. However, he sensed that the blood dragon eye would be difficult to close and consumed a portion of his chakra daily. He was a blade wielder, well within his limits. Kakashi covered the blood dragon eye with his forehead protector. If he didn't need it in daily life, he would keep it hidden. A good saddle matches a fine horse. A good eye suits a hero. Excellent. Uchiha felt a sense of hope for the revival of his clan, glancing at his clansmen with satisfaction. 2 days and a night passed. The Bloodpool clan, led by Yahiko, was brought back to the Akatsuki hidden village. The third Reikage was furious upon learning of this, smashing 3 tables in succession. Killer Bee was punished with toilet cleaning duties. Initially indifferent, he was now ready to mobilize for war. However, the newspaper delivered good news. It had revived, and the Black Bull of the Land of Lightning was generating widespread discussion internationally. The reason was an image of Yahiko in the newspaper, gnawing on a beef leg. The unscrupulous reporters had figured out how to ride the wave of popularity. Naturally, Yahiko would issue a statement clarifying that he was eating the beef from the Akatsuki village, and that the Land of Lightning should not take credit. Meanwhile, Uchiha was dumbfounded. Under Yahiko's leadership, he returned to the village. Upon entering the third ring, he rubbed his hands together, trailing behind Yahiko, Nagato, and Kakashi. The Akatsuki village was renowned for its gambling houses and unique attractions, drawing a multitude of tourists. These visitors transformed into clientele, contributing to the GDP of the village. On the streets, one could already see numerous citizens from various countries, their faces fresh and diverse. Yet, they were easily distinguishable from the villagers of the Akatsuki. The villagers wore a red Akatsuki emblem on their chests, allowing them to pass through the barriers set by the Uzumaki clan to enter the second ring. The second ring held secrets. It was the only place where spies from various villages could gather information about the third ring. The third ring was a commercial street, devoid of the secrets they sought. If they tried to sneak in without the emblem, they would surely be marked upon breaching the barrier. After yet another round of welcoming ceremonies for the Akatsuki village, Uchiha and his clansmen entered the village in a grand procession, naturally attracting considerable attention. Are these newcomers to our village? They don't look very spirited. Some whispered on the streets. There was a certain air of despondency about them. a result of enduring years of oppression. Kakashi cleared a path, while Yahiko led them toward the residential area. The villagers resided in the second ring. In the Akatsuki village, civilians and ninja lived separately. This arrangement facilitated unified management and command, ensuring that ninjas could swiftly assemble during missions, enhancing their response efficiency in emergencies. Unlike Konoha, where everyone lived in a haphazard manner, mobilizing during a crisis would be far less efficient. Uchiha was bewildered as he entered the ninja district. He discovered that the total number of ninjas in the village was approximately between 130 to 140. Yahiko confirmed this figure. There were 136 ninjas in the village, excluding the higher-ups. We boarded a sinking ship, Uchiha lamented, tears of frustration welling in his eyes. They had envisioned a thriving community filled with elite warriors. With only 136 ninjas, even the poorest of the 5 great nations, Sunagakure, could muster over 10,000. Faced with the Uchiha and Kumobakure, they were no more than ants against a mighty tree. No need to panic. We have our people, Yahiko reassured him calmly. Wiping away Uchiha's tears with a piece of paper, Uchiha ceased his weeping, looking towards Yahiko. Who possesses such strength to match the 5 great nations? That would be Nagato, of course. During the reign of the 5th Hokage, Konoha was rebuilt from the depths of despair. Where did that despair originate? Pain was the catalyst. The ninjas of the Blood Pool clan were assigned to reside in the ninja district. Ordinary citizens were settled next to the Uzumaki clan, living alongside their relatives. The dormitory was designed for laborers from the Hidden Rain village. Each cement room was 8 square meters, and a family of 3 could acquire a larger room of 30 square meters. Yahiko's first order of business upon returning to the village was to visit the local elders, ensuring that his direct relatives had not been shortchanged by Kaku. After a thorough search, he could not locate Kakuzu. Upon inquiring with Conan, he learned that the old rascal had taken a part-time job as Jiraiya's manager. The two were busy securing advertisements throughout the ninja world. It was Yahiko's consumption of beef that had led Kakuzu to discover this lucrative opportunity. Kakuzu would accept any advertising offer that came his way. Coincidentally, Jiraiya was seeking the child of prophecy, and the two had hit it off splendidly. The press conference was set for tomorrow, to be held within their village. In the office, Conan, clad in her uniform, inquired of Yahiko. So shall we keep it under wraps until our technology has surpassed that of previous generations? Chapter 59, Nagato, is your length rather short? In a modest establishment that Yahiko had hastily decorated, a mobile phone launch event was being held. Outside, a security force composed of the Blood Pool clan patrolled the streets diligently from dawn till dusk, determined to maintain order. Having emerged from the harsh environment of Hell Valley, they swore never to return, diligently scrutinizing even the passing dogs. Beneath the surface, Uchiha Madara, aware of the situation, closed his eyes, lost in thought. Once the clan leader of the Uchiha, he had previously dispatched individuals to oversee the Blood Pool clan and recognize their potential. Had they truly been coaxed here by Yahiko? Above him, 2 members of the Blood Pool clan stood guard outside, while the launch event unfolded within. Among the white Zetsu, only Tobi possessed the Akatsuki emblem, allowing him unrestricted movement within the establishment. Madara opened his eyes, observing Tobi as he gathered intelligence in the land of fire, leaving behind a large brick. At present, the brick held little utility for Madara, as he had no friends to contact. Yet, in the days leading up to the launch, he could hear Yahiko exuberantly proclaiming through a loudspeaker that the new phone was revolutionary and utterly impressive. Behold this small square device in my hand, Yahiko announced, addressing a cadre of Akatsuki reporters, the village's high-ranking officials, and the curious townsfolk, as he grandly introduced the 3.5-inch golden-sized phone. I shall name it village-worthy. Akatsuki village will prevail. The backdrop displayed the various functionalities of the device as Yahiko presented it to everyone. The highlight, of course, was the former grass-hidden village's defection in the fiery Blood Pool clan from Uyukayo. Culture was Yahiko's unique selling point, designed to attract interest. What about the price? Kakuzu, who had taken a rare break from his duties, inquired from the front row, arms crossed, curiosity piqued. Good question. Yahiko waved his hand, and the digits 16999 appeared on the backdrop. A collective gasp echoed throughout the room. Kakuzu nodded in satisfaction, with a cost of merely 300 ryo. A staggering 56-fold profit awaited him. Yahiko has matured. He is no longer a child. The villagers, gathered to witness the spectacle, found themselves in a quandary. A single phone equated to a C-rank mission. As villagers, they were entitled to certain privileges, yet the steep price was undeniably painful. Nonetheless, it was within reach. Their wages were 2 to 3 times higher than those working outside the village, allowing them to save a modest sum. However, what of their old phones? Then, Yahiko delivered the exhilarating news. You can trade in your old bricks at our store for a new one. Our team will evaluate them on-site and pay you immediately. A chorus of excitement erupted among the villagers. The village chief is remarkable, but Yahiko cautioned, remember, once you leave the village, the phone will not function unless connected to our Akatsuki internet. With the event concluded, Yahiko privately approached Kakuzu, asking, not too busy lately, are you? How about a trip to Konoha? Kakuzu's eyes brightened. Was there money to be made? Sell the outdated bricks in Konoha, Yahiko suggested. Why hide the first and second rings so deeply? Isn't it to prevent other villages from discovering internal information? After a few more instructions, Yahiko entrusted Kakuzu with the mission of visiting all 5 great nations, determining the sales strategy at his discretion. He mused that if the great nations found the price too steep, they could choose not to purchase. He certainly did not wish to provoke Kakuzu into an altercation that could ignite the third great ninja war. The launch was held in the morning, and by afternoon, the phones were flying off the shelves. Outside the store, young men and women eagerly activated their new devices. Nagato. Look how long mine is. It's longer than mine. In that moment, Nagato felt a pang of insecurity as he observed Conan beside him, her screen displaying a snake game that was twice the length of his. He thought, perhaps gaming was not his forte. Fighting was where he truly excelled. At that moment, Conan glanced at Nagato's phone, stifling a giggle. Nagato, yours is just too short. Isn't it? Haha. The sound of her teasing echoed in his mind. What did you say? He exclaimed, his eyes burning crimson. Nagato, don't be like that. I'm scared. Conan said, shaking his sleeve playfully. She resolved not to mention length again. Taking a deep breath, Nagato gently clarified, understood. Let us try again. His pride was at stake. He could not allow Conan to think less of him, as the price of the phone lingered in the air. Some onlookers were curious whether the device was worth the financial stretch. Nagato, already feeling uncomfortable under their scrutiny, overheard murmurs of derision. How many floors must one carry a bag of rice? A portable toilet? These disparaging thoughts invaded his mind. Suppressing his rising anger, he switched to a different game. Oh. Nagato, you changed the game? How did you fill it so quickly? As he ventured deeper into the village, Bairu was rapidly exhausting his energy. He had expanded his dedicated lab, which now gleamed with various scientific instruments. Strands of white hair littered the floor, remnants of sleepless nights spent in thought. Once a biology student, he was now engrossed in developing the village-worthy phone, having first created a cumbersome computer. The disparity between the two was akin to that between Tyson and Taylor. He needed to integrate complex software into the system. Yahiko had even visited to name the bulky computer boiling. Indeed, it was quite heated, as Bairu lacked experience in cooling systems, with numerous computers operating at high speeds. Warm air circulated throughout the lab. At that moment, the former biology student commanded shadow clones to handle various tasks, programming, graphic design, sound settings, one after another. Suddenly, footsteps echoed through the lab. Exhaustion had taken its toll on Bairu, who stared blankly at Yahiko, who approached with eager anticipation. I've completed the snake game and the block game. What more do you desire? Yahiko, observing Bairu's nearly frayed state, felt a flicker of guilt, but knew that a few mini-games were insufficient. Could you add a leaderboard feature? Bairu lamented, rubbing his temples in distress. Yahiko recognized the burden of his request, but also understood that adapting to such pressures could lead to comfort. Chapter 60. Those who offend the Uchiha, though distant, shall be punished. Is there anything else? Besides allowing users to compete for scores on the leaderboard, do you have any other requests? Perhaps a fruit-slicing game? Enough said. I shall take my leave and visit you again next time. Seeing the unmistakable killing intent emanating from Bairu, Yahiko hastily retreated to the depths of the castle's laboratory, leaving behind a small gift for him. This little gift stirred a complex mix of emotions within Bairu. Inside the small box were 2 Sharingan and a note. Remnants from a fallen member of the Bloodpool clan. Unlike the Uchiha, who had retained their pride despite years of captivity, the Bloodpool clan had long since lost their dignity, willing to sacrifice their heritage for the sake of family honor and the strength of their village. They had surrendered all accumulated Sharingan to Yahiko, who, moved by their plight, provided support and benefits that nearly exceeded what he had given to the once humble Uzumaki clan. Bairu, having grown up as the target of bullying in Konoha, was sensitive and introspective, unlike the carefree Jiraiya. Tears in his eyes. He had vowed that Konoha would acknowledge him. Understanding his desire for strength, Yahiko gifted him a pair of Sharingan. Bairu glanced at the accompanying note. Yahiko, heroes abound like fish crossing a river, but you, Bairu, will always be my first. The elder has already begun researching the sealing technique for unlocking the Sharingan. Rest assured. By the way, do you fancy the 7 tails? I shall certainly capture it for you when the opportunity arises. Can you truly capture the 7 tails? Bairu chuckled softly, shaking his head. Yahiko, feeling a twinge of guilt for having exploited Bairu's aspirations, resolved to find him a companion. Just before Kakuzu rushed to Konoha, Yahiko issued a strict order to capture a certain individual named Yano H. Suk. If they succeeded, he promised a 1 increase in their year-end bonus. Yano H. Suk was the head of the Scientific Ninja Tools Division in Naruto, responsible for developing devices capable of storing ninjutsu, even creating an arm for Naruto that could absorb techniques. The power of technology could rival that of the Rinnegan. With money as an incentive, Kakuzu was driven to act. Accompanied by the village staff responsible for the signal box, Kakuzu swiftly infiltrated Konoha. Within 2 days, he gained entry. After some registration at the gate, he was permitted inside the village. The cinema was owned by Akatsuki members, so there was no suspicion cast upon him. Taking a deep breath, Kakuzu savored the scent of wealth as he surveyed the bustling streets of Konoha. Unlike the Akatsuki members who were often armed, the villagers appeared unencumbered. He made his way to the Hokage's office, where the atmosphere was tense, and no one was available to attend to him. The children from the ninja academy had been taken back by Minato. Meanwhile, the Uchiha's ambitions were ignited once more. On that day, the Cloud Village attempted to abduct the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina, Uzumaki. However, they encountered Uchiha Mikoto, resulting in a thwarted plan. Konoha's security was as lax as that of the Land of Light. Miraculously, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was not captured, but Uchiha Mikoto was mistakenly taken. Did you hear that the Uchiha pursued and rescued Mikoto, eliminating all the Umbus sent by the Cloud Village, leaving their heads displayed near the execution site? In the office, the F4 had gathered, along with other important figures, the head of the Umbu, the Jonin leader, and Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared in disbelief at the reports from the Umbu. The Umbu, trembling, nodded, forever haunted by the image of the blood-red, tomo-laden eyes that had fixed upon them. Inform the third Hokage, those who offend the Uchiha will be punished, no matter the distance. If the Cloud Village wishes to wage war, let them come and confront the Uchiha. In the past, while we were in the Land of Lightning, the Yagami clan didn't even know what they were doing. Those who bind the Uchiha have already sealed their fate. The Land of Lightning shall fall. The rebellious Uchiha shouted at the Umbu. The Umbu recalled the incident, and Sarutobi felt a headache coming on. These individuals were utterly reckless. Did they not understand that war leads to death? How long had it been since the Second Shinobi World War? If anyone desired peace, it was Sarutobi. Before becoming Tobirama's student, he had been nurtured by Hashirama, molded into the Hokage of Hashirama's dreams. Compared to Tobirama, Sarutobi trusted Hashirama's teachings more. Back then, Hashirama had patted his head and said, "Monkey, a world where people understand each other will one day come. Look, the leaders of the 4 villages now comprehend my vision. Does that not prove my correctness?" Madara. He must be mistaken. Sarutobi believed wholeheartedly in this notion. The third Hokage insisted, "We must fight. The Uchiha shall be the first to engage." Upon the Uchiha awakening their Sharingan, Danzo heard this incredible news for the first time. The Uchiha were to represent the village in battle against the Cloud Village? Splendid. They would inflict mutual destruction, allowing the village to manage logistics and provide support. Sarutobi shot Danzo a wary glance. The risks were too great. He would certainly not agree. Danzo, perceiving Sarutobi's hesitation, realized he was adhering to the first Hokage's ideals. "But you are but a monkey, lacking the strength of the first." The two exchanged a glance. Tension thickening the air. Both opened their mouths, on the verge of a heated argument. "Let us issue a newspaper, detailing the events of this incident," Orochimaru's raspy voice interjected. Halting their quarrel. "The Cloud Village has insulted us too deeply. I shall write this edition," he declared. Sakura supported Orochimaru's stance, her frustration palpable. In the office, no Uchiha were present aside from Danzo, and the others were averse to the prospect of war. More deaths, wasted resources, and they would gain nothing in return. Orochimaru had recently discovered that during the 2 Shinobi World Wars, Konoha had not engaged in fruitful negotiations like those between the Akatsuki and the Rain Village, who had signed treaties and established beneficial developments post-conflict. Unlike them, Konoha sought monetary compensation and increased task quotas. The Uchiha's temperament was ultimately a double-edged sword. Sarutobi surveyed his trusted advisors, pinching the bridge of his nose in resignation. Chapter 61. Why does this brick seem so worn? Lord Hokage, let us discuss business." Amidst a meeting in the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was interrupted by the booming voice of Kakuzu. With a sigh, he temporarily set aside the Uchiha matter and instructed Orochimaru to bring Kakuzu in. Shortly thereafter, Kakuzu entered, trailing behind Orochimaru. Orochimaru licked his lips, intrigued by the prospect of Kakuzu's proposition. "Business? Are you really here to negotiate with me again? This time, it's not a matter of necessity. Is it 50-50 or 60-40? Konoha 6, you 4, Sarutobi feigned a smile. The cinema, a concept foreign to them, had sparked a wave of enthusiasm in the village, allowing Kakuzu to profit immensely. Under the scrutinizing gaze of Konoha's higher-ups, Kakuzu casually produced a telephone. After demonstrating its capabilities, the assembled crowd quickly grasped its significance. 520,979. 9 equals Yuan 9. 7 equals Xian. It must be noted that no one could question Minato's affection for Kushina. This was a couple's phone number that Minato had purchased for Kushina just days prior in the Akatsuki village. As Kakuzu explained, the atmosphere in the room grew somber, with everyone feeling as though they had been force-fed a hefty dose of relationship drama. The signal tower had already been installed on Konoha's telephone pole under Kakuzu's orders. Once the number was dialed, it rang twice before being answered by a female voice. "Who are you, Minato?" Could it be that this was indeed Kushina's voice? The onlookers turned to Kakuzu with newfound interest. "Hello?" Ignoring the eager anticipation from Kushina, Kakuzu abruptly hung up. "How about that? Don't underestimate this device. Even if the other party is in the land of Earth, as long as there's a signal, we can connect instantly." Kakuzu, having procured a small stool from somewhere. Sat down, crossing his legs nonchalantly. Damn it, this might actually be something we need, Sarutobi mused. If Kakuzu's claims held true, wouldn't this mean he could effortlessly manage a task force executing missions from afar? If they encountered an indecisive situation, they could simply call into his office for guidance? Kakuzu smirked slightly, swinging his legs with casual ease. Those familiar with Kakuzu, like the F4, were well aware that he was reluctant to let Konoha profit too much. They glanced at Orochimaru, who, in theory, should also be capable of creating something like this. Let us have Orochimaru take a look. He can certainly whip something up. After all, he is a man of clones, they reasoned. But even he merely shook his head. Why not use what is already available? How much? Sarutobi grit his teeth. Feeling a sense of humiliation wash over him, he continuously reassured himself that it was merely an apology to the Uzumaki clan. $29.99, Kakuzu stated flatly. That doesn't seem too expensive, Mito Minion remarked, surprised. Yes, a few D-rank tasks would earn a lower-ranking ninja enough to purchase one, Nara Shikamaru nodded. Satisfied with Kakuzu's proposal. Perhaps Yahiko has matured and become more sensible, Sarutobi chuckled. With a wave of his hand, he consented to the trade. However, Kakuzu had an additional request. The signal tower will require periodic chakra input from Konoha ninjas. Logically, the call cost would be directed to Yahiko, who would send someone to supply the energy. Yet, Kakuzu was not one to let an opportunity slip by. The $29.99 was merely a starting point for Konoha. Before coming, Kakuzu had anticipated that Konoha would agree to this business deal, preparing the signal box along the route from Akatsuki village to Konoha. South. That's the village leader's telephone number, Kakuzu said after securing the phone card. Recharge it. South. The ninja world was familiar with English. Sarutobi, deciphering the letters from the numbers, pressed each in turn. After a while, realization dawned on him. I'm getting old. I can't keep up with the younger generation. If only Yahiko had been born in my era. The call connected, and a familiar voice answered. Hello, this is Sarutobi Hiruzen. Oh, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Is it you interrupting my game? The distorted sound from the phone nearly deafened Sarutobi. Playing a game? Can this brick even play games? How does that work? Though puzzled, Sarutobi couldn't help but smile mischievously. Don't hang up, or I'll send someone to raid your village. Yahiko's silence was deafening. My esteemed mentor. What can I do for you? Nothing much, just an old man enjoying a chat with the younger generation. Hearing Yahiko's teeth grind in frustration, Sarutobi relished the moment as if he were sipping ice-cold cola on a sweltering summer day. He then proceeded to engage in nearly 5 minutes of banter. Just as he was about to tease again, an automated voice interrupted. Your call has been suspended due to insufficient funds. Please recharge promptly to restore normal communication services. Thank you for using our service. For inquiries, please call customer service at 12138. The sudden interruption from Kakuzu's pre-recorded message left Sarutobi aghast. Insufficient funds. Didn't I just recharge 300? He glared at Kakuzu, who wore a knowing smirk, reminiscent of a dragon with a crooked grin. Is the call rate really that high? He demanded. Not at all. Long-distance calls have maintained this rate for years. Don't make baseless accusations. Think about whether your salary has increased over the years and if you've truly worked hard, Kakuzu countered. Konoha had a larger population than Akatsuki, with many affluent residents. Once the brick store opened, a multitude of well-off individuals flocked in. Rin. I snagged the last one. As a prodigy who awakened to Sharingan at the tender age of 6, Uchiha Obito was now receiving a substantial allowance. After all, among the Uchiha, he was the only child who had awakened his eyes before the age of 15. His needs were well met, even receiving guidance in ninjutsu directly from Uchiha Fugaku, the clan's minor leader. Manipulating him would not be an easy feat for Madara and Yahiko moving forward. Convincing a starving beggar to rebel against a tyrannical emperor was one thing. Convincing a wealthy merchant who feasted daily on royal provisions was another entirely. Uchiha Obito, born into privilege, clutched the large brick phone. Obito, why does this phone seem a bit worn? Rin tilted her head, her sparkling eyes filled with confusion. Obito, equally perplexed, noted its slightly used appearance, as if it had seen previous ownership. A string hung from the back of the brick. Chapter 62. Are you seriously hacking my phone? Because you can only afford a second-hand one. Kakashi had just completed a mission and, either intentionally or unintentionally, passed by a mobile phone store. In his hand was the first-generation model from the village, a gift from Shikaku for a delivery fee of 50 silver coins. His deadpan expression stirred an inexplicable anger in Obito. Second-hand phone? Kakashi, what do you mean? Are you implying that I use second-hand equipment? What a joke. Nothing much. I just have no interest in conversing with a failure who has never even registered with the Hidden Rain Village, Kakashi replied, shrugging in the face of Obito's fury. Obito rubbed his forehead in frustration. Activating his Sharingan, he handed a large brick to Rin and charged at Kakashi, ready to duel. Why is he so insufferable? The confidence stemmed from being an Uchiha. Obito, don't do this. Rin desperately tried to restrain him, but her efforts were futile. Obito, consumed by rage, launched a fist cloaked in a fierce wind. Kakashi dodged to the side, but Obito unexpectedly crouched and swept his leg, sending Kakashi flying. Kakashi was taken aback. Surprised by Obito's progress in recent days, he had let his guard down. It was time for a rematch. How does one describe heavy rain? Stop. Please, just stop. Don't fight any longer. Rin shouted, her voice filled with urgency. Konoha accepted phones priced at $2,999 each, but such an expense was truly beyond their means. Long-distance call charges ranged from 10 to 120 coins per minute based on distance. Why doesn't that scoundrel Kakuzu just rob a bank? In the village, local calls cost 1 coin per minute, which, although expensive, was more palatable to them. Mr. Kakuzu, is setting such high prices a wise decision? A worried salesman from the Akatsuki village looked at Kakuzu. No worries, I possess what others do not. To make money, one must be audacious, Kakuzu thought. Considering the daunting bills that plagued the village, if he didn't take action, the village would inevitably face bankruptcy. Well then, he concluded, what can a mere salesman say? I will lower the prices of phones and call rates. Just as Kakuzu continued to instruct his staff about pricing, a loud and arrogant voice interrupted from outside. Lower the prices? Who do you think you are? Kakuzu picked up a stool and rushed out, demanding, who said that? A slightly plump young man and a stout boy visibly trembled at his approach. Noticing their discomfort, Kakuzu confronted them. Are you the ones who want to lower the prices? If you're so impressive, why don't you just fly? No. I was just joking with Fangju. The stout boy quickly waved his hands in denial. Fangju? Kakuzu recalled Yahiko's earlier instructions to find a person named Yano Fangju and bring him back for a share of the profits. Yano Fangju? The plump young man stared blankly at Kakuzu. How do you know my name? Kakuzu merely chuckled, swiftly grabbing Yano Fangju and pulling him closer. And you? He inquired of the stout boy. R.A. Rame Electric, the boy stammered. Fine, get lost. Kakuzu had never heard of that name before. He dialed Yahiko's number. Did you find Yano Fangju? Indeed. Yuraharu, I will handle the phone call. Just ensure you bring him back. What about the profit sharing? Of course. Kakuzu chuckled heartily. By the way, this kid has a friend named Rame Electric. Should we bring him along too? Kakuzu pondered for a moment. Eager to find a young lad to serve tea to Yahiko, who would surely spend more time on research and earning money. The thought excited him. Rame? Yahiko on the other end recalled the name, recognizing it from the Naruto series where Rame Electric invented electric vehicles. If it were true, this could open new avenues. Bring that electric kid to me. I'll discuss it with Yuraharu. Okay. Kakuzu grinned with satisfaction. Hey, you sold me a second-hand phone made of gold? Or is the cord made of gold? Selling it for $2,999? I refuse to accept it. A youthful voice rang out. And Kakuzu turned to see a boy with messy hair and goggles. As a mobile phone retailer, how could I possibly sell you a second-hand device? Kakuzu rolled his eyes in exasperation. Look at this cord. It's already worn out. Don't tell me it's not second-hand. I demand a new one. Unable to tolerate the boy's incessant complaints, Kakuzu casually selected a nearly new phone from the counter and handed it over. Supply and demand, they understand, he thought. Obito, still confused about the availability of phones in the store, angrily exclaimed, Isn't this still old? Is this a never-ending complaint? Do you want it, or not? Having never encountered such an audacious boss, Obito, in a fit of rage, pulled out a kunai and slashed at the phone. Are you seriously hacking my phone? Moments later, Obito experienced the harsh realities of society for the first time. It turned out the Uchiha were not invincible. In his spar with Kakashi, he had neither won nor lost, but against Kakuzu, he was thoroughly beaten. Find trouble with our Akatsuki village? If you weren't just a kid, I would slap you. Kakuzu remarked impatiently. Akatsuki? Are you one of Yahiko's people? Obito stared at Kakuzu, wide-eyed. Goodness. He's the heir to Yahiko's legacy. You dare strike me? After a few days of school, Obito had grown a bit wiser and had already mapped out his future. At 20, he would take over the village from his brother. At 21, he would return to Konoha to run for Hokage, and by 22, he would unify both villages. Just imagining it sent shivers of excitement through him. If everything went well, he would surpass all previous Hokages. Such aspirations were beautiful, yet reality was harsh. He couldn't even protect the woman he cared for. Rin had gone off to play Snake with Kakashi, and in a fit of rage, Obito had sought out the mobile phone store. You've made me look foolish in front of Rin. That scoundrel Kakashi can bark at me like a dog. Hearing Obito's familiar tone, Kakuzu nearly suffered an eye twitch. Had it not been for Yahiko and Appo's young age, he would have suspected Obito to be Yahiko and Appo's illegitimate child with Conan.